Chapter 330 Plan of Attack. Plan of Attack. Here's the second release of the week, enjoy. Fire. 10 large, wooden constructions hummed momentarily. 10 long staves flipped 90 degrees from the horizontal to the vertical. 10 basin-sized lumps of rock arched through the sky. They shrunk over the course of 2 or 3 seconds until they vanished, as if they'd popped out of existence entirely. 3 or 4 long seconds of silence passed before, in the distance, several dust clouds popped into existence, followed a second later by as many loud thumps and the sound of crashing and crushing stone. When the dust cleared, a heap of rubble became visible. At the two edges of the mound, a few stones stood packed on one another, trying their best to remind the observer that there had indeed once been a wall. Count Kenmays, Baron Phelim, and Baron Shazin stared wide-eyed at the ruin in the distance. They had sworn just moments earlier that only through the reckless swarming of soldiers without regard for casualties, with the use of siege ladders, could that very wall be conquered. Only after wearing down the defending forces by paying a high price could one take it. They never expected Lorist only needed to instruct Ovidus to bring 10 thunderbolt catapults over and set them up about 350 meters from the wall. Lorist only needed a few minutes to undo what was likely years' work. They felt like complete fools for saying what they had. The next target will be the tower on the right. Prepare the flame meteors, ordered Ovidus once more. Flame meteors were spherical balls wrapped up in rope and doused with fuel. They were first placed inside a metal catapult bucket before a soldier set it aflame. The 10 stone balls were soon burning brightly. Fire. The flaming balls soared through the air towards a rectangular structure on a hill in the distance. The structure was quite a bit smaller than the wall had been, granted. After the last volley the two were now about even, so several shots missed. They weren't far off, though, and landed just beside it. Those that missed set fire to the leaves around the structure, whilst those that hit made 3 large holes in it. Soon smoke billowed out of the holes to join the smoke already rising from the ground around the tower. This is amazing, Phelim praised. With such a weapon in hand, we won't have to worry about any castle standing in our way. So this is where all your confidence came from. Kenmay said, tugging on Lorist's arm excitedly. I bet Duke Madras can't imagine that he won't be able to resist our attack anyway, regardless of how hard he tries to shrink up like a turtle. We'll be able to raise his defenses to the ground without anyone being able to stop us. Well, he only stands a chance if he confronts us in a field battle. Perhaps not even then. He'll lose even faster if he comes out of his shell. Locke, give me a few. I want to obliterate the sentry outpost and the walls near the stream. Shazin said with both his hands clasped. It seemed that he held quite a deep grudge against those who manned the defenses at the northern stream. Don't be in such a rush, I'll sell you as many as you want after we take the duchy. However, Hennard, I will allow you to lead Ovidus to the stream so you can exact your revenge. We'll force the Duke to gather his forces there in response to our surprise attack. After you return, gather your men to make as many rafts as possible. We will load our catapults onto the rafts and bring them across the river. Naturally, we'll be sending as many woodworkers and boatmakers as we can to help you, said Lorist with a smile. No problem. I'll get the required materials and manpower ready when I return. However, Locke, won't we alert the Duke of our activities if we start building rafts on our side of the shore? Don't worry, it's all the better if they are alerted. What we want is for the duchy to concentrate there as much as possible so the defense at other places is weakened. Shazin Hennard rubbed his palms together. Well, I was just saying what came through my mind. With Ovidus's Thunderbolt Brigade helping me out, I'm confident I'll be able to storm my way through and raise the 7 citadels all the way across Sanderson Hills to the ground. My rage will only calm if I do so much. Lorist shook his head and said, I would advise against doing that, Hennard. Don't forget that Sanderson Hills is where your dominion will be. It won't be good for you if it's ruined. Actually, I have a method to force the soldiers defending it to surrender and hand the 7 citadels over. You don't even have to bother considering how you will deploy your troops. It'll save you both time and effort, which is ideal. You're saying we should go straight for Venades right after busting through the defense line at Metropolis, that we should take Zith Castle and storm all the way to Sigillar in one go? So we're going to give this attack our all and capture Duke Madras dead or alive to force the rest of the soldiers to surrender, right? Asked Phelim. Well, that's the best plan we have for now, Lorist said, nodding. Unless we have a better strategy when the time comes, that's how this will all play out. Our only worry after crossing the stream is encountering the Duke's heavy armored soldiers, which would drag the conflict on unnecessarily. Even though we have a weapon like the catapults, we must still be wary of any accidents. Even if Duke Madras is nothing but an aging turtle, he's one that has years of experience. We must not be careless in the slightest. It's the 8th month right now. We'll launch a few probing attacks at the end of the 10th month to see if we can lure more of their troops to the wilds to weather the elements. If the soldiers spend their time camping outside in the winter to defend against our attacks, they'll be severely worn out by spring. That will be our chance to strike. After Kenmaze, Phelim, and Shazine went their way, Potterfong met with Lorist. "My lord, I heard you're going to sell the catapults to our allies?" "That's right. What's wrong?" Potterfong stood ramrod straight. "My lord, I am against it. Even though the three houses are our allies, the catapults are secret weapons only our house has. It's the ideal tool for besieging castles and defending them. Selling these weapons might introduce a new threat for which we have to watch out." "It's not as serious as you think," Lorist laughed. "The catapult will be outdated soon enough." "Outdated? That can't be. How could anything outstrip the catapult? Did you forget about the bronze cannons the Oceanic Legion employs? Grandmaster Sid and Professor Balba have already perfected the cannons for ground use. Their power far exceeds that of the catapults. These catapults are only standing targets for our cannons. I've already instructed Howard to pick a group of reliable people and train them as cannoneers. In time, the gun carriage will be part of your legion's arsenal." "Understood, me lord. Please excuse my rudeness. I wasn't aware of it," said Potterfong. "It's fine," Lorist said, waving his hand dismissively. "If I know you as well as I think I do, you must have been prompted to confront me about that issue by the others, right? I'm sure you know that we already have our own plans regarding this just from Charade's silence. If selling the catapults would truly have endangered our house, he would definitely have been the first to throw a tantrum. My lord, I should have known better. Don't worry about it. Have you gathered the Oceanic Legion and Firmrock Legion's leaders yet? If they're here, we'll start the meeting right away." Facing a group of knights gathered tightly together, Lorist used a long, fine stick to point to the large map. "What I'm telling you now is our real attack plan. Even our allies aren't aware of it. They believe we will launch our attack from the metropolis lower stream after Thunderbolt Brigade has pulverized the enemy's defenses and forced them into the open. Actually, that part of the plan is just bait to lure Madras into deploying its forces by the river, thus pulling forces from other fronts, weakening them. Our true target is here," Lorist said as he pointed at a spot on the map, Siglar Province's Platinum Beach. "We will launch our attack at the end of the 12th month." Apart from Charade and the rest who could already see what was coming, many household knights expressed gasps of disbelief. "This attack will be headed by Firmrock with the aid of the Oceanic Legion." "You may ask any questions you have now," said Lorist as he looked at the chattering knights. Potterfong stood up. "My lord, going on shore during the winter season is a rather huge risk due to the winds. The waves and winds in the northern seas have always been rather harsh during winter and we may incur heavy casualties if we're not careful." "Senbod, I'll let you respond to Potterfang's query." "Sir Potterfong," Senbod explained, "in the recent years, I've had people document the weather changes over the seasons in the northern seas and discovered that between the 32nd day of the 12th month and the 35th day, which is a few days before the coming of the new year, the northern seas will be incredibly calm. No accidents will occur if we sail to their shores during that time. Apart from using the smaller boats to travel ashore, our lord has also ordered us to prepare lots of wooden box parts. We only need 10 hours to build 2 floating ports that connect to the shores for our comrades to go ashore from our ship safely." Malak stood up next and asked, "Me lord, how will we get our troops ashore without being detected by the local garrisons? Siglar is the Duke's headquarters. If our movements are discovered, the odds of our surprise attack being successful will plummet greatly. After all, the enemy is cooped up in the city and has the defender's advantage." Lorist nodded in acknowledgement before he addressed the point. "Actually, between the 32nd and 35th days of the 12th month in the past 2 years, I've sent people to go ashore on Platinum Beach for a survey. We noticed that the defenses at Siglar during that time is rather lax because nobody expects there could be an attack at that time. Over here lies the city of Edelweiss, named after the Duke's daughter. It's also where the Duke's household is situated. Every winter, Duke Madras will invite the nobles across his duchy to gather there for a celebration and to count down to the new year. That is when the defenses at Edelweiss will be at its most lax, which is also part of the reason I decided to launch an attack during the 12th month. Getting off the shore is so that we can capture all the nobles gathered at Edelweiss in one go. We won't have to plow through entire duchy to find them this way. Our plan is to deploy, launch a surprise attack to conquer Edelweiss, and use the seal of the Duke right away to transfer their soldiers away or take Zith Castle by surprise, followed by Venades and Kobo. Through this one route, we will have conquered 3 cities in one go. This way, the duchy will be good as gone. I will be in one of the first batches of people to participate in this surprise attack. My lord, you don't have to take such a huge risk. Just leave this attack to us. We will not disappoint you," Potterfong protested. "Duke Madras has a rank 2 Blademaster by his side," Lorist argued. "He is my target. Fernrock will have to be transferred to a temporary campsite at the foot of Bladej Mountains to prepare for the battle. In the meantime, Pog, Malek, you two must make sure to train the soldiers to board and disembark from the ships so they don't screw up during the actual mission. Understood, milord. Freyar, when the Fernrock Legion leaves Siloas, I want you to lead a local defense division and defend the island. Yes, milord. As long as we can conquer Kobo, the duchy's breadbasket, the troops guarding the 7 citadels at Sanderson Hills, and those gathered near the riverbank will lose all their supplies and face surrender or collapse. That's how we take Madras during the winter. I hope you will all lead the house to success. Yes, milord. Alright, meeting adjourned. Fierce Tiger Lowe's, Dulles, Joe, and Yuri, I want you to stay back for a bit, but... Apart from the aforementioned 4, Charade also stayed. If everything goes well, we will have to face House Faizablin right after taking Madras, Lorist said with a solemn tone. After the relocation of Count Kenmays, Tigersor will be stationed in the eastern area of the Northlands to apply pressure to the troops in wild husbandry. But given Tigersor's trait as a heavy armored cavalry unit, it will find it hard to deal with the mobile and agile cavalry troops of Duke Faizablin. That's why I've already discussed forming a brand new light cavalry division similar to those of the Duke with Charade, which shall be called the Jaeger Legion. The troops will be known as mounted Jaegers. Joe will be the Legion commander and Yuri his second-in-command. Josk looked surprised and seemed to have something to say, but Lorist raised his hand to stop him. Joe, I don't think there is anyone more fitting to lead the Legion than you. Yuri is also working as your aide of his own will. The best countermeasure we have against the Duke's cavalry are the mounted Jaegers. The only other method we have to deal with them is to crush them with pure numbers in an open field battle, but we're fighting in the grasslands, the Duke's home turf. He won't afford us that kind of luxury. We will also suffer in terms of terrain. I have put my hopes in you. Do you think you're up to it? Milord, I will definitely not let you down, Josk started. Lorist patted on Josk's shoulder. We don't have much time. After we take Madras, it will take about a year for the situation to stabilize, including having the Kenmays and Shazin houses relocate. But after the year passes, we will have to deal with House Faizablin. Joe, Yuri, I have already ordered all the legions to allow you to recruit from them. You can pick whoever you think are fitting for the Jaeger Legion, but make sure to leave some people in the groups from which you recruit. Even so, you only have a year to get the new legion in shape. Do you think you can do it? Josk and Yuri stood up, saluted to Lorist, and said in unison, Understood, milord. Please be assured that you will not be disappointed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 331 Incident and New Equipment. Incident and New Equipment. Charade rushed into Lorist's room with a folder in his arms. What's going on? Lorist asked, raising his head. Charade laughed bitterly. There was an incident while the Fernrock Legion was practicing their landings. One of the rafts flipped over. Only 7 of the 25 on board at the time survived. Fernrock was the main force of the house's invasion of Madras. Their camp had been moved to Whitestone Beach in the middle of the passage near Bladej Mountains, the beach the 4 families LF Wild North Town had used as a part of their smuggling route. Reaching Sigler Province from the beach only took 6 short hours. Lorist had scheduled the invasion 2 months from now. Fernrock would be aided by the Oceanic Legion. No one had expected an accident, especially not one of this nature. How did it happen? According to Potter Fong, the rafts we're using are designed to be lifeboats, not landing craft. The soldiers can't control them well and they flip quite easily in a swell or strong breeze. The soldiers are also fully kit, they are very heavy. They sink straight down once they're in the water, even with a loaf log. Fernrock just submitted a request for the improvement of the deployment rafts and equipment for emergency situations at sea, said Charade as he took out a beastskin document and handed it to Lorist. Lorist stood up, his face dark. This is due to my carelessness. When I came up with the plan, I didn't think the deployment through properly enough. The lifeboats we're using are far too bad at resisting the waves and winds. It would be fine if those using them were sailors who knew how to swim and were also trained to preserve their lives as best as they could at sea. But most of the soldiers being deployed by ship didn't know how to swim. Coupled with their full load of armor and weapons, they would be no different from iron blocks should the raft flip. Even though it was but a small accident, the lives of 18 household soldiers had been lost just like that. The wooden planks they used as floats that would be thrown to an overboard man were not of much use either, given the soldiers' weight. Lorist took up his quill and began drawing a few sketches of life jackets and some circular floats. Send these drawings to the metal refinery and have Supervisor Kimura make them. Stuff the jackets with small pieces of wood. As for these circular floats, they will be made out of wood and put around one's waist to keep one afloat. With life jackets and waist floats, drowning was no longer an urgent concern. What should I do about the landing craft? Adding a keel will help with the tipping, but the raft will sit deeper in the water, so it won't be able to get as close to shore. Given that the time the soldiers would be deployed was around the end of the 12th month, the chilling weather made it so that no one would be able to resist the low temperatures of the water, which might leave traumatizing injuries. Wait, if I can't add a keel to the bottom of the raft, I can add more planks at the side. Not only would that increase the surface area of the raft to aid with buoyancy, allowing more weight to be carried, the weight would also be more evenly distributed. That's it, thought Lorist as inspiration flashed across his mind. He began drawing a flat-bottomed landing craft that had 3 long poles laid horizontally on the boat, with each side having large planks that made contact with the surface of the water. The spaces between the 3 sticks would allow for the boat to be rowed forward without interference. Alright, this will do. These 3 horizontal poles will not be fixed in place to allow the boat to approach the shores more effectively. First, we'll deploy the boat as it is, install the 3 horizontal poles and load our soldiers on board. This will help reduce the chances of the boat from flipping over. I'll need you to have someone from the shipyard at Bullhorn Bay construct a few prototypes for Potterfong to test. Send some worksmiths over as well so we can change the design as needed, said Lorist as he handed Charade the blueprints. Charade nodded and took out another file from his folder. "Me lord, this is a report from the Jaeger Legion. Josk and Yuri have picked 28,000 members from the various legions and garrisons and formed the Legion's 1st Division, numbering 5 brigades of 3,000 men, further divided into 4 regiments. There are also a Caraballista regiment and a logistics regiment that have 5,000 horses, 100 Caraballisti and 100 four-wheeled cargo carriages. The 2nd Division is still under construction. So far, they're still recruiting members from the Dominion." "Oh?" Lorist mused, "why does the Hunter-Rider Legion need Caraballisti? Shouldn't they focus only on swift attacks and retreats? Wouldn't Caraballisti slow them down instead?" Charade looked at the file and said, "Milord, Josk says that it's for the protection of his logistics unit from being attacked by enemy troops when the main unit is out for assault. That way, their horses and supplies would be safely guarded. Should they lose their supplies, the whole legion would crumble from having nothing to feed the horses with." Lorist gave it some thought and nodded. "All right. Since Josk and Yuri are in charge of the Jaeger Legion, I trust their judgment. They may have Supervisor Kimura send them the Caraballisti they need. There's one more thing. Josk and Yuri both submitted a request yesterday, asking for us to confirm the ranged weapons and other equipment they will use for their legion so that they can begin training to raise their mastery to increase combatability. They think the current equipment of the household soldiers aren't suitable for use for the legion. They hope the house will provide even stronger armor. I already know that without needing them to tell me. This afternoon, Grandmaster Sid and Grandmaster Felon will bring the aforementioned items here. You should stay back and check them out too." "I've already had Els send for Josk and Yuri," Lorist said. "Is there anything else?" Charade brought out yet another document and said, "Milord, this is the report Supervisor Spiel submitted. During the past 2 years, the house has been spending money like water. We've already reorganized 20 local defense brigades in the previous year, costing us almost 3 million gold fords. Not only that, the transportation of the liberated slaves to the Northlands for the development of Great River is estimated to cost 1 million. Coupled with the cost of other miscellaneous spendings, the house is over budget by almost 5 million gold fords. Even though we'll be able to earn that amount in our deal with Duke Feiseblin, the research funds of 1 million gold fords each you intend to allocate to Grandmaster Sid in the Gunpowder Lab, the 2 million gold fords you've used to purchase warships for the Oceanic Legion, as well as the cost of giving away daily necessities, buying military supplies, and the payment of pensions all amount to 1 million gold fords. We've already spent most of what we earned from the arms deal. And now, we're trying to form a whole new legion which will cost us at least 3 million. Your preparations to attack Madras will easily cost us 1 million as well. And don't forget the relocation of House Kenmays, which will also cost 1 million gold. The various costs you have to bear for launching Dawn Academy at the Northlands will also cost quite a significant amount, making us over budget by 6 million gold fords this year. Supervisor Spiel wrote this report to caution us on our spending. Even if the extermination of Hanayabarda netted us a staggering 27 million gold fords, our treasury will run dry if you keep spending like this, milord." Lorist laughed like it was the most natural thing to do. Supervisor Spiel's always like this. He can't help but stuff the treasury full with gold coins. I'm sure you know that gold coins won't reproduce in our treasuries. If you take inflation into account, one cow that costs 5 gold fords this year will cost 7 to 8 in a few years. Only by reintroducing the gold coins into the market can we gain even more of them. Even though my recent spending is huge, that doesn't mean it's done recklessly. These are all investments to solidify the foundation of the house's future. Charade made a bitter smile. "Milord, this is 27 million gold fords we're talking about. While I can agree with what you said about investment, I feel the investments we make won't pay off until the time of our grandchildren. If we didn't form a new legion and sink funds into military conflicts, our income during the past 2 years is actually rather good. If we're savvy, we'll have a net profit of a few 100,000 gold fords. Additionally, the house's policy is to enrich the commoners. We've already completed development on Felicitas, Salis, Redriver Valley and North Sea, but we're only charging 40% in taxes, 30% for the household of garrison soldiers, and 20% for our household soldiers and officials' families, while only 10% for the households of our knights. Even though some of the tax collected remains after paying off the administrative costs, it doesn't help at all with the spending of our military. So far, our military spending is dependent on the business of the factories the house helped launch as well as the profits we gain from selling daily necessities to the territories of House Faisablin and the Iblia Kingdom through the Salt Merchant Committee. But if House Faisablin really establishes a trade route to the 4 central duchies, their purchases from the Salt Merchant Committee will no doubt decrease. Should that ever happen, our military expenditure will be nothing but an unnecessary burden. Milord, Supervisor Spiel has suggested that the House raise the tax rate by 10% across the board and increase our shares of the factories and shops our House helped open from 30 to 50%. As for the smaller stalls and shops that we only collect 10% of earnings from, we'll raise it to 30%. Compared to the other nobles who take 60 to 70%, we're still far better off. Not only that, we'll be able to collect an estimated additional 300,000 gold fords from doing so, which can sustain a little more than half of our military expenditure." Lorist shook his head. "Raising taxes is one of the dumbest things we can do. There are many ways we can get the common folk to give us the coin in their pockets. Just leave Supervisor Spiel's report over here, I will write him a reply when I'm free. While I am thankful for his consideration and contributions to the House, I can't use his suggestion at all because that would sway the loyalty and trust our subjects have in us." "All right then. I will sort out the things you want done. See you later in the afternoon," said Charade before he left. At noon, Lorist shared lunch with the pregnant Diliana. She had already been pregnant for 6 months, so her stomach was visibly swollen. A herbalist, who came over to check on her, said she could be bearing twins and required more nutrients, so the young aunt of the Dinas had grown quite puffy in recent days, almost twice the size she used to be. Apart from her change in figure, she also craved sleep frequently. Right after finishing lunch, she yawned and made her way to her room for more shut-eye. As for Ariadne, who had just recently broken through to the silver rank, she had dragged her younger sister with her excitedly to Nico Academy to visit her younger brother. A knighting ceremony of the Dina house would also be carried out there to make Ariadne a knight of the house, as well as the leader of the house in her brother's stead. Only when her brother reaches the age of 18 would the position of leader be handed to him. The 2 Dina sisters wouldn't return to Fernrock Castle anytime soon. Lorist also took a short nap after the meal. He went to his study thereafter. 1 hour later, he received a report from Howard that Grandmaster Sid and Felon had arrived by carriage. Not only that, Josk and Yuri have been waiting for quite a while at the guests' hall. "Have them come up to the meeting room on the 3rd floor. There's a courtyard over there near the rear mountain, so if the Grandmasters brought over some long-ranged weapons, that would be the ideal place to test them out for Josk and Yuri to see. Get Charade to come over as well," said Lorist. "Understood, milord." It didn't take long for all of them to gather at the meeting room. The 2 Grandmasters had brought with them 3 huge boxes this time around, the first of which contains a mesh and chain hybrid mail that was unlike any currently worn by Norton soldiers. The helmet accompanying that set was made in the shape of a conical hat, much like a round, point-tipped shield. Grandmaster Sid began his introduction. "Milord, this set of armor is designed per your requirements for the armor of the Hunter-Rider Legion to be light and tough, along with the suggestions I gathered from many light cavalry scouts about how their armor can be improved. As our house's new unit will mainly be pit against Duke Faisablin's cavalry troops, who use the armor we designed for our Hunter-Rider Legion is a modified version of the one they use. Not only is it lighter and more agile than armor set 103 bought by the Faisablins, it is also far tougher. The main method of attack used by the Duke's cavalry is mid-ranged weapons. Their troops would frequently dismount when their enemy is 100 meters away to fire 3 subsequent volleys of longbow fire before mounting and leaving once more. They also use mangonels with an effective range of 50 meters, and use javelins or throwing axes when they are even closer to their enemy. That's why, the Hunter-Rider Legion must mainly be protected from the ranged attacks of the Duke's cavalry instead of charging attacks like our own. The most effective type of armor against ranged attacks is this chainmail. We made the individual linked chains with steel wire meshes, allowing for greater defense against ranged attacks when compared to plate armor. That's especially the case with the conical helmets that will render longbow attacks useless once tilted at an angle. It can also be used as a shield for close-range encounters. A layer of magic bull leather armor will be worn over the wire chain mail that will increase the defense slightly and also serve as a windbreaker to keep warm. Not only that, we also embedded the steel wire mesh into the armor of the mounts to give better protection for them from attacks from the front. The whole armor set, including the armor of the mount, weighs in at 80% of the weight of armor set 103 and is definitely more heavy-duty as well. We also made improvements to the saddles and stirrups of the mounts so that they'll last longer and control easier compared to the older version. Very nice, Lorist praised. Thank you for your efforts, Grandmaster Sid, Grandmaster Felon. I am very satisfied with how thorough you've been when designing this new armor set. What I worry about is whether the production can keep up with our demands. Grandmaster Sid, elated to receive Lorist's praise, said, "Of course, me lord. The production of steel wire can already be automated by our watermill machines. I've also designed a machine that can easily cut the wire into set lengths and roll them up. The only part that still requires human hands is the weaving of the armor. The estimated rate of production is 1,000 sets per day." Good, then it's decided that the Hunter-Rider Legion will be using this armor set. I will instruct Supervisor Kimura to arrange the necessary manpower for the formation of the Legion. On another note, Sid, I'd like to ask you whether you've finished designing a ranged weapon for our soldiers of the new Legion? I hope that the Hunter-Rider Legion will have an advantage in terms of ranged weapons against the Duke's cavalry troops to stand a better chance in battle, said Lorist. My lord, please witness the culmination of Grandmaster Felon's and my effort, announced Grandmaster Sid as he opened the second large box and took out an oddly shaped crossbow. My lord, this is the compact crossbow. The most cutting-edge ranged weapon yet. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 332 The Trouble with Compact Crossbows. The Trouble with Compact Crossbows. Here's the fourth release of the week. Enjoy. Steady. Lorist pulled onto his reins and his mount reared backwards with both forelegs in air before landing back down to the wet, grassy ground. Let's set up camp further up on the hill. We should be able to reach Baron Shazin's riverside encampment by tomorrow. It was the 30th day of the 10th month and Baron Shazin had sent a messenger to relay that the rafts had been completed. Ovidus's Thunderbolt Brigade had also arrived at the encampment at the lower stream of Metropolis River. With the preparations all finished, he asked if Lorist was going to head there soon. If he didn't, the Baron was going to have Ovidus launch an attack on the outposts on the other side of the river. Naturally, Lorist said that he would be going. He was just about to head there to deliver some life jackets to the soldiers there. After all, they were going to battle aboard rafts, and the catapult operators that took lots of resources and time to train would be a huge loss to the house should they drown just like that. That was why it was best to have some precautions in place. Not only that, Lorist also wanted to escape the commotion back at the Dominion, which all started when Lorist made a huge order from the Grandmasters, Sid and Felon, to make a total of 50,000 compact crossbows for the mounted Jagars, with each compact crossbow costing 38 gold fords to make. The price to make one of those was truly staggering. Even the steel ballista cost only 35 gold fords to make, yet a small compact crossbow that was far inferior than ballistae in terms of power cost even more. Charade was the first one to object to it, followed by Supervisors Spiel and Kimura. For that matter, they had argued for 2 whole days. But Lorist still insisted on ordering so many of those compact crossbows, causing the cost of the formation of the Jagar Legion to be 2 million gold fords above budget. Charade and the 2 supervisors didn't appreciate Lorist's decision, as was evident from the sour faces they wore. But that was not the end of it. While the compact crossbows cost a lot to make, the cost of manufacturing the bolts were even more staggering. 1 gold ford could only produce 20 of those bolts, with each bolt costing around a large silver. That was the main reason Charade objected to the manufacturing of those crossbows. Even if the cost was high, it was still bearable. But the expendable bolts cost far more than what they were worth. A legion of mounted Jagars had 60,000 people, split into 4 divisions, or 20 brigades of 3,000 men each. Not counting the Caraballista Brigade and the logistics unit that includes the coachman and other miscellaneous helpers, there were at least 40,000 combatants in the Jagar Legion. If every one of those men fired 1 shot with the compact crossbows, it would be akin to them shooting out 2,000 gold fords. How was that different from sinking money down the drain? Not taking into account the fact that each user of the compact crossbow had to receive special training, the bolts that were fired were not recoverable for reuse. Charade even estimated the cost of bolts to train an average soldier to use the compact crossbow would amount to 30 to 50 gold fords and had objected to the use of that weapon immediately. Actually, Lorist had a feeling that he messed up the technological tree somehow after making that order. He didn't think that the two grandmasters wouldn't make much progress with firearms in the past 2 years and instead managed to improve in the art of making crossbows. The compact crossbow was almost like a crossbow gun that had more firepower than an old musket of his previous world. Crossbows were fundamentally different from longbows. A longbow could loose an arrow that could travel 100 meters in a straight line, and it was known across the continent that an arrow could be fired up to 300 meters away with a parabolic shot. However, Sid later discovered that the most effective range to use longbows was 70 meters. At that distance, only half the bowmen could hit their targets. Given how small they were from a distance, some luck was required to get in a good hit, with the exception of a genius marksman like Josk who could still hit his target all the time even when it was 100 meters from him. In the battle force-driven world of Grindia, long bowmen could even use their battle force to increase the power of their shots. A silver-ranked archer could fire a battle force-infused arrow through metal or rock, and that was the reason it was hailed as one of the most effective long-range weapons over the millennium. In stark contrast, a crossbow-like weapon had to be cocked and strung and couldn't fire too far away. But the main flaw was the inability for one to infuse battle force into bolt projectiles. Despite that, it only took 3 months of training for a crossbowman as opposed to the 2 years a long bowman would require due to the ease of aiming and accuracy. The compact crossbow the two grandmasters invented had already surpassed longbows in certain ways. Constructed out of steel and wood, it could be fired at a low angle, and reloading it was easy and quick through the use of a lever mechanism. The lever on the right of the crossbow only had to be pulled to string the bow and make space for the bolt to be loaded before the next shot could be taken. Even though it couldn't quite compare to the rapid-fire capability longbows had, it was far better in comparison to traditional crossbows. The biggest improvement of these new crossbows were their firing range of 70 to 80 meters. Grandmaster Sid promised that a long bowman and crossbowman firing at each other from that range would see the long bowman lose. That's because a long bowman had to estimate the shot, whereas the crossbowman armed with a compact crossbow can aim down the sights to fire at its target. Other than that, even though the compact crossbows can't fire 300 meters away like longbows can, Grandmaster Sid did manage to include a long-distance firing mode in its design. Engraved on the crossbow was a scale diagram that could be used to orient the weapon to an angle which will allow it to fire the projectile in a parabolic arc, allowing the projectile to land as far as 150 meters away, which was ideal for a volley of fire to weed out some enemy numbers. The compact crossbow bolts were specially made with armor-piercing capabilities as well, with the body of the projectile being half hollow and 3 small metal fins attached to its back. The fins that would break after one shot was also the reason the bolts couldn't be reused. Lorist fought back at Yuri, who was completely love-struck by the new weapon, who said, "Milord, if you can arm the Jaeger Legion with these compact crossbows, I promise that they will be able to rival the cavalry legions of House Faisablin within 3 months." Perhaps, it was that statement that thoroughly convinced Lorist to make that decision despite the fervent disagreement he faced from Charade and the others. In retrospect, Lorist was regretting his decision slightly, as Charade's objections did have quite a bit of merit. So, he requested the Grandmasters to modify the prototype of the compact crossbows so that the cost of making them would be below 20 gold fords, with the bolts being changed to cost 1 gold ford per 100 of them. While they said that it was possible to do so, it would take at the very least 2 years. Given that Lorist needed the mounted Jaegars to gain as much combat capability as they could as soon as possible, as well as how strong the financial situation of the house was, he ordered 50,000 compact crossbows, including some extra in case any defunct ones needed replacing, much to Charade's anger. Howard had already set up Lorist's tent as well as some simple bedding. Lorist walked to the side of his bedding and saw Howard preparing tea for him. "Howard, do you think the order for 50,000 compact crossbows was a little over the top?" Surprised and silent for a good moment, Howard said, "Milord, it's not my place to comment about it." "Don't worry, just speak your mind. As an outsider, your perspective might provide some much-needed insight." "Well, how do I say this? Milord, I think you're a little too impatient. I've realized that you seem to be a little hasty these days when it comes to arming the mounted Jaegars. You're also regarding House Faisablin like they're already our enemy." "I feel that to be a little contradictory," said Howard after giving it some good thought. "Contradictory? Why do you feel that?" asked Lorist as he sat up. Howard furrowed his brow and explained, "Milord, if you really think that House Faisablin will be our foe, you should stop the military gear agreement you have with them right away. Their preparations will only be complete in the following year when our trade deal concludes, so Duke Faisablin will definitely not declare war against us before that happens. So far, only a third of the deal has been fulfilled. If you really think that Duke Faisablin will become our enemy, you should have stopped the deal with them. That's far more an effective way than arming the mounted Jaegars is. Also, I can understand why Knight Charade and Supervisor Spiel and Kimura object so heavily to this. We truly don't lack time right now, so there's no need to make such a huge order that soon. Also, the compact crossbow isn't as perfect as you seem to think it is. Its wire string and specially made metal plates have to be switched out frequently. Not only does that add to the cost, it also increases the usage difficulty. Grandmaster Sid and Felon also mentioned that the tests for this new compact crossbow isn't fully run through yet. There's still much to learn and improve upon. When you made the order for 50,000 to be produced, both of them turned pale all of a sudden. I suspect that there's no way that they're able to go into mass production yet. I feel that they probably didn't dare to raise any objections when you said that you want to improve the ranged attack capabilities of our troops regardless of the price. Also, the special bolt the crossbows will require seems to require handmade tail fins. All 100 of the bolts they brought to the presentation were completely handmade. Think about how much time it would take to make 20 bolts each for 50,000 compact crossbows. I don't think it's something that can be finished within 1 year. Knight Charade makes a lot of sense when he mentioned the riding bows and normal crossbows that can be used to arm the mounted Jagars. The new armor they will be given already puts them a level above normal troops in terms of defense anyway, so even if they're using similar weapons to the enemy, they'll still hold a great advantage over them. There's no need to use such an expensive weapon like the compact crossbows. If you do, your legion should be called the Gold Coin Legion instead of the Jagar Legion. Lorist laughed heartily and said, "You're right, I was far too hasty in this matter. Get me a blank paper. I will write Charade in order to cancel the production of the compact crossbows as well as an apology to him and the other 2 supervisors. It's my inadequacy that caused all of them so much trouble." Grandmaster Sid and Grandmaster Felon will also each receive 1,000 gold fords as reward for inventing the compact crossbow. At the same time, encourage them to improve the design of the compact crossbow with the aim for mass production in the future. I will also write Josk and Yuri a letter to tell them the reason the house won't be able to supply them with compact crossbows and express my hopes for them to train their troops so that they get up to shape as soon as possible. "Yes, me lord. I will prepare it immediately," said Howard. As it was only a temporary campsite, there were no tables, so Lorist had to use a saddle to pen his 2 letters. "Howard, you're really maturing fast. I think you'll be able to break through to the silver rank in 2 years, after which I can draft you into the military for you to gain experience." "Do you want to be a brigade commander?" asked Lorist as he wrote. "Nope. Brother Reedy said that I can train in the Dan Ocean key refining technique when I reach the silver rank." "Oh, you want to learn that as well?" "That's right, master. I am your disciple as well and will naturally want to learn your ancient Eastern combat monk training technique using internal energy." Brother Reedy said that he's incredibly happy to have chosen the path of cultivating internal energy that allowed him to defeat those gold-rank knights and swordsmen with ease at the knighthood tournament, said Howard enviously. "Very well. Since you like it that much, I'll teach you the technique of the Eastern combat monks." After deciding on letting Charade handle the matter of the compact crossbows, Lorist took a short nap after he handed the letters to a guard to be delivered. By the time Howard woke him for his meal, the stars had already filled the skies. The sound of an approaching carriage can be heard from the distance. After a while, Count Kenmaze's angry complaint could be heard. "Why the heck did you travel so fast? I had to give chase for 3 whole hours, you know. The road was so bumpy that my bum is all numb. It's your fault for traveling in a carriage. The road from here to Metropolis River is small and not suitable for carriage use. I thought that I could go on for another 2 hours, but I had to set up camp earlier to wait for you to catch up," returned Lorist the complaint. Count Kenmaze sat down beside Lorist and began drinking the ale in Lorist's cup in huge gulps before he asked Howard to get him a serving of smoked goat. "Fine, I'll travel on horseback tomorrow as well. Who knew that there isn't a path for carriages over here? If I knew better, I wouldn't have to suffer in the carriage. Then again, this ale tastes quite good. It's always best to have ale after a long journey." "Will the forces of your house be able to arrive at the river bank today?" asked Lorist. "Don't worry, they departed 10 days ahead of us. I think they'll arrive on time even if they have to crawl their way there. It took us only 3 days to travel using the small path, so if they don't arrive using the main highway in 10 days, I will have to punish them for it. My house doesn't wish for our army to be a bunch of useless goons after all," said Count Kenmaze confidently. "That's true. This is the time for your army and Hennards to shine. I'm sure the combined cry of 100,000 troops will make the Madras soldiers on the opposite side of the bank feel the pressure of the incoming conflict and cause them to mobilize the rest of their forces to reinforce the bank. All you have to do is to be as domineering as possible. Make sure to not attack them carelessly to avoid unnecessary sacrifice. All we need is Ovidus's Thunderbolt Brigade to smash them to pieces," warned Lorist. "No problem. We will just bait them for now. The plan is to go into battle during spring next year after all," said the Count as he nodded. 1. EDN, I'm assuming these distances are at least partially because of the addition of battle force. The information I could find on crossbows suggests that whilst arrows could be shot up to 300 meters on practice ranges, in arcs, the combat effective ranges were far shorter. The rigors of repeated firing and of the campaign trail would sap the strength of the archers, lowering their performance. The suggested combat effective range of a standard English longbow is just 180 meters, fired in arc. The achievable distance is also greatly dependent on the material of the bow, which would give it its draw strength, and the weight and shape of the projectile, in this case the arrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 333 Arrival of the Second Highness. Arrival of the Second Highness. Here's the last release of the week. Happy Christmas Eve and CYA guys next week. On both sides of the bank of the lower stream of Metropolis River, tightly congregated camps could be seen. Rectangular tents were packed tightly along the banks of the river, bringing with it the prophecy of war. The moment the side of the Northlands finished their preparations, the war would break out. But from how the defenses on the side of the Madras Duchy seemed, the forces of the Northlands didn't look like they would be able to pull through. Even if they dyed the whole river red, it seemed like an impossible feat for the forces of the Northlands to breach the defenses at the opposite side of the bank. The 32nd day of the 10th month was a cloudy day with strong winds and light drizzles. Lorist looked at the opposite bank on horseback using a telescope before he turned to Baron Shazin Hennard and asked, "Is everything ready?" "Of course. All the rafts and boards for the floating bridges are already prepared. This part of the river stretches around 300 meters to the other side that is filled to the brim with barricades, moats, and short walls for obstacles. 100 meters away from the bank is where the defense towers are situated. The towers have an octagonal structure and has 5 floors, bringing it up to around 15 meters in height. There are 2 ballistae each on the upper 3 floors. The fishing boats I sent were shot down before they crossed the stream halfway back then," said Hennard as he grit his teeth in anger. "You can give orders for the bridge to be built now. You'll soon be able to exact revenge on those on the other side," said Lorist with a smile. Hennard waved his hand downwards, causing a few guards behind him to blow their horns. The loud blowing of the horns resounded across both sides of the river as groups of soldiers flooded to the riverbank alongside carriages filled with materials. By then, a group of worksmiths and soldiers had already begun laying out the rafts with the wooden boards. Lorist once again used his telescope to observe the opposite bank and saw that the soldiers of the Madras Duchy wearing an assortment of leather and metal armor flooding to their battle stations. All of them knew that the battle has begun. The rafts were each laid with an extra wooden board on top and relied on a soldier to push it along slowly using an oar. More than 100 such rafts lined themselves side by the bank as the worksmiths secured the finger-thick boards together with large chains. By the time noon came, a long boat ramp roughly 300 meters in length was fully constructed. Lorist said with a little bit of frustration, "Hennard, you should have constructed the boat ramp beforehand. That would have saved us quite a bit of time." Hennard laughed and said, "It was my intention to trick those idiots on the other side of the bank by intentionally waiting until now to build the boat ramp. Look. They thought that we were going to approach through transporting our soldiers on rafts on the other side before making our charge. Not only that, those guys on the other side were busy building barricades to resist our charge while we waited. Do you see all those barricades they're tossing into the river over there? I've practically made them work hard for nothing at all. They didn't think we would approach slowly using our boat ramp. What they definitely won't see coming is our catapult bombardment that will precede the docking of the soldiers on the other side so that their defensive fortifications will be crumbled beforehand." After lunchtime, the gigantic boat ramp was already 40 meters away from shore. Currently, the worksmiths were busy working on a floating bridge that would connect to the boat ramp. As the bridge got longer, the boat ramp would be pushed along further into the river. "I believe that we only have to push forward another 30 meters before we start moving the catapults onto the ramp," said Hennard as he looked at the floating bridge. Lorist said, "Watch out for the fire arrows from the other side. Since that ramp is made of wood and interconnected, all it takes is for a couple of fires to start to burn it down to ash." Hennard said, "Don't worry. I've already made some estimations. We will be roughly 320 meters away from the defense towers by the time the floating bridge grows another 30 meters in length. Since their ballistae can only shoot as far as 300 meters, we are just slightly beyond their firing range. Not only that, the catapults can fire roughly 350 to 400 meters away, so we can pulverize them without worrying about their attacks reaching us. Not only that, I will have the soldiers splash some river water onto the surface of the ramp as a precaution. There's no way it'd be set on fire that easily." Count Kenmays looked rather bored as he yawned and said, "How much time left until we start launching our boulders?" Hennard thought for a bit before he replied, "I think there's still another hour or 2 to go, but..." "Fine," Kenmays said carefreely, "then I'll go take another nap within my tent." Make sure to call me when the action begins. I drank a little more than I should in the afternoon, so I still feel rather dizzy now. After another 2 hours, the boat ramp finally got into position. The worksmiths no longer worked on building the floating bridge and took the opportunity to rest after a long day of work. On the other hand, Ovidus commanded the troops of Thunderbolt Brigade to retire the horses pulling the catapults and had them carefully load them onto the boat ramp in 2 neat rows. After securing the catapults on the ramp, the soldiers began moving rock projectiles of various sizes for the squad of soldiers on the ramp. After an hour's hard work, the preparations were finally complete. Count Kenmaze came over on his own accord without needing anyone to call for him. The prep work is far too troublesome. Almost a day has passed since we began, said Kenmaze. No worries, Hennard said, we can still fight during the night. Darkness or not, they will be smashed all the same. Give the signal for Knight Ovidus to begin. After hearing the horn signal, Ovidus quickly ordered the 500 catapults on the ramp to begin firing. Rocks and boulders rained all over the opposite side of the bank, causing one defense tower after another to collapse into a rubble of smoke. When 3 volleys of rocks were fired, not a single defense tower remained standing, with the cries of numerous soldiers from the other side crying out in despair after the baptism of rock. What remained of them retreated backwards as quickly as they could in an attempt to escape the fate of those that were manning the defense towers. Initially, after the first 2 volleys of rock were fired, the troops in the defense towers that still remained standing began firing back in the direction of the river. Half of the projectiles they loosed seemed to be set alight as well. However, all of those projectiles landed straight into the river tens of meters before they reached the boat ramp. In the dozen of minutes following that, apart from more than 10 ballistic operators that were unwilling to accept the results of their retaliation and wanted to try again, the rest of the soldiers in the defense towers could only watch as the next volley of rocks came crashing down against the structures within which they stood. A large empty space on the bank on the side of the duchy appeared following every volley of catapult fire. Not one defensive fortification managed to withstand the onslaught of falling rocks. The moment Ovidus ordered for the remaining defense towers to be felled, all soldiers within the towers had already given up on their posts and ran for their lives. Now that the defense towers were no longer a threat, the worksmiths resumed construction of the floating bridge to push the ramp further ahead to connect it to the other side of the bank. Ovidus on the other hand began to fire jars filled with fuel towards the rows of barricades at the side of the river. It didn't take long before some cinders could be seen. The light breeze near the river only served to help the fire to spread to the forest nearby. Standing at a mound near the river, Lorist looked at the roiling smoke and flaming lands as he sighed and said, "The game is set. We will be able to get ashore by tomorrow. However, we still have to be on guard during the night. It's hard to tell whether the desperate soldiers of Madras Duchy will launch a surprise attack on us." Hennard laughed and said, "Don't worry, I've already prepared for this long ago. I guarantee that nothing bad will happen." Despite Lorist's worries, the forces of the Madras Duchy were not as resilient as he thought. By the time the boat ramp neared the other side, the worksmiths began to construct a simpler floating bridge for the catapults to be moved ashore, all the while a regiment of troops were sent ahead to the shore to stand guard. At the same time, a regiment of troops were on the opposite bank. Around 10,000 soldiers of the Madras Duchy appeared and made a wary approach with the intent of chasing their enemy back into the river. However, the enemy crumbled instantly right after Ovidus ordered for another volley of attacks to be launched. It didn't take long until all of them were far out of sight. "Locke, with such an amazing weapon like the catapults, why don't we sweep past the whole of the Madras Duchy? There's no need to wait for spring next year for the decisive battle," suggested Hennard confidently. Lorist shook his head and said, "Let's just stick to our plan. Hennard, what I want is not just the Madras Duchy's territory. Their population and resources are also very important to us. If we push our attack across the duchy, Duke Madras will definitely rally all the citizens to fight it out with us. Even if we emerge victorious, we will be left with a shell of what the duchy used to be. Not only would we have to spend money and resources to rebuild the area, we will also be hated by the surviving duchy citizens. If we want to make the duchy our domain, we will have to minimize the damages incurred by the commoners. What we want to deal with are the nobles of the duchy. Let's just follow our original plan to set up a defense line near the shore. We'll let the nobles of the Madras Duchy take the offensive and let them have a taste of what our forces are capable of. After that, we'll start negotiations with Duke Madras and demand him to guarantee our passage on this side of the river for trading purposes. We can misguide him of our intentions this way, and that is also the reason I had Count Kenmaze come over." Hennard said disappointedly, "I know, I will secure the bank here as Kenmaze does the negotiations. But I really want to go all out on them. Did you forget about the second prince? Back then, he led his army of 50,000 against the Madras Duchy and still lost at the Battle of Kobo. While it's definitely possible for us to wipe out the duchy forcefully with the combined forces of all 4 of our houses, we would also incur huge losses in the process and gain the enmity of the neighboring nations. We must ensure that we as few casualties as possible to obtain our goal. This is the same for the Madras Duchy as well. Not only would we be able to conserve our strength after our goal is achieved, we will have enough vitality left to stave off and deter any attack from other foes nearby. Do you understand now? Warned Lorist. Hennard nodded a little begrudgingly. Hennard, you are currently under a false impression. You think that now that our side has catapults, we have won it all. Actually, catapults aren't as amazing as you imagine them to be. I already have more than 10 methods myself to neutralize the threat of catapults. For example, light cavalry troops are one of them. Catapults are only good for attacking stationary targets such as citadels or defensive fortifications and are not of much use in an open field battle. Not only is the firing rate really low, the time the rock projectiles travel across the air is not short either. Any unit with enough mobility will be able to evade the area the rocks will land in. That's the reason why I think cavalry is an effective measure to use against catapults. If one was willing to sacrifice part of the cavalry unit's fighting force and have them hurl fuel jars in a suicidal manner at the catapults, one would be able to burn the catapults down. The catapults can also be taken out by surprise attacks when one sets up camp for the night. The soldiers of the Madras Duchy only appear so terrified because this is the first time they're pit against the catapults. But if the war drags on, they'll no doubt gain more experience with each subsequent encounter and come up with effective measures to counter our strategy. Thinking that what Lorist said made sense, Hennard laughed and said, it's my bad for overlooking it. I'll follow your instructions, so don't worry, Locke. I won't act on my own. When Lorist patted on Hennard's soldier and was about to say something else, an urgent-sounding staccato of approaching horses could be heard. The horses seemed completely drained by the time they arrived at the foot of the mound. 3 messengers wearing the armor of the Norton house dismounted and ran towards Lorist. When they were within a distance of 10 steps, the messengers stopped. Els went forward to check on them before he returned and said, "Milord, they are from the Guard Brigade. They rushed all over from the Dominion with an urgent letter from Silawas." What? What happened? After Lorist opened the letter and took a look, he gasped in shock. The letter was jointly penned by Supervisor Hansk and Knight Freyar. One was an administrative official and the other a military officer. Something must have occurred for the two to sign the same letter. When he read its contents, Lorist was completely stupefied. Count Kenmays asked curiously, "What's going on? Did something happen? Would it be okay for me to know about it?" Lorist handed over the letter and said, "Just look." Kenmays began to recite the letter. At 7 during the evening of the 24th day of the 10th month, the Second Highness and a few others snuck onto Silawas aboard an old fishing boat disguised as fishermen. Among his cohort were Norton Glacia and 4 other guards, with 1 gold rank and 3 silver ranks. Supervisor Hansk received them and Knight Freyar hoped that they could rest for a period of time at Silawas while they awaited word from the main dominion. However, the Second Highness and Glacia insisted to be transported to the Northlands immediately to meet up with Milord Lorist. Unable to withhold them any longer, they were ferried to the Northlands on the 25th day of the 10th month, the same day when this letter was penned and sent to Milord through the Flying Fish of Dawn. "The Second Highness is still alive and is coming to the Northlands," said Kenmays after he finished reciting the letter and stared at Lorist. That truly was shocking news. "But you're no longer a noble of the Andinak kingdom. Why's he coming to the Northlands at all?" asked Hennard curiously. "Idiot. Even though he's no longer a noble of the Andinak kingdom according to the traditions of the peerage, the Second Highness is still the senior noble of the Norton house. He must have come here to ask you to lend him troops to restore his position of power at the kingdom," said Kenmays assuredly. The current date was the 33rd day of the 10th month, so the Second Highness must have arrived at the Northlands already, given that it took only 7 days to travel from Silawas to there. Even though Freyar had sent the Flying Fish of Dawn to deliver the letter to the Northlands 2 days ahead of the Second Highness's arrival, the messengers took 3 days to deliver it to Lorist at Metropolis River. Even if Lorist rushed back, it would already be too late. "I still have to make my way back there, so I'll have to count on the 2 of you over here. Just proceed as planned. I will definitely notify you if there are any changes to be made," Lorist decided. "Els, have the rest make preparations to leave in 30 minutes immediately. We're heading back to the Dominion." "Yes, milord. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 334 Refusal. Refusal. Hi guys. Did you enjoy the festivities? We're back here with the first release of the week. Also, we'd like to announce that all our existing patrons will get access to 1 extra early access chapter from now on for no extra cost. Support us on Patreon if you're able to. Welcome to the dominion of House Norton, Your Highness, greeted Lorist as he saluted in the manner of nobles. As Count Kenmaze had predicted, Lorist was currently trapped in a very awkward situation. Even though the Andanak kingdom no longer considered Lorist one of their nobles, the decision was made at the sole discretion of Queen Carrie and didn't have anything to do with Second Highness Augustlo. Lorist could only truly be considered a rogue noble if the Second Highness personally exiled him, or if he had indeed died and the Queen had thus legitimately inherited the throne. The founding emperor of the Christian Empire had also been exiled by his senior noble, and that also came at the cost of his peerage. Count Christian, as he was known at the time, had spent all the resources he had and gathered all his forces to declare war against his former senior noble. His campaign began in the Northlands and peaked in Winston. What followed was a smooth-sailing war that ended with the founding of the Christian Empire. Lorist was troubled because he knew perfectly well what the Second Highness had come for. However, he was unable to refuse him outright. As the senior noble of the house, who had been driven out of his rightful seat of power, Lorist was obligated to fulfill his responsibilities as a vassal to stand at the Second Highness's side. In other words, as powerless as the Second Highness was now, Lorist could not just ignore him according to the noble customs. At the very least, he had to provide all the help he could. This is going to be hell. Lorist met with the Second Highness at Maplewoods thanks to his cousin sister Glacia. When Charade first received word that the Second Highness's cohort arrived at the Northlands, he wanted to restrict them to Northsea, but Glacia made a ruckus about it. As she was also a member of the house, Charade couldn't exactly stop her. So, they set off from Northsea and passed by Poplar Town before finally arriving at Maplewoods. During the 5 days Lorist wasn't there, the Second Highness and the rest visited Felicitas' 7 towns, Nico Academy, and would have visited the secret refineries and production grounds at Bladej Mountains had it not been for Supervisor Kimura's interference. The prosperity of the Dominion greatly surprised the Second Highness. Everywhere he looked seemed to glimmer, and Glacia didn't fail to take the chance to brag about her house's might. It was further exacerbated by Irina, who had little experience dealing with these matters. When she received the Second Highness at Maplewoods, she acted as respectful and obedient as she could and answered all of their questions, leaking all she knew or heard about the Dominion. She even sent someone as a guide for the Second Highness's travels and allowed him to gain a better grasp of what House Norton was capable of. I really didn't think that the desolate Northlands would prosper under the rule of House Norton. This is truly eye-opening. I refused to believe my eyes when I traveled around the last couple of days. The 7 towns at Felicitas looked so merry and populous, much like how the cities around the imperial capital used to be like. Lord Count, you truly are a genius for being able to manage your dominion so well, perhaps even better than the Empire's better days. As the Second Highness expressed his thoughts about the Norton Dominion, he approached Lorist and patted him on the arm like a good friend would to hammer home the friendly relationship he intended to have with Lorist. Not a trace of enmity from the last time they met at the imperial capital was visible. Thank you for your kind praise, Your Highness. House Norton is only fulfilling our duties as per our oath to protect the borders of the Empire. We have no intention at all to meddle in the internal affairs of the Empire, and that is why our dominion was able to prosper in peace even in these chaotic times. After taking in many refugees who have lost their homes to the war, we were able to improve the Dominion somewhat, said Lorist dismissively. I was in the wrong. I should have listened to your advice, said the Second Highness with a bitter laugh. He let go of Lorist's arm and bowed to him, much to Lorist's shock. Lorist hurriedly went to stop the Second Highness. Your Highness, what are you doing? This is not something I can bear. The Second Highness clutched Lorist's hand. Locke, I'm apologizing to you with all I can. It was my fault. I have been ridden with regret ever since I lost Frederica. If I had followed your advice and not rushed to reunite the Empire and instead paid attention to the welfare of my subjects, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Now I can't even return home to serve the kingdom. Yep, you definitely had it coming, commented Lorist secretly. However, it was true that the Second Highness was no longer able to return to the kingdom easily. He would no doubt be brought before Queen Carrie unless he stayed within the Norton Dominion. Given that the First Highness, Queen Carrie's father, had mysteriously passed away in his sleep, it stood to reason that she might act against the Second Highness secretly as well. Though, it was also entirely possible for her to do so for the sole sake of her throne. When I heard about your loss and disappearance at Frederica, I was truly frantic and worried. Back then, I wanted to send my troops to Frederica right away to look for you, Your Highness, and I made sure to ask those at the imperial capital for permission to mobilize my troops. But I was refused and warned not to meddle in this affair. They even recalled the 3rd Local Defense Legion from the borders of the Madras Duchy to keep an eye on us. In the end, I had no choice but to recall my troops. Lorist received the official notice from Howard and handed it to the Second Highness as he spoke. Your Highness, take a look at this. These are the 2 refusal notices the capital sent in response to my request. They didn't allow me to take any action to search for you, but thanks to the protection of War God Singwa, your highness managed to appear safe and sound before me. It really gladdens me that you were not harmed in any way. Lorist had no option apart from playing the role of a loyal subordinate, but what he actually hoped for couldn't be further from what he said. He couldn't wait for the second highness to disappear from the realm of man. But now that he managed to survive and appear before him, Lorist had to at least act the part in front of others. The second highness's expression changed as he released Lorist's hand and balled his fists. Traitors! They actually ceded the kingdom's territory to those darned merchants for their own benefits. I will definitely not spare them. Brother Locke, to be honest, I've come here to seek your aid. I hope House Norton will be able to exterminate the traitors and restore order to the kingdom. Lorist sighed as the second highness finally made his request. As the leader of House Norton, he had to give a formal response. Your Highness, let me ask you this first. What will House Norton gain if we deploy our troops for you? While it was the tradition for vassals to serve senior nobles on Grindia, the senior noble had to offer compensation proportional to the help they received. Otherwise, no vassal would willingly aid their senior noble for free. Given the way things turned out, Lorist could only see that he would be promptly rewarded for his efforts. Otherwise, he would be able to fulfill his responsibilities as a vassal by simply providing a few hundred sets of armor and gear to the second highness and nobody would criticize him for it. Locke, His Highness has agreed that if our house intervenes, he will make you the Duke of the Northlands. All the territory you conquer here will belong to the house, said Glacia happily as if House Norton had been offered a heavenly boon that couldn't be refused. Lorist glared at her. Glacia, do you understand the Northlands situation right now? She shook her head as expected. If that's the case, I refuse to mobilize any of my forces. The title of the Duke of the Northlands is of no use to House Norton at all. Your Highness, there are only 4 noble houses within the Northlands. Apart from us, the Nortons, Count Kenmaze occupies the eastern part of the Northlands, with the southern part jointly ruled by Baron Shazine and Baron Phelim. All 3 of them are our allies, so we will definitely not breach our alliance with them for no good reason. The title of the Duke of the Northlands is good as nothing to the house, proclaimed Lorist. The second highness and Glacia were both stunned at the revelation. They didn't know that there were only 4 houses left in the Northlands that even formed an alliance. Not only would the title mean nothing to House Norton, it would also cause fractures to form within the alliance of the 4 houses. It's no wonder Lorist refused the second highness's request without debate. I apologize, Brother Locke. That was not my intention. I didn't think it would be this way, apologized Auguslo hurriedly. There is no need to fret, Your Highness. You can't be blamed for being uninformed, you have only arrived recently. The banquet to welcome you is already prepared. I hope you enjoy the delicacies the Northlands has to offer and rest well. We, on the other hand, will explore our options and see in what manner we can help you reclaim your kingdom. Lorist was rather mad at Glacia's straightforward but thoughtless actions. The second highness's ignorance about the matter was also no doubt feigned. Even though the Northlands was relatively segregated from the rest of the continent, the 4 houses alliance had been formed years prior. While the house actively restricted information flow, the 3 other houses were the opposite, so the second highness's claim that he didn't know about the situation was a straight-out lie. Even after you've lost almost everything, you're still trying to scheme till you get your way. You think you can get away with asking for my help while jeopardizing my relationship with my allies? How much of an idiot do you think I am? During the banquet, Auguslo persistently tried to change the subject of conversation to helping him restore the kingdom, but Lorist excused himself from agreeing by saying that he had to discuss the matter with his knights. Only after the troubled monarch drowned himself with booze and had to be sent back for a rest was Lorist finally free. He returned to his residence and bathed with Irina's aid as he considered how he should respond to the second highness. Just as he was about to pull Irina into the tub for release and relaxation, a guard downstairs could be heard. Who goes there? Asked he. It's me, Glacia. Oh, what business do you have here, milady? I want to see Lorist. I apologize, milady. I'm not sure whether milord has gone to sleep already. It's best not to disturb him this late in the night. Can this matter not wait till tomorrow? The one who said this turned out to be Els. Scram. I am Locke's elder cousin's sister and I'm here to see him. Do you think I'm here to assassinate him or something? Assassinate? Hee, milady, it's not like I'm looking down on you, but even if there were 10 of you here, you wouldn't be able to defeat the Lord. Either way, I still have to make a report first. If milord's asleep, then you'll have to come again tomorrow. No way. I want to see Locke right now, Lorist sighed as he got out of the tub, rubbed himself hastily, put on a sleeping gown, and leaned on the windowsill. Els, let her in. Glacia quickly climbed upstairs and entered the room. Lorist handed her a cup of Max Irina had made. Drink some Max and relax. What do you need me for this late? Glacia sat down in a chair angrily. Your guard is far too insolent, Locke. He dared to bar my way. He's just doing his job, he did nothing wrong. He can't let you into my room just because you're my cousin. You're also a knight of the Andinak royal family, after all. You're not a household knight of the house, even if you were born as a member. Glacia had her mouth agape, but no words came out of it. Lorist was right. It was a commonly held protocol in many noble houses. Glacia snapped out of it after a good while. Locke, you've truly changed. You no longer resemble the crybaby I used to know, but... I had no little choice in the matter, he laughed. If I was like before, House Norton would have been wiped out long ago. The circumstances forced me to adapt. Do you know how it feels to be a 17-year-old child who lost all contact with his family, a child with no choice but to work as a mercenary? To fill his stomach and pay for education, that boy had to slaughter magic beasts and risk his life. He lived like that for 7 whole years until the people from the house came over to find him. Only then did he find out that most of his relatives have all passed away. When he returned to his house's dominion, he found it in such a terrible state. Despite the Duke of the Northlands' ill intentions and the second prince who was waiting to pounce at the opportune moment, that boy managed to survive and defeat them both. After that, he focused his efforts on the development of the dominion until its current prosperous state. However, right now, a group of troublesome people just came over and asked him to send his troops to restore that guy's power, all without gaining anything in return. Do you think that person will agree? Lorist made a point to stop the conversation before it started, causing Glacia to be even more disturbed. Locke, isn't this a good opportunity for House Norton? If we help the Second Highness get his throne back, our name will be recorded in history and will be remembered for all eternity for our deeds, said she carefully, finally. Cousin, have you turned into an idiot? Lorist asked, why should House Norton sacrifice our troops for the ambitions of His Highness? If we actually do that, the other noble houses will regard us as complete buffoons. If His Highness can't offer us a worthy price, I will definitely not agree to deploy our forces. Even so, I'll lend His Highness a decent sum of money and give him some military equipment to fulfill the smallest obligation I have as a vassal. Locke, what kind of benefits do you want to agree to help His Highness regain his throne? Asked Glacia stubbornly. Well, I'll have to think about it thoroughly for a while. Before that, can you tell me how you managed to escape Frederica? I'm actually quite curious how it all transpired. Nobody was able to find the slightest trace of you at all. Also, how many forces does the Second Highness have? I heard that when you disappeared from Frederica, His Highness's personal guard of 5,000 men perished. How did you evade the enemy's search parties? Glacia's expression darkened. When we conquered Frederica, we discovered a secret path leading outside the city, which could be what the first prince used to escape. When Frederica was encircled, His Highness brought the rest of us through the secret path. Back then, we had 6,000 men, but now less than 2,000 remain because we ran into the first prince, who had gone missing until now. What? The first prince, exclaimed Lorist with surprise. That's right. We didn't expect that to happen either, said Glacia as tears streamed down her face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 335 Reinforcement. Reinforcement. Here's this week's second release. Have fun reading. It's over here, Glacia said as she pointed to the map of the Redlease Kingdom Howard had brought over. This is a small valley in the Cloudsnap Mountains located 50 kilometers from Great Snow Mountain. His Highness had us scale across the Cloudsnap Mountains to make it back to the Andinak Kingdom so we could gather our forces and start over. The 6,000 men following us were our most loyal and elite. After leaving Frederica using the secret path, we crossed a small stream to cover our tracks. We traveled about half a day from the river and turned towards the Cloudsnap Mountains when we were about 50 kilometers away from Frederica. On the way there, we passed through a dense forest where we took a short rest. His Highness wouldn't let us rest there for long, though. He wanted us to find a better spot so we could rest for a few months before we attempted the crossing after the winter. He wanted us to pass over Cloudmist Swamp before it thawed and head for the kingdom from there. We were surprised to discover from a map we obtained in the palace in Frederica that the valley near Great Snow Mountain was actually a noble's dominion, specifically, Baron Cremondo's. We later found out that the Baron had never shown up at the royal court before, which explains why almost nobody knew of him. His Highness decided that Baron Cremondo's dominion would be the best place for us to rest. As long as we had someone defend the valley's entrance and prevent anybody from getting in or out, nobody would discover what was going on inside. We headed for the valley and conquered the small castle near it in a night assault. Once we occupied the castle, His Highness instructed someone to advise Baron Cremando to surrender. Bowen Ketty volunteered and marched over proudly to carry out the task. Nobody expected his decapitated head would be hung above the walls of the Baron's castle a few minutes later. Lorist knew the name Bowen Ketty. He was one of the Second Highness' trusted knights and one of the 5 tigers. Lorist never thought he would be killed as a messenger calling for surrender. We were almost driven crazy by anger, Glacia continued with teary eyes. No sane noble would do something as egregious as murdering a messenger. His Highness instantly ordered us to continue pressing our attack and avenge Knight Bowen. After 2 months of bloody battles passed, we incurred more than 5,000 casualties, even Knight Sisri died on the walls. Of the 13 gold-ranked knights that left Frederica with His Highness, only I, Ripliad, and Caritok were left. One of the 2 blade masters protecting His Highness also perished. The other was heavily injured. Lorist's eyes brightened. "Caritok still alive?" asked he. Caritok was one of Dawn Academy's alumni who had traveled with Lorist to the Northlands. But midway there, he had been poached by the Second Highness and became a knight of the royal family. It was a shame that of the 26 silver-rank knights from Dawn Academy that joined the Second Highness's banner, only Caritok and Sander remained. Lorist was more than glad to hear that his old friend survived. Even though Glacia nodded, tears still fell non-stop from her eyes, perhaps because of the horrible result of the battle. "Let me guess. Is Baron Cremando the first prince? Has he been hiding in the valley all along?" asked Lorist. Glacia shook her head at first but nodded after. "When we finally breached the castle, we got to know from our captives that the Baron was actually the first prince's illegitimate son. The valley was the last resort the first prince left for himself should he ever require it. Within the valley were 3,000 of the first prince's most elite troops. He had been hiding within ever since he escaped from Frederica and watched as the nobles of Redley's kingdom struggled against us, waiting for the opportunity to strike and rebuild his kingdom. I bet he didn't think he'd have to use his trump card early to deal with us, who were about to lock him within his little dominion. We killed and killed. His Highness almost broke down as well. We never dreamt of clashing head-on against the first prince there, and casualties piled up on both sides. In a fit of rage, His Highness ordered us to kill all the captives and citizens we came across. After all, they were the enemy's families. His Highness also managed to behead the first prince and his illegitimate son personally before he coughed up blood and fainted. The 6,000 men were His Highness's best. If we were able to bring them back to the Andanak kingdom, we would have been able to regain control easily. But most of them were incapacitated after the battle, only around 2,000 were still alive with varying degrees of injury. By the time His Highness recovered, we received word that the situation was beyond saving. If we returned to the kingdom, our only fate would have been death. That's why we had no choice but to disguise ourselves and head to the Northlands to seek you out for help. We hope that House Norton will be able to aid His Highness in restoring his rightful position on the throne." "Is this first prince finally dead?" "The one who started the civil war by raising the banner of rebellion was the first prince, and now, both he and the second prince have died by the Second Highness' hands." "Wait, is he the real main character of this story here?" Lorist breathed a long sigh. "Glacia, you've been by His Highness's side for almost 20 years now. Did he treat you well, now that you've been his lover for all this time?" Glacia's face flushed. Well, he said that he'd marry me after he reunites the empire." "Will you be the empress or a mere concubine?" What's the difference? I'm fine as long as I'm by His Highness's side." "Glacia, you're 3 years older than me. You're not that young anymore. If it were the House Norton of the past, His Highness taking you as his concubine would be a sign of acknowledging all you have done for being his lover all these years. However, given House Norton's current might, if His Highness does the same, it would be a slight on the name Norton. Don't forget that the blood of the Nortons flows in your veins. The only way this would be accepted is if His Highness doesn't take someone else as an official wife and names you his first concubine. I'm not saying this for no reason, Glacia. Did you notice that His Highness is incredibly wary of our house's might? He was already like this when he was still the Second Highness. Despite that, he used the northbound convoy to wipe out the kingdom's nobles that refused to abide by his will. He forced us to pay a price we had not been willing to. A ruler should always be fair and just. Has the Second Highness? He's always been throwing empty promises at us, tempting us with nothing to back it up. Glacia, did House Norton ever harm His Highness in any way? During the time of the northbound convoy, we were almost doomed by him. He poached so many knights from us, and how many of them are still alive now? And don't forget what happened at Kobo. We conquered the city and provided him with so much food to solve the hunger crisis of his army. All we wanted in return was that he held the city long enough to buy time for the convoy and the refugees. What did he do? Glacia, did you know that His Highness had his army destroy the heavily fortified wall before leaving? He tried to make the convoy bait to attract the attention of our enemies. Even though we helped him out so much, he thrust a blade up our backs instead. It was from that time onwards that I no longer believed in His Highness's character. And even though he had already infeft Siloas to the house, he allowed his tax collection official, that annoying Viscount, to run rampant without any care at all. He even pretended not to know about the noble descendants that forcefully occupied Seaview Manor. Do you think he really didn't know? When I killed that stupid Viscount, his brother sent a division of soldiers and attempted to kill me. Do you think His Highness wasn't aware of it either? I don't believe it. He's pretending all the way while he looks for a way to beat us into submission so we do his bidding. I'm sick of all this, Glacia. Did you forget how our 4 houses defeated the second prince jointly and formed an alliance? That year, I wrote you a letter to tell you about the matter. Perhaps you might have forgotten about it, but do you think the Second Highness has? His proposition was to make me Duke of the Northlands so that the Norton House can have full control over the province. Do you know what would happen if news of this got out? He's intentionally sabotaging the relationship we have with our allies. Currently, House Norton is the leader of the 4 houses of the Northlands. Think about it, if they hear about His Highness's offer to me, wouldn't they think I'm coming for them next? Even at a time like this when he needs my help the most, he tries to find a way to cause trouble for me. He wants to see us fight till we're nothing but shambles before coming in to sweep up the benefits. No, Locke, you must be misunderstanding His Highness. Glacia tried to explain, swinging her arms, there are many things His Highness doesn't know about. Back then, His Highness told me that it wasn't that he didn't want to help you out at Kobo. His Highness simply didn't have enough troops to do so. That's why he instructed the dismantling of the defense walls after seeing your group leave safely. The one who instructed it was Bowen Ketty, the person in charge of the division at the time, and he did so out of concern for His Highness's safety. He ended up being scolded harshly when he returned. I was there to witness it. His Highness knew that he had accidentally wronged the house. As for the matter of Siloas, His Highness really didn't know about it. You should know well that His Highness was busy gathering his troops and preparing to reunite the Empire. It's only natural for him to not concern himself with small matters like that. The tax official, Viscount Aslan, really didn't have anything to do with His Highness. And His Highness didn't fail to exterminate House Aslan and revoke their title after he heard how Count Aslan set out with his soldiers to pursue you. Whatever, those matters are already history, Lorist replied, shaking his head, there's no point talking about it now. So, Glacia, are you here because His Highness wanted you to find out my thoughts? Yes. His Highness is afraid you still hold misunderstandings about him, so he had me come over and ask what you wanted in return for your aid. As long as it's within reason, he will agree to all your requests, acknowledged Glacia. Tisk tisk, just look, Glacia. Even at a desperate time like this, His Highness is still holding back. Can't you see? This is His Highness being overly cautious of our house again. I'd like to ask him what he can offer us instead. Tell him to spare us the empty promises. Locke, your attitude is a little uncalled for. Don't forget His Highness is your senior noble. A vassal like you should maintain respect and reverence for him, said Glacia angrily. Fine, Glacia. Just go back and tell His Highness that House Norton will not be able to deploy our troops. However, we can provide 100,000 gold fords and equipment for a legion of soldiers. Naturally, I'm talking about the compensation His Highness gave the convoy for eliminating the disobedient nobles of the kingdom, the equipment of the White Lion Legion. We still have 72,000 sets, all of which I can give him. That should be more than enough to fulfill a vassal's due and duty, said Lorist, a little frustrated. The equipment of the White Lion Legion was taking up quite a bit of warehouse space. Given that House Norton already had far better Sid steel armor, they no longer had any use for the outdated equipment. As the White Lion Legion was one of the many symbols of the Christian Empire, their equipment ought not to be sold away so easily. To Lorist, it was something he could do without. The fact that it was made up of alloyed metal also made it far more troublesome to simply melt down in the refinery. It was a far better choice to return the equipment to the Second Highness and save him the trouble of having to deploy troops to help the Second Highness restore his throne at the cost of Norton lives. Locke. Are you really willing to give the White Lion Legion's equipment to His Highness? Glacia started. Glacia never thought Lorist would offer such a thing. After all, each set of White Lion Legion armor cost 70 gold fords to manufacture, so 72,000 sets were worth roughly 5 million gold fords. Giving such a thing away without asking for anything in return meant nobody could question Lorist's loyalty and due assistance to his senior noble. Yes, said Lorist. All that junk has been gathering dust and using up precious space. Supervisor Spiel has asked me multiple times to deal with it already. Then, we'll have to draft our soldiers from the Dominion as well, added Glacia. No way, refused Lorist. How dare you even suggest that? You have no right. You can recruit soldiers if you want, but you cannot use House Norton's name for your cause. We have our own policies when it comes to enlistment, and even His Highness cannot force our subjects to die for his cause. No noble had any right to draft soldiers from another's dominion. To any landed noble, their subjects were their source of wealth. If it was an open recruitment, however, no noble could interfere. After all, those who enlisted would essentially be work for hire, and private transactions were not within the jurisdiction of the local house. Fine, normal recruitment will do. However, you have to give us the 100,000 gold fords you promised and can't intentionally do anything that will sabotage our call to arms. Lastly, the soldiers we recruited will be fed and sustained by House Norton while they are in the Northlands. Will that do? Pushed Glacia further. She thought things couldn't possibly get any better. With 100,000 gold fords in hand and the equipment of the White Lion Legion, the Second Highness would definitely be able to recruit 70,000 soldiers. All he had to do was pay each household 1 gold ford as pension and people would be flocking to join his army. It was the same tactic the Second Highness had used to gather his 300,000 soldiers, but... Fine, whatever you say, Lorist smiled coldly. I believe you just can't wait to go back to report this to His Highness. I'm sure he'll be more than glad to hear it. Seeing Glacia leave happily, Howard, who had been standing next to Lorist the whole time, asked in a worried manner, "My lord, aren't you worried that trouble will stir up in the Dominion? As if giving His Highness equipment was not enough, you also allowed him to recruit soldiers here." "I'd like to see how many soldiers he can recruit," Lorist laughed. "Naturally, if there are people who want to join the cause, we'll send their family members away to the army camp along with them and revoke their rights to homes and farmland. Since they want to serve the Second Highness, he will have to be responsible for their well-being. I definitely won't allow them to take advantage of my house." "Indeed, my lord, you couldn't be more correct," said Howard before he joined in with the laughter. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 336 Negotiations. Negotiations. Here's the third release of the week. Enjoy. "My lord, you have erred," said Charade solemnly. He had rushed straight to Maplewoods from Fernrock Castle the night before. Lorist hadn't met the Second Highness even once since he promised to provide him with 100,000 gold fords and the White Lion Legion's equipment. The latter had brought his men with him hurriedly to Felicitas' 7 towns to start recruiting soldiers. Lorist, on the other hand, lazed around at Maplewoods for a couple of days. But, when news reached Fernrock Castle, Charade could no longer sit still. Lorist, who was in the middle of teasing his second son, raised his head with surprise. "What did I do wrong?" Charade remained silent and continued staring. "Come on, let's talk in the study on the second floor," said Lorist as he passed his son to Irina. In the study, Lorist opened a bottle of fruit wine and poured a cup for Charade and another for himself. Charade downed his in one gulp, breathed a long sigh, before handing his cloak to Howard and saying, "One more cup." He sat on the sofa and said with his eyes fixed on Lorist, "Locke, do you not know what you've done wrong?" Lorist raised his brow as he refilled the cup. "I really don't know," answered he. "You shouldn't have given the White Lion Legion's equipment to the Second Highness," said Charade. "Oh, but Supervisor Spiel has long been prompting me to get rid of them. Not only are they heavy and space-consuming, their defensive capabilities pale in comparison to the armor we developed. It can't be sold either, given what White Lion Legion symbolizes. That's why I chose to give them to the Second Highness so our house no longer has to help him restore the kingdom, but..." "Sigh, Locke, you still don't understand? I didn't say it was wrong for you to give the equipment. The act of giving wasn't the problem. Your mistake was that you gave it away like you were returning it. Other things aside, even though the 72,000 sets of gear are not much use to us, we can still sell them to House Feiselblin or the 4 central duchies for 5 million gold fords. Your giving them away is like tossing that amount of money down the drain. And did the Second Highness express any gratitude for your generosity? No. Nothing. He just rushed to Felicitas to start recruiting his soldiers. He's a chronic ingrate to the end." Charade had never held a good impression of the Second Highness and felt he was an underhanded person who tried to act just and fair. The convoy Charade had led had almost been cornered thanks to the Second Highness' antics. Had it not been for Lorist's timely aid, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Not only that, the Second Highness had used the opportunity when the convoy was in dire straits to poach 26 members who were Dawn Academy alumni. They were all silver-ranked knights when they joined the Second Highness, but it didn't take 1 year for a good number of them to be killed off in battle, much to the dismay and pain of Charade and the other household knights who were also from Dawn Academy. Lorist smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, Charade. It's my fault. I only wanted to shoo them off as quickly as I could so they can't cause trouble. The following 2 years will be crucial for us, what with House Kenmay's and House Shazin's dominion relocation, as well as our attack on the Madras Duchy. I really don't have the energy to play the Second Highness's game right now, so I thought I could just give him whatever I had on hand so he would leave. Locke, you're wrong to think of the Second Highness as a dog. If you give a dog a bone, it will shake its tail happily at you. However, the Second Highness is a wolf. Not only will he not be thankful, he will see our dominion as a ripe piece of juicy meat that's just begging to be bitten, said Charade without the slightest care for the Augustlow's status. He was worried the fallen monarch would once again cause an uproar within the dominion. I don't think you did wrong by giving him White Lion Legion's equipment since it's not worth that much anyway. What I have a problem with is how you've just promised to give it away without much thought. Ideally, you should have given him the equipment in small batches while you negotiate for the things we need from him. But now, we won't be able to get anything in return. Another point I don't really understand is why you've agreed to let them recruit soldiers from our dominion so easily. With money, equipment, and an abundance of people to recruit from, it's only a matter of time until he comes for us. I believe we should send the Second Highness away as soon as possible so it doesn't come to that. Lorist laughed heartily before he took a drink. Charade, I admit that it was my mistake to give him the equipment so easily. I should have done what you said. However, you are looking at the matter of recruitment the wrong way. Believe me, the Second Highness definitely won't be able to recruit many people from Felicitas. Ha ha ha. Why? Charade asked. The Second Highness is the Andanak Kingdom's former king, and the citizens at Felicitas are mostly refugees from his kingdom. They have a high opinion of the Second Highness and will definitely answer his call if given the chance. Also, that king of ours will definitely make tons of empty promises to seduce the foolish to become fodder. Ha, Lorist laughed loudly before. Charade, you've been put in charge of administrative matters for far too long. Perhaps you've forgotten our house's enlistment policies. Our subjects have to go to the new recruit camp when they are 16 to awaken their battle force, and those that can't must return home to work as farmers. The process will repeat once every 3 months until they're 20, and those that manage to have their battle force awaken can join our forces. Being our household soldier is one of the most desired vocations in the Dominion, and those that serve long enough might even be promoted to the ranks of the police brigades or the garrison forces. Take, for example, the recently formed Jaeger Legion. The unit has already recruited most of the people in the Dominion eligible for military service. Tigersaur and Fernrock have had many of their members transferred over as well, so they've had to run recruitment drives of their own to fill the void. Many people from the town garrisons and local defense brigades have also been recruited, so they'll have to start recruiting as well. As for those who don't qualify to become a member of our forces, they have their own jobs to do at the factories to feed their families. Given the situation, do you think the Second Highness will succeed in his recruitment? I heard he's going to use 1 gold fort as payment to the families of the soldiers he recruits. When I heard he was going to recruit more than 70,000 at once, I almost laughed so hard all my teeth fell out. He didn't even consider the fact that each person in our dominion will be able to earn 2 to 3 gold fords for a year's hard work and still thinks he can pay for a human life with 1 gold ford. Hee Charade, the Second Highness will not be able to recruit any soldiers here. It's already been 4 days since his departure and he only has around 143. Ha ha ha. Charade breathed a sigh of relief and downed the rest of his wine again. I truly have forgotten our policies. Well, that settles that. As long as the Second Highness is unable to recruit soldiers, there isn't much he can do with the equipment he got. Then again, Locke, you should be careful not to let the Second Highness use us again like he did with the convoy. Don't worry. I've already had Tarkle and Furybear go all out and monitor each and every one of their moves. Oh, and you came here just in time. I was about to head to the war zone at the Metropolis River's lower bank to see Potterfong. I'll need you to deal with the matter of the Second Highness. I feel like I didn't offer them enough hospitality. A loud commotion rang out on the lower floor, causing Howard to look out of the window. Milord, the Second Highness and Lady Glacia are here and they seem rather mad. It didn't take long for the study's door to be pushed open. The Second Highness wore a displeased look while Glacia seemed completely fuming. Locke, what do you think you're doing? Didn't you say you wouldn't get in the way of our recruitment? Why did you do all that? What did I do? Can you be more specific? Asked Lorist curiously. After we recruited some soldiers, your men sent their family members to our army camp as well. What's your intention? Your men even said that since the ones recruited have chosen to serve the king, House Norton will no longer be responsible for feeding their family members, and it falls to us to take care for them. Tell me, did you order this? Roared Glacia angrily. Can you tell me where the soldiers you recruited worked originally? Asked Lorist coldly. Well. Glacia found herself speechless all of a sudden. Brother Locke, the soldiers we recruited were only a little hot-headed and wanted to serve the kingdom in whatever capacity they can. It's something worthy of praise, we shouldn't trouble the family members, said the Second Highness hurriedly. Is that so? Are you saying that House Norton hasn't done enough already? Don't forget we just paid you 100,000 gold fords and gave you White Lion Legion's equipment. This alone equates to 6 million gold fords worth of support. If this doesn't count, then what does? I doubt anyone in the history of Grindia has ever made such a huge donation before, yet we didn't even get a word of thanks in return, said Charade insidiously. A trace of seething anger flashed past the Second Highness's subdued expression, but it only lasted an instant. Oh, Knight Charade, it's been so long since we last met. Congratulations on becoming a gold-ranked knight. Charade puffed out the badge on his chest. That's nothing to be surprised about. Anyone can do this much with proper training. Your Highness, why haven't you responded to the aid the House has given you over these few days? Are you still not satisfied with what we've done? Charade's point struck the heart of the matter mercilessly. Normally speaking, a senior noble must formally respond to the aid offered by a vassal. It could be in the form of a letter of gratitude that stated what the vassal contributed. In some cases where vassals sent their own troops to participate in a senior noble's campaign, the senior noble had to offer some more land along with a rank promotion or some other form of reward as compensation. Lorist's contribution to the Second Highness could already be considered one of the biggest donations ever made in the history of Grindia, yet the Second Highness didn't respond in any way even after a few days had passed. Hence Charade's lack of hesitation to hammer home the point. Your Highness, at the very least, a letter of gratitude is due. We've already sunk in a legion's worth of gear, and we don't expect much in return apart from acknowledgement of our contribution. Or, is it because your Highness feels that our contribution doesn't even merit your gratitude? Pressured Charade. Apologies, the Second Highness said after taking a deep breath and wearing a pleasant facade. I formally express my gratitude to Brother Locke and House Norton for giving aid to a fallen king such as myself. As a simple letter of gratitude wasn't sufficient to express my heartfelt thanks, I had intended to leave the acknowledgement for a formal banquet I would host at the imperial capital. That's why I was busy trying my best to make preparations to take back my kingdom. Only then can I raise your peerage and give you the compensation you deserve. However, since you're in such a hurry, I can give you my reply right now. The Second Highness nodded to Lorist and said, Brother Locke, I hope you won't mind if I use your desk. Without waiting for Lorist's reply, he sat down of his own accord before he started scribbling on 2 bearskin documents. After that, he removed his ring and sealed the documents with his wax seal near the place where he signed. Are you satisfied now, Knight Charade? Asked the Second Highness sarcastically as he handed the 2 documents over, intentionally avoiding Lorist. Charade looked at Lorist only to see him shake his head slightly. Charade proceeded to read the 2 documents aloud. The first was the letter of gratitude for Lorist and House Norton's contributions as well as his hopes that they would continue to contribute to the kingdom. It was no different from the average gratitude letter. After reading out loud, Charade complained, Your Highness, I feel that you should have stated clearly in what manner House Norton contributed to you. This is something that'll enter the annals of Grindian history as one of the largest donations ever made, so it won't do to lightly pass it over like that. Well, since you didn't bother to write it down, we will make our own records of the matter in our household chronicles. The second letter was a letter of promotion. As the senior noble of House Norton, and the person who bore the legacy of the Christian Empire, the Second Highness officially promoted Norton Lorist to the position of Duke of the Northlands. All nobles within the Northlands would have to submit to House Norton, and any who were displeased were free to bear arms in objection. This guy's still trying to give me trouble. It's a shame he doesn't know about the Dominion relocation of the 3 other houses. With this letter in hand, House Norton will be able to rule the Northlands without contest, thought Lorist, smiling coldly. Thank you for the promotion, Your Highness. House Norton is ever so thankful, said Lorist with a salute. He didn't even hesitate to express his gratitude when it was due. Well, it's what you deserve, my friend. Also, let's talk about the matter of soldier recruitment, said the Second Highness. A knocking on the door could be heard before Howard entered with 2 letters in hand. Lorist saw the blue markings on the letters and smiled coldly. Your Highness, Glacia, is this how you repay my trust? Lorist waved the letters in his hand and continued, While I did allow you to recruit soldiers from the Dominion, I never said you could poach the members of the police brigades and garrison forces. They are also considered part of the Norton forces. Your Highness, how do you explain your actions? Glacia argued. Locke, we didn't actively seek them out. It was they who wanted to serve His Highness and contribute to the kingdom of their own accord. Surely, you can't stop them from wanting to do service to the kingdom. Since that's the case, what were you so angry about just now? Lorist nodded. On what grounds should we take care of their family if they no longer serve the house? You should know their homes and farmland are theirs to use solely because one of their family members are part of the Norton's military forces. Now that they've abandoned their status as a Norton household soldier, they naturally relinquish the benefits they've enjoyed so far. You can't expect us to continue to care for someone who turned their backs on us, can you? Also, I didn't do anything to stop them from pledging allegiance to you. The Second Highness wore a bitter smile. Not only did most of the 400,000 or so citizens of Felicitas not want to enlist, they only managed to recruit 100 or so mercenaries and wanderers after 4 days of effort. It was completely unlike what happened in the Redlease Kingdom, where people flocked to be enlisted in the military. The Second Highness had only reached out to the garrison soldiers and factory guards out of desperation, but he didn't think that he would stir up so much trouble after only recruiting a dozen of them. The sight of the family members being sent to their camp was even more unbearable. They had clamored and complained as they chased down their family members who had just been recruited, as well as cursed the Second Highness and the rest for tricking them to give their lives away. But, where would I recruit soldiers if not here? It was almost guaranteed for him to be attacked the moment he showed his face anywhere else. To the Second Highness, his enemies lurked everywhere apart from the Northlands. He no longer had anywhere to go. Since he was unable to recruit many soldiers in the Norton Dominion, his best option was to have House Norton deploy soldiers on his behalf. However, they had already offered up so many contributions. It was no longer a feasible option. Lorist didn't care about the Second Highness and Glacia's angered looks. He opened the second letter and put it down immediately before he said, Your Highness, I have to apologize for not being able to host your stay any longer. I have to rush to the front lines. Knight Charade will be in charge during my absence. If you need anything, seek him out and he will see that you're tended to. What? Is House Norton at war with someone? Asked the Second Highness, surprised. No, Your Highness. It's our allies, House Kenmays and House Shazine. The two houses are invading the Madras Duchy, and, being their allies, we have to send our soldiers to aid them in their assault. This is the least we can do as allies. You're attacking the Madras Duchy, said the Second Highness with a start, before he snapped out of his stupor. Brother Locke, would you mind if I followed you there for a look? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 337 Conditions. Enjoy the fourth release of the week. In the end, the Second Highness insisted that he follow Lorist to the war zone. Your Highness, Lorist said, even though House Kenmays and House Shazine are our allies, they are still considered nobles of the Iblia Kingdom. Given the hostile situation between them and the Andanak Kingdom, I am rather worried for your safety. I think it's best if you don't head to the front lines. The Second Highness patted on Lorist's shoulder with a smile. No worries. With Brother Locke around, I don't have to worry for my safety. As for Baron Shazine and Count Kenmays, since they're your allies, I believe they wouldn't be interested in a kingdom's former monarch like me. Also, I'm only going there to take a look, not to meddle in military affairs. I believe I will be treated well as a fellow knight there to observe the tide of war. And so, Lorist had no choice but to bring the Second Highness along. 4 days later, Lorist and company crossed the floating bridge that stretched across Metropolis River and arrived at the borders of the Madras Duchy. The Northlands' army was situated not far from the river's crossing point. After destroying the enemy fortifications and routing their troops, Count Kenmays and Baron Shazine ordered their troops to a mound nearby instead of having them press their attack into the duchy. They set up camp where Baron Silas Castle once stood. The Baron had been hung some years earlier. The troops fortified their camp so heavily that it seemed they intended to stay there for quite a while. Lorist had received a letter from Count Kenmays 5 days ago, stating that the army wouldn't press their assault and instead cooped up at the castle ruins atop the mound. As Lorist predicted, the Madras Duchy's nobles' private forces, as well as the duchy's main force, seemed to have run completely amok, savagely attacking the allied army's camp. Those hectic times lasted for more than 10 days until the Madras forces lost more than 5,000 men from their assaults. They finally halted their attacks and sent a messenger to the enemy's camp. Locke, your plan to stand our ground instead of attack truly is marvelous. Hennard himself said if we had continued to advance, we would have been attacked by the private armies and the duchy's main force. It would no doubt have multiplied our casualties. All we had to do was occupy this area and defend it to crush their counterattack attempts without breaking a sweat. Who is he? When Count Kenmay saw Lorist, he began to boast about how effective the latter's strategy had been, until he saw the smiling Second Highness whose eyes were gleaming with excitement. Lorist briefly introduced the two, causing Kenmaze to act rather awkward, given that he was a noble of the Iblia kingdom and the king of the enemy kingdom was right in front of him. However, the Second Highness was only a former king and had also come as a fellow knight to observe the battles, so Kenmaze didn't intend to do anything about his presence. The Second Highness, on the other hand, acted very amiably to the Count, first praising the Kenmaze house for running the largest construction guilds back during the time of the Empire, expressing what a shame he thought it was for them to have pledged allegiance to the Iblia kingdom, as well as mention how much he admired the Count's talent. In just 10 minutes, the Second Highness and Kenmaze were already close to the point. They decked shoulders like long-lost brothers and chatted happily without end. When they arrived at the tent, Shazine Hennard had also just returned. After Lorist introduced the Second Highness to the Baron, the Second Highness expressed his friendly and familiar attitude once more. However, Shazine didn't really trust the display and maintained a formal and polite demeanor. The reason Lorist had to rush over was that of the matter of the messenger. At first, Kenmaze only demanded the trade routes through the duchy be restored and for the allowance of crossing through Metropolis River with low taxes for merchant convoys. He didn't think the messenger would return quickly after being sent back with an agreement to all of the Count's requests. Since it had already been achieved, there would no longer be a reason for their troops to stay. In essence, they would have to withdraw their forces once more and the war would end. Not knowing what he should do, the Count wrote to Lorist while he tried to delay the duchy as best he could. After hearing about the Count's explanation, Lorist laughed. "Don't care about them. We just have to mind our own business. For now, we must make sure this camp has enough resources to winter here. If you have time on your hands, sweep some of the local nobles' castles or demand they pay a tribute for the war. Only attack them if they don't comply." "What if their messenger comes to object to our actions?" asked Kenmaze. "Simple. Who was the cause of this war in the first place? It's none other than the Arrow outpost situated at the duchy's defensive line that not only forbade passage through the river but also sunk 2 of Hennard's fishing boats. We must have the duchy pay for their mistakes as well as make up our military expenses. Just make ridiculous demands. If they want to bargain or negotiate, make sure to drag them on for as long as possible. All we have to do is maintain the status quo until winter is over. We must also have the Duke himself sign on our agreement and not some nobody who claims to be able to accept the conditions on behalf of the duchy. Only then will we withdraw our forces." Kenmaze was overjoyed to the point that he slapped his thigh. "That's right. Spending so much time in this military encampment has rusted my mind. I didn't even think of such a simple solution and felt a little odd when I thought about how easy it was to defeat the duchy. The moment I heard their agreement to our conditions, I thought we had lucked out, but I almost ended up tricked by them. I can almost be sure the duchy's folks won't acknowledge the agreement after we withdraw our forces and deploy their troops at the bank of the river once more. All we have to do if that's the case is launch another attack," said Hennard confidently. "Locke, if the duchy accepts the rest of our conditions, what do we do?" asked Kenmaze after some thought. "Then we have no choice. If Duke Madras is willing to pay such a price, we will have to withdraw. However, we can use the excuse of not trusting them to request for a plot of land near the riverbank to garrison a division of troops. 2 reasons. The first is to protect the bridge and the second is to ensure safe passage for the merchant convoys from the Northlands," replied Lorist. "Very well, we'll do just that. I'll tell the messenger that when he comes again. If they are able to abide by our conditions and show the duchy's sincerity, we will agree to end the war." Originally, the Second Highness only intended to watch their discussion with a smile. However, he felt something was off the more he listened to the point. He couldn't resist his urge to speak. "Apologies for interrupting, Brother Locke, Count Kenmaze, may I ask you the reason for this war?" "Oh, Your Highness, it all started like this. Duke Madras sealed off the crossing point at the river and even sunk 2 of House Shazine's fishing boats. This attack was made in retaliation for the duchy's acts. If Duke Madras agrees to no longer seal off the river and reopen the trade routes, allowing our merchant convoys to conduct business within the duchy, we will end the war," answered Kenmaze politely. "Does that mean you're not willing to conquer the duchy and make it your own dominion?" "That would achieve your goals as well, won't it?" asked the Second Highness curiously. Kenmaze rolled his eyes and looked at the Second Highness like he would an idiot. "Your Highness, it's not that we don't want to occupy the duchy, the price we have to pay for it is far too high. Even though we are able to pull it off, our goal is first and foremost the reopening of trade. Why would we bother with conquering the duchy? We'd have to invest much more resources to develop the place as well if we do, and we're not stupid enough to. As long as Duke Madras agrees to our conditions, it won't hurt to end the war." The Second Highness looked disappointed because he thought the reason the Nortons and their allies attacked the duchy was to exterminate it instead of just giving it a small poke to re-establish trade. He had thought that he could use the chaos that would result from the war to recruit the refugees into his new White Lion Legion so he could travel through the duchy to reclaim his throne. His dreams were shattered without any mercy at all. Seeing the Second Highness's disheartened look, Lorist tried to resist his urge to smile. He had already known the true goal of the Second Highness for making this trip. While Lorist had his own plans for occupying the duchy, he wouldn't let the Second Highness take advantage of it. Alright, let's get something to eat. Also, Hennard, please see that His Highness is settled down and rested. We have traveled for quite a number of days, so let's rest after our meal and leave any talking to tomorrow. Even though it was wartime, with the spoiled and indulgent Kenmays around, the ad hoc banquet was as plentiful as ever. However, the Second Highness appeared rather down for the most part and didn't have much of an appetite. It didn't take long for him to leave for the room Hennard had prepared with the excuse of feeling a little tipsy. Why did you bring him along? It was so awkward for me just now, complained Kenmays. I didn't have a choice either, Lorist shrugged. He insisted on following, and I can't just refuse my senior noble without good reason. Since he's no longer the king, there's nothing wrong with him coming here as a noble knight. Didn't he disappear for quite a while? Why has he showed himself all of a sudden? Since you were already a free noble, it must feel quite bad for your senior noble to pop up again all of a sudden, said Hennard. Lorist breathed a long sigh and told them about how the Second Highness managed to escape his predicament, as well as what he requested of the Norton house. Ha 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 ha. Kenmays and Hennard both laughed upon hearing how the Second Highness wasn't able to recruit soldiers at the Norton Dominion. You know, Locke, don't you think that ex-king of yours is rather useful? You can use him and his name to send your troops to reclaim his kingdom. You can then install him as a puppet ruler. He can jump to your will whilst you pull the strings from the shadows, said Hennard with a flash of inspiration. Kenmays didn't hesitate to put a damper on the thought. Forget it, I'm sure you know of the ambitions that man has. He's always wanted to be the emperor that reunites the empire. Controlling him is out of the question. What a mastermind requires is a cowardly dog, not a wolf king that'll take a bite out of him at the first opportunity. Just look at how he treats Lorist. Not only did he use him while he called him Brother Locke, he's actually rather guarded and fearful of House Norton's might. Now he got himself into this pool of trouble, he still wants to rebuild his army and rely on himself to reclaim the throne instead of letting Locke do the honors and agreeing to the terms of his house. That alone should be enough to show how hard it is to control someone like him. I sent someone to Abovitus hide his catapults before I came. The Second Highness won't learn of our secret weapon. Make sure you order your subordinates to not leak it either. It's fine if the Second Highness wants to see anything else. Since we're not in conflict at present, the front lines are rather peaceful. I'm sure they won't be able to hold on for a few more days. It'll be much easier for us when they leave. All we have to do now is follow our original plan, said Lorist as he stood up and concluded the banquet. Lorist didn't feel like going to rest after a full meal. Since it was still the afternoon, he had Els bring him 2 fishing rods from Kenmays' tent. He had just tasted some fresh whitefish from Metropolis River during the banquet and Kenmays didn't fail to boast about his fishing skills. Hennard, on the other hand, said hatefully that when he was busy beating away the duchy's forces, Kenmays was fishing. However, there was naught Hennard could do but complain, given how his favorite woman was the Count's cousin. After 3 hours of fishing, they got many different types of catch, all apart from whitefish. Seeing that it was getting late, Lorist and Els rowed their fishing boat back to shore and returned to their camp. The ruined castle on the mound had already been restored halfway. It was the center of operations for the army as well as Hennard and Kenmay's temporary residence. It was arranged for Lorist to stay in a building not far from the main castle. He ordered a couple of guards to deal with the catch as he climbed the stairs to his room for a bath. After Lorist entered the tub, a guard outside reported that Kenmays had come over, probably to invite Lorist for dinner. Lorist didn't mind and let Kenmays into the room. Since they were both men, there wasn't anything to be shy about. Unexpectedly, Kenmays' first words were, "Your king got me to chat with him for the whole afternoon. Do you know what he's up to?" Surprised, Lorist asked, "What?" "He promised to grant many of my wishes and drew a huge picture of what I would receive if I agreed to pledge allegiance to him," Kenmays laughed. "He said he would elevate me to the status of a duke and give our house a whole province." "Do you trust his word?" asked Lorist, laughing. Kenmays shook his head. "Not really, but I can't say I'm not moved by his words." "Why?" "Locke, House Norton is a military-based noble house. It has centuries of history in the Christian Empire. We are not. House Kenmays only used to be the largest construction guild during the days of the Empire. We practically paid the second prince for our noble title, and that guy's a traitor to the Empire. Now that he's dead, Iblia's future is on a precipice of uncertainty. If the kingdom is exterminated, nobody will be willing to acknowledge our peerage. The Andanak royal family, on the other hand, has the legacy of the Christian Empire. That is what the Second Highness symbolizes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 338 Pledging Allegiance. Pledging Allegiance. Here's the 5th chapter of the week. See you guys next week and have a happy new year. Of the Northland's 4 houses, the Nortons were the strongest in terms of might, the Kenmays second, the Phelans third, and the Shazines last. And in terms of how established a house was, in terms of legacy and inheritance, the name of the Roaring Raging Bear was well known across the former empire. The Phelans were known as the House of the Pegasus. Next was House Shazine. While they used to be a vassal of the Duke of the Northlands and being only a small baron house, they had a 3-generation heritage stretching back a century. House Kenmays, on the other hand, was relatively new. They had emerged from a mercantile background just a couple of decades ago. It wasn't easy for them to gain the acknowledgement of the other nobles, especially not so given that their house had only for 2 half-generations. Kenmays was moved by the Second Highness words for these reasons. House Kenmays had been in existence for far too short a time, and the second prince, who was the one that had given the house their peerage, was a traitor who had already been put to death. Iblia was also on the brink of extinction. It was fated to be a short-lived dynasty. The moment the kingdom was wiped off the map, who knew if there would still be anyone that acknowledged the Kenmays' name? The Second Highness had adeptly noticed this weakness and was confident he could bring them under his grasp, as he put forward an opportunity that would make them legitimate landed nobles. Kenmays knew if the Second Highness rebuilt his army and swept across the empire, his house would have to face extermination. Demotion of rank was not even up for negotiation. The best he could do was to give out the wealth his house had gathered over the years in exchange for their lives. They would at best return to being commoners, and not even the wealthy commoners they had been previously. The Second Highness may only be a former king at present who didn't even have soldiers to his name, with his throne occupied by his own niece, but he was still the rightful bearer of Christian Empire's legacy. If House Kenmays pledged allegiance to the Second Highness, they would be able to receive the acknowledgement of the other landed nobles, and the count would truly be accepted as a peer of the realm. "Did you agree to his proposition?" asked Lorist, seated within the tub. "Not yet. I postponed by saying it was a huge matter for the house that merited serious consideration. I'll give him an answer within the next 2 days." "I came to look for you immediately after seeing him off," said Kenmays. "Apart from your pledge of allegiance, what demands did he make of you in exchange for becoming a duke and being given a province?" "He wanted me to encourage you guys to press the attack," Kenmays shrugged. "He'll make me a duke the moment the duchy ceases to exist. However, I did warn him that we wouldn't be able to exterminate the duchy without House Norton's aid. Given the combined might of House Kenmays and House Shazine, we would be able to defeat our enemies. But exterminating the whole duchy would be a rather big stretch." Lorist furrowed his brow in thought while Kenmays stood near the tub, patiently waiting for a response. As the water within the tub cooled, Lorist finally raised his head. "Perhaps, this will be a great opportunity for all 4 houses. We can use this chance to swallow the whole Madras duchy. Here's what you have to do: put the Second Highness off for 2 days before you say this to him." During the past 2 days, Baron Shazine Hennard brought his troops to raid the nearby nobles' manors and returned with plentiful resources. Delamoc still lived up to its name of being the largest food producer of the former empire. Hennard managed to raid 4 manors during the 2 days and gained enough food to feed the army's 100,000 soldiers for the whole winter. The Second Highness felt like he was on vacation. As Hennard had gone pillaging, or put more eloquently, gathering resources, the Second Highness wasn't able to work on his relationship with the Baron. Kenmays didn't want to meet with him for some reason, so the Second Highness was unable to press him for a response. As for Lorist, he was busy fishing with his guards on the Metropolis River as if he didn't care about the ongoing war at all. Even though the Second Highness was well cared for in the camp, his freedom was severely restricted. Whenever he attempted to leave, there would be a really polite guard who would remind him of his status as an observing noble knight and of how he wasn't allowed to leave the campgrounds for no good reason to avoid causing trouble for its owners. The reasoning behind it was that even though the Northlander troops were only having a small skirmish with the Madras Duchy's forces, if the Second Highness's presence was discovered, the consequences would be severe and the war would turn out really differently. For the sake of his greater goals, the Second Highness resisted the urge to leave. He didn't want to be treated like an unwelcome personage by the army, especially during a time when he could take House Kenmays under his wing. So, he could only waltz around the camp with his attendants and drool at House Kenmays and House Shazine's pristine armor and fantasize about them destroying his enemies under his command. There were roughly 36,000 Shazine troops, 46,000 Kenmays troops, and 12,000 Norton troops in the camp, bringing the total near 100,000 men. Apart from the raiding excursions Baron Shazin and his gold-rank knight, Tabak, conducted, the rest of the troops that were not involved in patrolling or training were assigned miscellaneous tasks, such as chopping firewood, repairing the lodges to prepare for winter, fishing, hunting, and herding the livestock they had brought along. The army looked completely unprofessional in the eyes of the Second Highness. He felt soldiers should only be concerned with war and spared the need to do the work of servants. If he had been in command, he would have swept half of Delamoc already. And after gaining territory with such an elite force, he was confident he would be able to defeat Duke Madras. He would make sure the Duke stayed cooped up in his lair in Sigilor while he made his way to the imperial capital. The Second Highness's patience was finally rewarded when Count Kenmaze showed up in front of him 3 days after the offer was made. Your Highness, House Kenmaze is willing to pledge its allegiance to you and fight under your banner. We beseech the light of the mighty war god shine upon our kingdom and bring your Highness endless victory, said Kenmaze after he saluted respectfully. The Second Highness was overjoyed when he heard the Count's sincere reply. Now, he had yet another mighty noble house loyal to him alongside House Norton. It greatly increased his confidence in achieving his goals. However, the Second Highness saw Kenmaze's troubled look and asked out of curiosity, "What's wrong, Count? Is there something troubling you?" Kenmaze replied with a bitter smile, "Your Highness, even though I and my house had pledged you our allegiance, we are unfortunately unable to fulfill your wishes. We won't be able to attack the duchy, nor were we able to convince our ally to resume the offensive." "Why is that?" "My fine Count, my word to you is no light matter. I make an oath on my status as the ruler to make you duke as long as you can exterminate the duchy. When I reunite the empire, you may freely pick a province as your dominion." Kenmaze shook his head. "Your Highness, you've misunderstood. If you want the duchy exterminated, all 4 houses have to attack with full force. It is not possible to do so with only Baron Shazin's and my forces. Additionally, Baron Shazin has zero interest in pitting his men against the duchy's forces. As for our house, my father will definitely oppose the casualties likely to be incurred should we press on now." The Second Highness asked with a trace of suspicion, "My Lord Count, I've seen your and Baron Shazin's troops, they are very formidable. The near 100,000 troops you have here are more than enough to clear out Delamoc. You stand a great chance at victory even if Duke Madras resists with all his might. Why do you say you're unable to take the duchy?" "Your Highness, perhaps you are uninformed about the current state of the duchy's forces. Actually, a few years ago, after Duke Madras clashed with the second prince at Kobo, he armed his troops heavily. Apart from the 48,000 men of the Sea Mountain Legion, which he has stationed in Sigilor, there are 4 defense legions that number up to 100,000 men defending the 7 citadels in Sanderson Hills. There are another 20,000 men each at Nadegas, Kobo, and the riverbank respectively. In total, they easily have over 150,000 troops. If the private forces of the various nobles are factored in, there are another 60,000 men at their disposal. If Baron Shazin and I press the attack with our 2 legions, we will quickly get entangled with the 100,000+ troops of the Duke. If that happens, even if we end up victorious, our vitality will be horribly sapped. Even if we win, Duke Madras can continue to rest and recover given his dominion's abundant resources and population, while our houses will take up to 10 years to recover. Your Highness, you should know that the Nortons have the most powerful military among our houses. Even if all 3 of our houses were to assault them at the same time, they would still win. There's also House Phelim, which you might know as the House of the Pegasus. Baron Phelim is the descendant of that house and his light cavalry legion has only recently shocked the world with their prowess. In contrast to those 2 houses, the troops of House Shazin are slow-foot soldiers balanced in both attack and defense. House Kenmaze's troops focus more on defense, with offense our weakness. Your Highness, I truly apologize for not being able to conquer the duchy. Our attack will do nothing but smash an egg against a rock. It is far from the rational thing to do. At present, the best I can do to show my loyalty is provide you some funds. I truly am unable to conquer the duchy unless all 4 houses act in unison. Please forgive my incompetence, said Kenmaze as he took out a thick stack of gold Ford bills that amounted to roughly 100,000 gold Fords and placed it carefully on the table. The Second Highness seemed a little sour after hearing the response. What Count Kenmaze said amounted to, I only pledged allegiance to you for the sake of officiating my house's title. If you want to use us to fight the duchy, we won't be able to help you. House Kenmaze is willing to provide monetary support, but we definitely won't send our troops to the meat grinder for the sake of restoring your throne. Naturally, the Second Highness was doubtful of what Kenmaze said of the duchy's forces, but he was glad to have gleaned another piece of information that may prove useful to him. You mentioned the might of House Norton exceeds that of your 3 houses combined, asked he. It does, Your Highness. The Nortons have 2 legions that number 120,000 men. If you add their garrison soldiers to the figure, they have 150,000 troops. Our own house only has 55,000 in our legion, whereas House Phelim's legion is made up of 46,000 men, and House Shazin's numbers 42,000. The troops of the three houses combined don't even make up 150,000 men. The Nortons are naturally the strongest, expounded Ken Mays. He intentionally understated the actual number of Norton troops by omitting the 25 local defense brigades in his count. As for 3 of the brigades that were present within the camp, he pretended to have not noticed them, since the Second Highness didn't really grasp the organization of the Norton forces anyway. Since that's the case, I have another question, the Second Highness began. Since the Northlands is already the four houses' domain, they no longer have to defend against other neighboring Dominion lords given how all 4 of your dominions are connected. If that's the case, why do they still maintain such a huge military outfit? What are they planning? Aren't the 3 other houses, including yours, worried about the Nortons' ambitions? Ken May smiled when the Second Highness tried to put the Norton house in a bad light just like Lorist said he would. He was trying to fracture the relationship between the allies. Your Highness, do you know why the 4 houses formed an alliance in the first place? Ken Mays asked. There are only 2 reasons. First, to set our sights on the Iblia kingdom. Second, to resist Duke Faizablin and his cavalry legions. Set your sights on the Iblia kingdom? I can understand being wary of Duke Faizablin, but aren't the other 3 houses nobles of the Iblia kingdom? Why would you target your own kingdom? Asked the Second Highness interestedly. Your Highness, actually, after House Norton sent their troops to Windbury to capture the second prince, we 3 noble houses have been isolated by the rest of the kingdom's nobles. It's more appropriate to consider us nobles of the Northlands. The reason we're targeting the Iblia kingdom is that we're doing it for Baron Phelim. You should know the original dominion of the House of the Pegasus is in Southern, and it's his dream to reclaim his ancestral land. However, Southern has already been made a wasteland from the conflict, and we'll have to conquer Winston first to reach it. At present, Duke Faisablin's daughter, Iblia's queen, holds power within the province. We will definitely be pitted against the Duke if we attack it. Duke Faizablin was renowned as one of the Empire's 3 war gods, and his frontier legion was one of the most impressive forces in the Northlands. The reason all 4 houses are expanding our military so fervently is so we are prepared for a conflict with the Duke. It's also why House Norton maintains such a huge force. Ah, I see. Duke Faizablin, House of the Pegasus, and Baron Phelim. Mumbled the Second Highness, before inspiration flashed across his eyes. Count Ken Mays, if I am willing to make Baron Phelim a count and give Southern to him as a dominion, would he be willing to pledge allegiance to me as well? Ken Mays wore a look of resentment as he thought, the Second Highness is shameless to the core. Even though he doesn't have troops or power, he treats the Empire like he owns it and promises land he doesn't own to others. It's easy for him to promise to make Baron Phelim a count, but is Southern even his territory in the first place? If Baron Phelim pledges allegiance to him, he'd have to send his troops to fight for Southern himself, with the only benefit being having a good excuse to do so, since the Andanak kingdom is at war with the Iblia kingdom. The Second Highness hurriedly realized what he just did when he saw Ken Mays' expression. Naturally, Lord Count, I won't forget your contributions as well. If you can convince Baron Phelim to join my side, feel free to state what you require. Thank you, Your Highness, Ken Mays said as he saluted. I won't hold back either. If we can eliminate the duchy, I want Siglar as the hereditary dominion of House Ken Mays. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 339 Lobbying. Lobbying. Here's the first release of the week, guys. Announcement. Due to popular demand, we will be revamping our Blademaster and Sword Saint Patreon reward tiers to include more early access chapters, for a much lower pledge. Feel free to hop over to our Patreon page to find out more. As things played out, sending Count Ken Mays to deal with the Second Highness was a brilliant plan. Since Lorist was the Second Highness's vassal, he had to act respectfully and politely. But faced with the suspicion the Second Highness held towards the house, Lorist would never bother to do anything to placate the Second Highness or calm his fears. Not only was it a sign of his confidence, it was also part of his pride. Whether the Second Highness be his former self that commanded 300,000 troops or his current self no better than a failed noble, Lorist maintained the same attitude he always had. Since you're so suspicious of me, I can't be bothered to deal with you. All I have to do is do the bare minimum required of me. Lorist thought the Second Highness wasn't one without talent. His reputation as one of the war gods on Grindia was nothing to scoff at. First, he had used the northbound convoy to pacify the kingdom's trouble-causing nobles. Thereafter he plotted to ruin the relationship between Duke Madras and the second prince and caused them to be on hostile terms to the point that Duke Madras had to cede Youngchandler. On another front, the Second Highness schemed against the first prince and gradually chipped away his enemy's forces, ultimately causing his foe to fall into his trap before he invaded the kingdom, forcing the first prince to cede 2 southwestern provinces for a peace treaty. A few years later, when war broke out once more, the Second Highness crossed Cloud Snap Mountains to circumvent the iron wall defenses the first prince set up and managed to take over Frederica. It was a battle that greatly alarmed all on the continent. The Second Highness may be a brilliant commander, but the way Lorist saw it, he wasn't a good king. While the Second Highness's governing policies weren't bad per se, he didn't have the wisdom or wit of a king. Lorist believed the Second Highness was a grudge-holding, petty, stubborn, authoritarian, and opportunistic man who always thought he knew best. Lorist could easily name a ton more faults the Second Highness possessed. The man's biggest problem was his self-importance. It was the reason Lorist wanted as little to do with him as possible. He had no right to instruct Lorist to do this or that. He was glad a landed noble like him could refuse unreasonable orders from his liege, unlike the knights that served the Second Highness who had to obey every single order without question. Lorist's method was simple: do everything step by step and focus on building a firm foundation. It was far better than the Second Highness's alpha strike mentality that got him to gather a force of 300,000, only to end up with nothing after a devastating loss, having nowhere to return to apart from the Northlands, resulting in him having to rely on Lorist once more. When the Second Highness received the White Lion Legion's equipment as well as 100,000 gold fords, it showed the relationship between the Second Highness and House Norton was nothing more than one of a liege and his vassal. The Second Highness had baited House Norton with the same gear to have their forces exterminate the obstacles that would stop him from gaining power. The equipment's return signified Lorist's desire to have nothing further to do with the Andenac royal family, a sentiment which the Second Highness undoubtedly noticed. Ken Mays, however, thought differently. Given the might of House Norton, Lorist could refuse any unreasonable order from the Second Highness, and the latter wasn't able to do anything about it apart from smiling in a friendly manner. Ken Mays was a person from a merchant family, so he had his methods to make the Second Highness willingly jump into the hole dug for him. Even though the Second Highness didn't always have his guard down, Ken Mays still managed to fulfill his duty without issue. All the while pretending to rally allies for the Second Highness through advising Baron Shazin and Baron Phelim. He encouraged the Second Highness to accept the two nobles' demands. When Ken Mays brought out his request for Siglar to be made his dominion after the Madras Duchy's conquest, the Second Highness agreed because he felt Siglar was a rather rural province that didn't have much value apart from Platinum Beach, which was a famed vacation spot. And, given that the province was in Duke Madras's hands, the Second Highness was more than happy to give it away to instigate the fight between House Ken Mays and the Duchy, since it would cost him nothing. "How do you intend to convince Baron Shazin to join us in our campaign, Your Highness?" asked the Count. "What if I make him a count?" asked the Second Highness after some thought. "Your Highness, it won't do if you only promise empty titles to others," Ken Mays said, shaking his head. "You must come up with benefits that will actually move them to support your cause." "What does Baron Shazin want?" This, Ken Mays said as he pointed at the map of the Madras Duchy. "He wants the land around Sanderson Hills in Delamock." "There? Why does he desire that?" asked the Second Highness, a little troubled. The location was the border of Winston and wasn't like the rest of Delamock, rife with ripe farmlands. It was rather odd for the Baron to want such a place as his territory. "Your Highness, you should know well that Baron Shazin is a man brought up in a military family. He doesn't really understand what it means to manage a dominion. He's the one with the tightest finances among all 4 houses. He frequently needs our aid. There are 2 silver mines and 1 copper mine in Sanderson Hills. It would help alleviate his financial situation. It's far better than selling crops, which is why he desires the area," explained Ken Mays. "But, I intend to use those mines to fill the national treasury," said the Second Highness hesitantly. "Your Highness, Sanderson Hills is currently under the control of Duke Madras and there are 7 citadels there manned by a 40,000-man garrison. If you agree to the Baron's request, he will attack and conquer the area regardless of the cost. Your Highness can then levy a 10% tax on the mine's earnings. That's far better than sending your own elite troops to the grinder that is the 7 citadels, no?" "You're right, Lord Count," the Second Highness conceded. "Tell Baron Shazin that I agree to his demand. Apart from giving him that area, I will also make him a count." "Your Highness truly is wise. We are really fortunate to have you as our king. I believe you will usher the empire into a new era of prosperity." It was something Lorist wouldn't be able to utter even if it killed him. Yet, Ken Mays had managed to deliver the line perfectly as if it came from the depths of his heart. "Let's talk about what we need to do to convince Baron Phelim next." Before the Second Highness's smile faded, his face turned into a look of bewilderment. "Baron Phelim? Didn't I already agree to promote him to the title of Count and give him Southern as his house's dominion? Is he not satisfied?" Ken Mays sighed deeply before he said in an annoyed tone, "Your Highness, don't tell me you forgot that Southern is not under your control right now. The Iblia Kingdom rules that area. The Second Highness's face flushed. Even though it's currently part of the Iblia Kingdom, when I return to the Andanak Kingdom and reassume my throne, I will restart my plan to reunite the Empire and conquer it. Southern will be my land to rule. Time, Your Highness. What you need is time, Kenmei said forthrightly. Your Highness can no longer promise others apples before the apple tree produces any fruit. Nobody will know for sure whether the apple will be sweet or sour. If you make that kind of offer as a king, others will regard you as a conniving merchant, quite a harsh blow to your reputation. Ugh. The Second Highness couldn't help but appreciate the truth in the Count's words. Lord Count, he shrugged, what you said may be true, but apart from promising others things I don't currently have, what can I do? I'm more than ashamed of being a king so incompetent to fall to my current state. Your Highness, please don't think of it this way. Even lions have times of weakness. Your experiences are nothing short of legendary, and the people of the future will no doubt sing your praises. Kenmei praised. Your Highness, what Baron Phelim wants is simple. He is willing to pledge allegiance to you and attack the duchy on your behalf. All he wants is your promise to back him up when he attacks Iblia to take Southern. He will also need a legion of troops in Southern to defend against any attack by Duke Faisablin. This, mused the Second Highness as he fell into deep thought. Your Highness, are there any difficulties in doing so? Lord Count, it's not that I don't want to agree to the Baron's request, it's beyond my means. The Second Highness laughed bitterly. As you said, a king shouldn't make promises lightly. Even if I manage to conquer the duchy with your cooperation, I can only form one White Lion Legion, and I have to use it to fight my way to the imperial capital. Even if I do manage to take the kingdom back, I'll have to rebuild the royal family's local defense legion to defend against the Union and the 4 central duchies. There's no way I can send a legion to help Baron Phelim take back Southern. After the Second Highness gained some understanding of the duchy's military, he predicted the 3 houses of Shazin, Kenmei, and Phelim would be in shambles after engaging it. That was the reason he wanted to use his White Lion Legion to reclaim his kingdom right away without bothering to aid them. He believed the kingdom's garrison soldiers would hear of his return and surrender, and he would have to reorganize his military to deal with the Union and the 4 central duchies after reclaiming his throne. He couldn't be bothered to send a legion to aid Phelim. Duke Faisablin wasn't a person that could be angered lightly either. Sending a legion to fight with the dukes was sending them on a suicide mission. If Baron Phelim is willing to wait a few years until I destroy the Union and the 4 central duchies, I'll send troops to retake Southern for him. I hope you, Lord Count, will do your best to convince him to endure for 2 more years for the sake of the greater good, said the Second Highness, embarrassed. He knew if the Union and the duchies were that easy to deal with, he wouldn't have ended up in his current state. Kenmei shook his head as he understood the Second Highness's intentions to use the light cavalry legion of House Phelim to conquer the duchy. After his goal was achieved, the issue of House Phelim's rightful dominion could be postponed. Your Highness, I really don't understand why you don't use any of the many easier methods at your disposal. Why don't you just use the Norton's mighty forces? House Norton? The Second Highness sighed. Lord Count, it's not that I don't want their aid. It's that they're unwilling to give it. Unwilling? How so? I've already made Lorist Duke of the Northlands in hopes that he would send his troops to retake my throne. However, all he gave me is some equipment and money. He didn't bother to give me even a single soldier, said the Second Highness with a hint of anger. Come on, that's 100,000 gold fords and the equipment of the White Lion Legion, not just some money and equipment. That alone should be worth 3 Duke of the Northlands titles, thought the Count. With a smile, he said, Your Highness, I believe the reason they're unwilling to deploy any troops is that you didn't offer them anything they want. House Norton has been rather troubled over one issue. Oh? What is that? Asked the Second Highness curiously. Back when House Norton clashed with the Second Prince and won, their forces swept across the Northlands and took care of all landed nobles apart from our 3 houses. Currently, there are 17 noble houses living in Fernrock Castle. They are all the old nobles of the Christian Empire that have some relation with House Norton. But, given that the Northlands is already under our 4 houses' control, Lorist has been wanting to give them replacement dominions. What did you say? House Norton actually dared to attack the old nobles of the Christian Empire, exclaimed the Second Highness. Your Highness, don't forget that even though those landed noble houses stemmed from the Christian Empire, by the time the Nortons attacked, they were already nobles of the Iblia Kingdom who have pledged allegiance to the Second Prince. Kenmei sighed. House Norton's actions are perfectly justified. They have already shown mercy because they were once nobles of the Empire. Oh, so that's the case, the Second Highness hurriedly said apologetically. I'm sorry, I've forgotten. What you mean to say is... Kenmei pointed to Delamoc. Your Highness, if you agree to enfeoff land here to the nobles, I believe House Norton will help us. If you can also let Lorist have Kobo and the rest of the remaining territory, I'm sure he will further your Highness's cause without any hesitation. The Second Highness hurriedly shook his head. No way, Lorist is already Duke of the Northlands. House Norton has already been given the whole of the Northlands, yet they want to stretch their hands into Delamoc? That won't do. Your Highness, please consider your current position. Also, Delamoc is Duke Madras's, not the Andanak Kingdom's. If House Norton wishes to take over the area, they will be the ones to pay the price. There is no free lunch in this world. Only through giving will you gain. You're only being asked to strike the deal with the territory currently belonging to Duke Madras. In essence, you don't have to give away anything of your own. Not only that, you can let the Nortons help you reclaim your throne. Are you going to give up on this opportunity? Your Highness. Don't disappoint me. The Second Highness glared at Kenmaze all of a sudden. Count Kenmaze, why did you bother to come up with this? Was Lorist the one that had you come lobby for him? Your Highness, you truly are a person with a suspicious nature, Kenmaze laughed. There are 2 reasons I chose to do this. First, the Nortons' forces far exceed that of our 3 other houses. With their involvement, we can decrease our casualties. Second, I wish to have 5 of the landed nobles were rearing given land in Delamoc along with those in the care of the Nortons. Is that so? Since the Count had revealed his own intentions, the Second Highness no longer suspected he had plotted this in conjunction with Lorist. However, I feel this benefits House Norton far too much. To the point it's a little undeserved, said the Second Highness begrudgingly. You're still not satisfied even if they're going to fight to the imperial capital for you? Kenmaze said with a smile, Your Highness, if you accept this, you can leave the matter of reclaiming Baron Phelim's dominion to House Norton. I believe they would be more than capable of defending against House Faisablin. A great plan, exclaimed the Second Highness. The mere thought of having House Norton wear itself down against House Faisablin made his blood boil with excitement. If those 2 houses fight intensely and end up both ruined, I'll be able to deal with them after I settle the Union and the 4 central duchies. Maybe I'll be able to rid myself of 2 problematic issues in one go. I don't think Lorist will agree. He is someone that won't yield unless he sees something in it for him, said the Second Highness worryingly. You can name him the governor of Winston and leave Windbury in his jurisdiction, suggested Kenmaze. The Second Highness raised his head. No way, that way, the Nortons would have 2 provinces. That won't happen, Your Highness. When we conquer the duchy, there will definitely be nobles that will submit to you. I also know some nobles of the Iblia kingdom that are on friendly terms with me. All you have to do is move their dominions to Winston, and leave only Windbury under House Norton's control. If you make sure to support House Phelim, one of the Norton's allies, I believe you'll have caused House Norton quite a bit of trouble. Splendid, the Second Highness cried with a clap of his hands. Alright, I'll go with your plan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 340 Regret. Regret. Enjoy the second release of the week. The sound of the horn resounded non-stop across the dry, withered plains as a group of soldiers marched into view on the horizon. They brought with them various banners and stood in the distance. Not long after, a few mounted men seemed to utter something, followed by some inaudible, confused cries from the men at the back. They began to move once more and headed for Duke Madras's camp at the foot of the mound. The Second Highness could still remember clearly the time the messenger of Duke Madras once again visited the army's camp to urge the army to leave the duchy in a day's time after the 4 houses pledged their allegiance to him. However, when Kenmaze revealed the new conditions of retreat, the messenger laughed with insult-laced eyes. Lord Count, are you treating the duchy like an ox you can simply slaughter? Do you think His Grace will agree? Don't forget a huge ox will have a pair of fearsome horns. As the messenger, I have no right to criticize you for how ridiculous your ambitions are. I can only repeat what you said word for word to His Grace. But I have to tell you one thing before I leave, since you want war, we won't disappoint you. After the messenger's departure, the Second Highness was completely riled up and he instantly gave a spirited speech, which basically boiled down to how negotiations have fallen apart and that the army should use the chance to strike the duchy and take the rest of Delamoc to gain as much territory as possible before they can ready themselves. That way, they can afford to drag the war on or crush them utterly. However, the 4 nobles merely looked at the Second Highness with expressionless faces. Baron Shazin was the first to speak out. He explained that there was no longer any need to attack Delamoc. He would instead raid the nobles' orchards and farmlands. Given his understanding of Delamoc, he felt there would be no point in attacking the well-defended castles since they would have to station soldiers there after occupying them. It was no good to fragment their forces. With a stern face, Baron Phelim also criticized the Second Highness's plan. It was already the 10th month and winter would arrive in a month. It wasn't possible to take the whole of Delamoc in just 35 days, not to mention the fact that apart from Kobo, the rest of Delamoc worth taking were only manors of other landed nobles. Given that Kobo was a fortified city with 20,000 men guarding it, it was incredibly hard to take. The army wouldn't be able to take the city quickly, and any attempt to do so would only incur unnecessary losses. Kenmei smiled and advised the Second Highness that there was no need to be in such a hurry. The messenger would require at least 10 days to deliver the news to the Duke. It would be the 11th month by the time word reached him. The duchy's forces would have less than half a month to prepare for winter, whereas their own army was mostly ready. By the time spring comes, the enemy would be severely weakened because of their lack of preparation, and victory would be within their grasp. In the end, Lorist concluded that they would go according to their predicted course of action and ignore the army that the Duke would no doubt send. They would only fight after the Duke gathered his army in spring the next year. Lorist expressed his confidence in the army's might. They would be able to take the duchy far more easily if the Duke's army was wiped out first. The strategy meeting ended on that note, with the four nobles leaving immediately without giving the Second Highness a chance to convince them otherwise. The Second Highness grit his teeth after everyone else left and regretted that he didn't ask for the right to guide the army's actions when he signed the agreement. The contract of oath was a guarantee a liege gave to his vassals. As long as the vassal carried out the task given by their liege, they could go about it however they wanted without needing the permission or interference of their liege. Usually, an oath contract came in 3 copies. Apart from the liege and vassal's copies, there would be another one for public announcement. The Second Highness's oath contract came in 4 copies, one each for him and the 4 nobles, with the final one used for public announcement. During the new year, Kenmeis would represent the 4 houses at the annual celebration in Gildusk and announce the agreement to the nobles currently deprived of dominions by the Nortons and Kenmeises. According to Kenmeis, the agreement signaled the return of those nobles to the Second Highness's rule. At first, the Second Highness wanted the smaller noble houses to sign the contract with each of the 4 houses respectively, but Kenmeis mentioned that the act might make others think the Second Highness was intentionally trying to sabotage the alliance between the 4 houses. It was imperative that the 4 houses worked together to conquer the duchy, so all 4 houses should be involved in a joint signing. Only thusly would all the houses be in the same boat with regards to reputation and casualties. Kenmeis added that he would like to personally sign the agreement independent of the other houses because he didn't want to be dragged into the same pit with them. He said it would definitely incite Lorist's suspicion and the others by making them think the Second Highness had some private arrangements or benefits for House Kenmeis. If it were allowed to come to pass, not only would the alliance be affected, the Second Highness's plan to reclaim his throne would also be ruined. So, Kenmeis said he was willing to get into the same boat as the 4 houses, even if it meant potentially greater losses for him, so the Second Highness managed to successfully regain power in the kingdom. The Second Highness praised Kenmeis' sensible considerations and agreed to follow his suggestion for the 4 houses to sign the same agreement, with the conditions Kenmeis stipulated. When the Second Highness stamped his finger on all 6 copies of the contract, Lorist, Phelim and Shazin all nodded in acknowledgement. The Second Highness couldn't be more riled up. He thought the 4 houses were now at his beck and call. He would use them to wipe out his enemies and conquer the realm. However, Lorist refused his suggestion to deploy soldiers almost immediately. When the Second Highness brought up the plan to conquer Delamoc, he realized he didn't have any right to command the 4 houses' forces despite being their liege. Even the Second Highness guards reported to the 4 houses. Apart from gold-ranked Knight Riplead, Glacia and his 3 silver-ranked knights were back at the Norton Dominion recruiting soldiers and guarding the White Lion Legion's equipment. Not willing to give up, he sought out Lorist and the rest and tried his best to convince them once more to follow his plan and storm the duchy while the Duke was busy moving his own troops into position to defend against the upcoming assault, saying that allowing the enemy to gather their forces was the biggest mistake they could ever make. After all, Duke Madras had the advantage in terms of both terrain and manpower. Even if they fought to a point of losing, they would still be able to go on the defensive and drag on the war. However, there was only a month before winter arrived, so the Second Highness suggested that even if they weren't able to conquer the whole of Delamoc, it was still better than nothing if they managed to wear down on the forces of the duchy and force the troops at Delamoc to be unable to receive reinforcements or support. That way, they could deliver the final strike when the enemy was worn out even further by the coming winter. Since Lorist mentioned that he wanted to wipe out the Duke's army in one go, the Second Highness intelligently changed his rhetoric. He said they had to decrease the enemy's combat strength before the final fight instead of sitting around and watching the enemy gather their forces. Given the current situation, the duchy was like a huge ox which the sole wolf that was their own army intended to hunt. The wolf ought to open as many wounds on the ox as possible to stall the ox from launching into a life-ending charge. Only after the ox bled most of its vitality out should the wolf engage in the killing engagement and spell the end of the duchy. To convince Lorist and the rest, the Second Highness went so far to use himself as an example, citing his loss 2 years prior to the allied noble army in Anderwolf. Back then, he didn't command his troops to wipe out the Allied noble army in one go and instead engaged in 3 to 4 smaller skirmishes which all ended in the horrible loss of the nobles. However, the nobles of Anderwath continued to fight to the death even after Anderwath had been taken. Having been driven to magic, they continued to struggle against the Second Highness's forces until they received aid from the Union and the 4 central duchies, which ultimately resulted in their triumph. That was the reasoning behind his argument that Lorist's plan for an all-out battle wouldn't guarantee the duchy's fall. The Second Highness felt the army might repeat his mistake and end up in a huge predicament. He maintained that only by attacking first and conquering the nobles' manors in Delamoch and crippling the duchy's forces was the way to go, and that the army had to grasp the chance instead of leaving their troops cooped up within the camp doing nothing. Lorist didn't bother to argue with the Second Highness and merely brought out a map of the duchy and began a simple simulation. Given the current state of the Allied army, if they wanted to take the nobles of Delamoch's manors, they would have to split up into 4 contingents, each contingent containing 20,000 men. Only then would they be able to conquer the manors of those nobles. Even at the lowest possible casualty ratio of 1-to-1, each of the 4 units would lose at least half their numbers after conquering around 5 of those manors and would have no choice to retreat, ending up with only a third of Delamoch under their control. The biggest weakness of the strategy was how there wasn't a way to encircle Kobo, mainly due to the fact that the duchy's reinforcements would arrive far too quickly. The Duke would either send his strongest unit, Sea Mountain Legion, to disrupt their plans or send 20,000 garrison soldiers stationed at the Sanderson Hills, making it extremely dangerous for the troops on the way to Kobo, even threatening the safety of the camp at the riverbank. If they sent 50,000 men to encircle Kobo, the Duke's reinforcements wouldn't be able to deal with it. If they did that, however, the Duke would send his troops to attack the camp at Metropolis. If the camp was destroyed, the consequences would be unimaginable. They might lose their only way of retreat and perhaps be eliminated completely. Lorist didn't hesitate to point out that the reason the Second Highness failed his attack on the Redleys Kingdom wasn't that he had gotten into a drawn-out, to-and-fro battle with the nobles, but that he had his supply lines cut, which ended with the defeat of the troops stationed at Canbona. Naturally, the Second Highness's ill-prepared resources also contributed to the problem when they had to battle for an unexpected amount of time. However, it still seemed the Second Highness hadn't yet understood where he truly failed and almost had them repeat his mistake. Embarrassment turned into anger as the Second Highness stressed that the forces of the Nortons and Phelums could secure the camp at the riverbank during the attack. That way, they would be able to guard the camp and even press the attack on the nobles. It was then that Phelum objected profusely and called the Second Highness out for not understanding his and the Nortons' forces. So far, the Allied army's main force lay with Shazin and Kenmaze. Most were heavy armored infantry only proficient at defense and interception. Not only that, Shazin's 2 cavalry divisions currently served as scouts, and the camp had been set up in a way that would make it easier for the infantry to defend from enemy assault and spend the winter. Letting the defensive infantry troops attack the nobles all the while defending the camp along with the Norton Cavalry Legion, which was optimized for attack operations, was nothing short of idiotic. Phelum insinuated that even if his troops and those of the Nortons guarded the camp, it wouldn't be able to support the heavy infantry troops that returned from the attack. The resource consumption during winter for the mounts of 2 legions was already astronomical. There's no need to argue further. We'll stick to the plan as previously discussed. All we have to do from now to winter is defend the main camp. As for whether we attack, that can wait. Your Highness, you ought to take a bath, calm down, and get some rest. Don't waste any precious time, said Lorist before he left. The Second Highness almost coughed up blood from his anger. What do you mean take a bath and get some rest? Did he mean I was wasting his time? The angered Second Highness brought out the contract and tried his best to find a clause that would allow him to assert some control over Lorist. As he scoured the contract, he realized he had been duped by Kenmaze, who had dug him a huge pit into which he had jumped willingly, to say the least. All of the clauses in the contract were ran through the Second Highness and mandated by him personally. But after rereading the contract, he hurriedly brought out a map of the Empire and realized that even if he could reunite the Empire, apart from House Fizablin's Wild Husbandry province, the entirety of the Iblia kingdom would fall under the jurisdiction of the 4 houses. As long as the alliance held, a third of the Empire's territory would forever be out of his reach. Take, for instance, Delamoch, which the Second Highness promised to the landed nobles deprived of their dominions. Most of them were vassals of House Norton, and Delamoch would belong to the Nortons in the truest sense after the duchy was eliminated. The worst part was how the Second Highness elected Lorist as the governor of Windbury. He had forgotten that Windbury was the capital of Winston, so even if the nobles of Winston were on the Second Highness's side, a governor like Lorist wasn't. And in the chain of command, any order the Second Highness had for the nobles of Winston had to go through Windbury first, so Lorist could just intentionally not pass the orders on while he dealt with the nobles himself. The Second Highness's regret amplified. He had practically given the whole of Winston to the Nortons. He later discovered another clause that severely disadvantaged him. There was no date for when the Nortons had to help the Second Highness reclaim his throne. Not only that, the territory promised to the four houses would be in effect right after the duchy's conquest whether the Second Highness regained his throne or not. For instance, the Second Highness had promised Sigilor to Kenmays as his hereditary dominion with the Count promoted to Duke with the only condition being the conquest of the Madras Duchy. Not only that, as long as the four houses conquered Winston and Windbury, Lorist's term as governor would be effective immediately and Windbury would fall under his control. I was blinded. How could I believe Kenmays, a person from a sly merchant family? The Second Highness despaired with his realization, especially the one where he didn't stipulate when the four houses had to reclaim his throne. It could happen right after their conquest of Madras, or even 20 years later. The four houses would only have to sustain the Second Highness in the Northlands in the meantime while they carry out their strategy to suck as many benefits out of him as they could. Even though the Second Highness felt rather generous when he was giving away almost all the benefits of conquering the Iblia kingdom to the four houses to ensure their loyalty, he realized that the current situation allowed the four houses enough territory to found their own kingdom after he reunited the empire. He almost wanted to cut his own hands off and wondered how he could be so misguided to put his thumbprint on such a contract. There were no lieges that dared to go back on their word on an oath contract. After all, it was the most sacred form of agreement there was. It represented the promise of the liege to the gods and their ancestors. The Second Highness knew the contract was the only document ensuring the four houses' loyalty. If he truly breached it, not only would all his reputation and trustworthiness be gone, the four houses could use it as an excuse to revoke their pledge of allegiance to him and return to being rogue nobles. Not only would he not gain a single thing for which he had bargained with the four houses, he would also gain four mighty enemies. Currently, the Second Highness was standing at the top of the castle in the middle of the mound where the camp was built. He looked at the horizon and saw the duchy's forces gathered at a campsite 1 kilometer away, busy digging moats and building up their defensive line. He also saw rows of carriages bringing in all sorts of resources. I hope they gather as many as possible. I can only be patient and wait for spring to come now. Perhaps after the four houses' army clashes with the duchies and end up crippled, I can rise again. Maybe the only way I can go about this is to let the army get entangled with Duke Madras at Delamock while I build up White Lion Legion on the sidelines to regain control over the situation, thought the Second Highness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 341 Landing. Landing. Here's the third release of the week, enjoy. The silver moon hung high in the sky and shed its silver glory onto the realm of man. The weather was rather calm on the northern seas, which was rare for the winter season. The moonlight reflected off the calm surface of the ocean, giving it a sparkly sheen. On the distant shore, a lit torch could be seen twirled around 3 times. It stood still for a few moments before it once again twirled thrice. Everything should be on track, Potterfong said. "My lord, I think we can make our move now." Even though the weather was pleasant, in stark contrast to the strong winds all too common during the season, the chill of winter still made Lorist cold to the bone despite the thick layers of fur he wore. "Let our troops drink some rum and warm their limbs. I don't want them going numb because of the cold and falling into the water. They're definitely goners if they get wet in this cold. I don't want to see any accidents happen. Prepare to move out." "Yes, my lord. I will have them prepare right away." "Don't worry, my lord. We've already trained for this many times, there won't be any problems," replied Potterfong, standing ramrod straight. The orders were passed down quickly. The ships in front rotated until their sides faced the shore. The sailors threw a large net over the side and let it hang down the side of the ship to the water below before lowering the rafts. The soldiers each took 2 gulps from their respective leather sacks, causing Lorist to get a whiff of the dizzying scent of rum. It served to raise the soldiers' body heat so they didn't get affected too much by the cold. Norton troops don't coop up in their camps during the winter. Instead, they would undertake all sorts of training exercises thanks to the need to exterminate the magic beast wave years earlier. It was already a common practice and also served to improve their knowledge on staving off cold. The standard rations of a Norton soldier included a small leather sack of rum. Drinking some rum and circulating one's battle force would increase the body's temperature and help maintain it for a time, which would prevent one from being chilled numb by the cold. After the soldiers had some rum and began flexing their limbs, they checked their armaments one more time before going over the railings and climbing down the net to reach the rafts. Some of Firmrock Legion's silver-ranked troops had already gone ashore not too long ago and awaited the rest's arrival. A few more ships gradually approached the shore with chains of large wooden boxes trailing behind them. They were the mobile ports which the worksmiths on the ship would link together to form a 100-meter-long bridge through the reefs near the shore after the ships anchored. The Legion's wheelbarrow ballista unit could only land once the dock was assembled and in place. While it was usually harder to set up two mobile ports in the dead of night, given the calm weather and the moonlight, the task was completed in a few short hours. After the firm rock troops completed their landings, the floating bridges would be retracted and left near the reef so House Kenmays could use them as a port as per the agreement between Lorist and the Count. As the saying went, to defeat an army, go for the commander. Lorist had never planned to rely on defeating the duchy's army before making his move to swallow it up. The plan to wait till spring before crushing the Duke's army was only something Lorist used to mislead the Second Highness. What the four houses actually wanted was for the duchy to be in a state untouched by war when they took over. While the Second Highness's plan for the four houses to wipe the nobles in the province out to stifle their ability to resist was a sound plan, it would effectively render the territory useless even if they conquered the entire place. The four houses would have to invest lots of funds to redevelop the land. This was the true reason they refused to follow the Second Highness's suggestion. When the duchy's most elite force, Sea Mountain Legion, arrived at the camp opposite the Northlander army, Lorist knew Duke Madras' lair, Sigilor, was no longer defended. It had already raised the odds of his plan to take Sigilor during the 12th month to 80%. As long as they were able to encircle Edelweiss without anyone noticing and capture the Duke himself without letting word spread, he could use the Duke's personal seal to enter Zith Castle, Venades, and Kobo unimpeded without the defenders knowing any better. The duchy would effectively be no more after those three places were taken. The Second Highness should have been invited or forced by Kenmays to go to the Duke's manor in Gildusk to participate in the New Year's celebrations. The Second Highness had already realized the tricks Kenmays played on him in the contract the previous month and changed his friendly attitude. Kenmays, on the other hand, maintained his polite demeanor as if nothing had happened. The Second Highness was unable to hate the man no matter how angry he was. Lorist smirked when he thought about the fact that it was his idea to let Kenmays do the talking. He didn't think the Second Highness would actually fall into the trap that easily. Perhaps, he thought too highly of himself and only brought his guard up against the Nortons. Whatever the reason, he fell for Kenmay's flowery words. The Second Highness might just realize spring next year that the whole of the duchy fell into the house's hands when he was expecting them to just begin their attack. Only then would he truly understand the degree to which he had been duped. Without war-torn battlefields, the Second Highness won't be able to take advantage of the situation to recruit soldiers for his White Lion Legion. That way, he won't be able to go to the Andanek Kingdom to deal with Queen Carrie. As a result, he would have to rely on the four houses to spend his days and keep begging Lorist to deploy troops to restore him to the throne. The other houses were not informed about the plan to encircle Edelweiss itself lest it was leaked. According to the plan known to all, the Nortons would deploy Tigersore Legion at the lower stream of Metropolis during spring the next year and cross the floating bridge to head to the final battle with the duchy's forces. While it was not part of Lorist's actual plan, he would still have to deploy the Legion to face Queen Carrie's forces. "Milord, the first batch has landed. The sailors are heading back with the rafts," reported Potterfong. They were at the narrowest part of the shallow seas near Platinum Beach, situated only a little over 100 meters from shore. Lorist snapped out of his thoughts to look at the coast. He saw the sailors pulling the rafts back to the ships using the rope that connected the vessels. The rafts were mostly empty apart from the single sailor manning them. Lorist recalled the 3 horizontal wooden boards he intended to use for balancing the rafts, but the shipwrights at the yard had found the design unusable. In the end, they redesigned the rafts to have a rounded back and a square front, which allowed for more people to be ferried at once while improving the craft's balance. They only needed one extra sailor to man each boat from the back. "Milord, I've returned," said the figure that suddenly appeared on one of the rafts and scaled the ship. It was Els, the guards, the first to be deployed, leader. "What was up with those fishermen during the day? They forced us to delay our operation," inquired Lorist. Originally, the plan was to be carried out during the day, but the folk of the Flying Fish of Dawn found it hard to scout the beach because of the fishing boats near the coast. "What the heck is wrong with them? Even though it's winter, there are still sailors willing to take the risk and fish." Nobody could have predicted. In the end, Lorist had no choice but to wait until evening before he could begin the operation. "They are from the Black Pearl Merchant Guild, milord. Their salt farm and fishery are located at Platinum Beach's southernmost end. Our men have already taken control of the premises." According to the captives, the fishermen were out fishing to prepare ingredients for the Duke's banquet tomorrow. "It appears to be a yearly affair," replied Els. According to Lorist's knowledge, the Black Pearl Merchant Guild was the largest merchant guild in the duchy. It was said they were one of the duchy's largest backers. They monopolized the salt and fish trade. The Salt Merchant Committee's suppression in the duchy was their doing. Their method of salt production through boiling seawater was horribly inefficient. It resulted in ridiculous prices. In spite of their prices, there was still a market for their salt throughout the duchy. The Black Pearl Merchant Guild also fished near the coasts and sold their catch to the 4 central duchies. Seafood was also one of the few specialties of Sigler. Lorist didn't think the Duke would go so far as to have the fishermen go to sea during winter just for his New Year's banquet. He looked at the 2 floating bridges that were only a fraction complete. I don't think this will be finished anytime soon. Lorist turned to Potterfong. Pog, I will go ashore first. Stay here and command the troops. Milord, why don't you rest in the cabin instead? Potterfong asked, surprised. It won't be too late to go there when the bridge is complete. It's far stabler that way as well. Also, taking a raft is rather risky. No worries, Lorist laughed, I'll bring a few guards with me. I'm sure you've heard what Els said as well, right? I plan to interrogate the captives. We might be able to have more people infiltrate Edelweiss with us. Now that Lorist had made his decision, there was nothing Potterfong could do. He had of the rafts reserved for Lorist and the guards, led by Els. In an attempt to raise morale, Lorist chose to land in the same manner his troops had and took the initiative to do part of the rowing. He found the initiative rather displeasing by the time he neared the shore. Feeling the splashes of chilling water on his face caused him to start shivering slightly. His hands were almost chilled to numbness. He yearned for the shore all the more for it. The closer they got to shore, the more ice crystals were visible in the water. When Lorist saw this, he found he had overlooked one important factor. Platinum Beach wasn't frozen as he thought it would be and had instead turned into a field of snow. Thick layers of snow gathered on the beach's surface, causing the part of the beach where water touched to form ice. The squarish part of the raft bumped against the shore and caused some of the ice to fall off. A group of Norton soldiers rushed to the raft and pulled on the rope at the front of the raft while they shouted, "Quick, get to shore! Take lighter steps and don't stomp on the ground. If any of you need to warm up, take a few swigs and start moving about." "Oh, milord, it's you," said one of the soldiers who realized Lorist's presence amidst the guards. Lorist jumped on the shore lightly and patted on that soldier's shoulder. "Well done. But why can't we stomp on the ground here?" "Oh, milord," the first group of soldiers to arrive had instantly stomped about to warm up the moment they got here. They didn't realize they were standing on a patch of frozen ice instead of the beach itself. "The ice cracked and the whole group fell straight into the water," replied the soldier. Lorist's chest tightened when he asked, "Then, how are they doing now?" "They're fine, milord," the soldier said with a smile. "Even though the unlucky fools got wet, the water only reached their thighs since the waters here are shallow." They were ordered to strip and dry their clothes near the fire before taking more rum and circulating their battle force. They'll be back to normal after their clothes and armor are dry. They're still loitering around the fire naked over there and many of us couldn't help but laugh. Lorist felt relieved as he laughed at the thought of a bunch of naked men circling a fire. Fortunately, there was battle force in Grindia. Had they been normal folk who couldn't use it, they would have ended up on the brink of death. Falling into water 30 degrees centigrade would no doubt bring a tragedy. Thankfully, the soldiers were at least of the bronze rank and were far stronger than average soldiers in Lorist's previous life. Knight Pajik had been made an officer in Fernrock Legion following his breakthrough to the gold rank. Lorist was rather assured with the knight running the landing. It didn't take long for Pajik to rush over. "Milord, why have you come?" asked the knight after he saluted. "I wanted to come over for a look and ask the folk at the fishery and salt farms about Edelweiss while I'm at it. How many people do we have ashore at the moment?" 1.5 brigades, milord, replied Pajik. "Good. Even though Edelweiss is a day's travel from here, you have to be wary since the road there is covered by snow. Have a brigade of fully armed troops occupy that mound in the distance and monitor the surroundings. We'll set out for Edelweiss when the rest of the force has landed," said Lorist as he pointed to a snow-covered mound farther away. "Understood, milord. I will send some men immediately," said Pajik. "All right. Els, let's head to the fishery and salt farms." "Understood, milord. We'll have to walk across the beach to get there," said Els. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 342 Occupation. Occupation. And here's the last release of the week. See you guys next week. Oh, we're also holding a live reading tomorrow. Feel free to join us in our Discord channel. Details can be found on our Patreon page here. From the map, the land of Sigler could be seen as a valley surrounded by Lisna Mountains and Sibilink Highlands. The valley was large enough to be a province in and of itself. Some parts even neared the coast. There was only one entrance, it was the pathway near which Sith Castle was built. The fact that only one castle was required to defend Sigler was probably why Duke Madras made it his headquarters. The Second Highness's strategy started with him encouraging the four houses to devastate Delamoc. But he never thought they would attack Sigilor and only wanted the Duke to coop up in his lair. He felt conquering Zith Castle was nothing but a pipe dream. The dangerous terrain aside, the narrow pathway into Sigilor prevented any army from displaying their true potential. Small waves of 100 people going against the castle was nothing but suicide. When Lorist led his convoy through the duchy, he had them disguised as merchants and successfully conquered Zith Castle. He left it in the care of the Second Highness's troops. But right after the Duke mobilized Sea Mountain Legion from Sigilor, the Second Highness left after a few days because it was only good for defending against outside threats rather than inside ones. While Zith Castle was hard to take from the outside of the valley, the opposite was true from the inside. The reason was that the Duke was afraid he would be trapped in the valley if anybody managed to conquer the castle and hold there. The Duke renovated the castle heavily over the past few years and made a simple citadel into a triple-walled contraption. The company he had originally stationed in the castle was also increased to a full regiment. Even if one managed to conquer the first wall, the troops defending the castle would still be able to put up resistance from the second and third walls. It was precisely because of Duke Madras's confidence in his castle that he allowed his most elite unit, Sea Mountain Legion, to head to the front lines to give the Northland bumpkins a long-due lesson and chase them back across the river. It was a shame the Duke never predicted the enemy would come from the sea during the winter. Apart from the 1,000 guards that defended the central castle at Edelweiss, there were no more than 2,000 men defending the inner and outer cities. Most of them were conscripts brought on board specifically to serve for the winter. Nobody performed their duties fully, the cold was just too much. As they saw it, no enemy could get past Zith Castle. Had it not been for the banquet the Duke hosted, which saw many nobles of the duchy going through the castle and tipping the soldiers on duty, none would bother to show up for their shifts. It took one day to travel from Platinum Beach to Edelweiss on foot and around 10 or so hours by carriage. One would take close to half a day even if one went by horse without rest. The Duke renamed the city from Traft after his first daughter, Edelweiss, who was born there. He spent 8 years expanding the city before he renamed it. He also moved his house there at the same time and made it their headquarters. Lorist had a map of Sigilor unrolled before him. Edelweiss is defended by 3 fortified walls, the center of which is connected to the keep, Lorist explained as he pointed at the city on the map. All of the Duke's family members are there. He will host his banquet at the Duke's mansion, which is directly behind the keep. The area between the inner wall and the centermost wall is called the Inner Bailey, where most of the Duke's relatives and rich merchants or tycoons live. Some of the Duke's vassals also have dwellings there. Between the outer wall and the wall in the center is the Outer Bailey, where most of the family members of Sea Mountain Legion soldiers, the servants of the Inner Bailey, members of the Black Pearl Merchant Guild, and farmers of the surrounding area live. Put bluntly, the citizens of Edelweiss have a really tight-knit relationship with House Madras. Duke Madras has managed Sigilor for close to 40 years already and has built the foundations of his house here at Edelweiss. Last night, we interrogated the captives of Black Pearl Merchant Guild's salt farm and fishery and got word that the defenses around Edelweiss are rather lax at the moment. We can take the 2 walls easily if we're undiscovered, but the central castle itself will prove troublesome. When we attempt to breach the third line of defense, we'll have to make sure the enemy doesn't have any escape routes. We cannot let them retreat to the keep and put up a defense there. As Edelweiss is House Madras headquarters, I will have to give a special order. We are Nortons, we don't lower ourselves to oppressing civilians. But as we attack Edelweiss, if there are any commoners that resist our advances, you may use any method at your disposal to pacify them, be they women or children. Otherwise, there will be a chance for someone to rile up a civilian revolt and bring us countless troubles, perhaps even affect the moves we can make. Understood? Yes, me lord, replied the knights surrounding him. Lorist asked Howard something before he turned back to the knights. It's around 5 right now. According to the captives, they are supposed to depart around 7 to arrive at Edelweiss around 5 to deliver the seafood to the keep manager. Els, bring some men with you disguised as members of the guild and take the supervisors with you. You just need to get past the outer wall. Understood, me lord. I will definitely execute my mission successfully, replied Els. If we had to march to Edelweiss, we might not be able to arrive today, Lorist laughed. Fortunately, we have our skis. They will let us travel even faster than the carriages Els is taking to the city. The only problem is there are 6 farmland manors along the way. If we're discovered, they might light a smoke signal to alert the city guard. That's where you come in, Malak. What are your orders, my lord, said Malak as he stepped forward. I will leave the 6 manors to you. You have to prevent them from informing the enemy of our presence. Understood, me lord. I will not let any of the 6 manors inform anyone, said Malak. Pajik. Awaiting your orders, me lord. Take a brigade and seal the path between Zith and Edelweiss. As long as you do, even if there are people who manage to escape Edelweiss, they won't be able to reach Sith. With this, our plan can't fail. Understood, me lord. Pog, what comes after will depend on you. I'm leaving the attack on Edelweiss to you. My only role is dealing with Croesus, the Duke's rank 2 blade master. It is the key to taking Zith, Venades, and Kobo. We can't afford any mishaps. Rest assured, me lord. I won't let you down, Potterfong nodded. All right, there's little more than an hour left. Let's get to work and leave the moment you're ready. There's no need to wait for my order. Pog is in charge, follow his command. Understood? Yes, me lord. The operation was executed without issue. Els managed to control the gates of Edelweiss easily after infiltrating the city. He even managed to let the first group of soldiers enter. They only took about half an hour to take over the outer wall. Snow began to fall just as the combat died down. The skies darkened and hid the invaders well from those further inside the city. It was strange that they only had a small number of captives from the outer wall. When they questioned what few captives they had, they learned that most of the guards had given their shifts the slip. No one was willing to face the cold. Els continued his mission. He donned the guise of a Black Pearl Merchant Guild member and brought his produce for delivery. Along with Potterfang's troops, he quickly took the second wall. Just as they were about to advance on the third wall, however, something unexpected happened. A few people approached from far and cursed at the group who were supposedly delivering the seafood for almost being late for the banquet. They hurried Elsa's group to the Duke's mansion immediately. When the people realized Els and the guards weren't people they knew, one smart one attempted to rush back to report. Els had no choice but to take care of them. Fortunately, none escaped. 3 died and 2 were captured. It didn't take long to deal with them either. Nobody noticed the commotion. After quickly dealing with the corpses, they questioned the 2 captives and learned that the person in charge from Black Pearl Merchant Guild sent the 5 of them out because he was panicking about how late the seafood was. After leaving a carriage to store the corpses and 4 guards to watch the captives, Els led the rest straight to the backyard of the Duke's mansion. The near 100 guards split into 2 units. One stormed the keep the moment Potterfang made his move and the other headed to the third wall's gate to await Lorist and Potterfang's arrival. Attacking the keep turned out to be quite the relaxing task. Only 200 or so of the original 1,000 guards that should have been on duty weren't absent. When faced with the horde of Fernrock Legion soldiers, they surrendered after 10 short minutes of resistance. Arg, cried an elaborately dressed 50-year-old man. He was ranked 2 Blademaster Croesus. He lay on the ground, defeat by just 6 strikes from Lorist. Beside him lay his ceremonial sword, which he had used for the engagement. It was a most sorry sight. The fight happened within the main hall where the banquet was held. Lorist had killed a rank 2 Blademaster almost instantly in front of Duke Madras and tens of other noblemen and ladies. The bloody sight caused quite a number of women to faint. Who are you? Lorist rubbed his nose awkwardly. Norton Lorist of House Norton, Duke of the Northlands, replied Lorist. Duke of the Northlands? House Norton doesn't command that title, said Duke Madras suspiciously. You would indeed not know of it. I was only recently given this title by Second Highness Auguslo. I've also been in theft the whole of the Northlands. Is that so? Then Auguslo's still alive and even made it to the Northlands. And those people from the Union claimed he was dead. What are you going to do to me? Hee, Lord Duke, it's not up to me to decide your fate. I will send your whole house to His Highness. It's up to him to decide your fate, said Lorist. Duke Madras slumped back into his seat like a deflated balloon and laughed wryly. Ha, I already know my fate in that case. I have another question, though. How did you enter? Did the garrison troops at Zith Castle betray me? I don't know whether the troops there betrayed you, Lord Duke. We came from the sea, replied Lorist. Just like that, Edelweiss fell into Fernrock Legion's hands. The city's near 100,000 citizens didn't know they were at the mercy of a different master. Lorist left the aftermath to Potterfang and occupied Duke Madras's bedroom on the uppermost floor of the keep. He indulged in his precious wines and enjoyed the snow gradually covering the city. Not long after, something embarrassing happened. Loyal as Potterfang was, he was worried that his lord wouldn't have any company in his sleep. So, he picked 2 noble ladies from the captives and sent them to warm Lorist's bed. For those women, this was something unavoidable as it was noble custom. They might, perhaps, be able to use the opportunity to make a plea for their house. They never thought they would be serving Lorist, the man who had terrified some of them into unconsciousness when he killed Blademaster Croesus. When they met Lorist, the 2 instantly panicked. One fainted and another lost control of her bladder. Lorist, much dismayed, had Howard send the women out, only for another misunderstanding to occur. The one who peed all over thought Lorist had just ordered their execution and fainted, while the one who just regained consciousness hugged Lorist's leg and pleaded to be spared. The commotion was quite a way to spend the first night of the new year, and Howard took the brunt of it as he had to monitor the servants who cleaned the floors while he brought a bathtub to Lorist and prepared some hot water before leaving promptly. Lorist had chosen to punish the women personally. Their moans and cries rang throughout the night. It only calmed down at dawn. Lorist only reappeared at noon the next day. "Let this be the last time you do this," he told Potterfong with a stern expression. In spite of his reprimand, the two beautiful women were kept by his side and their households were spared. During the first month of year 1777, House Norton and their Fernrock Legion attacked Sigler via Platinum Beach. They conquered Edelweiss and managed to apprehend Duke Madras and tens of other duchy nobles. Fernrock Legion's commander, gold-ranked Knight Potterfong, used Duke Madras's seal to gain entry to Zith Castle and Venades for a surprise attack and managed to occupy both. On the 23rd day of the first month, Kobo also fell. From that day onward, the Madras Duchy was no more. On the 17th day of the second month, the citizens of Edelweiss revolted. Near 100,000 citizens protested on the streets against the surprise attack and demanded House Norton leave and Duke Madras return. Only 10,000 of the Legion's soldiers were present. Gold-ranked Knight Malek gave the order to kill to suppress the revolt, which resulted in the deaths of more than 30,000 of Edelweiss citizens and the capture of 40,000 more. Malek, who gave the order without the slightest change in expression, was known henceforth as Iron Face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 343 Suggestion. Hey guys, here's the fifth and last release of the week. Also, we have a live reading session on our Discord channel 15 minutes after the release of this chapter. Feel free to join us there using this link, https://discord.gg/4egrngf. Just join the general voice channel and you're good to go. A storm raged outside the window. It was already the middle of the third month. On Grindia, this was the start of the rainy season. The season lasted for nearly 2 months in the south of the continent. The Northlands was in the middle of the continent, however, and thanks to the naturally barrier of the magical Dragon Mountains, not much of the weather from the south existed there. The Northlands only had 20 days of rain during the rainy season. Lorist had already returned to Fimrock Castle and left Potterfong to deal with what was left of the duchy. After becoming Duke of the Northlands, he had to act the part per his subordinates' advice and not lead the charge every time there was a battle. All he had to do, and should do, was ensure the house was heading in the general direction of his goals. The details were up to the household knights and officials. Nowadays, there were 16 gold-ranked knights serving the house. Had it not been for the fact that Duke Madras had a rank 2 Blademaster by his side, Lorist wouldn't have bothered to be present for the operation. His desire for absence was because his presence made him miss Diliana's delivery date. When Lorist was enjoying the service of his 2 new companions, the young aunt of Ariadne gave birth to another child for the house at Fernrock. Lorist looked at the map for a good while as Charade instructed Howard to get 2 more candles. "Locke, are you still worried about the operation? Fernrock Legion has already occupied Kobo and cut off the supply lines of our 100,000 or so enemies. From the successful occupation, we discovered they had planned to ship another batch of resources to their camp before the rainy season but were unable to do so before our arrival. I'm sure the soldiers of the Duke's army will be worn out and starving by the end of the season. They won't have any option other than surrender." "I know the situation in the duchy is mostly set in stone," Lorist answered, shaking his head. "I've already ordered Tigersword to head west after the rainy season to force the enemy to surrender. I'm sure you've also read Pog's report that we've already taken control of their supplies when we conquered Kobo. They were only unable to launch a counterattack to retake the city because the season is already upon us. I know the enemy we have to face is the 60,000 men of Sea Mountain Legion. Originally, the garrison of Kobo and Venades each had another 10,000 men. There are also 20,000 troops stationed at Sanderson Hills, not to mention the 10,000 private troops of the nobles. It's clear as day they're trying to fight back with the coming of spring in one decisive battle, but we didn't even give them such a chance. Without their supplies, the duchy's troops will struggle to survive. I expect what remains of their supplies and workhorses will probably last them through the season. I didn't intend for Tigersword to fight them when I deployed them. I already wrote to Lowe's and told him his main purpose was to keep the enemy trapped in their camps. Since the harvest season follows directly on the rainy season, I definitely won't allow them to start harvesting crops to get out of their predicament. According to our plan, Tigersword will keep the enemy in camp while Hennard brings the Shazin forces to encircle the 7 citadels at Sanderson Hills. Without supplies from Kobo, the 20,000 soldiers will have to surrender in at most 2 months. House Kenmay's forces will also head to Sigilor to take Firmrock Legion's place so the latter can return to Silowas for the next phase of our plan. As for House Phelan's Light Cavalry Legion, we will leave it to them to exterminate the nobles in Delamoch that still resist. Given most of the Madras nobles have already fallen into our hands, I'm sure it will be an easy task for Phelan. Charade flipped open another folder. Lock, Firmrock Legion captured 38 landed nobles in total during the capture of the Duke's mansion in Edelweiss. According to a list with their respective titles, there are members from 63 houses of the duchy. It should have been more than 80, but the second prince took out 20-odd houses when he stormed Delamoch. The nobles that participated in the banquet at the mansion can't be considered the Duke's confidants. The people he truly trusts probably serve Sea Mountain Legion and the garrison forces. We better be wary when dealing with the aftermath to prevent anyone from putting up a last stand. Also, even though the nobles of the houses trusted by the Duke didn't attend the banquet, the female and younger members of those houses did and have also fallen into our hands. There are around 100 noble ladies and young masters from these houses among those we captured. Perhaps, we can use them as bargaining chips to get their houses. As long as they give up resistance, we will allow them to leave the duchy with their wealth and family members go wherever they want. I believe it'll rid them of any desire to resist. Lorist nodded. All right, do so. I'll write a letter to Pog, Lowe's, and the rest to cooperate with you. Let's obtain victory at the smallest price possible. I hope the situation can be settled before the 6th month. Locke, would the Second Highness have any objections to us letting the nobles loyal to the Duke go? Asked Charade. Even though the Second Highness was the former king of the Andanak Kingdom in name, the knights of the house addressed him as His Highness instead of His Majesty, and Charade was no exception. Don't care about him. Even if he sees those nobles as traitors of the Empire for joining up with Duke Madras, there's no point in us sacrificing our house's troops to exterminate them. If the Second Highness wants to punish them, he'll have to catch them himself. Since there's nothing in it for us, we're not obligated to do anything. The 10-odd years of experience as a Dominion Lord had familiarized Lorist with the norms of the world and the nature of his position. Causing trouble for the royal family is the favored pastime of almost all landed nobles. Understood. But what do we do about the 38 captured nobles? Snickered Charade. For the noble houses of the old Christian Empire, those above the title of Viscount will be demoted one rank. Don't bother with the barons. There's no way they can be demoted further. After you're done with the demotions, move their dominions to Winston. As for the nobles Duke Madras entitled, we don't have to acknowledge their peerage. Just release them and confiscate 2/3 of their assets. Let them leave with the rest and go wherever they desire, replied Lorist. Whoa! Then we won't have many landed nobles left. I've already estimated we'd only have around 20 houses left, Charade exclaimed, looking at his list. Locke, what do we do if the nobles close with the Duke insist on keeping their titles and dominions, continued he. Well, tell them they can remain nobles with a 1-rank demotion as long as they become our vassals. We'll accept their pledge of allegiance if they can prove their worth. Duke Madras was no fool, and anyone he prioritizes must be capable to some degree. Perhaps, some of them might prove rather useful. Lorist gave it some thought before added, also, House Ujink and House Sabri don't need to be demoted or moved. Just have them become vassals. Their dominions will have to be adjusted, though. House Ujink and House Sabri were the houses of the two beauties with whom Lorist had spent that pleasurable night. Thanks to letting their daughters warm Lorist's bed, the houses wouldn't be punished and survived the transition to another lord smoothly with minimal losses, much to many's envy. At the same time, it showed the leader of House Norton, the Duke of the Northlands, was a person who cared for relationships and connections, instead of being cruel and heartless. Charade tried to stifle his laugh as he commented, I heard it gave you quite some trouble back then, but... Lorist stroked his nose awkwardly as when he returned to Fernrock Castle from Edelweiss, he brought the two beauties along. It naturally enraged Ariadne. We sisters and our aunt are already your women, and our aunt even birthed you a son. Yet, you used attacking the Madras Duchy as your excuse to skip my aunt's delivery and even dare to bring two beauties back with you? Do you think I'll just sit quietly and accept this? I'll show you what I've got, you shallow, superficial bastard, she had said at the time. How did you resolve it? Charade was rather curious about the matter. Even though Ariadne was a jealous and envious woman, the household knights and officials had a rather good impression of her. Mainly because of the effort she put in to become a silver-ranked knight, as well as how she only kept her tantrums between her and Lorist. On one occasion when she tried to pitch her sister as the matron of House Norton, she made sure to ask the officials and knights about their opinions on the matter. But when she learned that it wouldn't work, she dropped it without complaint instead of pestering Lorist. Nothing much. I just agreed to move Haustina's dominion to Delamoc and take it as our vassal, Lorist said with a troubled smile. I also promised I would bring the two sisters with me during my excursions in the future. They said it was necessary to stop me from bringing back more beauties after every trip. Ha ha, laughed Charade heartily. Lorist got a bottle of fruit wine and poured Charade some during their little interlude. Oh, my lord, Knight Malak sent a report that requires your attention. He requested to be held responsible for the revolting citizens' massacre in Edelweiss, Charade said as he took out a piece of beastskin from his blue folder. It arrived yesterday afternoon. Take a look. Lorist gave it a quick glance before he did something that surprised Charade. He set the report on fire using a nearby candle and let it burn. Locke, what are you doing? We have to archive it, said Charade, stunned. No, Lorist said, shaking his head, not this report. No record will be kept of the revolt. I'll also reward Knight Malak and have him give me a list of people who managed to contribute to its suppression. This matter was dealt with swiftly. I've long told you that as Edelweiss has been the headquarters of House Madras for more than 40 years, the citizens are no doubt very closely tied to it. Having only 10,000 men stationed there is a little too careless. Had Malak not steeled himself and cut the root of the problem away, we would have been chased out of the city. If that happened, I have no doubt the whole of Siglar would have joined in. Apart from Edelweiss, House Madras didn't infeff any other noble houseland within Siglar and instead constructed around 40 farmland manors and took in 200,000 people. Among them are the family members of Sea Mountain Legion troops. It's the reason they are the most elite among the Duke's troops. It's as if Duke Madras kidnapped their families. If they don't perform well, their families will pay the price. They were forced to give their all and fight to their deaths. According to the name list of the Legion, which we got from the Duke's mansion, I've already had Fury Bear collect the family's belongings. We'll send them to the Legion after the rainy season to crumble their will to resist. Part of the reason those who pulled the strings behind the scenes started the revolt was to stop us so the Legion wouldn't be out of the fight. They hoped to buy time for an opportunity. It's too bad they were merely dreaming. There's no way they can change the situation now. I bet they didn't think we would move House Kenmaze's dominion to Siglar. The huge move will wipe the province clean. It'll extinguish all insurgent factors. Let's see who'll have the last laugh. According to the agreement with House Kenmaze, 250 of the current 340,000 people living in the eastern Northlands thanks to the Kenmaze's refugee recruitment effort over the last couple of years would be moved to Siglar, while the Nortons would be in charge of the evacuation of the original Siglar citizens so the Kenmaze folk would have homes to live in and land to farm. Put bluntly, House Kenmaze planned to move most of their subjects with them to Siglar to displace its original citizens, who would be in turn moved to the eastern Northlands. According to Charade, it was an unnecessary move, but House Kenmaze felt it was best to bring their own subjects with them. Otherwise, their position might not last longer than a few years. Locke, will the soldiers of Sea Mountain Legion and the Duchy's garrison forces be required to serve 3 years' labor to develop the eastern area of the Northlands? Asked Charade. Lorist gave it some thought before he replied. The East's development has to wait. The vacation of the citizens of Siglar, who are the family of many in Sea Mountain Legion, is to let them get used to the Northlands environment. The skilled ones like smiths are the ones who will meld with our house the easiest since there isn't anybody but us who appreciate their talents more. They'll be given preferential treatment and be allowed to work at our factories to fill up the demand. As for the soldiers of Sea Mountain Legion and the garrison forces, let them build the roads in Delamoc after they surrender. I hope we will be able to connect Venades and Kobo in 2 years, before building another highway straight to the Northlands. I really don't understand how the Empire was run back then. If they had built a highway, it wouldn't take more than 5 days to travel from Venades to the Northlands. There's no point in making the journey curve and triple in traveling time. Charade laughed at Lorist's complaints. Locke, you didn't know how much the Christian Empire spent to build the current connections. The reason behind its current state is the fact that the highway would have to pass through the dominions of many nobles. They've objected to its constructions vehemently for many decades. The Empire rejected their demands to be allowed to collect tolls on the highway, so they refused to let the highway pass through their dominions. In the end, the Empire didn't have a choice and had to build the pathway around the borders of those dominions. All this is recorded and archived. Not only that, many nobles stood to gain lots of profit from the construction of the current highway. The construction of the current road from Delamoc is recorded to cost the most in the history of the Empire. It took 7 years to build and the cost involved was enough to build 7 similar roads. I remember back then there were even newspapers that justified the way it took by arguing that it was the best way to facilitate the transport of the food produced in the dominions of all the nobles to Delamoc, the main storehouse of the Empire's food. What a shameless joke. Lorist chuckled. I don't care about the things that happened in the past. Whatever the case, I want to make it clear that nobody may stop us from doing what we want in the lands we control. Oh well, the territories in Delamotte will all have to be moved anyway. I expect there to be more than 100,000 people who surrender. We'll just have them build the highway. A straight highway will save us so much time and allow us to better respond to military situations. I want this highway finished in 2 years' time. Your Grace, responded Charade as he stood up. Ever since he was made Duke, his subordinates and household knights began to address him as Your Grace. Only a few people still called him Milord Lorist. Privately, some like Charade would call Lorist Locke, but in official discussions, they would still use Your Grace. There's a piece of bad news. The House is likely to spend more than the expense stipulated in our budget. Apart from helping House Kenmays and House Shazine with their dominions relocation, we have to begin development on the eastern Northlands and the former territory of the Shazines, as well as take charge of the move of Siglar locals. We have to mobilize Tigersore to deal with Queen Carrie soon as well. And now, you've just announced you'll be building a highway from Delamotte to the Northlands. Our house has already exceeded our budget by 6 million gold fords. The way I see it, development is more important than war. Your Grace, I urge you to consider the stability of the house's finances. I suggest we postpone the war against the Andanak Kingdom's current administration. Restoring the Second Highness's throne will set our house back 1 million gold fords, and I believe it an unwise move. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 344 Reason. Hi guys, here's the first release of the week. We have something extra coming by the end of this week, but this is all I'll say for now. Winky face. Lorist looked at the map of the former Christian Empire for a good while before he shook his head. No. The war with Queen Carrie cannot be dragged on. Only the Second Highness's restoration to power will give us enough time. Time? Charade mused with squinted eyes. Time for what, Your Grace? So far, everything is under control. There's no need to let the tiger back onto its mountain. Actually, controlling the Second Highness will be extremely beneficial to the house. We can even threaten Queen Carrie to expand the kingdom's trade routes and force her to give us Gillen Harbor. Even if the Second Highness gets his throne back, he will still regard House Norton with caution and suspicion. Not only would we gain nothing, he'd also send his messengers to ask us for support shamelessly. The most important thing is that Duke Madras' defeat is at hand. The Northlands will be connected to the Andanak Kingdom soon after instead of being separated by another power like before. I worry, Your Grace, that the Second Highness will be able to send a tax collection official to our dominion to collect all sorts of taxes when he becomes king. It would mean our house will have to give up hundreds of thousands of gold fords each year. We'll also have to publicly announce the farmland we have to the kingdom. Given the time the Second Highness spent at our dominion, he would have grasped that our chief income comes from production rather than agriculture and will seek benefits. He might even levy all sorts of new taxes. To our 3 allied houses, letting the Second Highness get his throne back isn't a good idea. They would also have to start paying taxes and find ways to prevent him from using their household forces to wage war against other nobles. As things are now, however, he is in the Northlands and doesn't have either power or soldiers. I strongly object to us dealing with Queen Carrie. It's better to have her in power. At the very least, she's no threat to our house. Lorist smiled bitterly before he poured another cup of fruit wine for himself and downed it in one gulp. You're right. But those are 2 relatively light consequences, Lorist said as he pointed at the map. This year, we've exterminated the Madras Duchy. The time we have left will only be enough to move its citizens. Next year, however, we're attacking Iblia. Duke Faisablin will be a formidable opponent and obstacle. That old man isn't just a cunning fox, he's a mighty lion. His title of war god is no joke. We can't afford to be careless at all. Lorist sighed deeply. These days, I've been looking over some of the information we gathered on House Faisablin. We've severely underestimated the Duke. Do you know how many men he has enlisted? 240,000 men, all full-time soldiers. He's not the war god for nothing. What did you say? 240,000? That's impossible. House Faisablin definitely can't feed so many people with the produce from wild husbandry in Eastwild alone. They physically can't produce the volume necessary, said Charade suspiciously. I'm not lying, it's true, Lorist said. He pulled open one of his desk drawers and took out a thick folder. They don't need to rely on producing food. They can just pillage it from the grassland barbarians. When the barbarians eventually submit, he'll also gain access to an endless supply of livestock. Do you remember our first trade agreement with House Faisablin? Princess Sylvia asked for 100,000 sets of cavalry armor number 103 when she paid the ransom for the 5,000 cavalrymen. The total price was 2 million livestock to be paid in 5 years. Back then, I was elated to have the deal because it would force the Duke to focus his efforts on the plains and bring him into greater conflict with the barbarians. I was sure he would suffer casualties in the process, which would lessen the threat he posed. I miscalculated. House Faisablin has been killing barbarians for a very long time. So long, in fact, that the barbarians fear them. This is a report from Tarkal. He mentions, among other things, that he managed to procure a pair of eyes within the house. According to said eyes, around 30,000 barbarian tribes have submitted and were already their vassals by the time they signed our first trade agreement. These tribes not only provide the house with livestock annually, their youths are also drafted into the house's forces. There's another report from Count Kenmays concerning the investigation he launched using the Salt Merchant Committee into House Faisablin's purchases over the last couple of years. The Count was incredibly pleased with the profits trade with the Faisablins was earning, and our house also received a dividend of 12,000 gold fords. Little did we know House Faisablin was reselling our goods to the barbarian tribes. Nobody could tell from the large order of salt and daily goods that the house was doing this. House Faisablin's territory had a population of at most 500,000. Yet, their consumption of salt and daily goods exceeded that of our own dominion threefold. We only had around 1 million subjects back then. I thought the Duke was raiding the barbarians for the livestock, but in actuality, he was trading with them. Even after he sent his troops, he only made them yield to him instead of raiding or massacring them. His next move was indeed splendid as well. While we were worried he might be intending to start a new trade route by strengthening his house's relationship with the 4 central duchies, he was only setting up an insurance plan. Right now, the products sold to the grasslands are supplied by the Salt Merchant Committee and we produce the products themselves. If we ever cut off our trade, House Faisablin would no longer be able to trade with the barbarians. What would they do if they have no resources all of a sudden? They'd arm themselves and start raiding again. It would send the Dominion straight into fire and chaos once more. That's why Duke Faisablin banded with the 4 central duchies to end Melian. With the duchy out of the way, he would be rid of a troublesome foe and he would gain a new trade route. If we halt our trade with the Duke now, he can procure what he and his dominion needs from the 4 duchies. As long as the Great Plains don't fall into chaos, House Faisablin can focus its efforts elsewhere. The Greater and Lesser Golden Creeks, for example. Giving Charade, who was listening to his long lecture, a look, Lorist poured himself another cup of wine. Perhaps you think Duke Faisablin is only a powerful duke who's past his prime and only knows how to defend against threats. After I met him, however, I have this sense that he will be the most dangerous foe our house has, or will, ever face. I don't hate him because he didn't let Sylvia marry me. I only realized he is a true mastermind filled with ambition. Anyone who underestimates him will have hell to pay. Your Grace, it's not that I don't believe you, but, if the Duke really is as you say, why did he not take control of Windbury when we captured the second prince? The city was in a state of chaos and nobody controlled it, yet he left after a few months. It shows he doesn't have the slightest bit of ambition, he only strives for self-preservation. If he really were as you say, he'd use his forces to exterminate the nobles in the city and consolidate the kingdom's forces under his banner, argued Charade. This is where his cunningness truly shines. Think about it, what would be the consequences if the Duke did as you are suggesting? His forces would have to suppress revolt after revolt by the nobles across Winston. Not only would it take him years to stabilize the situation, he would have to waste lots of resources and incur heavy casualties in doing so. Even if he succeeded in the end, he'd only be left with the province's war-torn remnants. What would be the point? Don't forget, when the Melian duchy still existed, it wouldn't hesitate to stab the Duke in the back whenever it saw a chance. Should Duke Faisablin spread himself thin, Duke Melian would make his move. Do you think the 4 central duchies would give Duke Faisablin a chance to restore the kingdom? Viscount Christoph had already suffered a loss at our hands at the time. Faced with our might, stepping down was the best choice he could make. After the Duke returned to his dominion, he had Princess Sylvia come over right away, mainly to ransom his troops back while also signing a 5-year deal. We initially thought it a show of amity by indirectly telling us that he harbored no hostile intent towards us. It made us put our attention elsewhere. Just like you said, we began to treat him like a harmless old man trying to extend his house's legacy. Now, however, I finally understand the old fox pulled a brilliant move with his retreat from Windbury. As long as he didn't act, Duke Melian wouldn't dare to invade. It essentially disarmed the Malign Duchy. Letting his daughter rule Windbury as queen also allowed the nobles of Southern and Winston to start fighting again, which spiraled the kingdom further into chaos. Even we thought we would be able to reap rewards after the two sides wiped each other out, so we began to wait. We were wrong. We were completely misled. It's all part of that old fox's plan. He knew better than anyone that as long as he was there, we wouldn't dare touch the ripe fruit that was the Iblia kingdom. It afforded him enough time to put his plan into action. When we were away at Hanayabarta, House Faisablin managed to swallow the greater and lesser golden creeks as they had planned. With the gold from the creeks, the Duke finally revealed his true colors and turned his reticles back to the kingdom. Lorist took a black folder from the desk and waved it around. This is the report Tarkle sent me about House Faisablin. It is a shame the sources he managed to bribe are only of low rank. They weren't able to procure more information for us, like how much gold the creeks produce each month. They don't know what the Duke and his goons are up to either. But after seeing what they have for us, it's enough to let me think we should be on guard. House Faisablin's might isn't anything to scoff at. Handing the folder over to Charade, he continued, you should take a look too since you don't believe what I said about them having 240,000 troops. Our sources reveal that Duke Faisablin formed 4 frontier legions, each with 42,000 men. It was the reason Princess Sylvia came over on her second trip to purchase another 70,000 sets of armor 103. As well as 50,000 sets of warrior-style equipment for another 2 garrison legions that each have 24,000 men. One of those legions is stationed at the Golden Creeks, the other is at their main base in East Wild, Crouch Tiger Castle. Other than that, there is another reserve cavalry legion numbering around 28,000. They are formed from the barbarian youths that have submitted to the Duke and play a huge part in attacking the other barbarian tribes that haven't submitted yet. Only those who perform well in battle will be enlisted in the Frontier Legion and be given equipment that our house made. It's also worth noting that more than half of the 4 frontier legions are made up of those barbarian warriors. You mean to say Duke Faisablin's absorption of the barbarians into his forces ranks have decreased the burden of the military on his own subjects? Asked Charade. Lorist nodded. I thought the Duke only had around 600,000 subjects across both Eastwild and Wild Husbandry, so maintaining 3 frontier legions should already have been House Faisablin's limit. It's one of the reasons I didn't consider them a serious threat. If we ever attack the kingdom, the Duke's forces will definitely disperse so as to not get on our bad side and watch the kingdom's end from the sidelines. I didn't think Duke Faisablin would have this move up his sleeves, doubling his forces by recruiting the barbarians. I always thought House Faisablin would have to station 1 legion at each of their 3 provinces, which would leave only 1 legion in reserve to engage in offensive operations and reinforce the others. I only just learned that all the Duke's legions can attack together. The force of all 200,000 light cavalry troops attacking together is staggering. Back then, House Faisablin didn't have enough funds and could only watch as we take in refugees from Winston and Southern while we wrote him off as harmless. Now the Golden Creeks have fallen into their hands and made up for their financial problems. They moved 100 or so thousand youths straight to Eastwild right after conquering Melian. We all thought the Duke held the knighthood tournament last year to find the princess a suitor. But after experiencing it for myself, I began to feel something was off. It was only after hearing about the Melian duchy's conquest that I realized the old fox's true aim is Iblia. After Melian's conquest, Duke Faisablin regained control of the kingdom and allied with the 4 central duchies. Given that we only have the 2 iron suspension bridges connecting the Northlands to the rest of the continent, it would be easy for the Duke to keep us stuck here. The reason the knighthood tournament was held was to test the remaining strength of the nobles in the capital, to see if they'll prove troubling for him after he takes the city. Time is scarce for both us and the Duke. The reason I insisted on attacking Madras was so we can open another way to leave the Northlands, expand our influence, as well as control Sanderson Hills, which is threatening to Winston. We might have a war in Winston the moment our trade deal with Duke Faisablin is completed. As much as I want to stop the arms trade as soon as possible, it's not an option. It's not a matter of breach of trust either. In fact, I worry that Duke Faisablin will storm Windbury, take Winston, and send his troops to the Northlands. We would be busy with the Dominion relocation and remain unprepared. The moment the 2 suspension bridges are cut off, we can only circle around Sanderson Hills to launch our attack, which is exceedingly unstrategic. We have to take the initiative in the war with House Faisablin. We have to strike first. We'll start with invading Winston, conquering Windbury, and sending our troops to Southern to ensure we retain the initiative. If we fight the Duke in Winston, he would be able to receive continuous support from the 4 central duchies and the war will drag on for who knows how long. It would be a catastrophe for us. After a short pause, Lorist muttered, it's because of those contemplations that I want to send Loz and Tigersore Legion to deal with the Andanak Kingdom. The ones that'll worry the most after the Second Highness regains his throne are the Union and the 4 central duchies. They'll definitely watch his every move and decrease their support for Duke Faisablin as a result. The Duke won't be able to escape our grasp no matter how hard he tries. Charade thought for a while in silence. Your Grace, it seems to make sense, said he finally, but it's too complicated for me to comprehend as a whole, so I can't tell what choice would be the best. At any rate, I still think restoring the Second Highness to his throne is akin to counteracting a poison with a toxin, as those herbalists love to say. He might end up being even more trouble for us than the Duke. Lorist smiled bitterly. All I want is send him out of the Northlands as soon as possible lest he causes more trouble. Since he's still useful, we might as well let him do his thing after he gets his throne. Given his personality, he definitely holds a huge grudge after his humiliating defeat at the Union and the 4 Central Duchies' hands. Before he gets his revenge, I doubt he'd come for us. As for the taxes you mentioned, I'll have Count Kenmays ensure we get a 3-year tax exemption for all 4 houses as compensation for the immediate deployment of our troops. He'll no doubt agree to it. As for what'll happen after 3 years, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 345. An Audience. An Audience. This week's second release is coming your way. Also, don't forget to join our Discord server. Drop in for a chat and say hi. The southern area of the Northlands was House Shazin's dominion, where the former Duke's mansion at Gildusk was located. The days passed like years for the Second Highness. Fortunately, the sun would shine upon the Northlands once more after 20 or so more days of rain. Even so, he was impatiently waiting for the 4 nobles to invite him over as a spectator to the battle with the Madras Duchy. After sending his henchmen to ask about the news, the response he got angered him so much that his face almost contorted irreversibly. What did you say? The 4 nobles are busy with their winter harvests and don't have time to watch the battles? He felt he truly didn't understand what was going on in their minds. The duchy's 100,000 plus forces have already waited through winter and the rainy season. Their morale must have dampened considerably. Forcing an enemy to a decisive battle will definitely lead to victory. Those fools are still bothering with the winter harvests at a time like this? Are they out of their minds? Once we lose this chance, it'll be too late for regrets. The enemy will be able to use the time to regain morale and vigor. It wasn't that he didn't think the winter harvests weren't important. It would be equally troubling to miss the appropriate time to harvest and sow new seeds, but even so, was it more important than what was happening on the front lines? The Second Highness hurriedly wrote a few letters to remind the nobles to not forget about how important the upcoming conflict was. He included an anecdote about his own failings and suggestions to avoid making the mistakes he had. It didn't take long for him to receive a reply, however. Lorist's response was as short as letters get, containing only 3 words: I got it. Baron Shazin sounded slightly more annoyed, saying, I'm the one at the front lines. I know better than you. Baron Phelan's response addressed the strategic suggestions of the Second Highness. It pointed out that the 2 points the Second Highness put out wasn't exactly adequate, and explained the reason for his rebuttal. Count Kenmays penned a really long letter filled with flowery words that filled up 5 whole pages, 3 of which were expressions of his concern and care for the Second Highness's living conditions and mental state. He even said that if the chef preparing his meals weren't satisfactory, the Count would send his own personal chef to ensure the Second Highness got the best treatment during his stay. On the 4th page, the Count stated his thoughts about the time he visited the imperial capital and expressed sympathy for the Second Highness's homesickness. The final page contained a whole discourse about how busy the Count was within his dominion, as well as how his knights were acting according to House Norton's orders for the moment. The letter closed with, I believe the situation will stabilize soon enough. Victory is already in sight. Please rest assured, Your Highness. The letters caused the Second Highness to fume so intensely he wanted to tear the letters up in anger. Not one of the nobles bothered to invite him to the front lines. Not willing to accept it, the Second Highness sent his gold-ranked knight Ripley to check the situation. However, Ripley had returned just 3 days later. He reported that he was prohibited from crossing the bridge into the duchy. He stayed there for a day, and apart from seeing the Norton forces prepare for the construction of a citadel at the crossing, he didn't notice anything and had no choice but to return. The Second Highness was even more depressed. It was apparent the 4 houses had come to an agreement to not let him meddle in the conflict. At the same time, it also showed that, even though the 4 houses considered him their liege, they were still very cautious of any of his advances. They knew of his plan to rebuild White Lion Legion from the war-torn duchy. It definitely played a huge part in why he was forbidden from entering the duchy. Gah, how frustrating. The Second Highness hoped deeply that the 4 houses and the duchy's forces would have as huge a battle as possible. One that saw both sides suffer severe casualties. Perhaps only then would the 4 nobles recall the Second Highness's reputation as a war god and seek him out to save their sorry asses. The only good news the Second Highness received when he arrived at Gildusk was the growth of the army with which he planned to restore his throne. They had recruited around 600 people from the Norton Dominion. But at Gildusk, they were able to get more than 3,000 in less than a month, with 4 freelance knights and around 10 wandering knights pledging allegiance as well. The Second Highness ordered Glacia to have the White Lion Legion equipment brought over while he remained at the army camp to train his troops. Seeing that the 5th month would soon be upon them, the Second Highness decided to test the 4 nobles by offering his own troops as reinforcement. If they were making good progress, they would refuse his help. If the opposite was true and their forces were entangled with those of the duchy, they would definitely be more than happy to have the Second Highness on the front lines. If that were the case, however, the Second Highness's newly built force would no doubt have to suffer heavy casualties. Just when the Second Highness was pondering whether he should offer help, he heard a soldier outside the tent report, "Your Highness, Count Kenmaze has arrived and wishes to have an audience with you. He's waiting for your summons outside the camp." "Count Kenmaze is here?" thought the Second Highness with joy. Just as he was about to summon the Count, he suddenly felt that he was being a little too rash. "I should put on some airs and let the Count wait for a while first." Thus, he announced, "Tell Count Kenmaze I'm a little busy right now and have him wait for a bit." The Second Highness felt the Count must have come because of the conflict. Given that the total force count in the conflict was at least 200,000 or 300,000, there was no way victory would be so easily decided, especially with the duchy's troops, which had a reputation of being incredibly hardy. Thinking of the time he tried to attack the Red Lease Kingdom with his army of 300,000, it was that old tortoise Duke Madras that had caused him the most grief. The Second Highness looked for Ripliad for a sword training session. The Second Highness was also a 3-star gold-ranked knight at the end of the day. He took just 30 minutes to defeat the 2-star Ripliad. Sweating profusely, he ordered a bath and fresh clothes prepared. After all that, he felt it was about time for him to receive Count Kenmaze, who had been waiting outside the camp. The guard quickly left and came back alone, reporting, "Your Highness, after Count Kenmaze heard you were busy, he left almost immediately on his carriage, saying he'd come visit again in 2 days. The Second Highness was completely flabbergasted. "What's the meaning of this? Wasn't the Count going to see me for my opinions and strategies to use in the conflict? Did I guess wrong? Are the 4 houses actually holding up well against the duchy? It can't be. While that old tortoise Madras isn't any good when it comes to attacking, his forces excel in defense." Such was the case when the second prince attempted to attack Kobo as well. The second prince lost 11 times and ended up wearing his own army out. The Duke was able to turn it into a huge victory and forced the second prince back to Delamoc. Perhaps Count Kenmaze was only pretending, thought the Second Highness hurriedly. It was to be expected given how the Count was responsible for the oath contract, which he realized too late and found he didn't gain any real benefits apart from being Legion name and even handed the authority to make the decisions to Lorist. "It's best if I am warier when dealing with Count Kenmaze, lest I get duped again." Having learned his lesson, the Second Highness finally called his guards to monitor the Count's actions after a good moment of thought. Perhaps he would be able to get some inkling of his intentions after seeing what he did. "Your Highness, Count Kenmaze is going to organize a ball at his mansion and he has invited many noble ladies. He's still in the mood to dance, there shouldn't be a problem with the war." The Second Highness forced himself to stay calm so he wouldn't be misled by the Count's many tactics. "Your Highness, Count Kenmaze went frolicking to the south of the city with a few noble ladies and even brought a few rattan balls for fun. He will also be partying with them at his mansion in the evening." The Second Highness finished the fruit wine in his cup frustratedly. Had he gotten the wrong impression of the Count's visit? Did the Count only do so out of formality? "Your Highness, this afternoon, Count Kenmaze met with a few traveling merchants. At any night, he brought the merchants to the largest brothel in the city to let loose." The Second Highness was so angry he instantly smashed the table he was using. "That darned bastard. What the heck? Didn't he say he would come see me in 2 days? It's already the 3rd day, and instead of coming to see me, he actually went to frequent the brothel? How can he do that as a noble?" "Your Highness, Count Kenmaze is here." "Oh, quick, have him come in." During the afternoon of the 4th day, the Count finally came to see the Second Highness, who lost so much sleep his eyes had sunk noticeably. "Ah. Your Highness, what's going on? You don't seem well." "What happened?" asked the Count after he saluted. "It's all because of you, bastard." The Second Highness had tossed about in his bed for the whole night, not getting the slightest bit of sleep. "These days," he sighed, "I've been rather troubled. I just can't seem to get any sleep the moment I think about the kingdom's situation. My throne was taken and now I'm here, stranded in the Northlands, looking at our great empire crumble day by day. The Union's influence is getting stronger while the 4 central duchies forgot about the glorious days of the empire and unite with the enemy. Hearing this tears my heart apart. How can I even get a good night's rest with all this happening? Your Highness, while it's your duty to be worried about the state of your kingdom as king, you must look after your health. Count Kenmaze consoled, don't worry too much about this matter and tire yourself out. The past has already happened, as long as you stay strong, you will definitely be able to regain your throne one day. With you on our side, we are confident the Empire will return to its former glory. Since you're not in prime condition right now, I suppose I'll come visit you on another day. What? You're going to leave after just spewing a few lines of crap to me? You haven't told me anything I want to hear about yet. The Second Highness hurriedly stopped the Count. No, I can't do this. If you're not in good shape, I definitely shouldn't disturb your sleep any longer. I think it's better if we do this another time, refused Kenmaze. No way I'll let you do that. Snapped the Second Highness inwardly, it's not like I'm actually king now, so there's nothing better for me to do. Staying at the camp all day long training those rookie soldiers is so dull I almost want to go count ants. Wait a second, said the Second Highness as he grasped the Count's hand and pushed him onto a chair, since you took your time to make the trip here, let's have a good chat. I'm feeling fine so there's no need to worry about me. I only lacked a bit of sleep over the past 2 days, it's no big deal. Then, it's more important if you rest. I think it's best for me to not interrupt. There's really no need. Lord Count, how's the war with the duchy going? Are the casualties great? Do you need me to reinforce you with the 5,000 men I have here? The Count looked shocked and said, the war? It's going well and we aren't losing that many men. There's no need for you to send your men over, Your Highness. All you should do is get some good rest. There aren't many casualties? Then how are things progressing with the war? Asked the Second Highness anxiously. Ah, you were talking about the casualties for the final battle? The final battle hasn't even started yet, laughed the Count. Hasn't even started? Why? Didn't you tell me you were going to attack and wipe the duchy's forces out in one fell swoop? Why aren't you going with the plan any longer? Oh, it's like this, Your Highness. It's not that we weren't going to launch our attack. The duchy's forces surrendered before we could start. What did you say? Surrendered? The 100,000 soldiers of the duchy surrendered to the 4 houses of the Northlands, asked the Second Highness in disbelief. Indeed, Your Highness. Not only did they all surrender, Duke Madras has also been captured. The Madras Duchy is no more, said the Count with a face full of smiles. The Second Highness sat back in his chair, stupefied. What about the final battle? Aren't you going to go into a bloody battle with the Duke's forces and end up badly hurt yourselves? Was it all just my imagination? How did you guys do it? The Second Highness began to smile bitterly the moment he realized all his plans had gone down the drain. Despite his bitterness, he was curious how the 4 houses managed to pull off such a feat. He didn't suspect the Count's words at all because the Count definitely wouldn't dare lie about having the Duke captured. The Count said, Lorist landed his household forces on Platinum Beach and attacked Edelweiss, before occupying Zith Castle, Venades, and Kobo. When the 3 locations were taken, the duchy's forces camped opposite our own lost their supply line and had no choice but surrender. The Second Highness thumped on the table hatefully the moment he understood. He had also boarded the ship from Silowas to the Northlands during the previous year and even passed by Platinum Beach on the way. Yet he hadn't imagined that it was an avenue of attack he could use. When Duke Madras deployed all his soldiers to the front lines, his headquarters was left undefended. It was a fatal weakness that Lorist had managed to grasp. With but a light push, the duchy came toppling down. So you came here to see me just to tell me this? Congratulations, my Count. You've just become a duke, said the Second Highness mockingly. How ironic. Even though the duchy was exterminated, a king like me doesn't get any benefits. As the contract states, as long as the duchy is no more, Count Kenmaze automatically becomes a duke and Siglar becomes his hereditary dominion, all without needing my permission. The Second Highness was so displeased he felt his heart throb with pain. If it were other nobles promoted, they would have to present a sum of gold to their liege. Yet, the fellow in front of him had managed to skimp even on that. The Second Highness really could use more funds for his army. Your Highness, this is all thanks to your wisdom and leadership, thanked Kenmaze habitually without caring about how insulting it could be construed as, causing the Second Highness to flush red immediately. We have conquered the duchy, but a situation has come up that we need your advice on, Your Highness. Our losses were minimal, so some of us think we should keep the momentum going and go for Queen Carrie right away so you may get your throne back at the earliest moment possible. Some, however, were against the idea and think we should help Baron Phelim attack and reconquer Southern first. Naturally, Your Highness, I'm on the side of sending troops against Queen Carrie, said Kenmaze. I bet you are actually part of the camp wanting to attack Iblia. The Second Highness took 2 deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Why don't you strike down the illegitimate ruler first? I remember the contract contains a clause that necessitates the restoration of my throne. Are you about to go against your oaths? Your Highness, we will definitely restore your throne, but so far, we've encountered a tricky situation. We lack the funds to deploy our troops, so many of us think we should slowly gather funds before we launch a campaign against the Queen. Out with it. Just tell me what you want and stop going in circles, the Second Highness exclaimed as he stood up. I want a written promise from you, Your Highness, which is signed and stamped with your royal seal just like our contract, said the Count as he stood up. If we restore your throne in this year, you will exempt the 4 houses from any taxes for the next 5 years and pledge that you won't collect any form of payment from us. The 5-year exemption will make up for our military costs. The Second Highness furrowed his brow. 3 years is the most I can do. It would seem it is best we gather the funds on our own then. Good day, Your Highness, the Count said, preparing to leave. Fine, you win. I agree to your proposal, but you have to ensure I can return to the imperial capital by the end of this year, said the Second Highness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 346 Settling Debt. Settling Debt. Here's the third release of the week. Enjoy. The Second Highness took more than 10 days to bring his army of 5,000 to Kobo, fully equipped with the White Lion Legion's gear. He hanged all 47 members of House Madras, including the captured Duke. Even a 4-year-old child wasn't able to escape his fate. There was even a sign engraved with these words beside the corpses: "Thus is the fate of traitors to the Empire." On the 14th day of the 5th month, year 1775, the Andanak Kingdom's former king Auguslo hanged all the members of House Madras, exterminating one of the oldest noble houses of the Christian Empire. Kenmays, who was traveling with the Second Highness, wrote Lorist a letter and warned him to be wary of the Second Highness, stating that while the Second Highness appeared to be a forthright, ambitious and intelligent person on the surface, he had an extremely petty personality and was the kind of person to remember even the smallest grudges. Even in the starkest situations, he would persevere and endure. Such a person might prove troublesome in the future, especially when they had attempted to take advantage of him through the contract. Lorist fell into deep thought after reading the letter. His reply was thus: sheer might in our alliance. We'll execute the plan as scheduled. On the other hand, he wasn't too surprised at the fate of House Madras. When the Duke suddenly announced the independence of his duchy, he had spoiled the third prince's chances to exterminate the rebellious first and second princes. Despite the third prince's efforts to conquer Kobo, he ended up retreating, defeated. It set the once mighty empire on the path of civil war and certain doom. As the successor of the third prince, the Second Highness bore a deep grudge against Duke Madras. While Lorist was well aware of it, he didn't think the Second Highness would actually go so far as to kill even a 4-year-old child to ensure the blood of House Madras, passed down for 3 centuries, was extinguished forever. Perhaps, such cruelty was the Second Highness's shortcoming. A king should not act ruthlessly with exclusivity seeking the fear of his subjects. He should also be willing to compromise and tolerate. It was precisely the Second Highness' cruelty that caught Lorist's attention. When he regained his position on the throne, the 4 dukes of the central duchies would probably be unnerved, given what had happened to House Madras. Lorist believed they would definitely focus all their attention on the Second Highness's actions and thus decrease the extent of their support for House Faisablin. Kenmays understood what Lorist meant in his short reply instantly. No explanation was necessary. It was clear that might referred to the strength of the singular house. As long as one had might, one need not fear others. Alliance, on the other hand, obviously referred to the maintenance of the 4 houses' alliance. In the past, the 4 houses had stood united in the Northlands against foes outside. Now each of the houses had their own dominions and had expanded their power. They didn't have to worry about the Second Highness in the slightest if they could maintain their alliance. If he attempted to cross any of the 4 houses, the other 3 would definitely jump to their aid and resist him. Kenmays suddenly felt helping the Second Highness back on his throne was a rather good idea. Even though he didn't believe Lorist when he said House Faisablin was the most dangerous enemy they would ever face, after some thought, he felt that, even without House Faisablin around, as long as the Second Highness was still there, the 4 houses would stand united against any enemy. Additionally, they wouldn't dissolve the alliance just because they no longer had a common foe. Let's execute our plan. First, we'll make the Second Highness king again and let the Union feel threatened. We'll have to reorganize our dominions and military this year and attack Iblia next year. Let's see how Duke Faisablin intends to cope with us. After leaving Kobo, the Second Highness and Kenmays continued their journey to Venades. On the way, they passed the depressed citizens of Siglar who were migrating to the Norton Dominion, carrying with them whatever belongings they could take with a simple pull carriage. Sounds of crying could be heard from both sides of the road where they passed. When the Second Highness saw the Madras soldiers constructing the road, he couldn't help but reveal a desiring expression. "Lord Count, could you give me these captives?" Before the Second Highness finished, Ken Mays interjected, "Apologies, Your Highness. We are nobles and must abide by the oaths we take. We promised these soldiers they would be allowed to reunite with their families after 3 years of service. Forgive me for being unable to agree to your request, we are truly unable to go against our word." "Forget it then," said the Second Highness as he waved his horsewhip with dissatisfaction. "Don't be mad, Your Highness," Ken Mays laughed, "we just received word today that Tigersaur occupied Venades yesterday. They'll rush to the Imperial capital straight away. For now, the refugees and soldiers at Welbasia and Jungchandler are yours from which to pick. A good number of them are your old subordinates too. I'm sure you'll be able to form a new legion. Using the men you're familiar with is better than using the duchy's troops, no?" "How could things go this fast?" the Second Highness exclaimed. "I fortified Jungchandler myself. Lictana Citadel and Mountain Midst Castle are the core of the province's defenses, and I've had many experts in fortification design the battlements, mainly to stop a sudden invasion by Duke Madras." "Did the garrison soldiers surrender as well?" "I'm not too sure about the details, Your Highness. Actually, Mountain Midst Castle was already conquered by the time we left Kobo. As I understand it, Tigersaur is the sharpest knife House Norton has. It is mainly a cavalry unit that excels at attacking. Its capabilities are beyond what we can imagine. If the troops at Jungchandler weren't well prepared, it's not surprising that they didn't manage to withstand Tigersaur's assault. Well, had they not needed to wait for the arrival of Ovidus's Thunderbolt Brigade, they might have already reached the Great Analu Plains already." He thought as he spoke. Both Lictana Citadel and Mountain Midst Castle were unable to resist the Thunderbolt Brigade's barrage. Lorist had long told Fierce Tiger Los to ruin every castle they came across so they wouldn't become obstacles in the future. After hearing about Tigersaur's performance, the Second Highness couldn't help but feel the burning desire to fly to the Legion and commanded himself during the capital's siege. He deeply desired to make his grand entrance into the palace. It was too bad that the moment they arrived at Jungchandler, the Second Highness was held back by too many other matters. As the first province of the kingdom he retook, many acquaintances and old subordinates couldn't wait to meet with him. Additionally, there was the matter of absorbing the surrendered troops and captives into White Lion. He was so busy he barely had time for a good meal. Word of Tigersaur's results kept on coming, but the Second Highness was finally able to relax when he heard they finally began to face the Royal Defense Legion at the Imperial capital. That legion was originally the Second Highness's second Royal Local Defense Legion he had stationed at Jungchandler to defend it. They had joined Queen Carrie's side and become the kingdom's only official legion, numbering just 76,000 in total. They had been stationed at Flowwater Creek and Jilin Harbor. Faced with Tigersaur's fierce attacks, the ones in control of the kingdom had to order the Royal Defense Legion to regroup. At the same time, they had sent a call for help to the Zytram Duchy, allied duchies of Brit and the Ford Trade Union in the hopes they would be able to send reinforcements to prevent the Second Highness from returning once more. The Second Highness hurriedly wrote an impassioned letter to Lowe's, first praising the general's results, before suggesting Lowe's hold his ground for half a month. He stated that he would be able to finish reorganizing White Lion and be able to send aid by then. He wanted to unite the two armies in the effort to conquer the capital. In less than half a month, however, word from the front lines was that House Norton's Firmrock Legion had arrived at Jilin Harbor and encircled the capital completely. The Royal Defense Force was defeated by the two legions' combined attack. The legion lost 30,000 men and the rest either surrendered or deserted. The old empire's most prosperous city finally opened its doors to the Nortons. The victors, Firmrock and Tigersaur, stepped into the city proudly and hung the banner of the Raging Bear all over the palace's walls. On the 11th day of the 7th month, year 1777, the Northland's House Norton defeated the Andinak Kingdom's Royal Defense Legion with the Firmrock and Tigersaur legions, conquering the imperial capital. Queen Carrie I and her 3 lovers drank poison to self-terminate. The former king, Auguslo I, once again took his position on the throne. This stunning war showed others the overpowering might of the House of the Raging Bear. They had launched their attack on the 14th day of the 5th month and completed their objectives on the 11th day of the 7th month. In the span of just 2 months, they had swept 3 provinces of the kingdom without any apparent resistance, winning battles one after another. When the neighboring powers resisted Tigersaur at the capital together, House Norton sent Firmrock to Jilin Harbor and dealt the decisive blow to the kingdom from behind. Their actions were so swift that the surrounding nations weren't able to react in time. Before they had even decided whether to send troops to reinforce the kingdom, the dust of war had already settled. The battle saw the reputation of 3 of House Norton's gold-ranked knights soar. Naturally, among them was Tigersaur's commander, Fierce Tiger Lowe's, who swept the battlefield with incredible ferocity and speed. Dulles had commanded the Carabalista Division and launched a massacre-like attack on the Royal Defense Legion. Half of the 30,000 dead had died by ballista fire, their corpses were piled up like mountains, accompanied by rivers of blood. The last night was Ovidus. The heavily bearded guy crushed one citadel after another with the Thunderbolt Brigade. No matter how hard the defense, he managed to break it into shambles. The Second Highness finally returned to the capital in the 7th month with the newly formed White Lion Legion. His first action after he returned was to admonish the nobles who had betrayed him. Under the purview of Tigersor and Firm Rock, who were in charge of the city's security, the nobles' blood was spilled. The massacre disrupted the city's hitherto peaceful streets. Soldiers, garbed in the White Lion Legion's gear, stormed the lavish mansions and dragged the nobles out one by one before beheading them on the streets. As for the women, they were brought back to the army camp as spoils. Their cries and shrieks echoed across the plains and down the city streets. How can they do that? Lowes roared angrily. Did the Second Highness forget he's the king and this his capital? He doesn't have a choice, Potterfong said with a troubled frown. You and I both know the Second Highness didn't bring much of his wealth with him when he escaped to the Northlands. Apart from the White Lion Legion equipment and the funds the four houses gave him, he has nothing else, and that money is also almost entirely used up. I thought he would only punish a few of them at first, but I didn't think he'd exterminate them all. He's intent on clearing out almost all the kingdom's nobles. His Grace shouldn't have let the Second Highness back on the throne. Given how cruel he is, he will definitely become a most fearsome threat to our house one day, said Lowes as he gazed at the walls where many heads were hung. It's about time we left. Since you already rescued all your paramours, don't butt into the Second Highness's business any longer. Even though I think he doesn't have the bearing of a king, this is something His Grace should worry about. It's not our business to participate in this discussion. I will say, however, that the Second Highness will never be able to reunite the old Christian Empire as he is now, said Potterfong. On the 32nd day of the 7th month, year 1777, Augustloi, who had just been reinstated as king, ordered the bloody execution of all the traitorous nobles. Not a single one in the imperial capital was left alive, save a few exceptions. The massacre spanned 3 whole days and more than 3,000 nobles had their heads cut off and displayed on the city walls. As for the young noble ladies, most were disgraced at the army camps until they expired and departed the world. Word of the atrocity eventually spread and shocked the whole of Grindia. The nobles of various nations considering the Second Highness public enemy number 1. He was eventually known as the Slaughterer King, and the incident was later termed the Bloody Cleansing of the 7th. He's a freaking demon, not a king. Lowes complained even after leaving the capital. It's one thing if he kills the nobles, but do why the attendants, servants, and knights have to die? Not only did he not spare the women, he didn't even give them a swift death. This is something only a demon is capable of doing. He's destroying our honor as nobles. I really feel like we need another war. Kenmays was currently seated in front of Lowes and Potterfong. He had accompanied the Second Highness on the way to the imperial capital and had witnessed everything. In terms of the law, the Second Highness wasn't wrong in what he did, he sighed. Those nobles were traitors. They had intentionally delayed or ignored his decrees and caused canbonas. The Second Highness had already ordered the province be strongly defended, yet they didn't bother and caused the Second Highness's efforts to go to waste. When he was trapped at Frederica, not only did they not send aid, they even crowned Princess Carrie queen. It's an indisputable act of betrayal. Perhaps, they thought all they had to do when the Second Highness returned was admit their wrongdoing. Even they didn't think he would hold his grudges so close. The Second Highness is not the slightest bit tolerant the way they thought he was. Since he had used up almost all his funds in rebuilding White Lion, slaughtering the nobles and confiscating their wealth is only par for the course. Then again, we really didn't see how cruel he could get, for him to kill even the women and everyone else related to the noble houses by blood. He did it to extinguish any seed of revenge that may sprout in the future. The both of you are still right. The Second Highness doesn't act like a king should at all. He's just a slaughterer. A guard entered the tent and reported, His Grace is here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 347 Letter. The 4th release of the week is served. Lorist read Lowes' urgent letter and fell into deep thought. It was signed by Lowes, Count Kenmays, and Potterfong, and contained 3 points of argument. The first concerned the Second Highness's settling the nobles' debt and their fate. The second regarded the Second Highness wished that the Norton forces not retreat until they finish their obligations as stated by the contract. The third reported a rather inappropriate request, which Lowes had already refused on Lorist's behalf. Lorist did not feel much about the Second Highness's actions towards the nobles since he wasn't too fond of them either. They were far too corrupt to be allowed to exist if the empire's unification was still a goal. The extermination of such useless leeches was most definitely warranted. Had Lorist been in the Second Highness's shoes, he might have done the same thing, perhaps less harshly and using less extreme methods. It could be said that the reason for the Second Highness's extremity was his need for funds and possessions to alleviate the dire situation of the kingdom's finances. One's grounds is always decided on where one is sat. For instance, Los used to be a mere ex-officer of the disbanded White Lion Legion when he joined the northbound convoy. After experiencing 7 years of civil war within the empire, he hated the nobles with fervor and thought the empire fell due to their greed. It was for this reason that he didn't hesitate to take the actions he did and hang the members of around 40 noble households when he first agreed to a deal between the Second Highness and the convoy. In a flash, 10 years had passed, and as a gold-ranked household knight of House Norton, Los was now a quasi-noble himself. With Lorist's ascension to dukedom, he would have a place among the barons entitled by Lorist himself. With that, his position on the matter changed and he resolved himself to live in a way befitting a member of the nobility. He went to great lengths to familiarize himself with the protocols and etiquette of the nobility. That was why he raged at the Second Highness's massacre. He felt such an action was an affront to all nobles. Back then, he couldn't help but want to kill off as many nobles as possible. Yet, he was now proud to be one of the peerage. On a side note, after conquering the imperial capital, he found himself 4 lovers of noble heritage and managed to save their households from the massacre. After some thought, Lorist felt there was nothing much to complain about since he was in the same position. It would be a stretch to call him a noble loyal to the kingdom, even he wouldn't dare to don that reputation. After all, he was one who acted in the interests of House Norton first. Perhaps, in the eyes of a king like the Second Highness, Lorist himself was even more dastardly than the nobles he had massacred. Only the house's might and its control over the whole of the Northlands deterred the Second Highness from doing anything. The Second Highness's contempt for House Norton manifested in the next plan, which was the focus of the letter's second topic. The Second Highness made it clear that House Norton would only have fulfilled its obligation to reinstate his rule once the territories Queen Carrie had ceded were once again part of the kingdom. Even though the imperial capital had already been recaptured, it still didn't change the fact that the territories relinquished as a result of the Queen's actions remained outside of the kingdom. In other words, the 3 provinces Queen Carrie ceded for the sake of peace had to be returned to the kingdom before the Second Highness would consider the terms of the contract satisfied. Lorist thought coldly, he's pushing his luck. He really is incredibly shameless for a king. The Second Highness's goals were simple: to cause conflict between House Norton and the Union in 4 central duchies, and to create an opportunity the Second Highness could take advantage of. The latest map showed that the province of Hanstmost, one of the former provinces of the Andenac Kingdom, had been fused with the northwestern area of the now defunct Aredlis Kingdom to form the Zeitrum Duchy. The ruling duke was a former Red Lease Count from Anderwolf. After the flood and magic consumed 70,000 of the Second Highness troops, and resulted in the death of gold-ranked Knight Barrowan, one of the Second Highness's 5 tigers, it could be said that the Zeitrum Duchy was one of the Second Highness's sworn enemies. As for the 2 southeastern Red Lease provinces that had fallen into the clutches of the Andenac Kingdom following the first prince's defeat, they had been ceded to the ones who would form the allied duchies of Brit. The ones in control were 3 nobles who had made enormous contributions in the conflict against the Second Highness. Obviously, both the Zeitrum Duchy and the allied duchies of Brit were buffer areas for the Union, so any retaliation by the Second Highness wouldn't reach their territory directly. The Union seemed to be rather wary of all possible scenarios and had already predicted the possibility of the Second Highness coming back. It seemed the 2 nations' leaders were on fight-or-die terms with the Second Highness and would definitely not compromise. The Union behind them definitely wouldn't either. Currently, the Second Highness intended to play coy and have House Norton reclaim the 2 southeastern provinces and Hanstmost before acknowledging House Norton's efforts to honor the contract. It showed how much he worried about the 2 nations. He was afraid they would attack once House Norton withdrew from the capital. Without Hanstmost and the 2 southeastern provinces, the imperial capital would be the battlefield, and it would be incredibly bad for the Second Highness and his desire of reuniting the empire. The Second Highness's plan wasn't bad, so to speak. He wanted to have Tigersaur and Firmrock attack the Zeitrum Duchy and the allied duchies of Brit. Even after the territories were reclaimed, he could have the 2 armies stationed there just long enough so he could spark conflict between House Norton and the Union. Not only would it grind away at the Nortons' military might, the Second Highness could send out his elite forces after both sides wore each other out to take the rest of the Red Lease Kingdom's territory in one go. Lorist didn't mind wiping out the 2 nations since they weren't formed very long. Without the Madras Duchy's interference, the might of Tigersaur and Firmrock combined was more than enough to conquer the 2 nations easily. The only thing he worried about was Duke Zeitrum. Someone who could cause the Second Highness so much loss was not someone dealt with easily. Then again, if he let Firmrock attack the Zeitrum Duchy, he believed Potterfang's reliability wouldn't expose any weaknesses of which the Duke could take advantage. There were no rivers or large streams at Hanstmost, it was mostly mountains. Such terrain was where firm rock excelled most. Lorist was angry at the Second Highness, he had overstepped his bounds. He had ignored his subordinates' objections to restoring the Second Highness rule so quickly because he wanted the Second Highness to attract the four central duchies' attention so they would cease their support of Duke Faisablin. He also believed that, as a person of power, one had to consider all possible situations. Lorist didn't deny he had considered the notion of forming his own kingdom. After all, he had already put in so much effort to meld with the battle-force-oriented world of Grindia as someone who came from another world. His soul stemmed from an ancient Oriental civilization that had 5 millennia of history. While the original owner of his current body might have been a person loyal to the kingdom, he definitely wasn't. The fact that House Norton managed to become what it was today, bearing the title of Duke of the Northlands, was already far beyond the Norton ancestors' imagination. Lorist felt he had already done a lot for the house. Similarly, others considered House Norton one of the Second Highness' mightiest supporters. There was nothing about Lorist's actions that anyone could nitpick, apart from duping him secretly for some benefits. Lorist had his own troubles, so he didn't really mind the king's shameless requests. In terms of giving the Second Highness a legion's worth of equipment and mobilizing his forces to help the Second Highness regain his throne, Lorist had executed it all extremely well. Even if he were to fall out with the Second Highness in the future, nobody could criticize him for it. While the path of a ruler was filled with thorns and obstacles, both light and dark at every corner, rulers should always act fairly and justly, even if it was just for the sake of appearances. Any moral flaw a ruler displayed could be fatal to his ambitions. That was why the Norton Knights and officials suggested he let the Second Highness remain at the Northlands for the time being. The Second Highness's recent massacre would only incite disgust and hatred among other nobles. It would also deter them from pledging allegiance to him in the future. Lorist started penning his reply. He told Lowes and Potterfong they could attack the two nations to recover Hanstmost and the 2 southeastern provinces for the Andenac Kingdom. Since they were already 90% there, they might as well take the final step to make sure the Second Highness wouldn't have anything to say about their conduct. Lorist made his own request of the Second Highness, however. The Second Highness must send men to hold the territory within 15 days of its capture. The 2 armies would retreat from the front lines after 15 days whether they had been relieved or not, and would not return. He gave permission for Kenmays to iron out the details with the Second Highness on his behalf in this regard. Should he not agree to this condition, Potterfong and Lowes were free to return right away. If anyone was idiotic enough to try and stop them, they could kill them without question. They had his personal permission to slaughter their way back to the Dominion if need be, even if their opponent was the Second Highness himself. The Second Highness' awkward request, the letter's third topic, was that the catapults and steel ballistae be left with him. Lorist only had a single, short comment, well done refusing the bastard. On what grounds does he think he deserves them? Because he's king? Even our 3 allies don't have them. Lowes said it the best. Those weapons are our trump cards, and if the Second Highness wants a peace, he better be ready to fight for it. All he has to do is declare us traitor and defeat us. When Lorist finished writing his reply, he had Howard send it out using the messenger eagle. The birds only required a day to fly to Siloas. The letter would only take a further 3 days or so to reach Potterfong and Lowes. It was much faster than how the Count had his servants travel on horseback from the imperial capital, which took 17 whole days. Lorist no longer worried for Fernrock and Tigersore, Lowes and Potterfong wouldn't let him down. Kenmays was with them, so the Second Highness wouldn't glean any benefits without their knowledge. The following days saw Lorist occupied with many tasks, such as the enfeoffment and relocation of dominions at Delamock and the Eastern Northlands development. He also had to be present at the opening ceremony of Dawn Academy's Northland branch on the 15th day of the 8th month. The completion of the house's formal legal regulations also had to be screened. He also had to check on the newly formed Jaeger Legion as well as spend some time with Diliana and his 7-month-old son. He couldn't help but wish he had the ability to create multiple clones of himself. A rumor was also spreading in the Dominion that worried him greatly. Word was that Lorist had begun to treat House Faisablin as a sworn enemy and had the intention to wipe it out after the Duke refused to let Princess Sylvia marry him. The first time he heard about it was in Tarkle's report. Tarkle had stammered when he described the rumor to Lorist. The matter of Duke Faisablin's refusal was no secret, neither were the terms he wanted Lorist to abide by for Sylvia's hand in marriage. Even though many of them considered Lorist a person who treasured his relationships in his act of not abandoning his children and concubines, many also thought those concubines were not worth treasuring in comparison to Princess Sylvia. They believed their lord shouldn't give up on the union with House Faisablin for a few concubines. At first, nobody cared much for the rumor since it only started as gossip in taverns. But as Lorist began to worry about House Fiesablin's might and take preventive measures, the rumors morphed to state that Lorist had done all he had because he was bitter and that he was preparing to attack House Fiesablin and fight for the princess instead. This version somehow clicked with the folks in the Dominion and began to spread like wildfire. Even though Lorist was practically fuming with rage over the rumor, there wasn't a target on which he could take out his anger. "Why have I become the crook that sends his armies out for the sake of a single beauty?" Tarkle observed Lorist's reaction quietly. "Milord, should we forbid the rumor's spread by punishing those spreading it with labor?" "Forget it," Lorist sighed, hopelessly, "let people say what they want. There's no point in forcing their mouths shut. Taking any stern action would only confirm the rumor. Besides, it's a personal matter. I suppose I should just accept it as one of the side effects of being Duke of the Northlands." On the 19th day of the 8th month, year 1777, House Norton's Tigersaur and Fernrock legions suddenly launched an attack on the allied duchies of Brit. 17 days later, they occupied all of the two southeastern provinces. The two dukes fell in battle. It was the end of the allied duchies. On the 8th day of the 9th month of that year, Fernrock launched an attack on the Zeitram duchy. Duke Zeitram had his forces retreat out of Hanstmost. He stood his ground in the northwestern area of the old Redleys kingdom. On the 32nd day of the 9th month, Tigersaur and Fernrock handed Hanstmost and the two southeastern provinces over to White Lion Legion and the Andanak Kingdom's newly formed Royal Defense Legion before beginning their journey back to the Northlands. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 348 Gold Coins, 1. Gold Coins, 1. Hey guys. We've been working on something wonderful behind the scenes. We just know you guys will enjoy it. Everything's hush-hush for now, but check out our Patreon page, link to Patreon page, and LibraSpark's homepage tomorrow at the usual chapter release time for the big announcement. Just a hint, you might want to start revising what you know of TRL's world so far to prepare yourself. We can't wait to tell you guys what we have planned. Enjoy this week's last chapter and stay tuned for an announcement. Ryagawa and Prince. "Your Grace, the inventory of the spoils from the Madras Duchy is finished," said Spiel with a yellow folder in hand. "How much is there?" asked Lorist. There were only 1.74 million gold coins in all the house's treasuries, including House Madras. "It doesn't even make 2 million, replied Spiel, disappointed. While the conquest of the Hanayabarta kingdom brought House Norton 27 million gold coins, the conquest of the Madras Duchy only netted them 1.7 million. The disparity was akin to robbing a beggar after breaking into a tycoon's house. It did seem reasonable after some consideration. The Hanayabarta kingdom was an isolated island kingdom that had enjoyed peace for nearly a century and profited greatly from the slave trade and managed to gather lots of resources, which eventually ended up in House Norton's hands. As for the Madras Duchy, they were embroiled in conflict every couple of years. Lorist himself had plundered quite a bit of their wealth when he came through with the convoy. The second prince's reinforcement, actually a cover for taking advantage of the duchy, had caused the duchy huge losses shortly after. It took the Duke a lot of money and effort to stabilize the duchy and fortify its borders thereafter. They would have finally had some peace, that was until the Nortons spoiled their plans by coming from the seas and wiping the duchy off the map altogether. Just like an old man that punched with all his might but missed and hurt his back at the same time, Duke Madras's efforts and spending were all for naught. Whether it be the newly built citadels or his armies, they couldn't be put to any use in the conflict. It didn't change the fact that the duchy's treasury was in a pitiful state to say the least, however. Duke Madras spent over 6 million gold fords on his military over the past 5 years. "I really want to see Kenmaze's face when he finds out the profits he made from the duchy by selling our outdated armor left the duchy's wallet practically empty," said Lorist hatefully. "Your Grace, half of the 6 million was used to construct the 7 citadels near Sanderson Hills and to fund the formation of the 4 garrison legions stationed there. What remained of the money was used to purchase equipment and weapons. Of that, 1 million was used to purchase iron ingots from the Handra Duchy for their own smiths to work with," said Spiel after looking through the accounts. Lorist dropped the account sheet on his desk. "In essence, we got lots of military gear and resources?" "Yes, Your Grace," Spiel said before he flipped the folder in his hand and continued, "the weather over the last couple of years has been rather benign, with no notable instances of natural disasters, allowing Delamoc's storehouses to fill up with food. The accounts state that there are approximately 13 million poors. We shouldn't have to worry about food for the next 3 years." There were 13 million poors, each representing 50 kilograms. The duchy's conquest netted the house 650 million kilograms of food, definitely good news. Even though the Norton Dominion had been developed rather extensively over the last 10 years, the Dominion's food production only just barely satisfied the demand. Should a natural disaster ever occur, the house would have to fret over the matter of securing food. Now that one of the Dominion's larger problems had been solved, Lorist felt pronouncedly relieved. Your Grace, apart from food, there are also a lot of other military resources left behind by the surrendered soldiers. There is enough equipment to arm 300,000 men. We've sorted it all according to quality. There are around 300 sets of superb quality armor, 70,000 of decent quality, just over 100,000 of average quality, and around 270,000 sets of varied weapons. The armor of any worse quality has already been sent to the forges to be made into farming tools. How are we to deal with the armor and equipment we gained? Asked Spiel. It was a rather worrying problem. Since the house already had steel armor and many of their own weapons, they wouldn't use the outdated gear they sold to the duchy. That was also the case with their three allies, as their forces also used equipment produced by them. Lorist would have to find another way to strike a military arms deal. Keep the superb ones and around 30,000 sets of the decent ones. When the house finishes entitling our vassals, we can assign these to their garrison and private forces so they'll be well protected whenever they follow us into battle. As for the rest, send a portion to Silowas and ask whether the Peterson Merchant Guild wants to sell them on our behalf. If they're not interested, we'll wait for Count Kenmace to return. Didn't he say he wanted to start a new trade route to the 4 central duchies? We'll see if we can sell the equipment to them, said Lorist. Shocked, Spiel said, "My lord, aren't they our enemies? Would it be appropriate to sell to them? If not them, then to whom?" Lorist asked, rolling his eyes. "The Second Highness will only pay us in the form of credit. We won't get a single copper coin out of him. As for House Feiseblin, the military arms deal with them still hasn't concluded yet. We have Peterson Merchant Guild collecting orders for us at the Union, but ever since the Chichter Merchant Guild's purchase of the armor we produced, they didn't submit any further orders. That makes the 4 central duchies the only viable target. Supervisor Spiel, you have to be more confident in the house. If the 4 central duchies become our enemy, the equipment will just come back to us. The lack of people to trade with was one of the negatives of the Northland's ruralness. Grindia was rather large and irregularly shaped. Humans only populated 2/3 of the land area that formed the shape of a ladle. The Northlands wasn't truly located in the north of the Grindian continent, but rather the middle. The reason it was called as it was because it was the northmost point humans had settled. Past the Northlands was uncharted wildlands that humans hadn't frequented since the end days of the magical civilization more than 2,000 years earlier. Lorist was right in that there were no other targets for House Norton to sell to, apart from the 4 central duchies. It made him rather envious of the strategic location of the Union's territory. It was situated in the middle of the north and the south and had the neighboring duchies with which to trade. Perhaps, he could have Senbad take the Oceanic Legion and start a new trade route to the Golden Bay. It just might bring the house even more wealth. Spiel quickly realized the new Duke of the Northlands was gazing off into the distance with empty eyes, oblivious to what he was saying. HRMM. Sorry. My thoughts wandered. Could you repeat what you said, admitted Lorist? Your Grace, even though we only obtained 174 million gold fords from the duchy, we found 3 underground treasuries at the Duke's mansion in Edelweiss. They contain imperial gold, each treasury has just over 3 million. We have 10 million imperial gold coins in total. Then we did end up earning quite a lot after all, Lorist exclaimed, elated. 10 million gold coins make about 3 million gold fords. Your Grace, the duchy has never thought of exchanging imperial gold coins for gold fords, Spiel countered with a stern expression. According to the mansion's butler, the Duke intended to mint gold fords himself. What did you say? Duke Madras wanted to mint gold fords, asked Lorist curiously. Yes, Your Grace. Currently, the exchange rate for imperial gold to gold fords is 3-1. That rate is actually a small act of revenge by the Union against those of the Empire. Simply put, of the 3 imperial gold coins exchanged, 1 would be pocketed by the Merchant Guild carrying out the exchange, replied Spiel. You're saying the real rate is 2-1? 2 imperial gold coins for 1 gold ford, asked Lorist. Spiel shook his head. No. In terms of weight, the exchange rate is actually 1.7 imperial gold coins to 1 gold ford, and that ratio hasn't changed for the past 30 years. When the Union first began minting gold fords, the exchange rate was only 1.2, which then rose to 1.5 and settled at 1.7, and hasn't changed since. Wait, aren't gold coin exchange rates dependent on the gold each coin actually contains? Since when was weight used as a measure? Asked Lorist curiously. Your Grace, mused Spiel with a troubled expression. He found his lord often had no idea about common knowledge like this, even though information concerning gold coins were not all that well known. All gold coins contain the same gold ratio, 7.5-1. 5:1, 75% gold, 15% bronze and 10% chrome. That ratio has existed since the days of the magical civilization, since only coins minted with that ratio can pass the liquid test. Even if coins were minted with 100% gold, they would still be considered fakes and nobody would dare to trade with them. Lorist palmed his forehead when he finally recalled some information about gold coins. Back before Lorist transmigrated, the original owner of the body had been taught this at Dawn Academy. The memory wasn't his own, so he neglected it most of the time. All gold coins on the continent were made in that ratio. It was said the ratio was set by the Magi for the common people during the magical civilization, whereas they used an even better kind of magical gold coin. Coins made according to that ratio had one amazing quality: they wouldn't change in color and were extremely resistant to the trials of time. Even after long periods of use, they would still retain their shiny look. Even the imprint on the coins would still look good as new. The Magi had also made a kind of liquid to be used to test the authenticity of such coins. Any coin that wasn't made in that ratio would sink straight down when put in the liquid, whereas coins made according to the ratio would float. It was a truly mysterious and unique liquid. Lorist recalled that, during one of his herbalist classes, the professor prepared a large basin filled with the mysterious liquid. The materials used to make the liquid were extremely cheap, around 2 small silvers, and was used to drill the basics of mixing into the students. Lorist still remembered the fun he had when he tossed gold coins into the pool of water and the curiosity he had for how it worked. The professor said that if Lorist wanted to know the answer, he had to research the material himself, saying that the secret to finding out how the liquid worked was up to him. He was reminded once again that he wasn't in his previous life where coins could be minted with varying ratios. Back then, there were many anniversary coins minted to commemorate certain events. One time, he bought a large amount from some sport event, thinking their price would appreciate in time, only to realize they actually began to rust. Aren't these coins minted by the government? How can they rust? After getting them inspected by experts, he learned that the anniversary coins were minted with really small traces of gold by a non-government institution. Grindia is the best after all. Since the ratio is the same, people only have to weigh the coins to determine their relative value. I remember someone said. Who was it again? That professor from Dawn Academy said proudly that the number of gold coins minted by a nation represented its might. The citizens of the Ford Trade Union has always been rather proud of the fact that its currency was used all over the continent. The stronger the might of a nation, the more reliable others would consider their currency. When the Christian Empire was at its prime, imperial gold coins and gold Fords only had an exchange rate of 1.7 to 1. But now the empire was in shambles, the exchange rate actually became 3 to 1. It was no wonder Duke Madras wanted to remint imperial gold coins into gold Fords to cut his losses. Lorist also remembered that his house used to trade mainly with imperial gold coins according to the 3 to 1 ratio. The loss of a third of the value made his heart wince with slight pain. Supervisor Spiel, doesn't our house have imperial gold coins as well? Were they all exchanged to gold Fords? Your Grace, back then, we used imperial gold coins according to the 3 to 1 ratio. But Knight Charade later instructed us to stop using them and stock them up instead. Since we didn't lack gold Fords, we did as he instructed. After obtaining the 10 million imperial gold coins from the duchy, I went to check our accounts. We have 8 million imperial gold coins, most of which have been exchanged from the commoners with the 3 to 1 ratio. The moment Lorist heard this, his heart skipped with excitement. With 18 million imperial gold coins in hand, he could try to remint the gold coins into gold Fords as Duke Madras had attempted. If the ratio was 2 to 1, then everything could be converted into 9 million gold Fords, which would do wonders to make up for the house's massive spending over the past 2 years. Can we remint the imperial gold coins into gold Fords too? Asked Lorist hurriedly. I am only in charge of overseeing the treasury, Your Grace, Spiel said, shaking his head. I don't know about minting coins. You should discuss this with Sir Charade. All right. Howard, have Knight Charade come over immediately. Yes, me lord. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 349 Gold Coins, 2. Gold Coins, 2. Enjoy the first release of the week. For those who missed our announcement, please check it out at the home page. Charade looked at Spiel, who was sitting alone quietly on the sofa in the study and couldn't help but wonder if anything went wrong. Thanks to Howard, who had dragged him over in a hurry at Lorist's instruction, he was rather frustrated. He had quite a lot of matters to deal with as well. He was far too busy with the household's matters. Many things were still piled up on his desk awaiting his attention. Well, Supervisor Spiel, you said you instructed the house to stop using imperial gold coins and only bought them with gold Fords from anyone who wanted to change it without any intent of spending them. So far, we already have up to 8 million. This time around, We found that Duke Madras kept a stash of 10 million imperial gold coins with the intent of reminting them as gold fords. It was a shame he perished before his ambitions were realized. I've asked you to come here today because I want to ask whether we can do the same. The exchange rate is far too high, explained Lorist according to what Charade had told him. Your Grace, I've seen the reports on the Duke's intention to mint gold fords, and I've also been considering what to do with the imperial gold coins. I wasn't able to come up with a proper proposal, so I didn't bring the matter up. I believe reminting gold fords isn't a good idea, said Charade after some thought. Why? Gold fords have already become the most widespread currency in Grindia. Even though the neighboring nations are rather guarded against the Union right now, they also use gold fords as their main currency. If we can remint imperial gold, we can start spending them right away, said Lorist. Your Grace, do you know which merchant guild is in charge of minting gold fords? Asked Charade. He continued when he saw Lorist shake his head. Gold fords are produced by the largest merchant guild in the Union, the Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild, who are also the leaders of the Big Seven. However, they only own 60% of the shares. Each of the 6 over guilds own just 5%. The last 10% is used for covering the Union's administrative costs. As the materials and ratio of gold coins are identical, and the fact that all of them have to go through the liquid test, Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild produces them at a loss. In other words, for every 100 gold fords produced, 110 gold fords worth of materials must be prepared. If there are any materials left after the coin production, that would be the profits of the guild. They produce 10 million gold fords annually on average. The record is 30 million. However, given the loss of 10% for the production, the profits for producing 10 million gold fords per year isn't that high, only around 8%. After deducting labor costs and maintenance costs, only around 300,000 gold fords of profit is earned for every 10 million produced. The Union charges others 30% of the number of gold fords required to be minted, 25% for factions who have a good relationship with them. Your Grace, do you remember the Jigda Kingdom? Marquis Lord Fustat sent a good amount of gold and silver to the Union to be reminted, and Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild charged a commission of 25%. Actually, the real charge was only 20%, with the other 5% entering the Marquis's own pockets. The Jigda Kingdom had asked the Union to mint 15 million gold fords that year. The Jigda Kingdom. Marquis Lord Fustat. The middle-aged noble who hugged the fairy-like girl during that moonlit night, who wore a gold-ranked badge bearing the insignia of a phoenix. A wave of memories rushed to Lorist's mind, causing him to fall into a daze. Charade stopped speaking considerately and signaled for Howard to bring him a bottle of fruit wine. After a good while, Lorist snapped out of his daze. Charade was already having his second cup of wine. Why do you know so much about this? Said Lorist with a slight roughness in his voice. Well, I have a dumb friend who got heartbroken once. His lover left with Marquis Lorf. I checked the Marquis's background and learned that his household was far too rich and powerful, so I didn't have any other way to help my friend out. It's one of the things I regret most. At the same time, I also found out about the reminting service, so I began to research the matter out of interest. In the end, I realized the conspiracy behind the exchange rate of imperial gold coins and had intended to buy some to earn some quick money, but I gave up when I learned that only Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild dealt with the purchase and sale of imperial gold coins. Well, aren't you rather incompetent? Laughed Lorist. Well, it was just a passing though. The Marquis was a gold-ranked knight, so a 2-star silver-ranked knight like me would only be looking for trouble if I tried to stop him. As for the delicious piece of meat Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild had, if a small vice-chairman of Dawn Academy's enforcement department tried to bite into it, he'd no doubt be squashed to death, countered Charade. Lorist took the bottle of wine and drank straight from it. To the good times at Dawn Academy. The two gulped down their alcohol. Spiel, who was sitting on the sofa, shook his head helplessly. His Lord Duke didn't care about behaving in a manner befitting his title at all. How could a duke drink like a farmer or a mercenary at a village inn? After finishing half a bottle, Lorist wiped his mouth with his sleeve. I have a question for you. What method does Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild use to mint the coins? How are they able to produce so much each year? Asked he. Lorist recalled that the various nations used a molding technique that utilized gypsum. First, they would engrave a piece of coin-shaped metal before pressing it between 2 gypsum pieces. When they hardened and solidified, the capillaries would be carved onto the gypsum plates to allow for liquid metal to flow in. When the metal cooled, the gypsum plates would be broken and the sides of the coin refined before it was tested. However, using this method generated a lot of waste. Taking into account the labor cost and materials, it was far from profitable. Your Grace, Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild uses a metal molding technique. They have a secret alloy they use to make the 3 plates they use for molds. There's the faceplate, middle plate, and base plate. When they're put together, molten metal is injected. The plates are cooled with water before the base and faceplates are removed. The middle plate is struck with a wooden hammer to remove the minted gold foard. They just have to shave away at the sides of the coin to finish it off. Each set of mold plates can produce 100 gold foards at a time, and each minting factory has tens of molds. If it is required, they can even make close to 1,000,000 gold foards a day. I visited the guild's minting factories with Academy head Levins once. The guild doesn't mind visitors of status. Our guide, a guild manager, explained that their coin minting process was the most advanced in the whole continent. Other nations' minting processes cost 1.5 times the coin's value, whereas the guilds only require 1.1 times. That's the main reason so many nations rely on the Union to mint their coins, and that's also why gold foards see so much use across the continent. Lorist raised his head. You're saying there's no need for us mint gold foards ourselves since we can just let Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild do it for us, asked he. Charade thought for a long while before he shook his head. Your Grace, I think it's best if you don't do that. The main reason Duke Madras gathered so many imperial gold coins is probably the fact that he can't ship all of them to the Union due to the lack of a proper route. The exchange rate isn't worth the effort either. The supervisor the Duke hired even told me he spent lots of time and money hiring smiths to research how to make the molding plates, to no avail. While minting gold foards privately sounds easy, it couldn't be harder. While the ingredients used to make gold coins are largely the same, the special characteristics of the molding method and the long-lasting nature of the coin's features make it necessary for any privately minted gold foards to look exactly like those minted by the Union. There can't be the slightest difference. It's the toughest requirement to fulfill when it comes to private minting. Due to the nature of the minting process used by Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild, each and every minted coin looks identical. However, there's no way any private minter can get their hands on the alloy plates, so they can only rely on gypsum minting. Perhaps some coins minted using the gypsum process looks rather similar to gold foards, but repeated minting with the same molds will no doubt cause the lines to fade ever so slightly. They will eventually be easily distinguishable. The molds will have to be changed every time, and it would raise the cost. The moment it's discovered, the value of the nation's gold foards would be decreased by half even if the coins pass the liquid float test. It's a disaster for whatever nation it happens to. Duke Madras only bothered to try because he had no other choice. However, there's no need for House Norton to go that far. It's incredibly easy to ship the gold coins across the seas, and we can even get a deal on recommendation by Peterson Merchant Guild. We'll get the 20% rate rather than the normal 30%. It's far more practical than attempting to mint our own coins. However, said Charade hesitantly. Would there be any difficulties? Asked Lorist curiously. Since it would be more practical to just get Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild to do the minting, why did Charade advise him against it? Your Grace, I don't really know our house and the Northland's standing. Given our close relationship with Peterson Merchant Guild, we can be considered a good business partner. But given our allegiance to the Andanak Kingdom, we're considered a vassal house of the Second Highness, who's the Union's sworn enemy. That's why I feel sending our imperial gold coins would be risky even if we have a written agreement with Peterson Merchant Guild. All it takes is someone's greed and our coins will be lost. The Union right now is no longer the one we knew from our days at Dawn Academy. I realized after the implementation of the aristocracy, the Union's people have fewer lines they're not willing to cross in comparison to nobles of other nations. Our trip to Moranti last time is a good example. Additionally, I'm rather suspicious of Peterson Merchant Guild. They still owe us 500,000 gold foards even now. While they're paying us back a portion every year, it's already really disappointing for a merchant guild of their size. I already gave instructions that our house is to no longer involve ourselves with them until they pay back their debt. They say the problem lies with the closed trade routes. The War of Glass ended several years ago, and yet even now the relations between the Union and its neighbors have yet to improve at all. I doubt severely whether they are even trying to improve their relations. I don't think sending our coins to the Union is a good idea. Lorist tapped lightly on his desk with his index finger. Charade made a lot of sense. It was indeed far from advisable to let Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild mint the coins. If something were to happen, they'd have to go to war with the Union. While the Union would regret their greed when they met the Norton's might, waging a campaign against an enemy that far away would no doubt drain them dry even if they emerged victorious. The one who laughed last would no doubt be the Second Highness. He would no doubt swallow the Norton's whole the moment he saw his chance. I guess it's best to keep the imperial gold coins for now, said Lorist as he stopped his tapping. Your Grace, I've been considering this for some time now. Should our house start minting our own currency? Asked Charade. Our own currency, mused Lorist, Howard, and Spiel. They were all flabbergasted by Charade's far-out idea. Yes, Your Grace. Our dominion already has a population of over 1.3 million. By the time the dominion relocation is complete, we'll control the whole of the Northlands. The area of the southern and eastern parts of the Northlands will no doubt be able to fit 7 more settlements the size of Felicitas. As long as we have enough immigrants, we'll end up with a population of at least 3 million. It's more than some kingdoms and duchies. It's entirely reasonable to start minting our own currency. Let's call it the Ragebear, for use in our and our allies' dominions. As long as we set the rule for all trade to be done in Ragebear, we will one day be able to remove the Union's influence in our dominion through their currency. Forget it, stop dreaming, Lorist said with a laugh when he saw Charade's drooling face. It's still not the right time for us to release our own currency. First, the Second Highness definitely won't allow a currency controlled by a noble house in the kingdom. It's something that'll affect the whole kingdom. Additionally, we don't have any gold mines. We won't be able to sustain the increasing demand for our currency. Maintaining enough supply is an issue that we'll have to deeply pay attention to. Not only that, what molding method are you going to use to mint coins? The gypsum method? No, Your Grace, replied Charade seriously. It's not that we're going to launch our currency right away, so there's no need to worry about the Second Highness for now. He'll be busy worrying about how to deal with the 4 central duchies and the Union in the years to come, and he might even thank us for releasing a currency that'll replace both gold fords and the defunct imperial gold coin. As for the mines, I've already considered the matter. When our house takes all of the Northlands, Grandmaster Sid will form a foraging team to scour the place for any mineable resources. There's also a small gold mine at the eastern Northlands which House Kenmaze controls. Even though it's been mined for quite some time, Grandmaster Sid is rather certain there are still gold veins waiting to be found. There's no way a small gold vein would exist just by itself. And even if we don't find any gold mines, we still have horseshoe gold and the gold dust Count Kenmaze paid us with we can use to produce more than 20 million coins with the same volume as gold fords. That many is already enough to facilitate trade in the areas our house has influence. Even if we do happen to encounter a shortage, we can still purchase gold or gold fords for material. As for the molding method, I hope to use the same alloyed plates Twin Head Merchant Guild uses. I've already consulted with Grandmaster Julian and he expressed interest in researching a similar alloy. With that as material, we can make molds for our own coins and produce Ragebears at a low cost like Twin Head Dragon Merchant Guild. Upon hearing about the possibility of minting coins at low cost, Spiel stood up. Your Grace, I agree with Sir Charade's suggestion. I believe our house should start producing our own currency, said he. Lorist gave it some thought before he nodded. Charade, submit a formal proposal. I'll consider our situation and have a meeting to discuss this soon. Let's end our discussion today. Understood, Your Grace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 350 Bank, Entitlement and Real Estate. Bank, Entitlement and Real Estate. Here's the second chapter of the week. Reminder that the map competition is ongoing for those who missed it. Please check the announcement on the main page. As a result of the worldview he had, limited by the culture and time he had lived in, Charade only considered releasing one's own currency as a method to increase the house's influence, much to Lorist's dismay. All nations in Grindia produced currency with the same ratio of metals. Their value was thus not determined by the metals inside, but their weight. The only true difference in the different currencies was that the Union's method was far more advanced and efficient than all the others. It was in a merchant's nature to seek profit out. Lorist remembered attending a course about the history of gold when he was still the owner of his small workshop in his past life. In it, he learned that in the Middle Ages the Jews, who had lost their homes and traveled across Europe, noticed the profits that could be made in currency trading. They took immediate action and became primarily money lenders, currency traders, and grocers. It was thanks to their domination of these 3 trades that they amassed so much wealth that they could even influence the world economy. But, unlike the Middle Ages of Lorist's past life, the ones who controlled wealth and trade, and performed part of the functions the Jews had in Middle Age societies, was the shrine of the goddess Zigene. They did some things better than the Jews, in fact. For example, thanks to the trust they had from the public, they did appraisals for property and real estate. They were also witnesses to many business contracts and also released their gold forward bills that could be used instead of the coins themselves. They also provided loans to nobles, merchant guilds, and even nations. In some ways, the shrine of the goddess Zigene was akin to a modern-day bank. However, as opposed to a real bank, the shrine didn't provide services to store one's savings. That was the domain of large merchant guilds or even nations and noble houses. They also played a small part in private businesses, providing only services for exchanging gold fords into bills for ease of transport. The shrine's influence wasn't able to grow because they limited their activities. Almost no non-merchant commoners believed in Zhejiang. When the Civil War started, the shrine left the empire. Now the closest branch to the Northlands was in Moranti. The plan that Lorist had to accompany Charade's proposal of releasing their own currency was to start a bank that could provide loans to any new businesses or factories that wished to start up and let commoners store their savings. It would definitely be beneficial to the house as it would own a share of 30% of all businesses started within the Dominion. Lorist believed that after starting his own bank, he could use it to mitigate the burden of private business owners with his loans, providing an avenue for healthy competition. Not only that, the bank could also function as account auditors to decrease the rates fraud. The most important thing was that Lorist would be able to regulate the flow of money within the Dominion so he could decrease the burden of military and development expenditure on the house. Most people in Grindia had the habit of putting away their savings, normally by burying it, to prepare for urgent times. Given the population of the Northern Dominion, which now neared 1.5 million, each household would have no less than 10 gold fords in savings. Spiel estimated that the average citizen in Felicitas would be the first to gather a good amount of wealth. It was also the reason Spiel had suggested an increase in taxes. Following the Hanna-Yabarta kingdom's extermination by House Norton, the house obtained around 27 million gold fords. Lorist's spending in the following 3 years used up 10 million. According to Lorist's experience in the previous world, letting such a huge amount of currency into the market should have caused an economic crisis via inflation. However, the household's economic situation wasn't destabilized at all. This was mainly for 2 reasons. The house's subjects didn't spend much in the first place and were satisfied as long as they had food and a home, and they would save the extra gold without. This meant that Lorist's investments were essentially coins tossed into a well. Lorist took out a beast skin and wrote the word bank on it. He hoped that, within the year, he could wrap up the management issues within his dominion before launching his attack on the Iblia kingdom the following year, entangling with Duke Faisablin. When he made his move, he would leave most of the house's affairs to Charade, so he planned to write his plans down and leave their implementation to Charade as well. Lorist spent the 11th month busy with one meeting after another. Charade was awed when Lorist suggested the formation of their own bank and even suggested an idol of Zhejiang be placed in the building to reassure people that the bank would carry out the functions of Zhejiang's shrines. It was an act in bad taste on Charade's part, as he wished to see the looks in the clergy's faces when they went to the Northlands to request to be allowed to set up a branch after seeing how rich the place was, only to see that the bank had taken the shrine's place. Lorist also finished dealing with the list of people to be entitled. The house was to entitle 2 viscounts and 12 barons in this round. No one expected the 2 viscount titles to be given to Grandmasters Cid and Felon. Lorist's reasoning was that without them the household wouldn't have gotten Cid's steel armor, steel ballistae and catapults, all of which were central to the Norton's successes. Rumor had it that Grandmaster Cid cried like a small child as he pledged to serve House Norton on behalf of his descendants for eternity during the ceremony. As for Grandmaster Felon, he was so moved that he fainted on the spot. When he finally woke, he had his son give him a slap to see whether he was still dreaming. The 12 barons unsurprisingly included Potter Fawn, Fierce Tiger Lowe's, Ironface Malik, Divine Marksman Josk, White Belnik and Mercenary Freyar, the first ones to join Lorist. There were supervisors Hansk, Spiel, and Kedden as well. They were the 3 household supervisors from Maplewoods. They were finally rewarded for their years of service that stretched back to even before Lorist inherited his position as head of the household, and their contribution over those years. The final 3 caused quite a stir. The first was Charade. As the chief knight of House Norton, he should have been made a baron without question. However, in comparison to Els, Turman, Yuri and some others, Charade's promotion seemed a little too fast. The second was Grandmaster Gillian, entitled because of his technical contributions. Due to the nature of his discoveries concerning materials, which were not as eye-catching as those of Grandmasters Felon and Cid, there was much argument about what reward Julian deserved. Camorra was the last one and came with many voices of objection. Baron Camorra had once been an honorary noble entitled by the former Duke of the Northlands, Duke Loggins. After he wronged the Duke and was imprisoned in the water dungeon, however, his title was rescinded. Lorist appreciated his talent and had him serve the house after his release. Camorra had started off as the lowest-ranked official. It was not until Kedden noticed his abilities that he began to climb the ladder step by step, eventually becoming an executive official. In the end, he was given the task of overseeing the most secretive arms-producing forges. Not a single problem had come up since Camorra took up the position. He also managed to increase the forge's efficiency greatly, thus lowering the manufacturing costs of anything produced there. It was precisely because these achievements that Lorist insisted on his entitlement despite the opposition of some in the house. When he received notice of his impending entitlement, the Camorra shut himself up in his quarters and cried for half a day, before he packed up and headed to Baron Jester, one of the 17 soon-to-be relocated nobles at Fernrock Castle, for a visit. The reason for his visit was to propose a marriage between himself and the Baron's widowed sister, who along with her 7-year-old son was living with him. Now that he was to be entitled, he could establish his own house, House Camorra. Apart from the 14 noble houses already relocated, the nobles whose domains Lorist had conquered were in Feft land in Delamoc. They were demoted by a rank and made Norton vassals. In other words, House Norton was now their liege. One example was Count Spensiad, who was made a viscount and had pledged allegiance to Lorist. To the 17 nobles, it was both a tragedy and a blessing. Those already barons were no doubt happy with the situation, as the Northlands couldn't compare to the once prosperous Delamoc. Their relocation meant a better life was waiting for them. The other 9, however, were rather troubled. The former counts were demoted to viscounts, while viscounts were made barons. Even with the penalties, House Norton was rather benevolent. It was already rather fortunate to retain a dominion even after having stood on the wrong side of history. It was their fault for siding with the second prince in the first place. After ascertaining the list of relocated nobles and new entitled ones, Lorist also gave out 6 honorary titles. The first was governor of Hanayobarta Archipelago, awarded to Hector. The might not come with land, and might not be hereditary, but this didn't mean it was anything to scoff at. An honorary title could be considered a stepping stone. If the awardee didn't make any mistakes, they were on track to receiving a proper, hereditary title at some point in the future. The second to receive an honorary title was Old Man Balk. Actually, Lorist really wanted to make him a proper landed noble, but almost all of his officials and knights objected. They complained that he had only been the manager of a copper mine. He had nowhere near the contributions of the other nobles in waiting. To use an analogy, Balk was the one who erected the foundations while the 3 supervisors built the walls and floors. Everyone praised the beauty of the finished house, but nobody remembered the hidden foundations and the important role they played. Next was Grandmaster Siroba. The genius architect forced by Lorist to serve the house had already taken charge of all of the house's construction projects. He was currently neck-deep in projects and had a rather fervent tendency of naming all the projects after himself, for example, Great Siroba Dam, Siroba Citadel, Siroba Highway, and many others. While most of the names were later amended, it didn't change the old architect's habit. Just recently, he had named Cannon Station and Lighthouse at Bullhorn Bay Siroba Battery and Siroba Lighthouse. In the end, Lorist changed the Siroba Battery to Bullhorn Bay Battery, but he allowed the lighthouse to keep its original name. Lorist's lover Telesti, Academy head of Nico Academy, was also on the list for an honorary title. However, she refused to be made Baroness. She only wanted to bear the same Baroness title as her mother. It was an honorary title above that of Knight of the Household, but did not actually convey peerage. It was thus the highest title of minor nobility. The 5th and 6th titles of honorary baron were given to the house's 2 rank 1 blade masters, Angelic and Schuss. Schuss had prospects and ambitions of becoming a hereditary noble in the future. Angelic was already satisfied with his life as a rank 1 blade master. While Schuss still actively served the house, Angelic was only willing to guard Firmrock Castle. After he signed all the documents, Lorist finally relaxed. The decrees, although already made, would only take effect on the first day of the first month of the following year. Lorist planned to host a large celebration at Firmrock Castle both to welcome the new year and as an entitlement ceremony for his vassal houses. As the new Duke of the Northlands, Lorist had to hold New Year's celebrations during winter just like the other dukes, to make merry with his vassals. The land to be in theft was in Delamoc, but the nobles themselves couldn't stay there as they still had to serve the house. Apart from Josk, who was more than willing to leave his fief to his butler and collect the yearly income it generated, the other nobles let their family or relatives manage their fiefs while they continued to serve the house in order to stand a chance of getting a promotion to a higher rank and being given a larger fief. Apart from preparing for the launch of a new bank and the entitlements, Lorist still had to deal with real estate. Spiel had once suggested the taxes be raised to cover the house's expenses as the subjects were gradually getting richer, but Lorist turned the idea down. He had many more ideas, inspired by the experiences of his previous life, to make the subjects throw their savings at the house. He decided to launch a small test run by developing a new residential area. The 7 towns of Felicitas and the 8 towns of Salis were among the first places the house developed. 7 years had passed since their initial development and their populations had increased substantially. It saw the rise of youths moving to other towns to work as factory workers since the jobs were far more profitable than farming. It also brought about the increase in personally constructed houses, which was an inevitability considering the fact that the house only built wooden houses for the initial settlers. The growth of the population would no doubt prompt some to figure out ways to build their own homes. The land on which the houses were built, however, belonged to the house, strictly speaking. Spiel had thought of collecting rent or a management fee for those who used the lands. It was another way to raise taxes. Lorist, however, said that, since they have allowed them to live like that without paying a fee for so many years, suddenly introducing a tax on it would only harm the house's reputation. So, Lorist decided to start a real estate business in the 15 towns. He would demolish the ruddy wooden houses and build proper residential areas and villas for the rich. They would have to increase the town's area and build more public and administrative facilities. Felicitas would be the first of the two to undergo the procedure, and the funds would be collected from pre-purchases. Lorist had Syroba build a simple model of the modified house in Wild North Town and put it on display. Those who wished to purchase one had to put down a third of the total price as a deposit. The houses would be ready in 2 years after purchase. At first, the folks of Wild North Town were rather suspicious. Even though the models and designs were rather nice, they couldn't help but worry about the fact that they would only receive them in 2 years' time. While their current houses were crude, they were free and served their purpose. There was no good reason for them to spend unnecessary money to buy the new ones. Lorist came up with a great way of dealing with their reluctance. He simply brought over people claiming to be from other towns interested in buying the houses. The sudden influx of outsiders sent the townsfolk into a panic. If the houses were all bought by outsiders, they would no longer have a place to live. Many dug out the gold coins they had buried to make by the new houses. "Do you see now?" Lorist asked Spiel. "We managed to get the money they stashed away, and we even let them make the purchase if they don't have enough. Those who incur a debt will just have to work for free for a few years to get their houses. They also have to pay the land lease, which will rise from 30 to 50% thanks to the rise in market prices. Even though the houses are theirs, the land belongs to us. If they don't pay their lease, they will be kicked out of their houses and we can even resell them. The next owner will also have to pay the lease, no exceptions. This is the right way to raise our taxes." Spiel was so fascinated by the scheme that he instantly knelt before Lorist in admiration. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 351 Update on Catapults and Cannons. Update on Catapults and Cannons. Here's this week's third release. Enjoy the read. Nobody could imagine that the 30,000 folks of Wild North Town actually paid close to 200,000 gold Fords in deposits alone. Not only would it cover the costs of renovating the whole residential area, it would also be enough for a public square, fountain, park, roads, sewage, and defense facilities, much to Spiel's elation. The costs of manpower and materials would no longer be a burden, as half of the profits filling up the treasuries of the house. If Wild North Town's renovation alone netted them close to 300,000 gold Fords, then the 15 towns across Felicitas and Salis would probably enrich the house by another 4.5 million. The one in charge of the town renovation projects, Kedden, however, didn't look too optimistic. After some detailed investigation, he penned a report that stated that the expansion of Wild North Town would increase its area over twofold and encompass the 3 villages surrounding it. The population would also grow from 10,000 to 30,000. He suggested it be named a city instead. The peace the town had experienced over the past decade had allowed its population to grow considerably. Each family had an average of 2 to 3 children and, thanks to the house's initiative for small business and factories in the town, the youths from the villages could easily find jobs there. Kedden suggested the 13 villages around Wild North Town be fused into 7, with the leftover farmland reorganized into farm units, accompanied by the construction of town-like residential areas for the folk. The commoners of Felicitas were also rather rich. The apartment units in 4-story buildings, thought to be in the highest demand, selling for 20+ gold Fords each, didn't do as well as the house had hoped. Instead, 2 few 3-story, sloped-roof houses with attics built near a small park were planned, unable to meet the unexpected demand. Each of the houses cost at least 60 gold Fords and there were 960 planned. 240 would be grouped into a neighborhood, for neighborhoods made a borough. The houses were bought out almost immediately. So, Grandmaster Syroba changed his plans and designed 3 other boroughs to satisfy the demand. However, the 4 boroughs combined occupy 2 times the land of the current Wild North Town. Kedden believed the fact that many households in Felicitas had family members who served in the military and the benefits they enjoyed as a result of that, such as the annual income of more than 10 gold Fords per house and the decreased taxes, was the main driving factors of their ability to purchase houses. Some households even bought 2 houses for their children to use when they formed their own families. As for the rich commoners that ran successful factories and business, they even purchased all of the units in the wealthy boroughs situated right opposite the commercial district. Lorist adopted Kedden's suggestion but refused to name the town a city. On Grindia, a city represented a settlement that had a population over 50,000 and had complete administrative and public facilities. Wild North Town's continued development would only cause it to have around 30,000 citizens. Lorist didn't think it would grow further. In fact, he felt it might lose some of its inhabitants. The whole of the Northlands would soon become House Norton's dominion, and, as Charade had said, 7 more settlements like Felicitas could still be built. The neighboring area would also be in the house's sphere of influence. Lorist didn't think many refugees would settle down in the Northlands. The Northlands had always had a lot of land compared to citizens, and Lorist didn't think it'd change anytime soon. Having finished his administrative duties, Lorist traveled straight to the eastern part of the Northlands. The new Jaeger Legion was training there. Josk and Yuri, the commanders-to-be of the Legion, came over to receive him. When Lorist asked about the current combat strength of the Legion, Josk explained that, so far, only one division of 15,000 men stood a fighting chance against Duke Fizablin's Frontier Legion. The remaining 3 divisions still required a lot of training before they were battle-ready. Josk and Yuri had already decided they would resume training in the winter so the 2nd Jaeger Division would be ready for deployment in the coming spring. Lorist expressed his satisfaction. Lately, since leaving the Northlands was forbidden, there was no way House Fizablin could know that Lorist had formed yet another light cavalry legion. It meant that when Tigersaur and Firmrock attacked the Iblia kingdom the following year and clashed with the Fizablin forces in Southern and Winston, Jaeger would be able to deal a fatal blow from the rear, catching them off guard and driving them all the way through Wild Husbandry. It would force the Fizablins to retreat to East Wild to protect the Greater and Lesser Golden Creeks and surrender the initiative to the Nortons. After leaving Jaegar, Lorist went to check on Tigersaur and Firmrock. The two had just returned to the Northlands. During their rampage to the Imperial capital, Tigersaur played a pivotal part and rushed through one territory after another. Firmrock, on the other hand, came from the seas to assault Madras. The two's reputations soared almost instantly. The main focus was their relatively low casualty rates. After returning to the Northlands, the 2 legions rested in preparation to serve as the main force for the next year's campaign. All the household knights were rather excited, apart from Ovidus, who seemed rather down. Lorist knew what he was worried about. When Tigersaur was on its way back, Lorist ordered 150 of the remaining catapults given to House Kenmaze, 120 to House Phelim, and 100 to House Shazin. The remaining 50 were left to Kobo's garrison. All that remained of Thunderbolt Brigade were its members. Not a single catapult returned. He didn't understand why Lorist would just give the catapults away, even if the recipients were their allies. Those were the house's secret weapons. Their campaign across the empire was a testament to the might of the contraptions. The citadels that barred their way were unable to withstand the rocky barrages and fell one after another. Had it not been for the catapults, who knew how many would have had to be sacrificed to occupy the citadels? Lorist patted lightly on Ovidus's shoulders. Didn't you notice that your catapult's firing range was getting shorter and shorter? Yes, Your Grace, Ovidus nodded. I noticed the catapult's original range of 400 meters decreased to around 300 or so by the time we fought the Royal Defense Legion. I thought it was because of the irregular shapes of the rocks. Lorist shook his head. No, the problem lies with the catapults themselves. As they rely on the compressed steel springs to fire, it's only natural they'd wear down over time. Grandmaster Julian had tested them before and learned that the springs would wear out after around 1,000 shots. The contortions are hard to spot with the naked eye and can only be noticed under close scrutiny. As a result of the wear, the catapult's ranges are constantly decreasing. Only replacing the springs will remedy the situation. Your Thunderbolt Brigade turned the tables of many battles, and it's no doubt a great achievement on your part. We could have transported the catapults back and switched out the steel springs, but Baron Kimura, in charge of logistics, thinks changing to new ones would save more money. There's no need to be sentimental about the old catapults. Since our 3 allies have long expressed their interest, leaving the catapults with them and gaining their favor and funds was the best course of action. That's why I followed Baron Kimura's advice. You should go look for the Baron. He's already prepared 500 new catapults for you. During next year's campaign, you'll be deployed defensively most of the time, though. You'll also, once again, leave the catapults behind when you're moved. Will we get replacement catapults then again? Asked Ovidus joyfully. No, I will give you an even better weapon. The catch is, you'll have to put in a lot of effort to familiarize yourself with its operation. I promise you'll definitely fall in love with it after witnessing its might. Lorist was referring to the bronze cannons he had originally intended to allocate to the various legions. He felt it was a little too difficult to arm so many units, the cost was just too high. Each shot cost a lot of money. While the catapults could use rocks in nearby areas as projectiles, the same couldn't be done with cannons. Each shot cost at least a few large silvers. Not too long ago, Grandmaster Cid, Felon, and Julian were so moved by their entitlement that they dove straight back into their research. A little later, they sent Lorist a report and stated that a new bronze alloy would decrease the production cost of the cannons by 1/3 and increase their durability as well. They were still testing the material, and should it ever work out, they could begin producing even more of them. The cannon's construction, however, was relatively cheap compared to the costs of gunpowder and projectiles used. Even if Lorist desperately wanted the cost to produce gunpowder to decrease, he could only hope. Professor Balba's gunpowder research lab had, so far, not yet found a replacement for saltpeter, so they could only be obtained laboriously using the regular way of scraping them off wall corners. The new alloyed bronze cannon Grandmaster Sid and Julian designed did have another redeeming point: its weight. It made them easier to transport. Lorist believed when Ovidus saw the cannons for himself, he would definitely ditch the catapults like a heartless man who found a hot new lover. Ovidus, who was in a rush to meet Camorra, made a knight's salute before he left in a hurry. He seemed to recall something just as he was about to close the door behind him and stopped. "Your Grace, I'm not sure if the commander has reported this to you. I don't know if I should bring it up." "Feel free." "Well, when the Legion was at the Imperial capital, didn't His Highness want a few catapults for himself? After he was refused, His Highness brought a few scholars and worksmiths to our camp to inspect them. As it was His Highness, it wasn't my place to stop him, but later, I was severely reprimanded by the Legion commander. He said I shouldn't have let him into the camp. It was His Highness, though. I didn't dare to refuse. In the end, I took responsibility and submitted a report. I wonder if you've received it from the Legion commander. I've been waiting for my punishment for a good while now." Lorist laughed. Los had indeed informed him of the matter earlier, but he hadn't submitted the report. Lorist didn't really mind, he had been prepared for the technology to leak the moment he deployed the brigade. It was only a matter of time. Grindia was rife with talented people who could reverse engineer the catapults. Just like a sleight of hand, once the illusion was understood, it would no longer be worth witnessing any longer. While Ovidus was a crude man, one who had been a bandit at one point, he was a deserter before that and used to serve as a squad leader in the Christian Empire's forces. Naturally, he had an innate fear of the imperial family and really couldn't find it in him to stop the Second Highness. Since his status was far from Los's, he couldn't afford to not give the Second Highness any face. "I already know. Even if they copy our design, they won't be able to make catapults like ours. They can't fabricate the steel springs we use. They won't be able to replicate them even if they had one in their possession. I forgive you this time, Ovidus. But I don't want to hear anything like this again. Don't forget that you're a knight of House Norton. You don't have to care about anybody not your commanding officer, not even a king. Besides, I didn't assign Thunderbolt Brigade to you because of your careful attention to detail, but your courage and work ethic," said Lorist calmly. Ovidus's face flushed. He straightened his back and gazed directly at Lorist. "There definitely won't be a next time, Your Grace." "I promise," replied he. "Good. Remember it well. Now, go see Baron Camorra." Lorist felt a little annoyed after sending Ovidus off. That bastard was so shameless he even dared to send people to inspect my catapults. Even though he can't exactly make identical ones, the principle behind how they work isn't difficult to understand. It won't take long for counterfeits to start popping up. I guess battles in the future will definitely involve both sides throwing rocks at one another. Just as he sat down to take a sip from his cup of tea, Tarkle rushed over. "Your Grace, something bad just happened. Sir Reedy is being hunted down," reported he. Lorist raised his head ferociously. "What? Wasn't Reedy traveling in the 4 central duchies? I thought he was heading to Moronti next. What happened?" "Who are his pursuers?" exclaimed he. "Sir Reedy was there when we were setting up our information network, so I asked him to kill a few pests in our way. He was eventually confronted by a messenger from Duke Faisablin in Handra who accused him of being a spy. In a fit of rage, Sir Reedy killed the man. Now, he's wanted by the 4 central duchies and being pursued as we speak. Sir Reedy killed a good number of their gold-ranked knights, so the 4 central duchies sent 2 rank 1 blade masters after him. Duke Faisablin also sent Blade Master Xanthi to seek revenge for their messenger. Right now, our informants aren't able to interfere. All we know is that he was last seen near Egret Lake." "Blade Master Xanthi? Humph." Lorist spat before he stood up angrily. "Prepare my horse. I will find Reedy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 352 Reedy's Encounters. Reedy's Encounters. 4th release of the week. Darn it, are they no longer bothering to hold back? Thought Lorist hatefully. Reedy was Lorist's first disciple and, in some sense, he was one of the people Lorist trusted the most alongside Howard. Those two held a different place in Lorist's heart than Potterfong, Charade, Els, and the others. While Reedy was only a 1-star silver rank, he wasn't training in battle force. Instead, he was practicing the Dan Ocean refining technique, which Lorist had passed down to him, so he was especially close to Lorist. Naturally, Reedy had no way of knowing that the internal techniques he learned were from Lorist's family in the previous world. He was instead told that they were passed down from the days of the Eastern combat monks. As Lorist's eldest disciple, Reedy had never let him down. In fact, Lorist had expressed more than a couple of times that his disciple was more talented in training than he was, having only taken around 5 years to break through the bottleneck that was the 3rd level of the technique and approaching the 4th. As the Dan Ocean refining technique was an internal technique passed down in Lorist's family of his previous life, it was the only one that non-family related disciples were allowed to learn. It was easy to start and hard to master. The first 2 stages were rather fast on the pickup for most. But only very few actually managed to reach the 3rd level and approach the peak of the bright stage. Breaking through to the 4th level signified one's arrival at the dark stage. As for the 5th, Lorist had heard his grandfather mention that only one disciple had ever managed to reach it, at the end of the Qing dynasty, and became a grandmaster. However, they had lost all contact with him after he joined a resistance movement against foreign invaders. He was never heard from again. Reedy was already near the 4th level and, according to Lorist, was already beyond the abilities of gold-ranked swordsmen. However, he was still a little shy of the level of blade masters. This was Reedy's true talent. Lorist himself had taken more than 10 years to reach the level of blade masters after a dozen years of struggling and his fair share of near-death experiences, but Reedy only used 5 years to catch up. However, breaking through to the 4th level required understanding and insight. At first, Lorist had wanted Reedy to go adventuring on his own to expand his horizons. Unfortunately, almost all the house's knights went into secluded training at once, including Lorist's personal guard, Jim, so Reedy was left with no choice but to take up the position of leader of the guard until Pack could come and relieve him. By the time Els broke through to become a gold-ranked knight, Duke Feisablin's knighthood tournament was just around the corner. Reedy participated in the swordsmanship section and managed to win. Finally, after the bulk of things stabilized, Reedy was able to travel the continent. He had planned to travel by land all the way to Moranti before going to the Roman Empire where his hometown was. The whole journey was estimated to take around 2 years. When Tarkal found out about it, he had Reedy go to the 4 central duchies to help solve some troubles Fury Bear agents were having due to the local criminal syndicates. Reedy had seen much during his time as the guard captain and knew that the unit carried out many covert operations. For instance, he helped Tarkal wipe out a few underground syndicates when they were in Windbury. Reedy agreed without contest to help him once more. While most of his objectives in Handra and Farkle were completed without issue, he ran into trouble in Handra's capital when he tried to deal with a crime boss. The boss ran a large inn and was also a relative of one of the duchy's counts, a complete weakling. The count's wife had an affair with Duke Handra himself. While it wasn't spoken about in public, it was not much of a secret either. The crime boss was the count's elder cousin and profited the count's adulterous wife quite a bit. He collected protection money, threatened merchants, and ran brothels and scams in the capital, Nawalis. Tarkal attempted to infiltrate a couple in their 50s as his informants. They were locals and had 2 sons who helped out with the family leather trade. During the Civil War, they escaped when the first prince attacked and ended up heading to the Northlands with the northbound convoy when they passed through the Andanak kingdom. Their 2 sons joined the Norton forces. The eldest was now a squad leader and would soon be promoted to a household knight. The couple, having started to miss home, wanted to visit it, but their 2 sons were reluctant to accompany them. When Tarkal found out about it, he had someone act as the younger son to accompany the couple back home. However, when they made it to their hometown, they realized their home had been occupied by the local crime boss. When they confronted him, they were told their whole family were considered deserters who had abandoned the duchy in times of trouble. The couple left with a beating in the place of their house and all their belongings were taken. The moment word got back, Tarkal fumed with rage and issued an assassination order on the one responsible. He asked Reedy to uproot the whole syndicate. Thus, Reedy began on his path of bloodshed across the taverns and brothels owned by the crime boss. By the time he was mostly done with the minions, he began to seek out the man himself. Unfortunately, he encountered the noble envoy of Duke Feisablin who was lodging at the inn belonging to the crime boss. The envoy was a very close nephew of the Duke himself who recognized Reedy as one of the victors from the knighthood tournament and knew he was a member of House Norton. If Reedy had stuck to killing the crime boss and jumping out the inn's window to escape, that would be the end of it. However, due to his constant stream of victories over the last 2 years, Reedy developed a sense of arrogance that prompted him to leave at his own pace after slaughtering the crime boss in broad daylight. He bumped into the envoy. The envoy was stunned and asked why Reedy was there before he assumed he was actually there to spy on him. As he was there to represent House Faisablin to negotiate a trade deal with the duchy, he was under the impression that his mission was a grave one and jumped to the conclusion that Reedy was, in fact, tailing him. He ordered Reedy's capture without a second thought, accusing him of being a spy in the process. The moment the few nobles and guards following the envoy heard his command, they roared and drew their weapons. In a fit of rage, Reedy killed everyone, which included half of the group the envoy came with. When he saw the envoy attempt to escape, he leaped and drove his sword through him before leaving nonchalantly. The whole duchy was in a state of panic as a result. Having one's envoy killed was no small slight on a noble's reputation. Additionally, the man was the duke's nephew, not just some disposable noble, so the very least the Handra authorities could do was capture the murderer. Duke Handra raged and sealed the borders before launching an extensive search. At first, the ones sent to confront Reedy were mostly local garrison soldiers. Every time he intended to resupply at a town, he would be entangled by its guards, not that he minded much. However, when one of the gold-ranked knights fell at his sword, the Handra duchy began to deploy military personnel before ordering all towns and villages to forbid all lone travelers from entering. At the same time, they sent a rank 1 blademaster out as well. Reedy's journey began to go south. While garrison soldiers were easy to deal with, he couldn't do much against them if he wasn't even allowed to enter. The moment anyone got close enough, the guards on the walls would order them to stop and send a few archers over to investigate. They were only allowed to enter once it was confirmed they weren't Reedy. There were a number of times he held a few of the ones sent to investigate hostage, but the guards on the walls still fired their arrows without hesitation. Reedy was finally suffering the consequences of his actions, and it only worsened when the blademaster caught wind of him. Just as Lorist expected, Reedy was still far from being able to deal with a blademaster. Even though he wouldn't be as disadvantaged as a gold-ranked swordsman, he still found it hard to fight on the same level. Fortunately, he was still able to escape when he wanted, so Reedy changed his original route and planned to go through the Shabbage duchy to reach the province of Mesen, which used to be the Melian duchy's territory. He would then head to Egrid Lake and reach the Andanak kingdom before taking a huge detour to Moranti. What he didn't expect was that the 4 duchies were in it together. Duke Handra's messenger arrived at Shabbage first, and they also began to hunt him. He had only managed to relax for 2 days before he was forced to run for his life again. His anger grew ever worse and more intense, along with it grew his cruelty. When 2 of the Shabbage duchy's gold-ranked knights were killed, Duke Shabbage also sent out the duchy's blademaster and swore to see Reedy's corpse torn to 1,000 pieces. Being the target of 2 blademasters caused Reedy endless trouble. Fortunately, while he wasn't able to handle the blademasters themselves, he was able to defeat their minions easily. The high-up blademasters normally wouldn't act until they got a definitive lead on where Reedy was. This gave him the opportunity to kill off his weaker pursuers before he continued his escape. The small fry became terrified of him, they didn't dare to leave the blademaster's sides. Reedy was finally able to take a short breather. His swordsmanship had been honed quite substantially during his escapade, especially during his confrontations with the blademasters. Having familiarized himself with the first blademaster's moves, he was even able to gain a slight advantage during the fights. When the second blademaster made his way there, he made his escape with a hearty laugh. It was too bad that pleasant situation didn't last long. Having not heard anything about the capture of the one that murdered his nephew, Duke Faisablin finally decided to send his lover, rank 2 blademaster Xanthi, to join the hunt. In only a single clash, Reedy suffered 3 wounds. Luckily, he made his escape quickly and jumped into a nearby river, if not, he would not have been able to get away. The last time Reedy was spotted was near Egrid Lake. So far, his pursuers were on their way there as well. Even the 4 duchies' combined army, stationed at Center Lake Island, were alerted. Many search parties were deployed to scour the lake. "Map," said Lorist. Howard, who was worried about his senior apprentice brother, had already prepared the map of Egrid Lake and laid it out before Lorist. Egrid Lake was the largest plot of undeveloped land within the territory of the former empire. It separated the Great Analu Plains from the rest of the empire's rich land and bordered Cloud Snap Mountains, the Northlands, and the Lytton Mountains. The center of the empire only had 2 main roads, one through the Madras Strait to Melian and Shabbage, and another towards the 2 southwestern provinces, Magic and Farkle. The 2 roads could be described as a large detour. There was actually another unconventional path, across Egrid Lake itself when its surface froze up in the winter. One would first go through the swamp to Center Lake Island before crossing another swampy area to arrive at Mesen. There was the one Duke Melian used to transport Fiercegale Legion to resist the second prince's invasion. Strictly speaking, the swamp around Egrid Lake should be called Egrid Basin. It was a large expanse of wetlands of roughly 500 square kilometers, whereas Egrid Lake was only about 5 square kilometers. While some parts of the swamp would freeze up during winter, most of it still remained rather dangerous. Ever since Melian's two provinces were absorbed into Shabbaj, and following the safe return of the Second Highness to his throne, the four central duchies stationed their troops at Centerlake Island and constructed a wooden citadel there to prevent the Second Highness's forces from using it for a winter invasion. Their vigilance was only to be expected, given how the battle that shot the Second Highness to fame occurred during winter. As for the other route from Madras, the four central duchies didn't mind it much. First, the route circled around Egret Lake and was incredibly hard to traverse. There was also a citadel there that could stop any invading army in its tracks. Nobody could transport their army through the pass given the horrible terrain, so most who bothered to travel on that road were merchants. It was said that Duke Madras had once discussed with Duke Melian about making that route into a highway to improve trade, but the project was delayed to no end due to financial concerns. So far, White Lion Legion was deployed in the two southwestern provinces to stand off against the Union at Kanbona. The reorganized Royal Defense Legion, on the other hand, was stationed at Hanstmost against Zytram. Word was that the Second Highness was forming a new amphibious legion on the opposite shore of Egret Lake right next to Centerlake Island. The rumor terrified the four central duchies. It was the 26th day of the 11th month on Grindia and there were only 44 days before the New Year's arrival. If Lorist wanted to travel to Egret Lake to look for Reedy, he would have to travel by sea to Silowas and head to Geelin Harbour before heading there on horseback. It was the fastest way, but even so, it would still take around 11 days. This route, however, passed through the central province where the imperial capital was, and it was very likely that the Second Highness would cause him trouble some way or another. The second route involved traveling to Delamock before going to Venades and heading to Egret Basin from there. The road was long and winding, it would take him at least 2 weeks. With Madras conquest and its occupation by the Northland nobles, who were in the Second Highness's faction, Shabbaj had already cut the route off and prohibited any merchants from traveling to Venades. After some thought, he finally decided to use the second route. Tarkal, notify our agents in Venades with the messenger eagles and have them find me a guide in Hunter. Prepare what I need to search for Reedy. We'll leave tomorrow afternoon. Understood, Your Grace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 353 Ambush, Pursuit and Assault. Ambush, Pursuit and Assault. Reedy lay flat in the grass, his whole body covered in mud and partially submerged as he paid attention to the barks and footsteps approaching from the distance. I should have been on the run for a month or so by now, right? I can't even remember the date anymore. The weather's getting colder every day, winter must be approaching. Reedy didn't expect his pursuers wouldn't give up even after he had escaped into the swamps of Egret Basin. Not only did they recruit a few experienced hunters from the nearby area, they also mobilized the standing army. Reedy's days were now harder than ever. He was even unable to get any good rest. It didn't take more than 2 hours for the hunting dogs to track him down. He had no choice but to continuously strain his mind and body to their limits to keep himself out of their hands. He finally began to reflect on the arrogance and thoughtlessness he had displayed. Ever since Lorist acknowledged his swordsmanship, he began to feel proud. It was especially the case ever since he emerged as the champion in the knighthood competition. He no longer took gold-ranked knights seriously and already saw himself as being on the level of rank 1 blade masters. Even after a bounty had been placed on his head by the Handra and Shabbaj duchies, Reedy still remained confident. Certainly, near rank 1 blade masters couldn't do much to him. He didn't fear facing one head-on since it usually took them at least 100 strikes to gain the advantage. Had it not been for the other blade master joining the fray, Reedy wouldn't have minded clashing with the first. Right now, he recalled his teacher's words. He was just like a frog in a well who didn't know how wide the skies truly were. He could only see the well in which he lived. Thinking that he was already on par with rank 1 blade masters, Reedy proudly accepted Blade Master Xanthi's challenge, only to discover that he wasn't able to even take a single strike from her. Had it not been for the river behind him, his head would have been lopped off. Darn old woman. She's not taking our previous interactions at all into account at all. Back when Xanthi accompanied Princess Sylvia on her trip around the Northlands, Reedy had been their guide and even made tea for them on numerous occasions. She knew that he was Lorist's eldest disciple, yet she didn't hold back in the slightest and fought with all her strength right from the get-go. It was apparent that Xanthi didn't care about Lorist nor House Norton. Reedy wondered what he had done to have Duke Faisablin desire his death no matter what. The poor Reedy began to recall all that had happened during his pursuit. Usually, local nobles wouldn't care much when a crime boss or two were killed in their territory. Even if the bosses were chosen by the nobles themselves to rule the underworld on their behalf, the nobles wouldn't bat an eye to their death. They'd simply choose someone else to take their place. Even if they were to place a bounty on someone, it would only be for show. After all, it wasn't uncommon for a crime boss to be killed because of some grudge. Even if the crime bosses were the noble's relative, the latter usually didn't want to risk the lives of their knights to avenge a mere crime boss. Since it probably wasn't due to the crime bosses he had killed, Reedy reasoned that it had to be the envoy. The more he thought about it, the more familiar the envoy seemed. After a long time, he finally noticed that he might have seen that fellow beside Duke Faisablin during the knighthood tournament. Lorist had introduced the man as the son of the Duke's younger brother. He was a 3-star silver rank, the most likely to be the one to step into the gold rank after Princess Sylvia. It was too bad he had lost in the jousting match with Lowe's. Reedy finally realized why Xanthi was there, and the magnitude of trouble he was in. He could no longer continue his travels and would have to return to the Northlands right away, should he manage to escape. He would only be safe by his teacher's side. However, he still had to deal with the 3 sword wounds that Xanthi had dealt him. He would have to stop the bleeding so he wouldn't leave any tracks. Fortunately, he had trained in the ancient combat technique of the Eastern combat monks, the Dan Ocean Karafining technique. The method of training was completely unlike battle force. Not only did it allow his swordsmanship to grow explosively, he could even suppress gold-ranked knights with his internal energy. The most important feature was that he could use internal energy to temporarily seal off the circulation where he was injured so he wouldn't bleed and leave a trail. After he jumped into the river, everyone thought he would emerge on the other side. However, Reedy chose to remain where he was and slip back onto the shore where he jumped right under their noses. After sewing his wounds shut with the sewing kit he carried with him, he applied some medicine, bandaged them, and turned tail to head to Egret Lake. By the time his pursuers realized he had turned back, Reedy had managed to buy himself a few days' time and even allowed his wounds to recover somewhat. However, there were far too many people on his tail. Even if he were able to reach towns or villages, he wouldn't be able to gain aid there. Only a few days after he entered the swamp, the pursuers brought hunters and hunting dogs to seek him out almost immediately. Currently, Reedy was a rabbit fortunate enough to escape the trap it was caught in. Many of the vital routes to the highlands from the swamp were sealed off, further making it more difficult for Reedy to escape. 3 oily-furred hunting dogs half as tall as a man lowered their noses and began sniffing the grass. Beside the dogs were a dozen soldiers and 2 hunters clad in brown leather. The frontmost 3 soldiers held up half-body shields. 4 pikemen stood behind them. At the tail end of the party were 2 crossbowmen and 3 longbowmen. Each one wore alert expressions and were ready to unleash their attacks at any moment. The 3 hunting dogs gradually approached a spot roughly 3 meters away. When the 2 hunters approached, they relaxed before they turned to the soldiers. "There's no need to be so tense. We can rest for a bit. The one you're looking for is done for," reported one. "How so?" asked the Sodder's leader. "Our hunting dogs only track a human scent as far as this spot." "He might have entered the grasslands here already," replied the man, pointing at the grass. "Our orders were to find him. Even if he's entered the grasslands, we still have to continue our search," said the leader. "We can't enter," the hunter said while his partner joined him for a laugh. "Didn't you hear me say he was done for? Don't be mistaken by how tall the grass is. The grass floats on the surface of a very deep pool. No matter who it is, once someone steps in, he will sink and die beneath the grass. The animals and people who died in the pool nourished the grass above it, causing it to grow this tall. Those around here call this the demon grass swamp." "You're saying that the one we're chasing might have drowned after entering this patch of grass?" asked the leader as he relaxed. "No one could alert for so long." The moment the soldiers heard the hunters, they lowered their shields, crossbows, and bows before surrounding the patch of tall grass in discussion. A few walked up to the edge of the grass, unbuttoned their pants, and released a stream of urine. A rush of pungent urine landed not far away from where Reedy was hiding. A little even sprinkled on his face, but he didn't move. Ideally, he would convince his pursuers he had died in the swamp. If he was already going to return to the Northlands, he could definitely do without the company of those blade masters. However, as with most dreams crushed by reality, the scenario Reedy imagined didn't come to pass. "Which one of you will make a trip back to report what we've discovered?" he heard the leader ask. "Leader, what should we report? Should we say our target died after escaping into Demongrass Swamp?" asked one of the soldiers. "Officer, why can't we just head back together? There's no need to make a trip back, is there? Isn't this matter done with already?" asked the older hunter. The squad leader sighed. "Do you think I don't want to go back? The higher-ups said they want to see the corpse if the target is dead. If we report he died inside Demongrass Swamp, they will order us to scour the swamp until we find his corpse. All we can report is that we've lost all trace of him around here and have the higher-ups send people over to do the search themselves. No matter what, we don't dare to tell them our target fell to his death in the swamp," answered he. The younger hunter scratched his face. "Isn't that ridiculous? How could you find the corpse if it's already sunk all the way down there, Nut? Well, they might bring a torch to set the grass alight before they have us poke around inside with long sticks. Even if the swamp is deep, there's no way he could go very far in. He should still be laying dead somewhere in the shallower parts. Reedy took a deep breath. He launched himself from the mud and dove into the group. His sword flashed quickly a few times. One figure after another fell as blood gushed out of their bodies. In a few short seconds, the 8 soldiers were dead already. Loud barking could be heard as the 3 hunting dogs leaped over. With a sudden turn, Reedy split one's head before he maneuvered his sword to pierce through the head of the second from below. Releasing his sword and doing a roll, Reedy managed to dodge the third. Using his right hand to take a throwing axe one of the dead soldiers carried by his waist, Reedy hacked the final dog's back. With a puff, the dog crashed against the ground, blood leaking out of its mouth as it flailed in an attempt to stand. All that remained were 4 soldiers and 2 hunters. The leader had already got his 3 subordinates to hold up their shields and pikes. When they met Reedy's eyes, the 4 couldn't help but feel despair and panic. As for the 2 hunters, they had already escaped the moment they instructed their hunting dogs to attack. They were already 10 meters away. Reedy laughed lightly before he flicked his leg. A bow and a quiver on the ground by his feet shot up and landed in his arms. The squad leader's gaze tensed up. "Careful, everyone," yelled he as he tried his best to shrink behind the shields. The whoosh of arrows could be heard 3 times in quick succession. 2 cries of pain rang out from behind the group. The leader turned to look and saw the 2 hunters collapsed on the ground. One had an arrow through his back, the other 2. He flushed with embarrassment. He didn't think that being looked down upon by an enemy would be so infuriating. However, the cries calmed him, even though he had wanted to clash with Reedy just moments before. It was obvious that the muddy-looking man intended to have his whole squad stay behind. Behind the shields, the squad leader took out a small bamboo cone and handed it to the person behind him before he whispered, "Whoever's at the back, ignite the smoke signal. The rest of you stand your ground together. We'll try our best to stall until reinforcements arrive. We'll be safe once they do." At that moment, Reedy was removing the sword stuck through one of the hunting dogs. He had used a little too much force to draw the bow quickly moments ago. The wounds on his chest had reopened. It didn't stop him from killing the 4 soldiers in front of him, though. He collected his spoils. He had already not eaten for a few days. His last meal was a poisonous yellowish-purple snake. He was so hungry he accidentally popped the snake's gallbladder. The contents spilt on the meat, causing it to taste incredibly bitter. He had been so hungry he ate it anyway. Currently, even normal rations tasted like delicacies to Reedy. Apart from his long sword, he didn't carry anything with him. Even his clothes were horribly torn. He was caked in mud from head to toe. As the swamps were filled with swarms of huge mosquitoes whose stings resulted in massive swelling, he had no choice but to muddy himself to make sure his blood wasn't sucked dry. The 4 soldiers that remained huddled together. The one at the front held up a shield and the other 2 raised their pikes. The last soldier was busy with something, but he couldn't see what it was. He was sure he wasn't holding a crossbow, though, as the ones armed with them had been his first targets. The 2 crossbows on the floor were in plain sight. For all Reedy knew, the man might be unarmed, since it wasn't surprising for one to forget one's weapon when ambushed. But when a loud hiss rang out, the look on Reedy's face changed. A small bamboo tube let out thick smoke into the air visible from kilometers away. The smoke signal was something Frontier Legion used to signal units far away on the great expanses of the grasslands. Reedy didn't think his pursuers would be given them as well. "Die!" roared Reedy as he rushed forward. He knocked the 2 pikes that shot at him like poisonous pythons away. Stepping hard on the shield and leaping over it, he swung his sword and cleft the throats of the 2 pike-wielding soldiers, before slashing behind him after he landed behind the shield-bearer. The man dropped his shield and grabbed his wand before kneeling gradually. Reedy withdrew his sword. Only the pale-faced soldier holding the smoke signal was left. "Go to hell!" yelled Reedy as he ended the man with one strike. Despite being cleft in twain, the bamboo tube still continued to let out smoke. Not long after, loud barking could be heard in the distance. "Soul!" cursed Reedy before he picked up the 2 crossbows and bows on the ground, the 2 quivers, and the spear. He hurriedly searched the dead soldiers' rucksacks and picked what he needed quickly. He packed everything into a sack which he tied to his waist. After looking around and seeing movement in the distance, Reedy smiled before he jumped onto the muddy slope and disappeared into the demongrass swamp. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 354 Demongrass Swamp. Demongrass Swamp. Hey guys! Yes, it's the start of another week and the start of another flurry of chapters. We'd like to just take a few moments to remind you guys about our map competition. There are $100 in prizes and the eternal gratitude of the TRL readers at stake. Don't forget to take a read and make a map if you want. The two of us can't wait to see what amazing maps all you budding cartographers have in store for us. Now, enjoy the chapter. Demon Grass Swamp, as the locals called it, was actually just a mud lake that covered a huge area. The most eye-catching part of the lake was the grass that grew on its surface. They looked like dense growths of eupatorium plants, one floating above the water, with their long stems reaching down deep below the water's surface. From afar, it looked just like a normal piece of land with tall grass. While the grass near the sides of the lake was rather tough and could bear human weight, the ones closer to the center couldn't. With but a misstep, one would fall straight in and sink to the bottom. It wasn't that mud had no buoyancy, the problem was with the grass that grew from the very bottom of the lake itself. Even crocodiles, the kings of the swamps, don't dare to enter the lake for fear of being tangled up in the roots and drowning. Apart from insects, smaller fish, snakes, and frogs, there weren't any other animal within the lake. Most larger birds wouldn't even bother to hunt there. Reedy wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of grass. Near Northsea, completed just 2 years earlier, the opposite shore of Azure River was black mud marsh. The household had developed that part of the marsh into rich farmland, but iron spine crocodiles still lurked on the opposite shore of the river. Without battle force of at least the silver rank, one couldn't damage them at all. One couldn't even put a single scratch on their backs without a blade glow. This was precisely why the house's Oceanic Legion used armor made from iron spine crocodile leather. Not only was it strong, it also floated better and had great heat insulating properties. When the household developed that part of black mud marsh, they fashioned 2 extremely huge steel ballistas solely for use against the crocodiles. Lorist also had the largest one they killed embalmed and displayed on Northsea's plaza. As a result, the plaza was known as Crocodile Plaza. Some kids even used the embalmed crocodile as their playground. One could often find little figures climbing in and out of its huge mouth. When the house built the long wall from Tortoise Hill to Azure River, some construction sites were attacked by the crocodiles. Thanks to the frequent waves of ballistic bolts, the crocodiles learned to behave and no longer swam to their deaths of their own accord. Since the crocodiles won't come over, we'll go to them, was the conclusion the Oceanic Legion came to. They had 2 boats equipped with the steel ballistae, which allowed them to hunt the crocodiles as they sailed down the river. In time, not a single crocodile was visible anywhere near the wall. The hunters had to go into the deeper parts of Black Mud Marsh itself. Black Mud Marsh was so wide that even after several years, the Nortons had only explored a third of it. During some of their expeditions, they discovered a few mud lakes just like Demon Grass Swamp. At first, the hunters thought the crocodiles would surely hide in such a dense growth of grass and decided to set them on fire to flush the beasts out. They only discovered the true nature of the lake, within which was the network of roots. Simply by tossing a hook and pulling it up, they found bundles of fine stems as well as some rotten iron spine crocodile carcasses. When Reedy was training at Fernrock Castle, he would occasionally go out for changes of pace. One time, he was asked to tag along for a trip to the marsh with Palobins and fell in love with the sport of iron spine crocodile hunting, more specifically, fighting one-on-one with middle-sized crocodiles armed with nothing but a sword, using them as his sparring partners. Having spent quite some time in the marsh, he was familiar with the muddy lakes, so, when he saw one in Egrid Basin, he thought of using it to escape from his pursuers and teach them a lesson. One day, when Reedy had just arrived, he was elated to find such a dense grassland in which he could hide from his pursuers. But after taking 2 steps forward, he noticed something was amiss. Quickly drawing his sword and poking downwards, his blood cooled. Isn't it all mud below? If I had taken a few more steps forward, I really would have been done for. That night, Reedy cut a few bushes and trees near the lake for wood and used what remained of his torn-up leather armor and some vines to make a rope. He tied the wood together and laid it in the lake. While the mud did have buoyancy and wouldn't cause a living being to sink right away, it was the grass's stems and roots that mainly entangled any living thing that panicked and struggled within. The more one struggled, the faster one would be entangled and drown. Even though Reedy had carefully laid the little wooden raft in the lake, he was nevertheless very cautious when he got aboard. Keeping one's calm was the key when entering the mud lakes. Should one ever make any extreme movements, one's limbs would end up caught between some of the grass stems. First, Reedy gently laid himself on the raft and pulled at the grass in the lake carefully to propel him toward the lake's bank. While doing so was Reedy's only hope of escape, it would have been far safer if he had someone watching over him from the shore. Right now, however, he was alone. He spent the whole night getting ready before he hid amidst the grass not too far away from shore, and he waited for his pursuers to arrive. No matter what, he had to steal some rations. Otherwise, it would be incredibly difficult to survive the cooling weather. The first ones to arrive were the silver-ranked guards of House Faisablin, led by Blademaster Xanthi herself. She had seen Reedy disappear into the curtain of grass as well as the dozen corpses on the ground.
Find him right now.
Yes, replied one of the guards. He took 10 or so others with him and into the grassland.
Xanthi didn't think the silver ranks could deal with Reedy in the first place.
All she wanted was for them to hold him back and buy her time to make her approach. As long as that quiet attendant of Lorist wasn't allowed to escape, Xanthi was confident she could take care of him.
She recalled that Lorist had once personally introduced Reedy as his eldest disciple.
She could remember how laughable it had all seemed when she heard that a youngster like Lorist had taken disciples to mimic true masters despite his youth. A few years had already passed since that encounter when House Norton just managed to defeat the Second Prince's army and stormed the Northlands while they were at it.
At that time, Xanthi and Sylvia were both trapped in the Duke's mansion at Gildusk.
They had even captured Baron Shazine Hennard and his gold-ranked knight as hostages to negotiate their release. Unexpectedly, however, Lorist himself barged into the mansion and defeated Sylvia before moving on to beat the Blademaster, forcing her to release their hostages. Despite that, the matter ended without incident after Lorist personally escorted them out of the Northlands. She had always thought of Lorist's victory as a fluke, justifying her loss by believing that she had to hold back and not go too far given she was in enemy territory. It didn't help that she still had some energy left even after she was defeated while Lorist fainted right away.
To this day, Blademaster Xanthi didn't think Lorist was truly her match.
As they traveled back to Eastwild, she learned that Sylvia got along with the new leader rather well.
Xanthi took the opportunity to find out about the origins of Lorist's sword style through Sylvia.
The Count trained in the ancient combat arts of the now extinct Eastern martial monks of legend. It was no wonder his style was so drastically different.
It didn't mean Xanthi considered Lorist's skills seriously by any means.
Even though Lorist's critique of her sword style let her gain some valuable insight to bypass her bottleneck, she didn't consider it a favor either. Xanthi believed she would have been able to fix the problems with her swordsmanship herself if she spent a few months pondering the matter. She also thought Lorist gained quite a bit of insight from their duel himself, so, strictly speaking, he gained more from it than she did.
Xanthi never took kindly to Lorist's relative lack of ambition.
But even so, her beloved adoptive daughter actually began to have feelings for him, something she definitely couldn't allow. Xanthi hoped Sylvia would wed a world-changing hero instead of an average-looking count that trained in the unreliable and unproven arts of the Eastern martial monks. While Lorist's household had a few centuries' worth of history and background, all it did was stay put in its dominion. It paled severely in comparison to House Faisablin's performance when it helped the Second Prince establish the Iblia kingdom. What Xanthi couldn't help was how things developed so swiftly that nobody was able to react quickly enough. In but a year, she heard that House Norton mobilized their troops to conquer Windbury and capture Second Prince Iblia as payback for the latter's sending of Blademaster Zarenin to assassinate Lorist. As if that wasn't bad enough, the Nortons also defeated the two cavalry divisions commanded by Viscount Christophe and captured all 15,000 of his troops. Given the situation, Duke Faisablin had no choice but to take a step back and send Sylvia to discuss a trade agreement, using livestock to exchange for large numbers of military equipment and negotiate for the release of the 15,000 troops, all the while causing House Norton to let their guard down while House Faisablin began their campaign against the grassland barbarians.
Nowadays, House Faisablin finally managed to consolidate lots of military might.
It caused Xanthi's impression of Lorist to dip even further, as it was the greed of the Nortons for gold that allowed for the formation of the strong military of House Faisablin. The Duke managed to form an undefeatable light cavalry force, many parts thanks to the incessant supply of military equipment from the Nortons, and conquered the Greater and Lesser Golden Creeks, an achievement that patched up one of the house's last shortcomings. The Nortons could never imagine how much a set of cavalry equipment cost on the grasslands.
Some of the barbarian tribes were prepared to beg the Duke for a few sets of armor.
Sometimes, Xanthi fantasized about what would happen should House Faisablin grasp the secrets of making the equipment. At any rate, they definitely wouldn't sell them for the sake of a few coins and livestock like the Nortons.
It was arming one's enemy.
Of all the men in the world, her beloved Sylvia had actually fallen for Lorist, much as it vexed her. But given her understanding of her adoptive daughter's personality, she knew that nothing good would come from being too forceful. Xanthi had made a few subtle hints to dissuade Sylvia and take back her heart filled with love and fantasy, to no avail. In the end, she had no choice but to force Sylvia to enter secluded training for a few years until she broke through to the 2-star gold rank. Perhaps the passage of time will let her understand the love-struck state she was in is but an illusion, Xanthi had thought at the time. The last thing she expected was that 4 years of seclusion actually intensified her yearning for Lorist, to the point that she went all the way to the Northlands herself just to invite Lorist to participate in the knighthood tournament.
Xanthi's plan had backfired completely.
Fortunately for Xanthi, the Duke almost flipped out completely against Lorist during the tournament and didn't agree to House Norton's request for the princess's hand in marriage. But back then, Sylvia actually didn't participate in the tournament because of the death of her short-lived, noble-blooded younger brother. Instead, she traveled to the Northlands once more to take her mind off the matters, with Xanthi by her side, of course, so as to not give Lorist any opportunities to take advantage of the princess. After hearing about the murder of the Duke's nephew by Reedy of House Norton, Xanthi knew her time had come to forever sever the ties between Sylvia and Lorist. She joined the hunt for Reedy with fervor. Should Reedy actually die fighting her, Lorist would definitely turn against House Faisablin for good. That way, there was no way Sylvia could marry him. On the other hand, Duke Faisablin, with his renewed and empowered forces, could unite what remained of the kingdom and consolidate his power without fear for the threat of the Nortons. Splash! Splosh! Splush! What followed was a stream of shrieks and cries for help that caused Xanthi to turn over, only to witness half of the silver-ranked guards gradually sinking into the grassland. Their bodies descended ever so slowly, covered with fine fibers of gray, black, green, and white that were laden with different kinds of leaves. The fine fibers got more tangled the more the men struggled. They sunk faster the more they struggled. Before Xanthi leaped to save them, she saw a few guards that hadn't fallen into the grass patch stretch their hands out towards their comrades, only to end up falling into the water and getting tangled up by the fibers as well. In a few short moments, only 3 silver-ranked guards remained afloat. The 3 were slightly more intelligent than the rest. They had not moved an inch despite also calling out for help. They realized that moving and struggling would only accelerate their demise. Terrified, Xanthi didn't dare to approach the mud lake at all. Instead, she turned to the soldiers coming from the distance and ordered, "Quick! Go pull those 3 out." After some hesitation, the 3 silver-ranked guards were rescued. Xanthi heard the explanations of a few local hunters and realized her mistake. Even though she saw Reedy make his way through the dense grass, it never occurred to her that it was some sort of natural trap. Still, being unable to enter the lake, what would she do? Burn everything. I'll see how long that bastard can stay in there. Without the grass cover, we'll be able to know how he got in there. We'll capture him easily then, barked Xanthi as she grit her teeth in anger. But, Madam Blade Master, Demongrass Swamp is far too big. We'll have to bring lots of fuel. Otherwise, the moist grass won't catch fire, said one squad leader. Get the fuel then. Go, now. As for the others, set up a perimeter around the swamp. Don't let that bastard escape. 1. Eupatorium plants, linked to picture. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 355 Gold Eagle. Gold Eagle. A man removed the scarf obstructing his face. White puffs burst from his mouth as he did so. We've arrived at Egret Basin, Your Grace, said he. It was the 11th day of the 12th month. Winter. A small round of snow had just fallen. The landscape was covered in a patchwork of white and ailing green. Your Grace. We received a messenger eagle from our informant in Shabbage. So far, the hunting party at Egret Basin still hasn't caught Sir Reedy. Instead, they ended up with carriage after carriage of injured troops. The informant managed to get word from them and learned they were still playing catch with Sir Reedy. He's become their demon. Nobody could resist his assaults apart from the 3 blade masters. Duke Shabbage also sent a regiment and a few hundred carriages filled with supplies, presumably in preparation for the hunting party's stay for winter, reported Tarkal as he read the thin cloth he took out from the small bamboo capsule. Beside him was a heavily bearded man on horseback, on whose shoulder an eagle that looked rather warm perched as it swallowed the meat the man fed it. Taking a look at the endless wildlands, Lorist slipped off his mount and pulled down the black scarf covering his face, map. He had brought 3 regiments of his personal guard, 1,500 men in total. However, only 30 or so were beside him right now. Lorist couldn't afford to wait for the whole troop to arrive, which would take 3 hours. He was too worried for Reedy's safety. The heavily dressed Howard hurriedly dismounted, took a map out of his backpack, and called a few guards to hold it open. Their guide, Chusan, took a swig of alcohol from his bronze flask, complained about the horrible weather, and walking to Lorist's side. After he looked at the map, he pointed. Your Grace, we're currently here. It'll take us half a day to reach Red Tree Citadel. It's the only checkpoint we have to cross along this road. Both sides of the moat the citadel was built on are swamps that won't freeze even in winter. Apart from a small muddy road that only allows a carriage to pass, there are no ways to go around Red Tree Citadel unless we take this detour from here. You're saying we don't have to go through Red Tree Citadel if we use this road? Asked Lorist. Indeed, Your Grace. I, Jisan, am actually quite famous around these swamps. I know the routes here like the back of my hand. Honestly speaking, if your grace had hired any other guide, they would have been walking blind in winter. I, on the other hand, know where the swamp freezes up and where we shouldn't enter. This is all thanks to my 30 years of experience. I've been living here with my father since I was young, and if I didn't learn a trick or two, I would have died many times over, said the old man as his voice coarsened from the strong liquor. Hee hee, that's precisely why we hired you, Jisan. I just hope you're worth the fee. I'm sure you know we're here to find someone, said Tarkle. Oh, a search, Jisan said as he recalled something. He turned to Tarkle. Sir, if you're looking for someone, you should tell me roughly where they are. How did they enter and did they leave any traces or signs? Egret Basin is so big I doubt I'd be of much help without a single lead. Well, Mr. Jisan, the person we're looking for entered the basin from Shabbage, and we think he's heading to Egret Lake. The duchy is our enemy and they sent out a search party to hunt for him, so we had no choice but to enter the basin from here. He probably didn't leave any markings, but even if he did, they were probably destroyed by his pursuers. If anything, he'd leave a circle with a cross or a picture of a bear at the lower right part of a rock or a tree. But don't worry, we have a rough idea how to locate him. We just need you to lead the way across the swamp, said Lorist. Ah, Your Grace, you don't have to be so formal with me. Just call me by my name. It's my pleasure to be of service, said he, a little surprised and glad after being addressed as Mr. Tarkle. Yes, Your Grace, Tarkle said as he turned around. Morbinghan, we're counting on you. The old man called Morbinghan was a bearded man with a white mop on his head. Though he looked old, he seemed far more energetic than most people his age. The old man dressed in hunting garb smiled after he heard Tarkle. Your Grace, leave it to me. He lifted a large cage from the back of his horse and opened it, letting a huge eagle out onto his arm. A cold breeze blew by, causing the eagle to flap its wings twice as it looked around. What a huge gold eagle, cried Jisan. You've seen gold eagles before, asked Morbinghan as he stroked his bird's feathers. The eagle seemed almost human. It scratched Morbingham's chest lightly with its talons. Little Inkfeather here has been with me for more than 17 years. When I picked it up at the bottom of a cliff, it still didn't have any feathers, it had likely hatched just hours earlier. I don't know how it fell, but, fortunately, it was still alive. I brought it home and treated it as my third son and spent our years together. Mr. Morbinghan. Snap out of it and let the eagle do its job. We can listen to your stories over some alcohol after we find our man, alright? We'll definitely listen to it even after you've repeated it for the 1,000th time, alright, beckoned Tarkle worryingly. Morbinghan's eyes regained some clarity. He glared at Tarkle. What's there to rush? If I don't let the eagle get used to the air, it'll flop, fall, and die. Give it a minute. You're planning to let the gold eagle find your man? Jisan asked curiously, how does it work? Does he know the guy? It doesn't, Lorist answered. While finding a single individual would be difficult even for eagles, spotting a group isn't an issue, especially on the relatively empty swamps. The one we're looking for is wanted and pursued, so all the eagle has to do is to bring us to them. At the very least, we'll be much closer to the one we're looking for. Oh, Morbinghan, look for a campsite or something with your eagle. They should have set up something similar in this weather. I will have Inkfeather search in the lake's direction. Don't worry, we'll definitely find Sir Reedy, replied Morbinghan respectfully. Morbinghan was a special advisor to Furybear. He used his years of experience to train messenger eagles. His eldest son was a Norton Knight and took care of the messenger eagle department, while his second son was still at the bronze rank. Once he makes it to the silver rank, he would also be made a household knight. Morbinghan had the same status as Grandmaster Julian. He hoped to make more contributions to the house and eventually be made a landed noble. After a good while, Morbinghan finally released his eagle. It circled the skies for a while before flying towards Egret Lake. All right. Jisan, let's head west as well. I count on you to tell me where I should and shouldn't go, said Lorist after his eyes returned to the earth. Your Grace, we'll have to leave our horses here and travel on foot, Jisan said after some hesitation. Some parts of the swamp can't be traversed on horseback. While bringing them along would be fine, we can't ride them. If one of us accidentally rides into a mud pit, we'll be submerged before we could even cry for help. No worries. You're the guide. I leave the final word to you, Lorist said with a smile. Els, have 2 people stay here and watch the horses. They are to wait for the rest. The rest of you, make sure to bring enough necessities and a few workhorses along. We leave first. Order Park and Shuss to set up camp here and prepare to send reinforcements. Understood, Your Grace, replied Els. Reedy found himself completely cornered. When he disappeared in Demongrass Swamp a week ago, he managed to get 2 days' rest and recover some energy with the rations he'd looted. His wounds had also sealed and the situation seemed okay. He hadn't expected Xanthi to actually set fire to the swamp. While the grass was still green even during winter thanks to the water, he understood they would be baked dry and set aflame easily even with the smallest fires. On a day with strong wind, the fire would spread quickly over the grass in the vicinity. He had to take his leave right away. If Demongrass Swamp was said to resemble a rhombus, his little wooden raft would be a third of the distance to the center. He still had some time to row it to shore. Fortunately for him, the water-filled grass let out lots of pungent smoke, which he could use to his advantage and escape out of sight and prevent the hunting dogs from catching his scent. However, the wind was a little too strong and made the fire to burn wildly. Even though he tried to hurry himself up, he couldn't as his little raft had been entangled by some of the grass stems in the mud. He had no choice but to use his sword to cut them off. By the time the fire was already behind him, the little raft was still roughly 5 meters from shore. In front of him was a thick wall of grass that prevented his raft from advancing. He held the oar he used to row the boat and tied it up tightly with a pike. Seeing its roughly 3-meter length, he used all his energy to plunge the long contraption into the grass, leaving only a few inches of it above the muddy waters. He clutched his long sword, took a deep breath, and leaped. His right foot landed accurately on the exposed part of the oar-pike stick. The stick slipped slightly and he fell. But right before his foot touched the water, he had already gained enough of a footing to propel himself once more. With a loud splash, he landed in a puddle of mud just beside the shore. His upper body was on the shore while both his legs laid on a thick bunch of grass stems. While he could use it as a footing, he didn't dare to stand up. The direction the wind was blowing made the smoke travel towards the shore. It was nearly impossible to breathe standing up. With his pursuers waiting for him along the shore nowhere to be seen, he cut off the grass that tangled his legs and crawled forward, trying his best to breathe in as little smoke as possible. Demongrass Swamp burned for a whole day before the lake's surface could be seen once more. Reedy managed to escape the encirclement thanks to the darkness of night and made his way to Egret Lake as stealthily as possible. As his pursuers didn't know for sure whether he had hidden within Demongrass Swamp, he had an extra night to escape. The next day, however, the small raft was discovered half-sunken near the shore, allowing his pursuers to determine where he was heading. He had already predicted his pursuers would notice the traces he left. As he wasn't too familiar with the swampy terrain, he didn't manage to make it far in the night. He had to circle around quite a number of swampy areas without gaining much distance, so his pursuers were back on his tail just 3 short hours later. Even so, they were still separated by a large swamp. He gave his pursuers the middle finger, an insulting gesture he learned from Lorist, and relaxed when he saw Blademaster Xanthi not giving chase. His pursuers were unable to find a method to cross the swamp. The night before, Reedy had somehow managed to cross it by following the tree roots on the ground. Since they weren't too far apart, the pursuing soldiers fired volleys of arrows at him, causing the latter to miss the bough he left at the raft. Right now, he had no ability to retaliate. After cursing a few more times, he resumed his escape. He ran out of rations 2 days later. Had it not been for the trail the water rats left on the snow, he wouldn't have been able to locate their nest. He feasted on them to fill his stomach and had a good night's rest. He would have already collapsed from exhaustion otherwise. Not a lot of snow fell during the night, however. When the sun rose on the next day, his pursuers and their hunting dogs quickly caught his trail, forcing him to go on the run once more. When he finally arrived at a place near Egret Lake, he despaired when he saw a large troop of soldiers with a dozen knights waiting for him. Sandwiched between 2 groups of enemies, Reedy laughed bitterly and drew his sword. As his teacher once said, kill 1, make up for the loss, kill 2, profit by 1. It was time to see how much profit he could make with his life. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 356, Second Highness, the Path Seeker. Second Highness, the Path Seeker. Here's the 3rd release of the week. I hope you enjoy it. Seeing the knights in front approach, Reedy suddenly thought of something. Where did his pursuers get their mounts? Even Blademaster Xanthi had to walk on her feet during the pursuit, so how were those knights able to find a mount? Unless they came from the other direction. As expected, the knights ahead stopped before they reached him. Who are you and the others over there? Asked the knight. Reedy squinted and realized the knights were bearing the tricolored griffin insignia of the imperial family. In other words, they were knights of the Andanak royal family and subordinates of the Second Highness. While Lorist wasn't too fond of the Second Highness in private, officially he was still considered a duke of the kingdom. Reedy breathed a sigh and slumped on the ground, before taking out a silver ragebear badge and announcing, I'm a subordinate of the Duke of the Northlands and also a knight of House Norton. Those behind me are pursuers from the Shabbage and Handra duchies. Please help me get out of this predicament. The pursuers were already approaching and saw Reedy with the knights and around 100 soldiers. The duchy's men didn't rush towards the knights, they stopped to gather their comrades, letting honks of low baritone resonate across the landscape. After seeing the soldiers pursuing Reedy's equipment, the mounted knights believed him. One laughed and said, "Very well, we were just starting to feel rather. I didn't think the duchy would actually serve themselves on a platter like this. Brother, you did well. Let us handle them for you." With a loud cry and a crack of the whip, the knight launched forward. His companions also joined the fray without fear. And so, the 6 knights stormed the snow-covered lands, leaving a trail of trodden snow in their wake. "Hey! Come back, the enemy's main force isn't here yet. There are 3 blade masters behind them," cried Reedy to the best of his ability. None of the hot-blooded knights could hear his warning as they clashed with the several dozen duchy soldiers and began slaughtering away. The clash between roughly 70 soldiers and 6 knights took place on a narrow path where the knights charged first. The soldiers couldn't get into proper formation in time, and the scene that soon greeted them was nothing but nightmarish. More than 20 soldiers lay dead on the ground in a flash. The rest crumbled and attempted to escape. At that moment, they no longer cared about escaping the knights' slaughter, and instead focused on using their comrades to block their strikes so they could escape alive. Reedy hurriedly stood up and waved his hands frantically. But the knights reveled too much in the killing and didn't bother with him. Either that or they thought he was actually cheering them on. Soon, a figure clad in a black cloak suddenly cut in front of one of them. The latter didn't mind and merely pointed his lance at the figure's torso. To him, a mere foot soldier couldn't evade his strike and would end up skewered. However, a sword flashed and the knight felt the lance in his hand lighten by at least half. He saw his body fall to the ground, with the headless stump above his neck spurting blood all over his decapitated head. Just as he saw nothing but blood in front of him, a flash of a blade caused him to feel as if he were flying higher and higher in the sky as his consciousness faded into nothingness. The knight's death was quickly noticed by his 5 comrades, who turned and charged angrily at the cloaked figure. With agile movements, the figure cut another knight in 2 and slashed them out of a third. Its rider fell haphazardly to the ground. It didn't take long for a blade to meet his neck. The first to charge quickly snapped out of it and yelled, "Run! It's a blade master!" Thus, the 3 remaining knights frantically escaped. The first didn't forget to grab hold of the reins of a mount whose master was cut apart. The figure in black didn't give chase either, probably as a result of being tired out during the confrontation with 5 knights. The figure remained at the same spot even after the 3 surviving knights made it back to Reedy. The first knight breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the figure didn't give chase. Instead, he asked Reedy with a grim face, "What did you do to have a blade master on your tail? Didn't you hear me calling you back just now? Let's go, quick." "There are 2 other blade masters coming," answered he bitterly. The 3 knights were instantly shocked. "Really?" "Yes." "Let's move." Reedy exclaimed, "That guy was Shabbaj's blade master. The 2 that aren't here are even more powerful. You should get mounted too. His Majesty is back there and also has a blade master with him. If can get to him, all will be well," decided the first knight. It went without saying that the soldiers who accompanied the knights on their scouting mission would have to turn tail right away after making it there, for the sake of their own lives no less. "I need some food," said Reedy as he mounted the free horse. While he didn't feel the chills despite his tattered clothing when on the run, the breeze that blew against him when he mounted the horse felt like blades of ice against his skin. One knight tossed him a liquor flask. He gulped it down and felt his body warm up. "Thanks. Now, where's His Majesty?" "He's just ahead. We'll see him in about 30 minutes. We set up camp on a mound nearby," replied the knight. "How many blade masters does His Majesty have with him? What are their ranks?" "1 rank 1 blade master, Manst. But we have 2 gold-ranked knights and a regiment of roughly 1,000 men." "No way. His Majesty will also have to move soon as well." "I don't think those forces can hold back the pursuers," said Reedy sincerely. "Brother, I'm really curious, what did you do to make them send 3 blade masters after you?" "Heavens, even the Empire's most wanted criminals didn't get this kind of treatment," the knight said. "Whatever, don't say if you don't feel like it. I doubt I'd like to hear you brag. It's better if you tell His Majesty yourself. I bet he would be interested. As for whether we'll retreat or not, that's up to His Majesty. Why did you guys come here in winter? You mentioned you were surveying?" Reedy remembered the complaints uttered by the knights earlier and understood the Second Highness was there to find a route he could use to go around the Center Lake Island citadel. Perhaps, he was trying to launch a surprise attack on the 4 central duchies. It was no wonder the knights didn't really mind they were being chased by 3 blade masters. They knew since Reedy was able to escape and encounter them, he would surely be more familiar with the route through Egret Basin. If they brought him to the Second Highness, it would save them the trouble of surveying the route. It was too bad even Reedy himself didn't know how he had gotten through Egret Basin. It was almost a miracle he managed to make it this far. He was at his wit's end and couldn't be bothered to memorize the route. He had only survived thanks to his amazing ability to adapt. He took quite a few risks to travel around by swinging from tree to tree through the swamplands. This was the sole reason he could maintain a good distance between him and his pursuers. As expected, the Second Highness was quick to recognize Reedy when he arrived at the campsite. "Aren't you Reedy, Lorist's eldest disciple? Why do you look so haggard?" Reedy didn't bother with too many formalities and made a simple knight's salute. "Your Majesty, I require a bath and fresh clothes as well as a meal before I can tell you my story." After a bath, Reedy was brought to the Second Highness's tent. The monarch pointed to the table filled with food. "You can eat as you tell me about it. My knights told me you had 3 blade masters chasing you. I'm really curious what caused all this." Reedy wolfed down a piece of roast meat and took a huge gulp of wine before he spoke. "I was traveling in the 4 central duchies and bumped into Duke Fizablin's envoy sent to forge an alliance between the 2 powers. I killed him, but he turned out to be the Duke's nephew. They've been hunting me down ever since. I think it's been 2 months now." "2 months," the Second Highness exclaimed, shocked. "That can't be. If this were true, my informants should have noticed and notified me by now. I haven't a single word, not a whisper." Reedy continued to stuff food down his throat. "I'm telling the truth, Your Majesty. While Handra and Shabbage might attempt to hide the incident, I'm sure you can ask your informants whether they saw a wanted notice issued 2 months ago." "I should be the one on the notice." "All right. So you killed an envoy and they don't intend to let you off. Since they've been chasing you for so long, I doubt they'd stop until they bring your head to Fizablin. Don't worry, you're safe now that you've made it here. The Handras and Shabbage Duchy's blade masters aren't a concern," the Second Highness said casually. "I'm really curious how you managed to cross Egret Basin." "I hope you can tell me." Reedy shook his head. "My apologies, Your Majesty, I'm afraid it won't be of much use. There's no way a group of soldiers can be led through the basin. I spent a whole month running from Handra to Shabbage before I entered Egret Basin. It took me another 20 days to make it here. I'm not familiar with the terrain, I just kept heading in the general direction of Egret Lake as best I could and circled around the swamps I came across. I've never considered actually crossing the swamps, and half the time I managed to find a route was thanks to luck. The 3 blade masters and their soldier had to rely on hunters that lived nearby, many of whom brought hunting dogs with them. That's why they were able to track me for so long. They are all traveling on foot. Egret Basin can't be crossed with cavalry. Sending only infantry to attack the duchies isn't only risky, it's suicide." Reedy wasn't wrong. The 4 central duchies were not like Frederica at all. With Frederica, one could reach the city in just a night after crossing Cloudsnap Mountains. But Egret Basin, even if the Second Highness brought tens of thousands of foot soldiers across, there was no city or town he could attack quickly. In fact, he'd be exposing his position and allowing the duchy's cavalry forces to wipe him out. Tens of thousands of infantrymen would still fall to the charge of mounted cavalry. "What if we wait for winter to set in? Perhaps the swamps will freeze and we can take carriages with supplies as well," asked the Second Highness stubbornly. Reedy smiled bitterly. "I doubt I'm qualified to answer this question. All I can suggest is that you seek out the hunters that live in the swamps and ask their advice." "Well, that," said the Second Highness hesitantly. "There wasn't anybody living in the part of Egret Basin near the kingdom. The Second Highness couldn't consult anyone even if he wanted to. That was why he sent his subordinates out to scout in the first place." "Oh, didn't you say the duchy soldiers you found natives living in the vicinity with hunting dogs?" "I just have to capture one and ask them, right?" said the Second Highness after he thought up his magnificent idea. "Your Majesty," Reedy sighed, "I think it's best you worry about your safety first and retreat. While the blade masters of Shabbage and Handra aren't much, I can easily take more than 100 strikes from either of them one-on-one." Duke Fizablin sent his lover, Blade Master Xanthi. That old hag's moves are rather odd. Even though she was already a rank 2 blade master a few years back, I couldn't even take one of her strikes during our last encounter. Your Majesty's the leader of a kingdom and bears a heavy responsibility. Since you only brought 1,000 men to scout the swamp, I worry the old hag will target you when she finds out. To be frank, I doubt these soldiers can take the combined assault of 3 blade masters. If anything bad happens to you, the kingdom will be gone." All of a sudden, a figure of a stern old man appeared in the tent. It was Blade Master Manst, the Second Highness's protector. When Reedy first entered the tent, he could tell there was another light set of breathing.
Blade Master Mance looked at Reedy in a flabbergasted manner. The latter stared back curiously.
"You fought Blade Master Xanthi and didn't manage to receive even one of her strikes?" he asked after a moment.
Reedy nodded. Angered, the old man exclaimed, "Nonsense! If you couldn't even take one strike, you would have been dead. How could you have escaped?" Reedy got angry.
"Are you calling me a liar?" he shouted. "Old man, take a closer look. The wounds on my chest, shoulder, and thigh were all left by that old woman. I only managed to escape because I jumped into a nearby river." Blade Master Mance inspected Reedy's wounds closely and sighed before he turned to the Second Highness.
"Your Majesty, it's best if we retreat for now. If Blade Master Xanthi comes, I doubt I can protect you." "Aren't you about to break through to the second rank soon?" the Second Highness asked, surprised. "Do you think you can't match Blade Master Xanthi?"
The old man nodded.
"Your Majesty, I'm still only just preparing to break through. Blade Master Xanthi has been at the second rank for 20 years.
I could tell her swordsmanship has improved considerably from this guy's wounds.
To be honest, I doubt I can last 10 strikes. For your safety, I think it's best if your Majesty returns to the main camp."
Before he finished, an alarm sounded outside the tent.
The enemy was already here.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 357: The Second Highness's Strategy. The Second Highness's Strategy.
Right after they exited the tent, they heard the loud cry of an eagle from afar. Upon raising their heads, they saw a large golden eagle flying past campgrounds into the distance. "I didn't think a place like Egret Lake would be home to such a magnificent gold eagle," the Second Highness praised. "It's a shame we don't have the time to go check out where its nest is." Reedy was completely flabbergasted that the Second Highness could still spare attention for something as so trivial despite the presence of 3 Blade Masters and the Duchy's forces. Given that he had already experienced his fair share of battles and had lots of experience, the Second Highness didn't just set up his camp casually. He chose a hill that only had a small path leading to the peak. The area around the mound was muddy and uneven with peaks and troughs up to tens of meters.
While it made it easier to defend, it also meant the enemy could overwhelm the defenders and trap them on the hill.
The 2 Duchy soldiers gathered in the distance with a few men, probably silver-rank knights, giving instructions from the front. Not far away, 3 Blade Masters with differently colored cloaks stood on a small mound to take a good look at the army camp. Even they hadn't expected to bump into the Andanak Kingdom's king here during winter. However, they quickly understood why the Second Highness had come.
Tui.
This stupid king really won't give up until he ends the 4 central duchies.
He even came here to scout a path in this kind of weather?
Fortunately, he bumped into us. It doesn't look like he brought many troops with him. Should we go mess with him? Asked the Blade Master from Shabbage hatefully. The Handra Blade Master analyzed the camp.
It seems our luck is rather good.
The king didn't bring a lot of men with him, only about 1,000.
Our duchies have deployed a regiment each. We should have double their number.
The king will have brought men stronger than our own, though, and we're the attackers, so we're at a disadvantage. Also, the soldiers sent with us are here on a capture mission. They don't have equipment suited for attacking an entrenched position.
If we insist on taking the hill, we'll have to suffer lots of casualties.
There should be a Blade Master by the king's side at all times. If that cursed Norton boy joins hands with the Blade Master, it'll be enough to deal with the 2 of us. The only advantage we have is Blade Master Xanthi and House Fiesablin's silver-ranked guards. If she's willing to step in, I believe the king will definitely regret leaving his main force behind.
The Handra Blade Master seemed far more clear-headed than the other.
He understood Xanthi was the one in charge in the end, so he didn't bother to think up any plans. Neither he nor the Shabbage Blade Master could take 100 of Xanthi's strikes even while working together. He wondered whether she might have broken through the rank 3 already.
Xanthi was also checking out the camp.
When she heard the 2 Blade Masters talk, she turned around.
"I have 2 questions. First, are you certain the Norton boy managed to make it to the camp?
Second, did the escaped knights and soldiers send anyone to pass on the message?" asked she. Xanthi was worried the Second Highness had already sent for reinforcements. If that were the case and they didn't act fast, they would eventually be swamped by the main force. Even a rank 2 Blade Master like her couldn't face waves of formations one after the other. If one didn't care about casualties, it was indeed possible to kill Blade Masters by sending waves of men into the grinder. "I am certain the boy made it," the Shabbage Blade Master said before he called a few soldiers over. After seeing the Andanak Kingdom knights and soldiers retreat, these men tailed them all the way to their camp. "Let them describe the situation to you." The leader of the soldiers bowed. Revered Blade Masters, when we arrived, we saw our target enter the camp with a few other knights. The rest of their soldiers soon entered the camp and the gates were closed. They haven't opened since. I left 2 men behind to continue monitoring the situation while I circled the hill with the rest of my men. The surrounding area has mounds upwards of 10 meters high. We couldn't climb into the camp, but those inside can't escape either.
You did well, Xanthi nodded kindly. I will remember your contributions.
The leader was so excited his face turned red.
He bowed hurriedly before leaving.
He didn't know that Xanthi had only made the comment offhandedly. She would have asked for the soldier's name if she really wanted to remember his deed.
Xanthi looked at the hill once more.
Since we've already been on the chase for so long, we should see it through all the way.
At least we won't return humiliated.
Also, somehow we had the chance to meet that king and I happen to want to invite him to take a trip to the duchies. I'm sure your dukes would be incredibly welcoming of the king's visit.
Since Xanthi was willing to lend a hand, the matter would be concluded swiftly.
The Handra and Shabbage Blade Masters called their 2 regiment leaders over and gave their instructions. They were to send 300 archers to surround the other 3 sides of the hill and prevent anyone from leaving by rope and calling for reinforcements. The rest of the duchy soldiers would gather at the main path leading up to the hill to cook and rest. At the same time, another group of soldiers would be sent to fell trees for wood to use as shields for the upcoming assault.
Your Majesty, I think they're preparing to take action, said gold-ranked Knight Ripliad with a solemn expression.
The Second Highness, Blade Master Manst, and Reedy all stood behind the camp's large wooden door and looked at the droves of enemies.
They were as scurrying ants. Your Majesty, that person with the black cloak in the middle is Blade Master Xanthi. She's the shortest one.
The other black-cloaked person beside her, the taller one, is the Shabbage Blade Master.
I don't know what he's called. He isn't that strong anyway.
I fought him for over 100 strikes and he wasn't able to do anything to me. The guy in the gray is the Handra Blade Master.
He's a bit stronger than the Shabbage one.
I think he's called Bill something, introduced Reedy. Bill Jack. We met on the battlefield once in Red Lease, the Second Highness mused. He isn't a match for Manst. If your claim of being able to hold the Shabbage Blade Master, leave Bill Jack to Manst. I need to find a way to prevent Xanthi from breaking through our defenses.
Great, this will be quick. Ripliad. I await your orders, Your Majesty, replied Ripliad as he came to attention.
We brought a 1,000-man regiment this time around, the Second Highness continued after a moment of thoughtful silence, including the servants and laborers. We have roughly 1,100 people in total. There's also the 3 gold-ranked knights, you, Malva, and I. Unfortunately, we have 500 longbowmen, 200 shield-bearers, and 300 pikemen. It's enough to force a blade master of the 3rd rank back. Ripliad, split the longbowmen into 5 groups and take up the pentagon formation by the entrance.
Next, match the shield-bearers and pikemen into groups of 10.
They will be in charge of holding Xanthi's assault back and limiting the battle space to force her into range of our longbowmen. As for you, Malva and I, we will each take 5 silver-ranked knights. Once Xanthi evades the arrow volleys, we'll charge in to force her back into the longbowman's range. 0 understood?
Yes, Your Majesty.
I will start preparing now, replied Ripliad as he left in a hurry.
Reedy looked at the knights back curiously. Your Majesty, will you be able to deal with a rank 2 blade master like this?
Of course, the Second Highness laughed. The combination of many normal soldiers and formations allows us to deal with high-tier fighters. It's a lesson we've learned from the centuries of warfare the Empire has under its belt.
As long as we stand our ground without escaping, we can even teach blade masters a lesson or two. Don't the Norton forces have a similar formation?
Well. Reedy scratched his head embarrassedly. Your Majesty, our forces have never run into situations like these before.
We haven't had to do anything about it.
Usually, when there's a blade master in battle, His Grace would go out and deal with the threat himself. All our forces have to deal with are normal soldiers, whom are far from our match.
The Second Highness was shocked. What did you say? Locke deals with blade masters personally? Isn't he unable to break through to the silver rank?
Actually, Your Majesty, my teacher trains in the ways of the ancient Eastern combat monks.
That's why his battle force has always remained at the iron rank. However, most rank 2 blade masters aren't his match.
Back when we defeated the Second Prince's 100,000 troops, His Grace defeated Blade Master Xanthi once, said Reedy. You were serious when you said you could face the Shabbage Blade Master, pressed the Second Highness.
Yes, Your Majesty. Teacher taught me the ancient Eastern combat method as well.
While my battle force is stuck at the silver rank and I can no longer improve it, I defeated 7 gold-ranked fighters at Duke Feisablin's knighthood tournament and won the championship, replied Reedy honestly.
Very good. Since that's the case, I'm confident I can hold the camp.
Reedy, you'll be in charge of dealing with Bill Jack. You just have to stall him. I'll let Mance deal with the weakest Blade Master so we can take him out of the picture or at least wound him as quickly as possible. He'll help you out with Biljack. As long as those two Blade Masters are defeated, we'll stand a chance against Xanthi. Looking at the skies, I predict there'll be a snowstorm in a day or two. Given that the enemy didn't bring any resources to weather the winter, we'll see how they fare when the snow falls, said the Second Highness in high spirits without the slightest worry for the busy enemy troops at the foot of the hill. The enemy rested for roughly 4 hours after lunch before launching their first attack. The duchy soldiers had originally intended to establish a foothold on the hillwood path, but it had two sharp turns that exposed them to arrow fire even after they deployed their wooden shields. The first offensive was forced to retreat, leaving a trail of roughly 50 corpses. It was evident even from the camp that they paid a hefty price for retreating without orders. The first 6 were beheaded publicly. After regrouping, the second attack was launched. It was worth noting that the two duchy blade masters had joined the group. Let them come. Have the longbowman look out for Xanthi and fire whenever she makes a move. Make sure she isn't allowed to come here no matter what. I leave the two blade masters to you two. Mance, Reedy, don't let me down. As for the other small fry, I hope you'll deal with them, Ripleyed. Instruct the shield bearers to keep an eye out for the enemy's longbowman, barked the Second Highness as he watched the enemy climb the hill. Understood, Your Majesty. The two blade masters didn't expect their advance to go unopposed. They arrived at the camp gates without much effort at all. They couldn't help but wonder why. They had been expecting to be hit by a volley of arrows like before. The reason the two blade masters came up with the rest of the soldiers in the first place was to nullify the damage the longbowman could do so Xanthi could make a sudden follow-up attack. But when they saw Reedy and Mance stepping out to receive them, they knew that their plan had gone awry. There were only a little over 100 duchy soldiers accompanying the two blade masters. Thanks to the wooden shields were already deployed, there were only 10 or so shield bearers and longbowmen among their ranks, alongside 20 or so pikemen with the rest empty-handed. Given they had to hold wooden shields with both hands, they could only draw the daggers and short swords they brought with them. Faced with Ripleyed and 5 other knights' charge, all they could do was cry out in terror as they were cut down. A massacre. The two blade masters were barely holding on against Reedy and Mance's savage assault. They could only hope for Xanthi's assistance. They didn't see that 2 of Xanthi's attempts to get up the hill was halted by volleys of arrows. The Second Highness commanded his 500 archers to fire relentlessly at Xanthi to good effect. He didn't order them to shoot at Xanthi herself, but instead at the spots where Xanthi would land from a leap. She was forced to jump around like a circus monkey and couldn't gain much ground. After Xanthi was forced back for the 3rd time, she picked up a wooden shield, in rage, and ran up the hill. She got about halfway before the shield was shattered, no longer able to withstand the concentrated volleys of arrows, and she was forced back once more. All things considered, her physical constitution as a female in light, speedy sword style, it wasn't within her capabilities to rush uphill with a wooden shield like a barbarian. In fact, the Second Highness would welcome several more attempts. Having the archers fire at one concentrated spot was far more effective. The combined force of 100 arrows against the wooden shield was not something a normal person could bear. "Ack!" cried Shabbaj's blademaster as he clutched his right side with his left hand, bleeding from Mance's strike. "What's up with you?" asked Biljack after he forced Reedy away and headed to his partner. "I got hit over here, but such a small scratch won't kill me." "Is Blademaster Xanthi here yet?" asked Shabbaj's blademaster with grit teeth. Biljack took a glance at the foot of the hill before hurriedly turning back to block an attack. "What's going on? Why isn't she rushing up?" wondered he. Seeing their enemies already on the brink of breaking down, Mance and Reedy intensified their attacks in a desperate attempt to force the blade masters to remain. Biljack protected his companion as he retreated slowly until he reached the side of the hill. All of a sudden, Biljack threw his longsword towards Mance and used the opening it created to roll down the hill with his comrade in his arms. Reedy leaped down and struck out with his sword. He managed to land a cut on Biljack's left thigh. "Ugh!" cried the two blade masters as they rolled down the hill before the duchy soldiers dragged them to safety. "What a shame! I didn't think those two would actually use such a method to escape. If we had a squad of archers on standby, they'd have been pincushions by now," the Second Highness said, slightly regretful. "Then again, it's already a better result than I hoped for. Those two have been incapacitated, so let's see how Xanthi plans to make her way up here by herself." When evening came, snow began drifting down from the gray sky like the feathers of a swan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 358 Made it in time. Made it in time. Here's this week's last release. It's been really busy for me with my tests lately, but I'm glad I can still keep up with the rate. Even though the Second Highness felt like crying, he didn't even have the tears to do so. Corpses lay sprawled all over the bloodied ground covered in a thick layer of snow. The soldiers fortunate enough to survive were flipping around the corpses of their comrades in hopes of finding other injured survivors. The sky seemed to glitter as the snow fell. The snowflakes were no longer as large as a swan's feather, though. The dark of the sky stood in stark contrast with the pure white on the ground, so bright it almost seemed eye-piercing. One look would bring tears to the eyes. The Second Highness looked at the enemy camp with bloodshot eyes. Over there was a large bonfire and songs and cheers of the victorious. Within a single bone-chilling night of snow when both armies unable to fight, Blade Master Xanthi actually scaled the sides of the hill to enter the campsite using a human ladder. Her sudden appearance caught the Second Highness and his silver-rank knights off guard, allowing her to slaughter away in the camp. Ripley came over wearing a thick bandage on his head that covered the cut. It looked just like a large hat. It was the mark Xanthi had left him. If her cut had been the slightest bit lower, not only would Ripley have lost an eye, his face might also have ended up disfigured. "We just finished the casualty count, Your Majesty," said Ripley, kneeling. "Out with it. I'm listening." "There are 189 casualties among the longbowmen, 128 of whom are dead. The other 61 are no longer combat capable. The pikemen suffered the worst of it. Of the 3 squads, there are 247 dead. The remaining 53 are mostly injured. Only 45 shield bearers died with another 51 injured. We only have 1 combat-capable squad remaining. 22 of our servants and laborers were killed as well," reported Ripley as he read the beastskin in his hand. The Second Highness waved his hand, annoyed. "How are our knights? We only have 7 silver-ranked knights left. Even Knight Malva was injured. He wasn't as lucky as me. He needs 3 months to recover. Blade Master Manst is fine, but Reedy have suffered another injury to his shoulder. In other words, we lost about half our combat strength in a single night," sighed the Second Highness. "This isn't your fault, Your Majesty. None of us thought the enemy would attack from the sides of the hill. The 2 squads of longbowmen we stationed at the gates were useless. I've always been known for my surprise attacks, but after last night, I finally get to know how it feels to be on the receiving end. It was due to my carelessness alone. I forgot I wasn't dealing with normal soldiers, but a rank 2 blade master instead. Had I not been numbed by the victory yesterday and thought everything was under control? I should have understood that one shouldn't follow the common train of thought when dealing with blade masters. If I had thought of this earlier, I could have set a trap in the camp and bit back at Xanthi instead of sustaining such terrible losses," said the Second Highness with a raspy laugh. "Your Majesty, you shouldn't blame yourself. It is we, your subordinates, who were incompetent and unable to resist the enemy. Given we already lost most of our forces, I was thinking it's about time we handed Reedy to the enemies and come to an agreement to stop fighting. After all, they came here for that kid and even chased him for so long," expressed Ripley after seeing that nobody else was around. The Second Highness laughed bitterly. "Ripley, I understand you make this suggestion out of your loyalty for me and consideration for my safety. But you don't seem to understand that their target changed to me the moment they saw my banner. This matter will not end if we hand Reedy over. Also, as the king, while I can allow my own knights to make sacrifices for my sake, I can definitely not surrender my loyal servants to the enemy for a truce. This is something that goes against the honor of being a king." Seeing Ripley attempt once more to convince him, the Second Highness waved his hand. "I know your thoughts. You're going to say that even though the Nortons are on our side on the surface, that's not actually the case, right? I know he's let my hopes down a number of times, but he's still a duke of the kingdom and has already paid his dues. Even if there's conflict between the two of us, it's only one concerning our goals. What he cares about is the well-being of his subjects, while I want to reunite the former empire. You should respect the Duke, Ripley. Even though Reedy isn't my knight, I have the duty to ensure his safety. Reedy is Locke's eldest disciple that trains in the ancient combat arts of the Eastern monks like he does. This goes to show how heavily Locke regards this disciple of his. As long as we can tough this predicament through, I am almost certain the Duke will make it up to us. You don't need to convince me anymore. Make your preparations, our enemy will attack the moment the snow lets up." Ripley had bowed deeply before leaving wordlessly. Just as the Second Highness predicted, the skies brightened as noon approached. Snow fell no more and the duchy's soldiers below the hill made their preparations to attack. With high morale, they got into formation and prepared to scale the hill once more. Xanthi stood at the very front of the formation with tens of House Fizablin's silver-ranked guards behind her holding wooden shields. Perhaps, this will be the last battle. The Second Highness had the remaining 80 or so longbowmen split into 4 smaller squads. He no longer had the confidence to halt Xanthi's advance. Blademaster Mance stood beside him with a stern expression, prepared to resist Xanthi should she come over. While he didn't manage to fight her during the night attack, he knew there was no way he could match her. Reedy was standing next to Mance with his shoulder heavily bandaged, the cloth dyed red with blood. It was the mark Xanthi left after the previous night's attack. While he managed to parry 2 of her strikes, the third struck his shoulder. Had it not been for Mance's prompt reinforcement, the next attack would have killed him. Ripleyad and the 7 remaining knights formed the last shock troop unit. The Second Highness had left Reedy and Mance in charge of holding Xanthi back. Apart from the 8 knights, everyone was there to deal with Xanthi alone. The knights had to hold the 2,000 or so soldiers back. It was practically a suicide mission given the odds. Even if the duchy's soldiers are really that weak, sheer numbers was enough to make up for the difference. The only question was how much damage Ripleyad and the knights could cause. The bright cry of an eagle sounded in the skies once more. It was the majestic gold eagle they saw the previous day. It was circling the area. Blademaster Mance gave it a regretful look. This eagle's rather intelligent. It knows a battle will break out soon and it'll have enough corpses to feed on later. The Second Highness laughed. Blademaster Mance, you're mistaken. Only vultures and crows like to feed on corpses. Gold eagles are majestic, they won't feed on corpses. I bet it's here just because it's curious why there are so many people down here. After all, Egrid Basin should usually be rather quiet, especially during winter. After the low hum of a horn blown at the bottom of the hill, the battle began. The first wave of attacks ended within 30 short minutes with Xanthi unable to wreak much havoc. Even though she managed to make it to the top of the hill, she didn't think the Second Highness would have everyone in the camp target her. Given that it was daytime, she wasn't able to hide easily like she could in the dark of night. Under the Second Highness's flawless instructions, the soldiers forced the Blademaster to retreat after seeing that she couldn't achieve much. Ripleyad and the 8 knights were sweating non-stop. They had just managed to stop the soldiers from advancing with the help of tens of servants, so they didn't have to charge out yet. They just had to throw lumber down the mound to break the formations on the slope, scrambling their ranks and disrupting their synergy with Xanthi. After half an hour of rest, the soldiers at the base of the hill prepared for another attack. This time around, Xanthi no longer tried to enter the camp herself. It seemed she intended to join the soldiers in the climb up the slope so he wouldn't be the focal point of the Second Highness's attack. But right after the duchy's soldiers were given their briefing, loud cries sounded from afar. They rumbled the ears. Almost everyone looked in the direction of a snowy slope to the north. Nobody knew when a silhouette appeared there. The person had 2 long and thin pieces of wood strapped to both feet with each hand holding a black, curved stick. The silhouette pushed against the ground with the sticks and soared down the slope. It really did look like flight to the Second Highness. He never imagined anyone could travel down such a steep slope so quickly and only leave a trail of lines behind. Normally, one would have to walk down the slope step by step or roll downwards horizontally. But the latter method wouldn't work when the slope was littered with rocks. Yet, the figure swerving down the slope could change direction swiftly and made it to the bottom in a few blinks of the eye. We're saved! We're saved! His Grace is here! The Second Highness' eyes widened. That's Locke? The Duke of the Northlands? Yes, it's my teacher, the Duke of the Northlands, Norton Lorist. Your Majesty, there's no need to worry anymore. We're safe now, stammered Reedy. Nonsense, he can't deal with more than 2,000 soldiers by himself, right? Xanthi is also here. I worry Duke Norton will be in danger as well. It's best to have him join up with us and face the enemy together, said Ripleyad with rolled eyes. Just like the Second Highness, he had never seen Lorist fight before and treated all the rumors about Lorist's ability as tall tales. For example, the Second Highness even though word of Lorist fighting at the front lines himself was just a rumor made to boost the morale of his troops. There was no way an iron rank like Lorist was brave enough to try a stunt like that. Don't utter crap if you don't know my teacher, Reedy snapped, glaring at Ripleyad. His Grace would never do anything he wasn't confident he could do. Since he dares to attack the enemies down there, it means he doesn't even consider them a threat. Apart from Xanthi, the rest are only small fry to him. Ignorant of what those on the hill were discussing, Lorist continued to advance towards the formation of duchy soldiers. Blademaster Biljack was the first to be bothered by Lorist's sudden appearance. Even though he had suffered a strike from Reedy on his left thigh, he was only slightly hampered, unlike the Shabbage Blademaster, who was injured on the right side of his torso and laid resting back at the camp. While he wasn't in danger of dying, he needed at least 3 months to recover. Dragging his injured leg along, Biljack limped forward, drew his sword, and called out, "Stop! Who goes there? Announce your identity and purpose." "Idiot!" Lorist didn't bother to decelerate and handed the stick in his right hand to his left before he drew the longsword hanging by his waist. Since the newcomer was definitely an enemy, Biljack roared and positioned his injured leg to his back with his right leg in front as he turned the sword in his hand into a bolt of lightning and cast it in Lorist's direction. Clang! The loud clash of swords reverberated throughout in the area, yet, Lorist's longsword didn't fall to the ground like everyone expected. Lorist had flicked his wrist and positioned his sword horizontally as he swooped past the blade master. Biljack remained standing in an odd position. A cold breeze blew by and the onlookers realized his figure shook from the wind. His head fell to the ground, rolling, before his headless body collapsed, dyeing the snow red. Biljack was beheaded with only one strike. Almost all the soldiers gasped in complete shock and took an unconscious step back. They realized someone far stronger than Xanthi had arrived. Even she required 3 or 4 moves to defeat Biljack. This had been confirmed by some of their earlier sparring sessions. Lorist circled around and stopped in front of Xanthi like nobody's business before he stuck the 2 sticks into the ground and took off the skis tied to his feet. He removed his scarf and smiled. "It's my pleasure to meet you here, Blade Master Xanthi. How can it be you? Lorist? Why have you come here? Did you forget that why you're the Duke of the Northlands?" exclaimed she, shocked. Lorist furrowed his brow. "So what? What stops me from coming over? Even His Majesty is here. Why can a duke like me not come to receive him? I also heard you've been taking care of my troublemaking disciple, so I came here to show you my gratitude, but..." "Oh, really? That's very nice of you," Xanthi said before she laughed wryly. Her expression turned serious and she drew her sword. "Enough with your nonsense. Norton brat, since you dared to come here today, don't think I'll let you go back in one piece. And guard." Becoming one with her sword, Xanthi closed in on Lorist in an instant. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 359 Captive. Captive. Enjoy this week's first release. This was already the best Blademaster Xanthis could do. Ever since she broke through to become a rank 3 Blademaster a year ago, she had never executed a move she felt was so perfect it was her ultimate move. It was swift and ephemeral, yet bright like the stars. Seeing Lorist just about to be enveloped by the sword flashes in his surroundings, Xanthi's lips curved into a smile. "Do you still think I'm that rank 2 Blademaster from a few years ago? Humph, I'll show you this isn't that soldier-surrounded Duke's mansion where you acted so haughty. I won't go easy on you this time. You will learn your lesson today, Locke, my boy. Let's see whether you still dare to trick my beloved Sylvia after this. You and the sweet words with which you misled her. I'll only spare you when you kneel before my Duke and sign countless treaties of surrender." Though she already had it all planned out, her confidence was shattered by 3 strikes from Lorist's long sword. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing metal exploded from the sword's contact point. The starlight-filled surroundings vanished. Not only did the longsword Lorist casually waved accurately parry the 3 killing blows hidden in the starlight, the counterforce from those parries even forced Xanthi backwards in an arc across the sky. She couldn't launch any more attacks. Left shoulder, right torso, and right chest? "Oh, and my thigh," Lorist mused as he easily deduced the targets of Xanthi's strikes with a drunk smile. "We haven't met for a few years now, have we? And to think you've become a rank 3 Blade Master. It's too bad while your force did increase, your swordsmanship didn't improve at all. You're still going about it with the same approach. It seems you only broke through thanks to luck instead of some transformative realization." Xanthi was flabbergasted. "You? How could you take my attacks?" "Take your attacks?" Lorist mused curiously. Should it have been difficult? It wasn't to me, at least. I already know your sword style by heart. I can even fight you blind. Didn't you see it earlier? Stop overreacting to everything, sheesh. While Lorist made it sound easy, Xanthi's face went pale. "You're mocking me, aren't you?" she said, gritting her teeth. Lorist shrugged. "If that's what you think, I can't change your mind. I was only speaking the truth." "I'll show you," cried Xanthi as she rushed over again. It was too bad her frenzied attacks were completely ineffective. Lorist deflected every one of her strikes patiently and confidently as he commentated. "Oh, this strike was insidious. You actually tried to pierce me there and end my family line? Well, you were just a little bit off. Ha, you weren't able to do it. Whoa. You had that move as well? Heh, I blocked it anyway. Didn't I give you some pointers before? Mere speed is useless. You need accuracy as well. Only 3 of your 10 strikes managed to connect.
The other 7 were only wasted effort. Why don't you understand something so simple at your level? Xanthi was so mad she almost coughed out blood. How is he so shameless to even mock me during our duel? Lorist used the opening and put his sword to the side before he gave Xanthi a huge kick, sending her a few steps back before she kneeled on the ground and coughed up blood 3 times. Despite having gotten in a cheap strike, Lorist didn't stop. Once one reaches the Blade Master level, one shouldn't only pay attention to the sword in one's hand. One must forge oneself into a sword. This is the true essence of what it means to break through to the Blade Master level, understand? The tricks you manage with the sword in your hand are limited at best. Considering your relationship with Sylvia, I'll spare you this time. You may scoot now. Hack! Xanthi spat out another mouthful of blood before she stood up, her hair all messed up, and rubbed off the trace of blood on her mouth. Raising her sword, she proclaimed, "You don't have to care about what Sylvia thinks. I won't let you be together with her. It was I who disturbed your date. I'll never let Sylvia become the woman of an adulterous, unambitious man. Kill me if you can." Lorist laughed bitterly. "Oh please, old hag, it was Sylvia who the first move. When I accepted her feelings and wanted to give her a happy future, Duke Faisablin refused my request. In the end, you simply just don't take House Norton seriously, do you? Very well, I'll educate you right here and now before I settle the bills with House Faisablin after New Year's. I'll have you guys kneel before me and beg me to wed Sylvia." "Dream on," cried Xanthi like a haggard woman. She had none of the poise expected of a blade master. She retreated into the formation of soldiers and pointed her sword at Lorist. "Attack! Turn him into mincemeat!" "Kill!" cried the soldiers. Almost 2,000 men rushed over with their weapons. It was a charge most rank 3 blade masters had to evade at all costs. Xanthi was not mistaken in her decision. Since her own power wasn't enough, she just swamped Lorist with numbers. 2,000 well-equipped men would grind even metal into dust. While a few hundred won't be a threat to a blade master, 2,000 elite soldiers are more than enough to push you into a corner. I'll launch surprise attacks while hiding among them. Perhaps the scales of victory will tip in my favor." Xanthi widened her eyes and followed Lorist's every movement. She would intercept him and push him back into the group the moment he backed off. She didn't expect Lorist's reaction. Seeing the soldiers of the duchies run over, Lorist didn't tense up. He revealed a look of excitement, the look a predator would show when they spotted their prey. "Come on," yelled Lorist before he ran forward. Whoosh! Before they even arrived, arrows flew over their heads straight for Lorist. The unit of about 500 longbowmen had fired a volley, but they didn't expect Lorist would run forward. They had covered everywhere to which could possibly dodge, but his charge rendered the whole volley useless. Kill! He had already made it into the middle of the formation. Where his swords passed, heads rolled from shoulders and blood arced into the air. The sword flash covered a circle around him and carved out an empty space. His figure could hardly be seen as he moved about at breakneck speed. His sword moved so fast it almost seemed like he was carelessly spilling sword light. Not one of the soldiers were able to see him clearly. All they could register in their vision was the sight of their comrades falling like felled timber one after another non-stop. All of a sudden, he appeared at the rear of the formation and began his slaughter of the longbowmen and crossbowmen. When there was nobody left, he looked back and saw the trail of corpses he left in his wake. Someone dropped his weapon with an audible thud. It was like a predetermined signal, everyone's morale left them at that moment. "The demon!" cried the soldiers before they discarded their weapons and ran around like ants who had lost their way. The only thought on their minds was to make it as far from Lorist as possible. "Attack!" cried a group of men from the hill. The Second Highness personally led his troops to join the fight. Lorist blurred and reappeared in front of the dumbstruck Xanthi. "Hee, any other tricks left up your sleeve, my dear Blade Master Xanthi?" Xanthi pierced out with her sword, but it didn't even tear Lorist's clothes. "Just surrender. On Sylvia's behalf, I will grant you treatment befitting of a Blade Master in captive. You have no choice left." "Put down your sword," advised Lorist. Upon mention of Sylvia, Xanthi snapped out of her stupor. Angered by Lorist's advice, she growled. "I will definitely not let you humiliate me. I still have a choice. I can die here and Sylvia will know her adoptive mother was killed by you." Xanthi rushed forward with crazy fervor. She didn't even bother to use any of her skills. She focused solely on shoving her sword through Lorist's chest. She'd rather die than surrender to him. "Looks like there's no convincing her," thought Lorist, annoyed. He had considered whether he should just off the hag already, but he wasn't sure how he should break it to Sylvia if he did. "Honey, I cut your mother in 8, didn't sound really pleasing to the ear.
The issue was that, while killing Xanthi was easy to say the least, capturing her alive and unharmed wasn't, especially with how she was acting now. Lorist might even get bitten, and he even believed a rank 3 blade master like her would actually go through with it.
Enough is enough. Xanthi didn't respond, she just continued her charge.
You're really asking for it, barked Lorist angrily as he twisted his sword to deflect the incoming strike. He flipped his hand again and slapped the flat of the blade against Xanthi's left cheek. With a soft crack, 2 of Xanthi's teeth fell out of her mouth.
I'll show you.
Before she could finish, Lorist angled his sword upward to block the strike and suddenly appeared directly in front of her. Shocked, she tried to duck, only to be the slightest bit too late to avoid the fist Lorist thrust at her abdomen.
Oof, growled she in pain as she curled up like a shrimp being cooked.
She was unable to wield her sword and clutched her stomach with both her hands, mouth open as if she was going to puke at any moment. Seeing her reaction, and not wanting to be puked on, Lorist gave her a kick and sent her flying.
Xanthi's body flew high in the air but landed not far away.
She had vomited mid-air. Lorist had to duck to avoid the filth falling from the sky. With a thud, she landed on a patch of stained, snowy ground, rolled for a while, and stopped in front of the Second Highness's mount. The moment the Second Highness saw her, he was so terrified of being attacked he instinctively raised his lance and placed it close to her throat. But when she opened her eyes and saw who was in front of her, she instantly said, "Spare me, I surrender."
And fainted.
The Second Highness and Lorist, who had just rushed over, crossed gazes in an awkward moment. There was an unspoken tradition among the nobles that the person one surrendered to would be one's captor. Taking another's captive in victory was also considered a shameful practice. The problem here was that Lorist was the one who defeated Xanthi, yet the Second Highness was the one she surrendered to. It made her the Second Highness's captive and Lorist didn't have any rights to deal with her.
The Second Highness wasn't faring any better either.
He had wanted to welcome Lorist's arrival, but he didn't think Xanthi would pull something like that. As a noble and king, he had the obligation to ensure the safety of his captive. However, he was here to congratulate Lorist on defeating her instead of taking her captive. In some sense, the Second Highness had inadvertently stolen the fruit of Lorist's hard work.
The Second Highness's face flushed as he struggled to think of something appropriate to say.
Manst, Ripliad, and Reedy arrived at that moment. Lorist hurriedly said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. This hag has been troubling me for so long, and to think she would surrender in fear when she saw you. Your Majesty's name truly strikes fear in the hearts of the enemy all over the continent." Thankfully, Lorist had said something quick to defuse the awkward situation. He didn't feel like going through the trouble of thinking of what to do with Xanthi. He couldn't beat nor rebuke her, as she was Sylvia's adoptive mother.
Not only would he have to show her fine hospitality, he couldn't even request a ransom for her release.
Should Sylvia ever cry in front of him, he'd have to set Xanthi free respectfully and without complaint. Since the hag hates me so much, I'll let the Second Highness deal with her. Let her suffer and learn from this experience. We'll see whether she dares to pull tricks like this again.
You think you can worsen my relationship with the Second Highness like this?
I won't fall for it, thought Lorist with glee.
Your Majesty, Blade Master Xanthi is already a rank 3 Blade Master.
She fainted from sheer anger and isn't much wounded or in any danger.
She'll recover with some rest.
It would be best to give her some force-dispersing toxin as soon as possible to prevent her from doing anything when she wakes up.
There won't be a need for this, will there? She's a rank 3 Blade Master.
She should honor her word,
answered the Second Highness awkwardly. Your Majesty, she's a woman.
No man alive can predict her next move. She's also a blade master, she can easily find an excuse or derive a way to push her mistakes onto someone else and leave without worry. Just in case, it's better to take precautions, insisted Lorist. The Second Highness thought about that snowy night when Xanthi slaughtered his army and killed so many of his nothing. Nodding, he hurriedly ordered, "Ripliad, fetch the toxin." "Understood, Your Majesty," answered Ripliad before he left for the camp.
Teacher.
Reedy finally got a chance to speak with Lorist. Lorist whacked Reedy on the back of the head.
You little arrogant bastard. You think getting first place in the tournament is a big deal? Now you know there are so many people stronger than you, right?
This time, you were lucky that His Majesty offered you protection until I arrived. If I didn't get news of your whereabouts, you might be a corpse already.
Reedy understood Teacher was rebuking him out of concern. I understand, Teacher. Did you come alone?
Lorist smiled and pointed at the slope he had skied down.
I wasn't alone. I only had a head start.
Everyone turned and saw a row of people standing atop the slope. They were all equipped with the ski and rod equipment Lorist had used. They had massive backpacks on their backs as well that made them rather bulky. They slid down the hillside less elegantly than Lorist had. "Your Grace. You shamelessly attacked first before we arrived. We wasted our time coming here," protested Els as he breathed heavily from all the rushing. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 360 Igloo. Igloo. Here's the second release of the week. Tagging along behind Tarkle, Howard brought the 30 guards in Jisan and the Gold Eagle trainer, Morbingham, with him. It was rather crowded around Lorist and Reedy. Seeing that Reedy was fine, Tarkle breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried he would hear word of Reedy's demise along the way because he was the one that requested Reedy deal with the underground crime syndicates. Howard hugged his senior apprentice brother and complained about how tough the journey had been and the interesting things they saw along the way. Els instructed the 30 guards to set up a perimeter around Lorist after removing his skis to prevent any excited Andanak soldiers clambering down the hill from running into Lorist and the Second Highness. The Second Highness had already dismounted and was coming over with a soldier. He analyzed the skis and their poles as he approached. After taking a good look at the whole thing, he put the skis down and stepped on the ski binding. Poles in hand, he gave it a small push and fell. Lorist struggled to resist the urge to laugh as he helped the Second Highness up. "Your Majesty, this is called a ski. It's used to travel on snow. You have to have adequate training before you can master skiing. Nobody can learn how to ski just by watching someone do it once, especially considering you have to learn to balance on them. If your Majesty doesn't mind learning from me, I wouldn't be averse to teaching you in my free time." Not only did the Second Highness not get angry or embarrassed, he held Lorist's hand and praised him instead. "Brother Locke, your house's new contraption is truly amazing. This is amazing for winter warfare. If a whole legion were trained to use skis, we could cover a lot of ground with good snow coverage and even circle around our enemy's forces. We'll have a definite advantage if we can access and attack the enemy's vulnerable rear." As expected of the Second Highness, who shot to fame after a battle that took place during winter. The first thing he thought of was military utility. Lorist shook his head. "Your Majesty, this is included in the standard winter loadout for our soldiers. While up to 100 people can move together effectively like this in the winter, even faster than horses, I'm afraid I can't use them offensively on the scale of a division, not speak of a whole legion." It's no easy task. The Second Highness quickly understood Lorist's meaning. The winter loadout for around 100 scouts already cost quite a bit. Just looking at the equipment and fur mantles, which were all made of magic beast fur, it could be seen how expensive it was. While Lorist could afford to spend a little more to increase the efficacy of his guards in the winter, supplying a whole legion with such high-quality magic beast fur was a ridiculous expenditure. Perhaps all the other equipment in their loadout combined couldn't even match the fur clothing's cost. "You're talking about this, right?" asked the Second Highness, pointing at the guards' clothes. Lorist nodded. "Your Majesty, skiing and marching in snow are different. While marching is rather tiring, your body moves constantly and generates a comfortable amount of heat. Skiing, in contrast, makes you move against the wind. The cold air will quickly cut through normal clothes and freeze you. And it's just the beginning of your troubles. The other is to make sure you don't lose your way. The winter weather changes whimsically. It would be the end of you if you ran into a snowstorm. But didn't you guys make it here safely?" the Second Highness countered with dissatisfaction. "The last couple of days weather wasn't that good either." Lorist sighed, turned around and pointed at Morbingham. "That's because we had him, Your Majesty." Morbingham took out a jade-colored bone whistle and blew it. A loud high-pitched sound rang out, much to the Second Highness's surprise. The gold eagle circling around the area flew down and perched on Morbingham's right arm. He stroked its feathers lovingly and brought out a piece of beef warmed by his body heat and fed it to the eagle. Is this the gold eagle you brought with you?" the Second Highness asked, flabbergasted. "Did you rely on it to find us?" "Indeed, Your Majesty. This gold eagle is a precious son to Morbingham. They've lived together for more than a decade. It only listens Morbingham. When I received word that Reedy was being pursued and had escaped to Egret Basin, I had Morbingham instruct his eagle to find a place where many people were gathered. Had it not been for the eagle, we would have been searching for a needle in a haystack. We would have had to wish on luck to help us find you," explained Lorist briefly. The Second Highness was no fool. He knew he shouldn't desire the gold eagle after hearing Lorist's words. He looked at the eagle with a slight blush of shame and a hint of regret. "No wonder you were able to find us so quickly. So it was thanks to the gold eagle's help. I never thought they could be used like this. I only considered them pets that brought entertainment to nobles. If only I could train them to scout. A single eagle could stand in for a scout squad of 100 men. Your Majesty's idea sounds magnificent, Lorist laughed. I should go back and experiment. I'd like to see if I could train a few eagles as scouts. Our soldiers wouldn't have worry about falling into a trap or ambush. At that moment, Ripley had returned with some toxin and fed it to the messy-haired Xanthi, who had just regained consciousness. She obediently drank it as she stared hatefully at Lorist.
She didn't bother to hide her seething enmity.
Seeing her taken away, the Second Highness asked, Locke, let's head to the camp first.
When are you preparing to return?
Lorist looked at the skies and saw the weak sunlight blocked by the many clouds.
A snowstorm is coming. We'll rest at your Majesty's camp for a few days. My guards could really use the rest. They've been running all around the basin with me.
I'll teach you to ski so you can start practicing soon and master it quickly while we rest.
Upon reaching the campsite, Lorist looked at the tents, dumbfounded. Your Majesty, are you letting your soldiers stay in those in this weather?
Yes, the Second Highness said a little proudly. Even though the cloth is thin, it's actually made of double-layered linen and given an oil coating.
This is more than enough cover against snow and rain.
When the snow melts, the water won't soak it either.
Your Majesty, a storm is coming and snow will pile up quickly.
Many soldiers will get frostbite from the cold, said Lorist without hesitation.
Well, that was the case a few years ago. However, we've made some changes over the years as well. We assigned them gloves and extra clothing, so the number of injured should be relatively low.
Also, we brought a lot of frostbite medication with us, argued he. This is what we call building a carriage with its doors closed.
You should have asked if you had anything you didn't understand.
Els, build an igloo outside the camp, you have an hour.
Show the Second Highness the right way to camp in winter, instructed Lorist.
The poor Els had to get straight to work right after putting his heavy bag down.
He didn't get any rest.
But when he saw the tents, he knew it would already be lucky if anyone managed to get any sleep in the night, given that one could survive it and not freeze, that is. With a beckon, 20 guards came over to help him.
Within an hour, a squarish igloo was built in front of the Second Highness. Its design was really simple.
It started with the laying of wooden blocks to use as a base. Snow is watered next to solidify it into bricks. The bricks were then stacked and the gaps between each watered lightly. The liquid was allowed to freeze before the next placed on top. The only hard part was the construction of the roof. First, a few wooden beams were laid over the walls from one edge to the other and watered lightly so the ice would hold them in place. Finally, the whole igloo was watered from top to bottom to secure it to the ground so even the largest storms wouldn't shake it.
Els also set up a tent behind the igloo.
The tent is there to prevent the cold from harming our bodies. You can light a brazier inside.
While the outside is freezing, the igloo is actually rather warm.
Els will have to make some holes for ventilation. The igloo doesn't have any doors, instead, we use a fur flap to keep the wind out.
Locke, my brother,
how do you come out with all these great ideas? The Second Highness asked. This discovery isn't mine to claim, Your Majesty, Lorist smiled. It was the great adventurer, Carmen Pride, who lived around a century ago, that discovered this method. I bought his autobiography when I studied at Dawn Academy and this method was recorded in it.
You should know I had to deal with the magic beast wave every winter in the wildlands ever since my return to the Dominion, right?
Had it not been for these igloos, we'd have lost too many men to the cold, we wouldn't have been able to take out the magic beast wave.
Even though you weren't the one who invented this, it was you who actually put what you learned into practice.
The Second Highness continued his praise. If it were that easy, why hasn't anyone heard of this method before and tried it out? Being able to apply what you learn gives you the most credit, my dear Duke of the Northlands. You speak too highly of me, Your Majesty.
It's still only afternoon, we have some time to build a couple more.
It would help if we could use a few of your soldiers.
Very well.
Ripleyad, called the Second Highness. And so, Ripleyad was made the chief supervisor of the igloo construction project to aid Els with the restructuring of the campsite. The evening's banquet was held in the largest one. The Second Highness was elated as Lorist's arrival spared him the fate of being taken prisoner.
Instead, the tables turned on the enemy and he even managed to capture a blade master.
A few might have escaped without him noticing, but he didn't care. Leaving for the wilds in such heavy snow was suicidal, to say the least. Lorist left all the captives to the Second Highness.
He couldn't be bothered to bring the thousands back.
He had spent quite a number of days searching for his apprentice. In just a couple more days it would be the 24th day of the 12th month. The return trip to Firm Rock would take 15 days and Lorist had to rush because he wanted to make it to the New Year's celebration where other nobles and his vassals were awaiting his participation. Fortunately, he didn't have to circle around Egret Basin anymore, he could just use the main path at Egret Lake. It should take just around 10 days to travel to Firm Rock Castle on skis without taking any useless turns.
Outside, the storm blew strong.
But the candles in the igloo merely flickered, keeping the ones making merry within warm and lit. Blademaster Manst respectfully toasted Loris.
Your Grace, do you think Blademaster Xanthi has broken through to the third rank? Loris knew the reason Manst came over to ask that question and nodded.
That's correct.
When I fought her years ago, she was still only a rank 2.
Even though I managed to defeat her back then, I fainted from physical and mental exhaustion and only woke up after 3 days of rest. In my duel with her today, her attacks seemed even more ferocious than before, which led me to that conclusion.
I understand what you're trying to say. You're thinking that Blademaster Xanthi is a little undeserving to be called a rank 3, right?
If she really were a rank 3 Blademaster, she should have been able to easily kill you instead of having a few of her strikes blocked by you during your fight at the campsite yesterday. I believe you interpreted the situation a little wrong. First, the attack during the night was a surprise attack, and Xanthi used mainly hit-and-run tactics while you focused on defending the Second Highness with the best of your ability. As Xanthi couldn't afford to clash with you and get entangled in a fight, she instantly stepped back after testing your defense out. Another factor is not the power of her attacks, but rather your advantage in terms of elemental attribute. Your battle force attribute is Earth, right?
Blademaster Manst nodded.
Lorist continued his explanation. Xanthi's battle force attribute is Wind, so her sword style using light, swift, and agile movements.
Yours is the complete opposite.
You express your swordsmanship through heavy, accurate, and powerful strikes. Even though she trumps you in terms of rank, if you defend with all your abilities, even she wouldn't be able to get the better of you. If there were no other soldiers pressuring Xanthi to escape, you would have lost in around 100 strikes.
Also, what do you think of Reedy's swordsmanship?
Manst gave it some thought and said, even I wasn't as good as him when I was his age. His swordsmanship is impeccable and he excels in both offense and defense. Loris laughed and said, but even he got injured by Xanthi during their clashes because his battle force attribute is metal, an element that considers the best defense to be offense. That's the reason he was easily crushed by Xanthi from being unable to block those formless strikes like the wind. Manst mused in deep thought, oh, so that's the case.
Thank you, Your Grace, for your insight on the matter, but...
Raising his own golden cup for a toast, Lorist said, you're welcome.
Let's drink to this.
Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lorist thought, you really believe what I made up just like that? You didn't even consider the fact that Reedy no longer trains in battle force.
How would he even have battle force attribute?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 361 Drinking Session. Drinking Session. Enjoy the third release of the week.
The clouds were thick as the raving winds blew, but the campsite on the hill was rife with activity. Thanks to Lorist's instruction, the Second Highness had learned how to ski and excitedly ordered his soldiers to pile up and flatten snow to make a skiing wonderland. He had lots of fun skiing with his knights despite the cold and windy weather. Seeing the soldiers and knights on skis, Lorist felt moved somehow and thought that maybe he could spread winter sports across his dominion and make it a seasonal activity. It was far better than having his subjects stay in their homes all day long, at least.
Then again, an exception would be the goat tackling festival of Felicitas's third settlement.
It wasn't that Lorist didn't think of importing modern sports from his world, but that most were rather ill-suited for the world where battle force existed. Take, for example, the 3 main ball games. Kicking a ball with battle force would burst it outright, doing a slam dunk with the aid of battle force would destroy the whole basket, and rugby was even further out of the question as battle force rank and application would be the main deciding factors of victory. Frankly speaking, a gold rank knight could envelop himself in battle force and run all the way to the other side of the field and score. His opponents wouldn't be able to do anything against him just because he was a gold rank. As of now, the main sports within the Dominion were swordsmanship, archery, javelin and throwing, axe tossing and horse riding, mostly traditional activities that had been passed down since days of yore. Lorist had once considered hosting a sports festival to lift his people's hearts but gave up after he realized how inappropriate the sports would be. He wasn't worried about there not being enough attendees either. In fact, a sports festival would be a great place to make the commoners spend their money and stimulate the economy instead of letting them keep their money saved in and used. The Second Highness did a beautiful circular movement before stopping in front of Lorist. The surrounding guards clapped and cheered enthusiastically. Lorist clapped a few times himself.
Your Majesty's skills are improving by the moment. You are truly gifted.
The Second Highness laughed with satisfaction.
Well, it's coincidental at best. Skiing in snow doesn't appear to be too hard. The most challenging part is maintaining good balance. I realized that the soldiers with awakened battle force learn to do this faster than those who haven't. Your Majesty's words ring true. Locke, why are you acting so formal?
I've already said you ought to treat me like a brother when we're in private. Right now, you're the only one left that carries House Norton's blood, and I am the last surviving offspring of the Christian imperial family.
Each survival is contingent on the others.
Your Majesty seems to forget that there are many branch families in my house. For instance, Glacia and her little brothers, my half-brothers, and my 3 sons and 2 daughters. Your Majesty, on the other hand, ought to take good care of yourself.
You still haven't produced descendants for the royal family. The Second Highness sighed deeply.
My mind's filled with nothing but restoring the empire and wiping out the humiliation we received.
I can't be bothered with anything else right now.
Oh, look! The weather's turning, and the snow has also stopped.
The winds aren't as strong as yesterday's either. I bet it'll be sunny tomorrow. Are you going to leave then, Locke?
Lorist bowed his head.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I've already stayed here for the past 3 days.
It is best I leave early in the morning. There are many things I have to deal with back home. On another note, we'll attack Iblia next year. This is a huge matter and we can't afford to delay.
It's best I head back to oversee preparations.
I believe Your Majesty would like to witness Iblia's end too, right? The Second Highness nodded. Indeed. It's a kingdom built on rebellion.
Even though the traitorous second prince has already been sentenced to death, the fact that his name still remains in the world through that kingdom is displeasing. I rely on you in this matter, Brother Locke. I hope your forces can wipe that accursed thing out as soon as possible. Ending the kingdom is not an issue just the Nortons will face. Duke Kenmaze, Baron Falum, and Baron Shazin's forces will join the fray too.
Only with the combined forces of the 4 houses can we ensure success.
We will have to deal with the invasion of Duke Faizablind's cavalry forces as well as the 4 central duchies' raids against Southern once we're finished.
Perhaps ending this war will take more time than we think.
Lorist was already prepared for a long war after attacking and exterminating Iblia. However, the Second Highness didn't appear to be the slightest bit moved, as if he didn't hear what Lorist had said. Removing the skis from his feet and kicking the snow off his boots, the Second Highness raised his head.
Since you're leaving tomorrow, let's have a drink tonight, just the 2 of us. Consider it a little parting celebration. Is that all right with you?
Lorist smiled as he saluted.
Naturally. It would be my pleasure.
That night, Lorist brought only Howard in 2 skin sacks filled with fine wine to the meeting. The wine was actually brewed according to a rice fermentation method from Lorist's past life. It involved choosing the finest grains of rice and fermenting them in a very complicated process. The result was a really strong white wine with a high alcohol content that was only reserved for the enjoyment of the house's higher-ups, as it was produced only in limited quantities due to the large amount of food required.
The Second Highness's igloo was rather empty.
There was no one beside the 2 chefs working outside. Lorist had Howard heat the wine outside before he stepped in. The Second Highness leaned against the table in deep thought. Lorist had no idea what was going through his head.
He didn't notice Lorist's arrival.
He only snapped out of his stupor after Lorist had called him thrice. He hurriedly invited Lorist to take a seat and ordered his chefs to begin serving the food.
The Second Highness sat in the main seat with Lorist to his left.
Baked apples, smoked turkey, roast meat, and various vegetables were served shortly. Raising his wine cup, the Second Highness said, "In the wilds, good food is hard to come by.
This is definitely far from what I can offer you at the imperial capital.
I hope you don't mind, Brother Locke." Lorist raised his own cup in response. "There's no need to go through such trouble, Your Majesty.
The food is most delectable, not to mention the honor of dining with Your Majesty personally."
Cheers.
The Second Highness downed his cup of wine just as Lorist did. "Thank you.
Your Majesty, I brought some alcohol I brewed myself, but it's far stronger than what we usually have. You'll have to taste it slowly to appreciate the taste."
"I wonder if you'd like to give it a try." "Very well.
Let me have a taste," said the Second Highness curiously. Lorist clapped and Howard entered. He poured a cup for himself before pouring half a cup for the Second Highness, who looked interested only in warming his hands with the chalice.
"Your Majesty, this kind of wine is drunk in the winter to warm you up."
"You have to make sure to drink it in small sips like this," said Lorist before he did his demonstration. The Second Highness chuckled. He felt drinking wine so sparingly was a little too stingy. He took a mouthful of wine immediately. Even though it wasn't a full mouthful, it was hot enough to cause him to redden up.
"Ah, it's hot.
It burns like fire."
After a good moment, the Second Highness returned to normal and had a look of understanding. "I see now, Locke. This is what your soldiers use to train how to ski and march in snowy weather. All of them have a sack filled with tough wine like this that'll give you a burst of heat?"
Lorist nodded before he shook his head. Your Majesty, our soldiers are indeed given strong liquor to counter the loss of heat from the chilling wind. But theirs is brewed from roast potatoes and is really different from this. This wine of mine is brewed using the large grains of rice from Folic Plains, and a sack like this costs 10 gold fords. We'd have gone bankrupt if we produced this for the consumption of our soldiers. Also, the liquor we provide to our soldiers is rationed strictly. They don't drink much in a day. This is one benefit of favoring more small units over one large one. It's easier to keep an eye on what they do and what they consume. You thought you could rely on the skis to launch large-scale attacks during winter, but in reality, the cold-resistant clothes cost a fortune. There's also the issue of navigating in a snowstorm. Coupled with having to deal with undisciplined soldiers who would sneak a drink or two, you'll end up with a legion of bumbling drunks instead of one that can hold their ground in a fight. The Second Highness sighed before he raised his cup and took a smaller sip. Ah. Locke, I've long wanted to have a good chat with you. Let's speak openly tonight, alright? A little surprised, Lorist agreed, as you wish, Your Majesty. Locke, my brother, I really don't understand why you're not willing to help me out. Given the might of your house, if you were willing to lend me a hand, we could have united the Empire already. By then, your reputation as my loyal subordinate would be recorded in the annals of history for future generations to remember. But Your Majesty considers our might impressive, but have you considered how we got it in the first place? Lorist asked solemnly as he sat up straight. Do you remember the time we first met 10 years ago? Our house's convoy was trapped in the Madras Duchy, unable to advance or retreat. The 300,000 or so men with us on the brink of crumbling later became the keystone to our rise in the Northlands. Your Majesty, you should know roughly the state of House Norton when I first arrived. On one hand, Duke Loggins wanted to force us into submission, on the other, we had a group of rebellious subjects occupying one of the largest settlements in our dominion. As for our house, we only had around 2,000 people at Maplewoods and were even faced with House Kenmays who had annexed part of our dominion. Do you remember how much better off you were from me then? You used my convoy to deal with the rebellious nobles and consolidated your power in the kingdom. You attacked Madras with our aid and managed to take Youngchandler. When our convoy resumed our journey northward, you led your soldiers to the east and defeated the first prince at Flowwater Creek, forcing him to cede the 2 southwestern provinces to you. That year, your fame instantly spread across the lands and you were known as the war god of the new generation. But in the following half a decade of peace, you made bad decision after bad decision. You greatly expanded the kingdom's forces and actually formed an army of 300,000. You spent most of the kingdom's resources on just one army and wasted the peacetime you could have used to rest and recuperate. The Second Highness opened his mouth to speak, but Lorist didn't let him. Please don't interrupt me, Your Majesty, let me finish. Perhaps you did have your reasons. I know you've always wanted to reunite the Empire and bring it back to its former glory. But you forgot that war is not only a matter of pitting one army against another. For instance, can you be sure how many of your 300,000 troops are actually fighting for the sake of your ambitions? The Empire's civil war raged for 7 whole years and it took another 3 for the situation between the nobles to stabilize. Does Your Majesty remember the 100,000 plus refugees loitering around in the kingdom with nowhere to go? They were originally proud citizens of the imperial capital who had been left homeless by the war. Half joined us, while you used the nobles you recently massacred to settle down the other half and finally brought peace to the kingdom. What the commoners want most is a life of peace and stability, but you've neglected that desire and merely promised to make it up to them after you united the empire. It's also why the kingdom's nobles supported Queen Carrie's coronation when they heard of your losses in Redleys. It all happened because you failed to fulfill your empty promises. When you were busy building your army again, those refugees that followed our convoy managed to gain a peaceful life. House Norton abided by our promise to no longer subject them to the sufferings of war. Apart from resisting the magic beast wave and the Second Prince's attacks, we stayed within our dominion mostly and instead developed it. We focused on improving the quality of our subjects' lives. We spent lots of money developing our dominion in an effort to provide our subjects with a safe home even when we were mocked for being cowardly little bears that didn't dare leave our cave. I'm sure you saw how prosperous our dominion was during your visit. But did you wonder even once what kind of price we paid for that prosperity? If you didn't form your army in a hurry to conquer more land, your kingdom would have been just as prosperous. You already missed your chance once. For the sake of the Empire's reunification, as long as you are able to focus on development for the next decade, you'll definitely achieve your ambition. After hearing Lorist's earnest speech, the Second Highness continued to sip the wine without a single word until the cup was empty. Brother Locke, perhaps this is the greatest difference between the two of us. My goal is the reunification of the former empire and bringing us back to the days of our prestigious past. You only reach out to another place after you develop what you already have fully.
I'm afraid I'm unable to sit still and develop the kingdom like you did your dominion. I'm constantly worried that a complacent and peaceful life will extinguish this lifelong ambition of mine. I might end up addicted to peace and become unwilling to forsake it for my ambition. I've had much time to reflect after I reclaimed my throne and will definitely no longer throw all my resources single-mindedly into the military. I will also learn as much as I can from you by properly controlling one area before moving on to my next target, and will try to increase production alongside our military force. But I hope I have your support. I need you to supply some of your weapons, revealed the Second Highness with a tone of one pleading for help. Lorist kept silent for a moment. Your Majesty, please state your request clearly. I will agree if it is within my capability. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 362, Surprising Pledge of Loyalty. Surprising Pledge of Loyalty. Here's the fourth release of the week. I wonder if anyone has made some maps for the submission of the competition yet. The deadline for the competition is release time tomorrow, which is 2,300 hours GMT plus 8. Lorist was well aware what the Second Highness was thinking about. It was almost certain that he had his sights set on House Norton's Caraballisti. What Lorist didn't understand was on what basis the Second Highness thought the house should help him. In every business transaction, there would always be profit for both parties. What would House Norton gain then if he helped him reunite the empire? In terms of contributions, House Norton easily trumped all the kingdom's other noble houses, and there was no longer anything the Second Highness could provide that they didn't already have. Did the Second Highness intend to rely on a heartfelt conversation to convince Lorist to send his warriors to their deaths for his ambitions? House Norton's current rank didn't come from nothing either. Instead, it was through the great contributions their house made to the kingdom, which the Second Highness understood as well. However, the monarch had always been wary of the Nortons. He was convinced House Norton would have the might he required to reunite the empire after taking a tour through their dominion. That was also the thing that troubled Lorist the most. He had already made it clear that the Second Highness' choice was wrong and that all the fault lay with him alone. Had it not been for his rampant effort to raise the kingdom's military, Andanak would have developed even faster than the Northlands. Whether it be living conditions or economy, it would have been far better than the Northlands was now. But the Second Highness actually gave up such a precious opportunity in favor of single-mindedly reuniting the empire. He lost everything in a single setback as a result. Lorist was incredibly dissatisfied with the Second Highness' attempts to leech off his house now that he had ruined his own kingdom. You've regained your throne and control of the kingdom, this is your second chance. I'd like to see if you will let it slip through your fingers a second time. Will you develop the kingdom quietly for a decade like we did, or build a poor army and tire your people out even more than they already are? The Second Highness also understood the subtext of Lorist's words perfectly. He had already failed once and only managed to convince the four houses to serve him by signing that humiliating contract. Even the restoration of his throne was thanks to House Norton. While it seemed like the kingdom was strong once more in the view of outsiders, while the kingdom's territory had increased threefold, while the kingdom had defeated and incorporated the former Madras Duchy, the Second Highness felt no sense of accomplishment. At the end of the day, Madras wasn't taken by his own efforts. He felt unaccomplished, left out, and even a little humiliated. The Second Highness also understood that making empty promises would not budge Lorist in the slightest. Lorist was no idiot and wasn't displeased with the current situation at all. Even though a king like him had to maintain some degree of autonomy, what he did to Lorist previously had caused the latter to view a liege like him with caution. In the current situation, the Second Highness couldn't force Lorist to abide by his will, given that the house's might and their army was beyond reckoning with. He felt a constant pressure from them. Apart from doing his best to get on their good side or turn against them entirely, the Second Highness could do nothing else. After a long period of consideration, he decided he wouldn't prioritize either military or development. Instead, he requested House Norton give him aid as sincerely as he could without putting up any airs. Lorist exhaled and began to bargain with the Second Highness. He knew the monarch had confiscated a huge amount of wealth from the noble houses he exterminated, so instead of letting him sink it all in the endless abyss of war, it would be better for it to be used to improve the house's income. After a whole night of arguing, the sky began to brighten once more. The two finally came to an agreement at daybreak. As Lorist had expected, his liege would put most of his efforts into the military and didn't care much for development at all. Even the few factories he agreed to build produced arms and military equipment. But Lorist couldn't be bothered to interfere so long as he could weasel a huge sum from the man. The Second Highness was also rather satisfied with the arrangement. He had never imagined he could source most of his military resources from the Nortons at such a low cost. A good portion of the gear was even better than what any factory he built himself could ever produce.
According to the Second Highness's current plan, he would invest the 10 million gold fords he had into the military to further strengthen his standing, only had to spend around 400,000 gold fords to purchase the equipment and resources he needed, which was worth more than 600,000 gold fords. It also included the catapults of which he dreamed, much to his delight. He was so enthralled that he held dearly onto Lorist's hand, seeming unwilling to let him go even as the latter was about to leave.
The other onlookers felt a chill run down their spine.
On the 19th day of the 12th month, Lorist bid farewell to the Second Highness, who was still unwilling to part. He left the army camp and sent an eagle to the regiment led by Blademaster Schuss and Pat he had stationed at Egret Basin. They were ordered to withdraw to Venades and await his arrival.
On the 22nd day of the 12th month, Lorist and company arrived at Venades.
They began their journey once more after a day of rest and arrived at the lower stream of Metropolis near the floating bridge. After crossing the river, they traveled at a leisurely pace and eventually made it back to Firm Rock Castle on the evening of the 34th day.
Thank the protection of war god Singwa.
My prayers have been answered, Charade exclaimed as he tugged on Lorist's sleeve. Your Grace, I was worried sick that you wouldn't be present for the first celebratory event our house is hosting on New Year's. Just imagine what it would be like if you missed such a grand gathering with all your vassals and knights. It would most certainly be the most disgraceful moment of the house in its 3-century-long history.
Stop complaining, Lorist snapped. Didn't I make it back in time?
I know I can't afford to miss this event, but if I didn't go there myself, we'd have more than Reedy to worry about. His Majesty was in grave danger as well, but...
What? What does our bloodthirsty king have to do with this?
Since the Noble House's massacre, the Second Highness had gained yet another moniker among the knights and nobles, the Bloody King.
Lorist detailed his rescue of Reedy and the Second Highness. It's such a shame, why couldn't you wait a few moments longer?
Having Reedy escape during the chaos caused by the heroic death or capture of His Majesty would have been the best outcome. What are you talking about? Rebuked Lorist. He's our king, the sole inheritor of the blood of the Christian imperial family.
Who would dare kill him? Don't forget that Kingslayer isn't a title just anyone wants to bear.
All Xanthi and the other Blademasters wanted was to capture him alive and send him back to the duchies.
If that really happened, it would be troublesome for us too.
As the kingdom's highest-ranked duke, we would have had to ransom him or deploy our forces to free him. It would severely disrupt our plans. I'm glad I managed to arrive in time to sort this out before it became a problem. I was just speaking my mind, Charade said, dissatisfied. Your Grace, tomorrow's the last day before the New Year celebration. The high-ranked officials, household knights, and vassal nobles are already here.
Duke Kenmaze, Count Phelim, and Count Shazin are also here.
Additionally, all the ceremonial preparations are complete, including the badges for the vassal nobles, new and old.
Do you want to give it a check? There's no need. I've already seen the drawings. It'll be fine as long as it doesn't go against any regulations.
I'm very much assured about this since you're the one in charge.
If there's nothing else, I'll go get some rest.
Also, tell Duke Kenmaze, Count Phelim, and Count Shazin that I'll dine with them tomorrow afternoon, said Lorist before he headed for the rear of the castle. Your Grace, I understand your trip has been rather tiring, but I'm afraid there's something I need your decision on immediately, said Charade as he flipped open a folder.
What? Asked Lorist as he stopped.
It concerns Viscount Ides, Viscount Zinderson, Baron Klaus, and Baron Wade from Winston, Charade said with an odd expression. They came over to pledge their allegiance and even brought some of their family members to be political hostages.
Look, here's the pledge letter they wrote. What did you say? Lorist asked without receiving the letter. He stared at Charade, confusion written on his face. Aren't they Iblian nobles?
I recall staying at Viscount Ides' little town for a night when we went to Windbury last time. Why has he brought his 3 allies over? Your Grace, they really are here to pledge allegiance.
This is the letter they penned.
I already told them you weren't present and asked them to come back after New Year's, but they refused to listen and insisted on meeting you no matter what. They've already been waiting up for 2 weeks, said Charade after he successfully stuffed the letter into Lorist's hand. Lorist gave the letter a quick read as the attentive Howard hurriedly brought over a candle from the wall. After reading the 4 pledges, Lorist ordered, Charade, have them meet me in the study in an hour.
I'll take a bath and have a meal in the meantime. I'll ask them why they want to pledge allegiance to us in such a hurry later.
Lorist turned to Howard and patted his shoulder.
Didn't you hear Sir Charade say Count Phelim is here? Your beautiful fiancée is no doubt here as well.
I'll do fine without you for a while, wash up and meet your little wife.
Be sure to behave during the night, okay?
You're still young after all. Your Grace, scowled Howard angrily.
He only did so for a moment. He couldn't resist the urge to see his fiancée and ran off, tomato-faced.
Charade laughed himself to tears.
Don't forget to have Reedy come here. As Lorist's study was filled with classified documents, servants were not allowed to clean it up. The ones who carried out that task were usually Reedy, Howard, Els, Pat, or even Jim, the people Lorist trusted the most. However, since Reedy entered seclusion training, Els formed his own family, and Jim was sent off to carry out a secret mission at the gunpowder research lab following his recovery. Howard was the one put in charge of cleaning the room. Now that Howard's been given a short break, Charade asked Reedy to replace him for the moment. Otherwise, Lorist and he would have to clean the study on their own. After bathing and having something to eat, Lorist headed to the study and saw Reedy finishing up with the cleaning. The fireplace was lit, its heat erasing the cold that had built up during the owner's month-long absence. Seeing Reedy making some macs, Lorist started thinking. Howard has a fiancée already, and Els is married, but Reedy's still single. Maybe I ought to ask him if there's a girl he's interested in. It's about time he found himself a wife. Before he finished his thought, the door to the study was given a knock. Reedy opened it and let Charade and the four nobles enter. They all wore expressions of delight and disbelief, as if Lorist had returned and offered them lifeboats when they were sinking. Lorist stood up and apologized sincerely. I'm really sorry to have made you wait so long. I had to deal with an unexpected incident concerning my disciple and only just made it back. I heard you've been waiting for more than 10 days and even wrote a letter of pledge to the house. Could you please let me know what has driven you to do such a thing? The four nobles greeted Lorist respectfully with a salute, which Lorist graciously returned. They breathed sighs of relief. Viscount Ides stood forward to represent the rest and explained with a troubled smile, Your Grace, our four houses have reached the end of our line. We have no other way to survive but to pledge our allegiance to you. Following the Viscount's explanation, Lorist and Charade understood that the four houses had been forced into their current predicament by Duke Faisablin. Either they accepted the Duke's conditions or they watched as their houses were torn apart. Only through pledging their allegiance to a powerful house like the Nortons could they survive. The 20,000 cavalry the Duke brought with him to Winbury for the knighthood tournament last year didn't leave once it was over. Instead, they dug in. After Melian, the biggest threat to House Faisablin, the Duke turned his sights to Winbury. He brought another 20,000 men, he clearly wasn't messing around. There was already a legion's worth of frontier cavalrymen stationed at Winbury. With this legion in hand, Duke Faisablin lashed out at the nobles in the capital cruelly. He didn't bat an eye. Every day, there were nobles either killed for treason or sent to the dungeons. Unlike the Second Highness, however, he didn't kill the nobles off all at once. Instead, he wore them down over the rest of the year. Even though it was no different from the Second Highness's act which destroyed his reputation, the Duke had employed a milder method that didn't evoke nearly as big a reaction despite the fact that the number of noble houses he exterminated wasn't that far off from the Second Highness. It was as if he was simmering the nobles to their deaths slowly and patiently. Lorist had already been informed about this thanks to Furybear's informants. Since he was going to attack the capital himself anyway, he was more than glad that Duke Faisablin would dirty his own hands on his behalf. Not only that, he could even improve his reputation by defeating Duke Faisablin and conquering Winbury by claiming he did so to fight for the honor of all nobles. All he had to do was find some of the exterminated houses that managed to escape and give them aid to carry out a smear campaign against Duke Faisablin. The Duke's reputation would definitely be ruined. This was also why Lorist ignored the incident and only instructed his men to quietly collect evidence instead of interfering. But after Duke Faisablin exterminated all the noble houses in Winbury, he turned his sights to Winston. He decided to offer them a chance to pledge allegiance and have their dominions moved to Southern. It caused quite an uproar. The nobles decided to band together and resist him. Duke Faisablin was waiting for exactly this all along and declared them traitors immediately. He attacked with his full force and exterminated more than 20 noble houses in the span of 2 months. All the men were hanged and the women were given to the Frontier Legion soldiers and grassland barbarians that distinguished themselves during the campaign. Even though Viscount Ides and his 3 allies didn't rebel outright, the order they received required them to move to Southern in the coming spring, which was before the 5th month, with no more than 1,000 of their subjects. Their current dominion would be managed by the Duke's house. Southern's current desolate and bandit-ridden state was well known. Going there with only 1,000 subjects was practically suicide. They would be torn apart like a raving wolf's prey. It wasn't even certain that they'd make it to their new dominions. Your Grace, this is why we want to pledge allegiance to you. We understand Duke Faisablin started killing the other nobles off in preparation for the conflict with the Northland's 4 houses. Last I heard, Duke Faisablin was going to bring all the youths across the many dominions in Winston to Eastwild. Their other family members would be gathered at the capital. He's planning to build a citadel at Dewattown as a buffer for Winbury and the main point of resistance against you. Lorist nodded. I'll gladly accept your pledges.
House Norton now considers your houses vassals and will move your dominion to Delamotte without any demotion. As for the family members you sent over, I will let them serve in my personal guard. I wonder if this arrangement is appropriate." The four nobles revealed expressions of elation as they knelt instantly and pledged loyalty to House Norton in the name of their ancestors. They were incredibly respectful and thankful when they left. Charade looked at Lorist suspiciously as he waited for them to leave. "Locke, tell me, what are you up to this time?" he asked when they were finally alone. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 363 Banquet and Entitlement. Banquet and Entitlement. Enjoy the fifth release of the week. There's something big happening on Monday, so look forward to it. The common Grindian calendar had 12 months and it contained the good elements from the Magi's calendar and the fairy calendar for practical purposes. Each month of the common calendar had 35 days. The 5th, 9th and 12th months each had an extra day, not noted on the calendar. These 3 days were publicly acknowledged by all of Grindia as Bathing Day, Harvest Day, and New Year's. As Lorist had promised, Viscount Ides, Viscount Zinderson, Baron Klaus, and Baron Wade nobles who used to belong to the peerage of Iblia were all taken in as vassals. It was rather troublesome charade. Not only did he have to confirm their new territory, he also had to organize the formal enfeoffment ceremony during the New Year's celebration. He was so busy he didn't have time to attend Lorist's reception of Duke Kenmays, Count Phelim, and Count Shazine. When Howard came to ask him to attend, he said he was far too busy and merely asked some food be sent over. It wasn't until the late morning of the 36th day of the 12th month that Charade finished his work. Lying on the couch tiredly and looking at Lorist looking the documents over, he mused that he'd definitely resign if there was another similar incident. He was more than fed up with Lorist's whimsical decisions that made him work overtime all too often. Lorist smiled and reminded Charade that the New Year's celebration would commence at 7 so they had more time. Charade ought to go back home for a few hours and rest before washing up and preparing to attend the banquet. Since Charade was one of the nobles formally entitled during the celebration, he reasoned he wouldn't want to look too haggard during the party. Charade got up and ran out. His voice drifted into the office from the hallway. "That's right, I've finished my work. Why am I still here? I'll go back home now." Lorist smiled. And there he was complaining how harsh the work I gave him was. "Yet, he's running out so quickly in such an energetic manner," commented Lorist to Howard. Firmrock Castle was decorated all over that day and the central part of the castle was been cleaned up rather well. On both sides of the streets hung flags of varying colors and the weather also seemed excellent. Not only was there no snow, the sky was bright and blue with the crescent silver moon hanging brightly above as well. "If it weren't this cold, the day would be perfect," said Duke Kenmays. He was standing with Lorist, Phelim, and Shazine on the veranda on the castle's top floor, looking at the distant carriages approaching the center. Behind the four nobles were Howard and his fiancée, Katrina, Phelim's beloved daughter. They were both talking quietly in a corner wearing sweet smiles. Kenmays had already changed his dominion to Sigilor and had taken everything with him. At the same time, the 5 nobles' territory he occupied had also been handed to House Norton. Having nothing better to do, he came over to enjoy the festivities and dragged Phelim and Shazine along to become the entitlement ceremony's witnesses. "If you ask me, Firmrock Castle is far too small. It doesn't fit your status as a duke. It was designed to be a citadel, so it's a little too small to be the Northland's base of operations," commented he. Lorist nodded. "That's true. Come spring, I will move to Gildusk. It's a convenient place from which to oversee the war soon to take place in Winston and Southern. Baron Charade has already instructed Grandmaster Siroba to begin redeveloping the city in the southern part of the Northlands, but Grandmaster Siroba made a rather problematic request." "Oh? What is it?" asked the 3 nobles curiously. They all knew Siroba was the house's chief architect. Almost all the developmental projects had to go through him before making it to Lorist's desk. "Well, he said the name of Gildusk came from the 2 artists come architects that designed the city, Gil and Dusk. He feels he's even more amazing than them and wants the reconstructed city to be named after him. Otherwise, he wouldn't involve himself." "Tell me, doesn't Siroba sound really weird to you?" asked Lorist with a furrowed brow. Siroba's weird inclination to name every project after himself was indeed rather troubling. "Ha ha ha ha. Well, Locke. Just tell the Grandmaster I will construct my household castle when I return to Southern. If he's willing to come help out, I'll let him name the castle," said Phelim. "Are you crazy?" Kenmays rolled his eyes. "Last time you mentioned wanting to name your castle Pegasus Castle since that was also what your ancestors' first castle was called before it was destroyed by Chris and 4 in the War of the New Moon.
Now that House Phelim is finally returning to its original domain, would it be appropriate for your new castle to be named Siroba Castle instead?
You're right, it does sound rather weird and hard to pronounce. I'll definitely have the castle's name engraved in the smallest form possible and display a huge statue of the Pegasus on our walls. That way, everyone will come to call it Pegasus Castle instead of paying attention to the inscribed name, Phelim said with a confident smile. Do you think I'd be that stupid?
Ken Mays gasped. You? Isn't that cheating? What?
I will inscribe his name on the castle for real.
If others can't see it properly, it's their eyes' fault, not mine. House Phelim doesn't pull tricks like that, alright, argued Phelim.
Alright, there's no need to overthink this. I'll have Grandmaster Siroba design a new castle for you. I believe he'll be more than interested in redesigning such a well-known castle without having to name it after him. All you have to do is dedicate a statue to him, interjected Lorist with a smile.
Locke, the number of people here is increasing.
Look, it's filled with carriages.
It's finally time to receive the guests. How many years has it been since I attended something like this?
The last time was before the second prince was defeated, asked Ken Mays as he turned to the plaza.
If you like parties so much, why didn't you just host your own banquet? You're also a duke. You're more than qualified to host a banquet. Don't tell me House Ken Mays doesn't even have enough money for a simple banquet, said Lorist with a laugh. Ken Mays sighed. Talking to a banquet idiot like you is really off-putting. Don't you know the most important thing of a banquet or social event is the attendees? The more the merrier.
What good would a banquet do if I hardly have any household knights or vassals?
There's no point hosting one just for my house. You could promote a few knights. It's not like there's anyone to stop you. They aren't qualified yet. Their contributions are still lacking.
Additionally, my father said it was thanks to House Norton and luck that House Ken Mays managed to make it this far. All we should do is mind our own business and pay attention to our dominion since the external affairs of our alliance are all dealt with by you. We only have to fulfill our duties as your allies and will be compensated in kind.
I really have to say, your father is a cunning man.
Not only is he using us as his shield, he even gets to taste some leftover blood, praised Lorist.
It's to be expected. Who asked House Norton to be the strongest? If there's anyone that has to take hits for us, it's you.
Don't the rest of you agree? Asked Ken Mays, confiding in his comrades.
Phelim and Shazine both laughed. Without Lorist, there wouldn't be the alliance.
Neither would their houses have been able to soar to such heights and even solidify their titles among their peers. Ken Mays' words rang true in that Lorist was indeed their leader that had to take care of his subordinates.
Well, it's about time. Should we head down now? Asked Shazine after taking another look at the carriages. All right. Let's get going.
Best not let your ladies wait, agreed Lorist. He was chaperoned by Telesti of Nico Academy. She brought her 2 daughters along. The moment they met, Lorist was shocked to see how slender Telesti had become. After asking about it, he learned that she was stressed from having to take care of the academy and her 2 daughters. Losing sleep was something she had to deal with on a regular basis. Locke, had it not been for the fact that today was also an entitlement ceremony, I wouldn't have left the academy.
My schedule is really far too tight, there's too much I have to do. Stop advising me to stop. This is a choice I made for myself, said Telesti. Lorist sighed deeply and gave her a hug.
My dear, the sea of knowledge is vast and endless. Even a sailor has to rest and recuperate once in a while. Ken Mays' chaperone was a voluptuous noble lady, the widow of some count long passed away.
Phelim's chaperone was his beloved daughter Katrina. Shazine came with his concubine, Ken Mays' cousin, as his chaperone.
It seemed the beauty from House Ken Mays stood a chance of being made the matron of his house. Lorist led the group with Telesti at the front. Applause and cheers thundered in the hall as the group entered.
The banquet's organizer, Charade, represented the house in the welcome speech.
Lorist gave a light-hearted speech that basically outlined the plans for the next year, and stated that House Norton was confident their might and courage would bring them all to victory in the upcoming conflicts.
Their allies' trust was thus, of course, not for naught. What on earth did you have me read? Lorist complained afterward, this isn't like me at all. Do you have any idea how embarrassed I was up there?
I worked on this all night, I didn't even sleep, Charade rolled his eyes. Besides, you checked the speech yourself this morning.
You should have complained then.
Sol, Lorist gasped as he wiped the sweat from his forehead, I didn't think you would write something like this, so I didn't remember to check.
Nobody reminded me either.
Whatever, Charade shrugged, it's not like they were all paying attention anyway.
It's mostly just formalities.
What they're anticipating is the entitlement ceremony, so there's no point complaining about the speech now.
The entitlement ceremony soon began.
First was the re-entitlement, or demotion, of the 17 nobles relocated to Delamoch.
Thereafter the 5 Northland nobles' house Kenmays kept followed suit.
Next came the 2 Madras nobles whose beauties had pleased Lorist and managed to save their houses by becoming vassals. Finally, it was Viscount Ides and the other 4 who joined the faction at the last moment's turn. They used to be Iblian nobles, but now they were Lorist's vassals. The last one to be entitled was Baron Dina, whose title was given to Lorist's lover, Dina Ariadne, temporarily until her younger brother matured.
The ceremony was simple. Charade announced the names and rank of the house to summon the nobles. They would go up the stage and salute. They received the silver tray Howard brought over containing the deeds of entitlement and the deeds to their land, as well as a decree signed personally by Lorist along with their identification badge which bore the insignias of the respective houses. Lorist remained seated on his throne.
His right hand held a sword and his left hand was outstretched. The pose was one a liege assumed when accepting a vassal's pledge of allegiance. The left hand represented grace and acceptance, while the sword symbolized caution and might. Each noble would receive the silver tray and pledge their allegiance by kissing the back of Lorist's left hand, before bowing and leaving. After the vassals were entitled, it was the turn of the 14 new houses.
The 2 grandmasters, Sid and Felon, were up first.
They received their certificates with teary eyes and prostrated in front of Lorist during their pledge of allegiance on behalf of their future descendants. Lorist expended quite some effort to get them to stand up and regretted giving them a rank so high it might have taxed their hearts a little too much with excitement.
Potterfong and Loza's entitlement went off without a hitch.
But Charade's entitlement caused a small commotion when his father fainted from sheer excitement, much to Charade's embarrassment. After the 14 nobles were entitled, it was the honorary nobles' turn. Apart from Hanayabarta's governor Hector, who was absent, the other 5 were present for the ceremony.
The ceremony wasn't enjoyed by everyone, however.
More than 30 nobles of the Madras Duchy had been stripped of their dominions.
Only after House Norton eliminated the Iblia kingdom and conquered Winston would they be in theft.
These nobles were in a similar situation to many of the original Northlander nobles and had no choice but to patiently wait in the Northlands. Apart from them, and the household knights and high-ranking household officials, there were some other people of relatively higher status given honorary titles. They were the rich factory owners and merchants who operated within the Dominion. However, they were considered nobility among the Northlands because of their honorary titles and status. Even Lorist didn't think the Northlands would have so many honorary nobles. A large majority were those who escaped from the smaller duchies eliminated by the Union. While House Norton could ignore and not acknowledge the honorary titles graced upon them by others, it wasn't that they could outright revoke the titles since they were qualified to attend the social gatherings of nobility. Since they all received invitations, they had to contribute to the banquet as well by becoming event sponsors. Kenmays was the one most familiar with the honorary nobles. It was apparent that he enjoyed the night greatly from how well he blended in with the ladies among them. After seeing the worn-out Telesti, Lorist said with concern, "Let's go, my dear.
I'll take you to rest. You seem exhausted.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 364 Strategy and Deployment Meeting. Strategy and Deployment Meeting.
Here's the first release of the week, released earlier to celebrate the launch of The Sword and the Shadow.
Please check out the announcement on the homepage.
I was originally considering how we should deal with the Frontier Legion at Windbury. It'd be ideal if they chose to hole up in the city. In that case, the worst it'll come to is the capital's destruction. Nobody can resist our forces' attack. Even if the Duke was there himself, we'd just bury him alive along with the rest of the Legion and end the whole lot there. It's just one of the possible scenarios ideal for us. It's no understatement to call the Duke a cunning fox. He's been in hundreds of battles. The moment he smells something fishy, he'll run far away and make it incredibly hard to track him. The moment he hears about our troops being sent to Windbury, he'll no doubt give up on the capital and move all its food and wealth away.
He might even take all the youths as well. We'll only be left with the old and the sick. Even if we manage to take Windbury, it'll only be a worthless ruin.
The Duke will no doubt continue his retreat with all the valuable resources and manpower. When we conquer Winston and head to Southern, he'll find a battlefield large enough for him to employ hit-and-run tactics. He'll definitely exploit the Frontier Legion's mobility to sabotage our supply lines and cut us off from the support of our conquered land while also grinding down our troops' morale. He knows if he drags the battle on, the day our troops wear out and crumble will no doubt come. They were in a large meeting room. Following the 3-day-long New Year's celebration, everyone involved, from high-ranking household knights to knight generals, were gathered in the room, listening to Lorist give a briefing on their strategy. It was the 3rd day of the first month of year 1778. Lorist had formally mobilized the houses Carabalisti to Iblia against the frontier legion of House Faisablin. According to various sources, House Faisablin's total force is around 240,000. Naturally, the Duke won't pour all his forces into this conflict. He has to defend the Greater and Lesser Golden Creeks as well as Eastwild. Coupled with the forces defending Wild Husbandry, they likely have around 120 to 150,000 men they can deploy against us. There is a possibility he will recruit more soldiers from the Grassland Barbarians, so there should be another few tens of thousands serving House Faisablin. We don't really care for our enemies' numbers. But this foe will be a completely different beast from the ones we've faced so far. The main difference is their mobility. It far exceeds our forces. When we attack Southern, we must take great precautions to defend our supply line incredibly well. This will decide whether we can cut off the Duke's support from the duchies. We have to give it our all even for something as seemingly trivial as this. In our original plan, we will gather Tigersaur and Firmrock as well as House Phelim's Pegasus to force our way through using our numbers. It'll force the Frontier Legion to retreat to Winston. Firmrock and Pegasus will invade Southern once this is achieved. Pegasus will be in charge of eliminating bandits while Firmrock will set up citadels and moats at locales with ideal terrain. We will lock Southern down complete to limit where Frontier can go. Tigersaur's mission is exterminating the waves of cavalry stationed at Winston to protect our supply line to Southern. We'll also take the most important citadel at the border of Winston and Wild Husbandry, Pedro. This way, we can sever any communication between the two provinces. As for Jaeger, currently stationed in the eastern part of the Northlands, they will be put in charge of attacking Wild Husbandry. I don't require our newly formed legion to suppress the Faisablin forces at Wild Husbandry effectively. They just have to keep the battles within the Faisablin dominion. Making Wild Husbandry the battlefield to limit our enemy's ability to mobilize troops would be ideal. This plan has the benefit of being reliable and stable. We will have enough safeguards to ensure our success. Its downfalls are also obvious, though. Given our superiority in numbers, Duke Faisablin will have to be crazy to seek a field battle or a siege. It'll be rather difficult to gather the enemy in one place and wipe them out in one go. The old fox will most likely abandon Winston to preserve his numbers. He'll trade land to keep the initiative in battle. The more places we conquer, the more troops we'll have to leave behind to defend them. Frontier Legion's mobility far exceeds ours, we can only fight defensively. With that mobility, the Duke can also gather a large number of troops to attack the soldiers we leave behind to defend some places by outnumbering them. If Duke Faisablin reduces his frontier legions into many divisions instead and stations them in Winston, not only will our forces be forced to be on the defensive, our supply lines will also be at risk. Lorist used a long thin stick to tap on the map of Winston hung on the wall. That was our original plan, as well as why I stationed Tigersaur at Winston. It was so our supply line would be kept safe. However, thanks to Viscount Ides and the others joining our side, there's another way we can exterminate the Frontier Legion. If we can exterminate them and conquer Pedro, we'll no longer have to worry about being harassed by cavalry in Winston. We can see that, apart from the main crossing point between Winston and Wild Husbandry at Pedro, the two provinces' border is the precipitous Pisper mountain range that stretches all the way to Southern. No large army can cross Pisper, so as long as we can exterminate Frontier Legion at Winston, not only will we be able to cut off Duke Faisablin's influence, we can also make Winston a safe place where we can fall back to. According to Furybear's reports and the news Viscount Ides brought, we know that Duke Faisablin is already anticipating our arrival. So far, the Duke has already killed off the nobles in the capital and started working on the older noble houses of Winston. Frontier Legion has already neutralized 23 regions. Lorist pointed at Viscount Ides. It was his turn to speak. Ides was rather moved that he and his allies were allowed to participate in such a confidential strategy meeting. It was a sign of the great trust they'd been given. At the same time, the four houses got to know that House Norton had already set their sights on Iblia for quite some time, so they were relieved they had switched sides soon enough. My most respectful greetings to you all. According to my knowledge, Duke Faisablin gave the order to all old noble houses of Winston approximately 2 months ago, demanding we pledge allegiance to him and relocate. He blames the fall of Iblia on the internal struggles between the noble houses and used it as an excuse to demote us. Many dissatisfied nobles banded together in defiance of his orders. They didn't expect that the Duke was already prepared this and quickly snuffed them out by deploying Frontier Legion, however. He already ended 23 noble houses in 2 short months. Houses like ours that aren't able to resist can only abide by his order to relocate before the 5th month. In other words, right after the winter harvests, we'll have to leave our dominions for our new ones in Southern with less than 1,000 people, while our original domains will be put under the management of the Duke's ambassadors. It forced the 4 of us to seek out House Norton for help. I've received one of the Duke's ambassadors before, and my hospitality caused him to reveal that Duke Faisablin was already prepared to give up on Winston the moment he heard that the four houses of the Northlands exterminated Madras. He will stage the battles in Winston to delay us. Ideally, he will seal off the routes from Winston to Wild Husbandry, which are the two metal suspension bridges between the provinces. He's even prepared to destroy them if he has to. This way, they only have to station a small number of troops at Sanderson Hills to delay our advance. The Duke will also rely on the vast lands of Winston to make use of Frontier Legion's mobility and grind away at our forces. The ambassador even said that Duke Faisablin was going to move all the youths in Winston to East Wild and Gold Creek to make up for his dominion's lack of manpower. The rest will be focused on Windbury and some other fortified towns to serve as supply points for the Frontier Legion. That was why he suggested we best obey the Duke's order and relocate to Southern. The Duke will begin exterminating bandits in Southern after his preparations in Winston are complete, so he can start trade with the four central duchies. After finishing his briefing, Ides nodded to the others and sat back down. I'm sure you guys heard it loud and clear, right? Duke Faisablin is not someone who messes around. When we plot, he also plots. Winston used to be the province with the largest population in the empire. It used to house an estimated 1.5 million people. Since then, the province has experienced years of civil war, the second prince's rampage, and our own interference. We took in approximately 340,000 people. Those in the know laughed when Lorist mentioned the taking in of refugees, which was a little underhanded, to say the least. Lorist laughed as he continued. There are an estimated 400,000 people still in Winston, around 70,000 of whom are in Windbury. The rest are mostly the subjects of the province's nobles. The nobles that actually developed their dominions and put in the effort to stimulate the growth of local production, like Viscount Ides, Viscount Zinderson, Baron Klaus, and Baron Wade, are few and far in between. Their territories have a combined population of nearly 40,000, thanks to the success and prosperity of trade at Viscount Ides's town, Dock. They also managed to gather large numbers of refugees to kickstart farming efforts. Right now, Duke Faisablin is targeting nobles like them. The nobles that move to Southern will receive military support to combat the bandits and resources from the Duke. The new dominions there will eventually effectively contribute to the extermination of the bandits and limit their influence and growth. Naturally, it would be quite troublesome for the Duke if the nobles there end up being killed off by the bandits instead. There's no doubt it'll intensify the nobles' dissatisfaction. We will not allow Duke Faisablin to move all the youths of Winston to his dominion. Baron Potterfawn, Baron Malek. The two newly entitled nobles stood up upon being named by Lorist. You two will lead Firmrock to Dock in Viscount Ides's dominion in 3 days. Viscount Ides, Viscount Zinderson, Baron Wade, and Baron Klaus will aid you in this matter. Since it's currently winter with most of the routes sealed off, Duke Faisablin and Frontier Legion will not expect us to make our move now. Your mission is to move the subjects of these four nobles to the Northlands. Thereafter, you will disguise yourselves as their subjects to resist Duke Faisablin after the harvest during the rainy season. Viscount Ides and the others should also be able to prepare a general force of 6,000. Coupled with the youths from their dominion, it should be possible to form a force of 20,000. To resist these traitorous insurgents, Duke Faisablin will have to mobilize Frontier Legion. The moment they leave the capital, we will exterminate them at Dock and take the city with ease. Understood, Your Grace, said Potterfawn and Malek in unison as they sat back down. The crucial point of this arrangement is that we don't attract the attention and suspicion of the Legion's scouts. We will need the help of Viscount Ides and the others. Your Grace, please be assured they will not suspect a thing, said Ides. Lorist nodded. If the rainy season didn't start in the 3rd month, I would have liked for our forces to encircle and conquer Windbury right away and trap Frontier Legion and the Duke within the city. It's too bad our forces would find it incredibly difficult to stage a siege in the rainy weather, not to mention the fact that we can't bring our catapults along. It would be incredibly disadvantageous to have our troops stationed outside the city in the rainy season. A plague can spread pretty quickly under those conditions. That's the logic behind my intention to lure Frontier Legion out. We will trick them into a field battle. Count Phelim, make sure Pegasus is ready to deploy with Tigersaur after the rainy season. Make your way to somewhere near Dock undetected and wait for the opportune moment, understood? Phelim stood up. Understood, Your Grace. After the extermination of Frontier Legion, lead the troops to Southern with Firmrock right away. We must cut off the route connecting House Faisablin and the duchies as soon as possible. If the duchy's forces join up with House of Faisablin, Count Shazin's household legion and Tigersaur will be the first to join in as reinforcements. We must make sure a strategic location like Southern remains under our control. This is the most important key to exterminating or forcing House Faisablin to submit to us, declared Lorist resolutely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.